Dynastic changes stir the hidden currents beneath a facade of tranquility. Remnants of the past reign linger, and foreign tribes loom. How shall the former prince of the previous dynasty, slew, confront these challenges? Chapter 1. City of Yunbian. Quickly take him away, I shall hold them off. Yes, my lord, the subordinate replied. As the shadow faded from view, he slowly turned, sweeping the blood that had yet to congeal from his sword, and strode toward the flickering flames. In the year 17 of the calendar, within a modest tavern in a border town of the Kingdom of Kong, several patrons sat at their tables. Located next to the city gate, the tavern bustled with activity as travelers paused to rest. What can I get for you, esteemed guest? The innkeeper's assistant eagerly approached upon seeing a newcomer. I'll have a roast chicken to go, and a plate of peanuts to enjoy here, he replied, turning to find a window-side table. Removing his cloak revealed a youthful face, slightly marred by an irregular burn scar covering a quarter of his cheek. Here are your peanuts, and the roast chicken is ready. Would you like it packed now, or later? Later, please. If I take it now, it will cool and lose its flavor. Understood. Enjoy your meal. Wait, I nearly forgot. Please fill this gourd with the finest wine, the young man called out to the departing assistant. The assistant took the gourd and went to fetch the wine. The youth munched on his peanuts while gazing out at the bustling street, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. He continued to eat leisurely, his demeanor placid. Suddenly, the crowd outside grew noisy, parting swiftly to either side, leaving the center of the street open. People stood with varied expressions, whispering amongst themselves as the sound of approaching hooves drew nearer. They truly are impressive. How I wish I could join the frontline army. Look at you. If you joined the frontline army, then I would be its commander. You'd have to salute me as general. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier glared at his companion, veins bulging on his arms. The provocateur staggered back a few steps, leaning against another person, while the older man relaxed his fist and coldly remarked, Lier, cease your sarcasm. Let's see who is superior after the frontline army departs. He marched to the other end of the street. Lier, pouting, muttered to those around him, Did you see him? It was just a joke. You know how Li Si is. Why provoke him? Not to mention, his martial skills surpass yours. Consider yourself fortunate he didn't strike you just now, came the retort. The rhythmic clatter of hooves came to an abrupt halt, and the townsfolk collectively held their breath. A resounding horn sliced through the air, startling a flock of birds, and then a man clad in a flowing black robe leapt gracefully from his horse. Landing outside the city gate, he drew forth a folded proclamation, slowly unfolding it, clearing his throat before announcing, We are the 7th Squad of the Frontline Army, under the orders of the King and General, to garrison this border town. Our troops shall not enter the town. We request the City Lord to provide us with provisions for our camp. City Lord, heed our summons. Having finished, the robed man folded the proclamation, standing erect outside the gate, awaiting the City Lord's response. The townsfolk exchanged glances, resuming their hushed discussions. I have heard tales of the frontline army's strict discipline. I didn't expect them not to enter the city gates. Indeed, I wanted to see their valor. Seeing is believing. This army truly commands respect. If given the chance, I would have my son enlist in the frontline army. So would I? Moments later, the city lord arrived atop his horse, accompanied by a contingent of guards, dismounting about 100 meters from the gate. The city lord jogged over to the robed man, bowing as he accepted the proclamation. I apologize for my tardiness. My humble wife has just given birth. Please forgive me, my lord. Your words are unnecessary. I trust you will see to the provisions for our camp. I shall deliver them before nightfall. Thank you, the robed man replied before turning to leave. The city lord tossed the proclamation to one of his guards, instructing, Ensure this matter is arranged swiftly. It must be completed by tonight. Those who succeed will be rewarded, while those who fail shall face consequences. Understood, the guards responded as they dispersed. The passers-by continued to murmur about the frontline army, while in the crowd, the young man in the cloak trembled slightly, the scar on his face twisting with tension. He watched the departing robed man, momentarily lost in thought, before loosening his tightly clenched fist, his expression softening. Carrying the roast chicken and the wine gourd, he hastily made his way away from the city gate, turning down familiar streets until he entered a small room. The space was modest, suitable for one person, with sunlight filtering through the window, illuminating the sparse interior, a bed, a table, and a few miscellaneous items. The youth placed the roast chicken and wine gourd on the table, sitting beside it and gazing out the window. Time passed without further movement. He remained cloaked, betraying no emotion. Eventually, he stood, removed his cloak, and hung it by the door, pausing for a moment before returning to the table. He sat in silence, staring at the roast chicken and gourd, his expression shifting from furrowed brows to clenched teeth, then reverting to calmness. His fist, poised to strike the table, ultimately descended gently instead. He stood, fixated on the wall as if attempting to pierce through it. His eyes grew dry, a primal urge to scream building within him, yet he restrained himself from making too much noise. He struck the air wildly until sweat beaded on his forehead, then halted. With labored breaths escaping his mouth and nostrils, he felt a semblance of peace return to his heart. He collapsed onto the bed, exhaling several deep breaths, closing his eyes. As consciousness blurred and his breathing steadied, an image of the robed man from the city gate flashed in his mind, jolting him upright with a gasp. One hand pressed against his chest, the other on his forehead, his gaze fixed on the ceiling as he sighed softly. Suddenly, the eastern window swung open, revealing a wrinkled face, eyes narrowing as it exclaimed, "You little thief. I've already informed the authorities the soldiers are on their way. You still have time to escape." The youth sat up, murmuring, "Aunt Zhao, it's me." "Oh, it's Yellow. Did you not visit your father today? Why are you back so early? Look at me. Auntie is getting old. My eyesight is failing. I thought a thief had come in." "Thank you, Auntie. I was busy with other matters. I was just about to go see him." All right. It's tough for you to be on your own. I'll take my leave now." Cielo watched Aunt Zhao's retreating figure, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It was because he still had people who cared for him that he fought to control his emotions, not wanting to burden those around him. Having someone to talk to during moments of frustration alleviated much of his inner turmoil. Cielo took a deep breath, composed himself, straightening his attire, and gathered the wine jug and roast chicken before stepping outside. Heading straight for the outskirts of the city, soon, Cielo arrived at the city gate, where soldiers on both sides verified the identity of everyone entering and exiting. After a swift comparison of the information on the folded document provided by Cielo, they confirmed its accuracy and allowed him to pass. Although it was already past noon, the sun continued to be relentless, and the heat waves rolled across the cobblestones beneath his feet. Cielo squinted at the position of the sun before lowering his head and hastening his pace. At this hour, the road was nearly deserted, with only a few robust men returning in pairs from gathering firewood. After walking approximately 200 meters and rounding a bend, the cobblestone path vanished, replaced by an unpaved road of sand and gravel. The occasional gust of hot wind stirred up dust, seemingly raising the temperature by a few degrees. Cielo took out a cloth and covered his mouth and nose, continuing to march forward briskly. Ahead, the faint sound of hooves echoed, and Cielo surmised that it must be the convoy transporting supplies for the army from the lord of the city. The convoy was lengthy and moved at a leisurely pace, allowing Cielo to catch up quickly. The carts were laden with tents, timber for fortifications, provisions, and even a few spare swords and weapons, truly an impressive array. The man riding at the front, clearing the way, signaled to the soldiers beside him, and the order was swiftly relayed down the line. The entire supply convoy came to a halt, and Cielo positioned himself to the side. The mounted man dismounted and jogged forward to the horses of two other riders, respectfully bowing to them and stating, "I am Wu Wenlong, commander of the city guard of Yunbian City, sent by the Lord to deliver supplies. 20 carts of timber, 25 carts of provisions, and 15 carts of miscellaneous items, totaling 60 carts. Please, General, take note." The man on the left nodded. "These supplies are to be delivered to the rear of the barracks." "Understood." Wu Wenlong took a few steps back and turned to address the convoy. Cielo cautiously scrutinized the two mounted figures ahead and recognized that the man on the right was indeed the one in the black robe he had encountered earlier that morning. The general, who had just spoken, was unmistakably the commanding officer based on his armor. Sensing Cielo's gaze, the general's eyes narrowed, and his right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. The oppressive aura emanating from him was unlike anything Cielo had ever felt, causing his palms to sweat profusely. He instinctively clenched his hands, struggling to suppress his trembling body, yet he could not prevent the quaking. Noticing the unusual demeanor of Cielo, Wu Wenlong glanced at him, quickly approached, and pressed Cielo's head down, forcing him to kneel upon the ground as his legs quaked. Chapter 2. Gongzi Mountain, Daily Life. Cielo was abruptly forced to kneel on the ground, and Wu Wenlong followed suit, kneeling on one knee and reporting, "General, this individual is a commoner from Yunbian City. Orphaned at a young age, he lacks understanding of etiquette. He has come to Gongzi Mountain to pay respects at his father's grave and meant no offense. I implore you to forgive him." Indeed, Cielo was acquainted with Wu Wenlong. He worked at a pharmacy in the city, and Wu Wenlong's wife, feeling unwell during her pregnancy, often visited the shop to procure medicine. Their frequent encounters led to a budding friendship, although Cielo refrained from disturbing him during his duties. "Ha ha." The man in the black robe let out a hearty laugh. "I never imagined a dignified general would exert pressure on a mere commoner." Be cautious not to tarnish the emperor's reputation. Wouldn't you agree, General Yi? General Yi was momentarily taken aback, but maintained his stern demeanor. We are in a precarious time. The realm is just stabilizing, with treachery lurking within and foreign invaders at the borders. We must remain vigilant. Should this be a foreign spy or remnants of the previous dynasty, trouble would surely ensue. Wu Wenlong quickly interjected. Thank you for your leniency, General. Cielo, do express your gratitude to the General for his forgiveness. Cielo looked up. Thank you, General, for your understanding. Rise, the General commanded. I see you are a rare, dutiful son. Given the current tense situation and the treacherous paths ahead, I shall assign a few men to escort you to Gongzi Mountain. Cielo bowed again. I appreciate your concern, General. Wu Wenlong, assign a few men to accompany him. Those with discerning eyes understood this was merely a means to monitor Cielo and prevent him from approaching the camp. Yes, General, Wu Wenlong replied, promptly calling out. Wang De, Wang Er, stepped forward. Two robust figures emerged from the convoy, their muscular frames adorned with scars, indicative of seasoned warriors. Yes, they responded in unison. You two brothers are tasked with escorting Cielo. Upon reaching Gongzi Mountain, return to the unit immediately. Understood. They approached Cielo, towering over him by a head. Well then, young Master Xia, let us be on our way. After Cielo departed, Wu Wenlong bowed to General Yi and the man in the black robe. General, it is time for us to set off as well. General Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, Cielo and Wu Wenlong's convoy resumed its journey. Once Wu Wenlong's convoy had passed, General Yi and the man in the black robe turned their horses around and proceeded slowly. Why do you impede me? The man in the black robe glanced at the impassive General Yi and chuckled. A distinguished general should not waste time squabbling with a commoner. General Yi gazed ahead, lowering his voice. Do you truly believe he is merely a commoner? Is that not what the general thinks? The man in the black robe replied, raising an eyebrow. General Yi scoffed. I do not believe you are oblivious. Ha ha ha. If the general does not believe, I am powerless to change that. The man in the black robe offered a resigned expression. Perhaps we should hasten our return, shall we, General? General Yi did not respond, merely accelerating his steed. Meanwhile, at the foot of Gongzi Mountain, Cielo expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, brothers. He bowed to Wang De and Wang Er. Young Master Xia, there is no need for such formalities. Were it not for your assistance when we were injured by wild beasts, we would not be here. Wang De replied with a hearty laugh. Then quickly return to your unit. Very well, young Master Xia. Take care, they said hurriedly as they made their way back. Gongzi Mountain, though not particularly high, was lush with vegetation. At its midsection lay a naturally formed lake, known as Zhenqian Lake, with a stone bottom and crystal-clear waters. Surrounding the lake were clusters of bamboo groves and two trees, a pine and a cypress, each with an uninscribed stone tablet at their base. Sitting beside the cypress was Cielo, holding a gourd. Cielo murmured, Seventh uncle, I have come to visit you. He uncorked the gourd and poured some onto the ground. Uncle, drink up. It's from your favorite tavern. He took a sip himself. Let us drink together. He pulled out a roasted chicken, tearing it in half and placing one half at the grave. Cielo bit into a piece of meat and took another swig from the gourd. Seventh uncle, today I encountered soldiers at the front. You once told me that the current emperor and the army are my enemies. They destroyed my country, and my parents and loved ones perished by their hands. He drank again. I once dreamed of revenge, to spill their blood with my own hands. Yet when I saw them today, I trembled in fear. He self-deprecatingly chuckled and drank once more. Indeed, how useless I am, ha-ha. Shaking the gourd. He drank the last sip and lay back on the ground, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. A turmoil that had begun when he first encountered the man in the black robe at the city gate. Although the concern of Aunt Zhao had temporarily eased his distress, solitude brought back his agitation. Time passed, and Cieli's emotions gradually calmed. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed at the clouds painted crimson by the setting sun and muttered, Is it already this late? He turned over and closed his eyes again. I suppose I shall not return tonight. As Cielo drifted into slumber, an invisible, mysterious aura emanated from his body, creating a barrier against insects within a half-meter radius and stabilizing the temperature to a comfortable level. A shadow emerged from the bamboo grove. Approaching Cielo, when it drew within half a meter, it halted, gesturing with its right hand, causing the air to ripple momentarily before returning to stillness. It then clenched its hand, gazing into its palm in contemplation before lifting its eyes to Cielo, murmuring, Though he bears a resemblance, there are subtle differences. It appears this lad has obtained something unknown to him. Given his demeanor, he may not even be aware of it. I hope he discovers it in due time, becoming a pillar of the nation. If not, may he strengthen his body and prolong his life. As long as he does not create chaos, all will be well. With that, the shadow vanished back into the bamboo grove. Shortly after the shadow departed, Xiaolu shivered awake and stood up. No, I must return. I need to help at the shop tomorrow. The next day, dawn broke. Good morning, Master Fan. Greeted the soldiers guarding the camp as they saw the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe yawned. Good morning. You truly have an appreciation for the early hours. Out for a morning stroll already? General Yi remarked, frowning slightly as he noticed the man returning. General Yi, good morning. I merely went to inspect the surrounding area, the man in the black robe replied, ignoring General Yi's gaze and turning to leave. General Yi snorted in annoyance and returned to the main tent. Inside the tent, he plopped down into a chair, glaring at the sand table before him, filled with rage. This brash individual showed no respect. While military decorum may be lax, he was excessively presumptuous. All of General Yi's accolades were earned through bloodshed on the battlefield, while this fellow had never set foot on one, relying solely on the emperor's favor to attain his title. What right did he have to supervise and command me? A soldier rushed into the tent, reporting, a woodcutter from Yangkexiang requests an audience. General Yi nodded. Bring him in. Yes. Moments later, a woodcutter was ushered inside. He was of short stature, gaunt in face, and hunched with age, resembling a worn-out elder. The soldier promptly exited. I am Yang Mao, at your service, General. No need for formalities. Speak of what you know. Yang Mao, the leader of the frontline intelligence organization and an adept at gathering information, was well-versed in the arts of disguise and stealth. Originally a performer making a living on the fringes of society, he caught the eye of General Yi during a performance a decade ago and was subsequently inducted into the intelligence organization of the army. With his remarkable capacity for learning, he quickly mastered the art of stealth, earning accolades in numerous battles. Within just 2 years, he rose to the position of leader, gaining the trust and esteem of General Yi. Approaching the sand table, Yang Mao pointed to a location on an imprecise map. We are currently camped at Shifengba, a small patch of flatland. 500 meters to the north, in the valley, flows a stream known as Luoxi, which has recently been diverted by human intervention. He then indicated another area, stating, the new course runs through this nameless forest. I suspect there may be enemy forces encamped therein, so I ventured to investigate. Indeed, I discovered an enemy camp, but due to the language barrier, I could not conduct a thorough inquiry, merely observing from the periphery. I have documented the details here. I must not linger, and I hope the general understands. Presenting a piece of silk cloth, General Yi nodded in acknowledgement and tucked it into his garment. Take this man outside, he ordered. 2 men swiftly entered the tent and escorted Yang Mao away. A man in a black robe observed from a distance as Yang Mao was led out, then returned to his own tent. Bring in the next person. General Yi commanded again. The woodsman mentioned that there have been multiple attacks on people collecting firewood in the mountains. So organize a group of 300 to hunt down these dangerous beasts. Indeed, General Yi spoke the truth. The mountains had been plagued by wild animals, and the city of Yunbian had sent several attempts to eradicate them, all resulting in failure and losses. Consequently, a decree was issued that anyone venturing to chop wood in the mountains must be a strong adult male and travel in pairs. Yet, there were still those who disappeared without a trace, making it difficult for the elderly woodcutters who relied on selling firewood to make a living. After dismissing everyone, General Yi retrieved the piece of silk from his attire. Meanwhile, in a pharmacy in Yunbian, Xiaolu stood up to greet Wu Wenlong as he entered, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Brother Wu, for interceding on my behalf yesterday. Today, let me waive the payment for your sister-in-law's medicine. Xiao Lu, prepare the medicine for Mrs. Wu. The young woman known as Xiao Lu skillfully gathered the medicine from various drawers. Wu Wenlong chuckled heartily. Then I am most grateful, doctor. Xiaolu frowned slightly. Brother Wu, that does not please me. Calling other doctors from different pharmacies doctor is acceptable, but calling me that makes me sound old. Wu Wenlong laughed again at Xia Li's serious expression, glancing at Xiao Lu as she prepared the medicine. He leaned closer to Xia Lu and whispered, that girl seems quite good. You should seize the chance. Before Xia Lu could respond, Xiao Lu approached with the medicine. Madam Wu's medicine is ready. Take 1 dose 2 hours before meals. Wu Wenlong accepted the medicine and, as he stepped outside, turned back to glance at Xia Lu, whose ears were slightly flushed, his smile brightening further. Once Wu Wenlong was out of sight, Xiao Lu transformed, playfully grasping Xia Li's right hand and pinching a small piece of flesh, twisting it with force. Huh, what did you just call me? I gave you plenty of face in front of Brother Wu. Xia Lu yelped in pain. Lady Lu Yuqing. Ease up. I was wrong. Lu Yuqing released his hand and sat beside him, crossing her arms and pouting. That's more like it. Yunbian City had 4 pharmacies located in the 4 cardinal directions, with Xiaoli's run by his seventh uncle. After his uncle's departure, Xiaolu took over as the manager. Lu Yuqing was the cherished daughter of the Western Pharmacy's manager, a childhood friend of Xiaolu. When Xiaolu was learning herbal medicine with his uncle, he met Lu Yuqing and her father, and they quickly became inseparable friends. Although she should be at her own pharmacy, she often came to help Xiaolu, much to her father's delight rather than annoyance. Xiaolu took a deep breath, straightened up, and walked toward the medicine cabinet, coming up behind Lu Yuqing. He playfully tousled her hair. "You little rascal, I know how to deal with you." She stood abruptly, turning to glare at him, her fists clenched, ready to retaliate. But Xiaolu quickly interjected, "No fooling around. We have customers." At the mention of customers, Lu Yuqing immediately deflated, lowering her head to fix her disheveled hair. Turning to smile, "Hello?" She stared blankly at the empty pharmacy, raising her voice, "Xiaolu." When she turned around, she found that he had already vanished. In the third chapter, the two ponder their thoughts. Xiaolu lay in the sun-drenched backyard, hands behind his head, gazing at the sky as his thoughts wandered. His seventh uncle had once told him that he was the sole son of the fallen emperor, his family obliterated and kin executed. Aware of the inevitable fate, his father entrusted him to a loyal confidant, holding off the enemy alone until he ultimately perished in battle. The scar on Xiaoli's face was a remnant of that escape with his uncle, although his uncle never explicitly urged him to seek revenge. Xiaolu felt a sense of obligation to avenge his parents, even if he had little affection for them, as their act of bringing him into this world warranted it. For years had passed since his uncle's demise, and at 17, he remained powerless, having merely observed the formidable frontline forces from a distance, trembling in fear at their might. He felt utterly inadequate. If only he were skilled in martial arts, he would join the frontline army, achieve great feats, and seize the opportunity to draw closer to the emperor for revenge, ultimately roaming the world, upholding justice, and leaving behind his legacy. He envisioned retiring peacefully in a picturesque locale after accomplishing his goals. Yet, he realized the emperor, as the sovereign, commanded numerous soldiers and officials. Even if he were exceptionally skilled, he would still be outnumbered. He had never heard of any martial arts capable of taking on thousands single-handedly, and the presence of archers posed a significant threat, as he would surely face a storm of arrows. Thus, he needed to devise a way to neutralize ranged weapons, and perhaps even toxic mists. Moreover, should he approach success, they might take his loved ones hostage. Therefore, he must ensure the safety of Lu Yuqing, her family, as well as Aunt Zhao and the managers of the other two pharmacies, Tao Bo and Grandma Luo, who had been kind to him. The number of people to protect was considerable. If only he possessed the legendary abilities of immortal beings, soaring through the skies and living for centuries, capable of exacting vengeance in an instant. Yet, having never seen such wonders, even his imagination felt limited, reflecting the essence of Xiaoli's own experience. His thoughts meandered, lacking coherence, and he soon found himself pondering the existence of immortals and, by extension, whether dragons and phoenixes existed. Though dragons and phoenixes seemed even more formidable than the legendary immortals, their tales were far more abundant. Ultimately, he was still a youth, despite being a pharmacy manager, and his life was more complex than most. Yet at this age, he remained playful and yearned for the ethereal. "Xiaolu." A gentle call brought him back from his reverie. Xiaolu turned around and beheld Lu Yuqing, who was gazing at him from beneath the medicine shelf by the back door. Lu Yuqing shot him a glare and exclaimed, "Come help in the shop. All you do is tease me day in and day out, yet you rarely attend to serious matters." With that, she swiftly returned to the shop to attend to the customers. Seeing Lu Yuqing in such a state, Xiaolu couldn't help but chuckle as he emerged from beneath the shelf, rising and brushing off his azure robe. Catching a whiff of a delicate fragrance, he curiously sniffed his hands and ruffled his hair. What kind of shampoo does this girl use? Why doesn't my hair smell as delightful? After this musing, he hastened into the shop. Despite harboring deep-seated grievances, Xiaolu found contentment in his modest life. He sought neither great wealth nor high status, only a peaceful existence. "Doctor, can you tell me what ailment I have?" A weak-looking man inquired, frequently coughing and sweating. Xiaolu glanced at him and asked, "Do you feel a lack of strength? Perhaps a sensitivity to the wind?" The man nodded vigorously. Yes, that's it. "What illness do I have, doctor?" Xiaolu reassured him, "It's nothing serious. Merely insufficient lung energy. You should rest for the next few days and refrain from strenuous activities, understood?" The man nodded in acknowledgement. "Got it. Thank you, doctor. Now, please proceed to the side to pay and collect your medicine." Next, Xiaolu turned his gaze to the line behind him, contemplating how no one came when it was quiet. Yet when one person arrived, they all followed. He stole a glance at Lu Yuqing, who was busy preparing medicine. Clad in a simple robe, She appeared ethereal, her soft hair elegantly tied back, and her almond-shaped eyes focused intently on the scale as she weighed out ingredients. Completely absorbed in her task, Cielo seemed to catch that same fragrance again, and Wu Wenlong's words echoed in his mind, causing his ears to flush. Doctor, what illness do I have? I'm sorry, could you please repeat that? Cielo snapped back to reality, pondering if perhaps Uncle Chi wished for him to lead such a tranquil life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed his lineage only when he was nearing his end. Resting his arms on the counter, Cielo observed the thinning crowd outside and remarked, "It seems today will be uneventful. Are you heading home?" Lu Yuqing, sitting beside him, glanced outside, then at the sky, and back at Cielo, blinking her large eyes. "Cielo, do you want me to go home now? Or would you like me to stay a bit longer?" Cielo was momentarily taken aback. Before she could finish, Cielo diverted his gaze, interrupting. "It's up to you." "Oh, I see. Then I'll come back tomorrow morning. See you then." With that, Lu Yuqing stood up, and Cielo watched her retreating figure vanish around the corner, a twinge of loneliness stirring within him. "In truth, I wish you could stay a little longer." As Lu Yuqing glanced back at Cielo, who was leaning on the counter, she ultimately chose to leave. After closing the shop, Cielo made his way to the backyard and fiddled with some Rehmannia in the medicine cabinet, tracing the scar on his left cheek with his fingers, sighing. What does my appearance amount to? In that moment, Cielo felt a resolve forming within him, to avoid overthinking and to cherish their friendship. Unbeknownst to him, he would often find himself deliberately avoiding such thoughts in the future, though he had never previously fretted over the scar on his face. He now found himself contemplating his appearance more often. He gathered all the medicines from the shelf and closed the back door before returning to his small room. Sitting on the bed, he took out a mirror and observed his reflection for quite some time, lifting his hair to examine the scar on his forehead. "It seems to have shrunk a little," he murmured. He had never scrutinized the scar before, and Uncle Chi had mentioned it appeared smaller, but he had dismissed it, attributing it to his growth. Now, upon closer inspection, it did seem somewhat reduced in size. Although it remained quite prominent, its color had blended more closely with his skin, making it less conspicuous than before. Could it possibly heal completely in the future? That would be wonderful. After pondering for a while, Cielo set the mirror down and stared at the ceiling. What should I have for dinner tonight? Truth be told, he was not very hungry. And it was still early, the outside remained bright. "Oh well, I'll just make do with something simple." "Miss, you're back." "I know. Please inform them to prepare dinner." Lu Changqing continued to peruse the books on the table. The Lu family, it was said, had only recently begun to flourish in Yunbian City. Before their rise, the city had lacked even a proper pharmacy. This small border town was far from the county town with medical capabilities, and when residents fell ill, they relied on dubious remedies of unknown origin, uncertain of their efficacy. They simply hoped to survive. After the Lu family established themselves, they quickly implemented medical regulations and opened pharmacies. The 4 pharmacies in Yunbian City were initially all owned by the Lu family, but for reasons unknown, they eventually dispersed. To meet the demand for medicines, the Lu family also ventured into commerce, establishing trade with other towns to procure medicinal herbs and other necessities, greatly contributing to the development of Yunbian City and improving the residents' quality of life. As healers were inherently respected by the populace, Lu Changqing's efforts earned him even greater admiration. During the city lord's election, he was the most favored candidate, yet he declined the position, citing his lack of political knowledge and passing the role back to the former lord. In the Lu family's courtyard, Lu Yuqing sat in the corridor, gazing at the goldfish swimming back and forth in the pond, gradually lost in thought. A woman in her 50s gently tapped Lu Yuqing on the shoulder. "Miss, it's time for dinner. I called you several times, but you didn't respond, so I had to nudge you." "All right, Aunt Wang. Please tell my father I'll be there shortly. I'll go inform the master." "Do come quickly." Mississippi Aunt Wang nodded and departed. Lu Yuqing snapped back to reality, stood up, and looked up at the swallows nesting under the eaves before making her way to the dining hall. At the dining table, Lu Changqing watched as Lu Yuqing sat there motionless with her chopsticks. "Yuqing, these are all your favorite dishes. Why aren't you eating?" When he noticed her silence, he continued, "Are you feeling unwell? Come, let me take a look." "I'm not unwell, father," Lu Yuqing replied, absent-mindedly poking at her bowl with her chopsticks. "Oh, I see. Is it that Cielo is bullying you again? Eat up quickly. Tomorrow I'll accompany you to confront him and help you vent." "No, he wouldn't dare bully me." Lu Yuqing suddenly lifted her head, raising her voice. Seeing her spirited response, Lu Changqing laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. I knew it must be related to Cielo. I can tell you like him. Tomorrow I'll personally speak to him and let him know you like him, urging him to marry you right away." "Father, who said I liked him?" I was just wondering if he's eating well alone after his uncle's passing. Really? Lu Yuqing's face flushed as she lowered her head once more. Ha ha ha. All right, you say what you want. If you're so concerned about him, then tomorrow invite him to our home for dinner. Really? Lu Yuqing looked up, her face breaking into a bright smile as she gazed at Lu Chongqing. Indeed. When have I ever lied to you? Lu Chongqing patted his chest. He. Thank you, father. I knew you were the best. Lu Yuqing fluttered her big eyes, playfully expressing her gratitude. You must take care to eat well. Lu Chongqing sighed with relief. It would be unfortunate if this young girl neglected her meals and jeopardized her health. Yes, I promise, she replied. The moon hung high in the sky, occasionally accompanied by the distant chirping of crickets in Shifengba. Report, General. The troops dispatched this morning to exterminate the beasts have returned. Understood, General Yi replied. Rising from the tent. In the open area of the camp lay the carcass of a tiger, enormous in size, yet missing an ear and a portion of its tail, bearing an odd appearance as though it had not recently met its end. Chapter 4. The visit of Fan Shihao. General Yi, puzzled, asked. Did you remove its ear and tail? Report, General, it was not us. When we encountered it, it was already in that state. Moreover, a broken stone spear was lodged in its back. I believe it was left by soldiers from Yunbian city during a previous hunt. General Yi nodded. Have the wounded brothers tend to their injuries and rest well. Then, prepare this beast for consumption. Let the others savor the wild game tomorrow. With that, he returned to the tent. Yes, General. Inside the tent, General Yi pondered. A stone spear? While I can accept that the ear and tail were the work of Yunbian city's soldiers, what of the stone spear? Although Yunbian city is a remote border town, it cannot possibly still be using stone weaponry. Was it the doing of those foreign tribes, meant to sow discord among the populace? That seems far too obvious. And merely a single tiger would hardly suffice to achieve that aim. While it may cause some inconvenience to the residents, it would not disrupt their way of life. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his brows furrowed. If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome. Summon Fan Shihao. Although Yi Wujing held little regard for Fan Shihao, certain matters required his presence. Yes, I will notify Lord Fan. Oh, it is rare for General Yi to seek me out. What business do you have? Fan Shihao entered the tent with a smile, casually finding a place to sit. He was aware that Yi Wujing looked down upon him. Though he was ostensibly there for an inspection, Yi had divulged nothing about the army's affairs, regardless of their significance, thus making a mockery of him. Yi Wujing ignored such remarks and said, the disturbances caused by the foreign tribes along the border may not be as simple as we presumed. However, I cannot confirm this yet. I wish to report to the Emperor and require your seal on the correspondence. All documents intended for the Emperor must bear 2 seals, one for identification and the other, the one in Fan Shihao's possession, was distinct from the ordinary identification seal. This seal was issued by the Emperor to trusted aides only after a mission was assigned, and each seal varied significantly to prevent forgery and betrayal. Yi Wujing's irritation toward Fan Shihao stemmed partly from this aspect. After years of leading troops in a battle, it was an affront to suggest he might betray his loyalty. This frustration could not be directed at the Emperor, thus it was redirected toward Fan Shihao. This system had only recently been implemented, as the previous procedures had been far less cumbersome. If General Yi were to share the current situation with me, it would not be an issue, Fan Shihao remarked, not wishing to remain oblivious. Although he too was observing the situation, his information was ultimately limited. Matters of state took precedence over personal grievances, and at this juncture, Yi Wujing felt compelled to share his suspicions and their origins. The primary source of this information came from a message written on silk by the spy Yang Mao. I have scoured extensively, but found no sign of the enemy's main forces. I only encountered what appears to be a vanguard unit of the enemy camped in an unnamed forest. This unit seems to comprise only about 200 individuals, poorly equipped, with some wielding stone weapons and primarily utilizing wicker armor. Their main objective may be to gather intelligence on our side. I suggest we dispatch a guerrilla unit of several hundred men to eliminate them preemptively and prevent any sensitive information from leaking. Upon hearing General Ye's conjecture, Fan Shihao nodded. If that is indeed the case, it is imperative to report upward swiftly. However, without tangible evidence, it would be prudent for you to draft the documents. I shall visit the Lord of Yunbian City tomorrow and return to discuss further. Yes, that is agreeable, General Yi replied. The following morning, early at dawn, Cielo. Lu Yuqing arrived at the apothecary early. What brings you here? Cielo was busy arranging the herbs for opening the shop, not looking back. Are you coming to my house for dinner tonight? Lu Yuqing leaned on the counter, resting her chin on her hands while gazing at Cieli's back. Uncle Lu invited me for dinner? Is there something special? Cielo paused for a moment. Perhaps, Lu Yuqing replied, blinking playfully. Very well, I shall go, Lu agreed. Hee, then I'll go home to tell my dad. I'll be back to help shortly. With that, she dashed out. Lu turned to glance at the departing Lu Yuqing, continuing with his tasks while chuckling. What has her in such high spirits today? In the Lord's residence. Forgive my lack of hospitality upon your unexpected arrival, my lord. The lord of the city greeted Fan Shihao with respect. Not at all. I come today with inquiries for the city lord. Fan Shihao assisted the lord to his feet. Bring tea, and please, have a seat. I will speak candidly, the lord insisted. Fan Shihao sat down, surveying the surroundings, which were simple and unadorned, nodding thoughtfully. What would you like to ask, my lord? May I see the historical records of your residence? Of course, I will fetch them at once. Please wait a moment. The lord replied, rising to retrieve the documents from a small room. Fan Shihao cradled the teacup in his hands, leaning back in his chair. He lifted the lid to observe the color and scent of the tea, gently stirring the surface with the lid before taking a sip. When the lord returned, he straightened up and set the teacup on the table. The lord approached Fan Shihao, presenting a thick scroll. My lord, this is the historical record, covering a span of 150 years. Fan Shihao accepted the scroll and began to skim through it rapidly. After perusing approximately 3/5 of it, he paused on a particular page, reading intently. Moments later, he closed the scroll and turned to the lord. I have a few more questions. Please, my lord. Have the recent injuries among the residents of Yunbian city predominantly been caused by wild beasts? Yes, my lord. When did you first notice foreign tribes lingering along the border? It was not I who discovered this. It was the residents of Yunbian city. The lord considered for a moment before continuing. Approximately a week ago. Is there anyone in the city who speaks the pastoral language? The pastoral language? We have had little contact with those nomads for a long time, and few are proficient. However, I believe a few individuals might know it. Speak quickly. There's Peng Wu, who lives on fishing in the outskirts, He Lekong from the Liu family shop, and Xia Lu from the apothecary in the east of the city. Xia Lu? Fan Shihao recognized the name. Do you know him, my lord? Well, I have seen him a few times. Fan Shihao chuckled. That's the one. Where is he? Take me to meet him. Of course, my lord. At the East City apothecary, Xia Lu and Lu Yuqing were chatting when they noticed someone enter. Xia Lu stood to inquire. Are you here for medicine or a consultation? Uncle Shu, are you here to pick up medicine? Lu Yuqing asked cheerfully upon seeing the city lord. She added, if you're here for medicine, I suggest you go to my father. Xia Li's skills are still lacking. Xia Lu shot a glare at Lu Yuqing and bowed to the city lord. Lord of the city, please disregard her nonsense. Upon concluding his words, he immediately turned to another colleague. Upon recognizing the newcomer, his pupils constricted, and he was momentarily taken aback, saying, I have met the esteemed sir. Do you know him? Lu Yuqing inquired curiously of Xia Lu. This gentleman hails from the front lines, and I have had the fortune of encountering him several times, Xia Lu replied. Oh, I have met the esteemed sir as well. Lu Yuqing said, bowing respectfully to Fan Shihao. Ha ha ha, no need for such formality, Fan Shihao chuckled, observing the two with amusement. In truth, I have come today seeking your assistance, Xia Lu. Me? You seek my assistance? Xia Lu expressed his confusion, uncertain of how he could be of help to such a distinguished figure. I have heard that you possess knowledge of the nomadic tongue, and I wish to ask you to assist in translating for the front lines, Fan Shihao explained. Is it for today? Xia Lu queried. Indeed, if you agree. We shall depart at once, Fan Shihao affirmed, still smiling. I have prior engagements today. I am afraid I cannot, Xia Lu responded, somewhat apologetically. Lu Yuqing, glancing at Xia Lu, interjected, it's quite all right, Xia Lu. You should go attend to your matters. I can manage here for another day. I will simply inform my father. Ha ha ha. If this young lady insists, then let us be on our way, Fan Shihao said as he turned towards the door. Then I shall leave the matters of the shop in your capable hands. I will visit your home another day, Xia Lu remarked to Lu Yuqing before following Fan Shihao out. Once they had both departed, Lord Shu smiled and said, I have no further business, so I shall take my leave as well. Yuqing. Yes, safe travels, Uncle Shu, Lu Yuqing replied, seeing Lord Shu off before returning to the apothecary. She clenched her fists, encouraging herself. Yes, I can manage on my own. A good wife does not hinder her husband's work. Indeed, that is how it should be. Yet, traces of melancholy lingered on her face. What was I just thinking? Who wishes to be the wife of a lumbering fool? I have no such desire. I simply wish to run the apothecary better than when Xia Lu was here. Yes, that is correct. I must strive harder. Can you ride a horse? Fan Shihao asked. I have never ridden before, Xia Lu replied, glancing at the man in the black robe. Strangely enough, although the man was not particularly tall, about the same height as Xia Lu, he exuded an imposing presence. Then we shall walk. It is not far, Fan Shihao nodded. My name is Fan Shihao. Feel free to call me Fan Uncle or Fan Bo. I am not one to stand on formality. Lord Fan, basic etiquette is still necessary. Just a few days ago, I almost faced dire consequences for merely glancing at you. I cannot take such risks, Cielo thought to himself. Haha, suit yourself, Fan Shihao replied nonchalantly. How did you come to learn the nomadic tongue? In the past, I often accompanied my Uncle Chi to gather herbs and frequently encountered individuals from nomadic tribes, trading medicines with them. Thus, I naturally picked up the language, Cielo responded. Is the grave by Junzi Lake your Uncle Chi's? Cielo's heart began to race. How did he know it was by Junzi Lake? He wondered if his words had been overheard. Chapter 5. The intent to train. Noticing Cielo's hesitation, Fan Shihao, as if divining his thoughts, smiled and said, Rest assured, we did not follow you that day. I merely heard that the scenery by Junzi Lake was splendid. So I went to see for myself and happened upon you across the lake. Fan Shihao was indeed truthful. He had not followed Cielo but had been drawn by the waves emanating from him, leading him to discover Cielo sleeping. Forgive me, Lord Fan. I am but a commoner. How could you possibly follow me? Cielo did not fully believe Fan Shihao's words, but chose to think positively. With the change of dynasties and the nation cleansing remnants of the past, Cielo did not trust that his identity as a prince of the former dynasty would remain undiscovered, allowing him to escape this place. Rather than taking Cielo to the front lines, Fan Shihao led him directly to the unnamed woodland spoken of by Yang Mao. It was said to host hundreds of people, yet Fan Shihao remained unperturbed. If their assumptions were correct, those individuals should harbor little hostility. Should their conjecture prove false, he had confidence in his ability to withdraw unscathed. As they entered the woods, it was not long before they came upon a clearing where wooden structures formed a makeshift village, surrounded by many elders and women engaged in various tasks, while children played nearby. Upon witnessing this scene, Cielo felt reassured. It seemed he was indeed only needed for translation. As Fan Shihao and Cielo drew closer, the villagers took note of their presence, stirring uneasily. The elders ceased their work and stood up, while the children halted their play, retreating behind the adults. Lord Fan, these are the Linwei people, a tribe that has lived in the border woodlands for generations, Cielo explained, standing beside Fan Shihao. There exists a buffer zone outside the national borders, home to numerous tribes, including nomadic, fishing, and Linwei tribes. Their languages are similar and collectively referred to as the nomadic tongue. Beyond the buffer zone lies the territory of the other races, who are deemed other due to their naturally dark skin, aversion to labor, and undesirable character, starkly contrasting with our own people. Fan Shihao nodded, observing the villagers' reactions, which largely confirmed their suspicions. However, for safety's sake, further inquiries were warranted. A rustling noise emerged from the right, and shortly after, a group of robust men emerged from the woods, each averaging 8 feet tall and wielding an array of weapons, long spears, bows, and stone knives. The leader bore a dead deer on his left shoulder and a stone sword in his right hand. Upon noticing Cielo and Fan Shihao, the leader discarded the deer and approached them with his sword drawn. Some of the other men moved toward the women and elders, while a portion followed the leader, halting a few meters away, watching the two with evident wariness. Fan Shihao gestured to Cielo, encouraging him to converse. It's fine. They cannot harm you or me. Inquire about their origins and purpose. Cielo nodded and stepped forward to engage with the Linwei men. Strangely emboldened by Fan Shihao's earlier words, he spoke with a calm demeanor that seemed to imbue him with strength, daring to converse closely with a group that wielded weapons and exhibited clear hostility. Perhaps it was Fan Shihao's confidence that inspired such courage in Cielo. Before long, the discussion concluded, and Cielo returned to Fan Shihao's side. Fan Shihao brushed off his clothing and bowed to the villagers, saying, "My apologies for the disturbance," as they departed, perhaps leaving the villagers perplexed by the significance of this gesture. Once outside the woods, Fan Shihao asked, "What did they say?" They mentioned that they had lived in a woodland further north. One day, an individual came and compelled them to migrate here. Initially, they resisted, but that person resorted to killing their kin to force their compliance. Although he did not appear formidable, they were no match for him, and thus, they reluctantly brought the remaining members of their tribe here, Cielo relayed, exhaling deeply. Fan Shihao nodded. Cielo continued, having just settled in, that person reappeared, this time demanding they kill some individuals who had come from the city. They were unwilling to provoke unnecessary conflict and refused. The man returned daily, threatening to kill some of their kin if they did not comply. Just as they were nearing their breaking point, that strange man ceased his visits, though from their descriptions, he did not seem to belong to the Mu people. Is there anything else? Fan Shihao inquired. That is all. They spoke no more. Lu confirmed after a moment of reflection. Fan Shihao nodded and said, "Well then, I shall escort you back. No need to trouble yourself, my lord. I spotted some rare herbs on my way here and wish to collect them. I can return alone," Lu offered, finding an excuse. Although his feelings toward Fan Shihao had softened somewhat, he still felt it prudent to be cautious. "Very well, then. I commend you for your efforts today. I have matters to attend to and will not accompany you in gathering herbs. Next time, I shall visit you when I have the leisure to expand my knowledge," Fan Shihao replied, tossing a small pouch from his garment to Lu before departing. As Lu caught the pouch and looked up, Fan Shihao had already vanished from sight. At the Lu residence, Lu Chongqing inquired of Lu Yuqing, who had just returned. "Did Lu not come?" "No. Uncle Shu and the frontline military needed him for something," Lu Yuqing replied, unable to conceal a hint of melancholy. "Shu Xiangrong and the frontline military?" Lu Chongqing's brow furrowed slightly, only to relax again immediately. "Indeed. This rascal Lu had an agreement with us, yet he turns around to run off with someone else. What impudence! I shall ensure his seventh uncle educates him properly." With that, Lu Chongqing strode towards the exit. Seeing this, Lu Yuqing hurriedly grasped Lu Chongqing's arm, saying, "Father, please do not go. It was I who asked him to leave. Daughter, I know you have feelings for him, but one must not be so indulgent. Today, I shall bring him back to teach him a lesson and to ease your grievances," Lu Chongqing asserted. Hearing her father mention her affection for Lu, Lu Yuqing's face flushed crimson, and she shyly covered her face with her hands. By the time she managed to compose herself, Lu Chongqing had already disappeared from view. As the sun set, a majestic eagle soared towards the horizon. Casting a glance at Li's modest abode, which remained still, Lu Chongqing murmured to himself, "It seems he has not yet returned. If I were to search for him, I might miss him on the way. How vexing." As dusk fell, Lu finally returned. Observing Lu Chongqing standing before his door, he questioned, "Uncle Lu?" Lu Chongqing turned, his gaze locking onto Li's as he reprimanded. "Why did you forsake our prior arrangement to meet with others?" Lu, puzzled, wondered if Lu Yuqing had failed to clarify matters with her father. Yet, sensing the concern underlying Lu Chongqing's words, he refrained from voicing his grievances towards Lu Yuqing, instead apologizing. "I beg your pardon, Uncle Lu. I shall visit tomorrow without fail. This oversight was entirely my fault." Lu Chongqing nodded, saying, "I have a good rapport with your seventh uncle, who entrusted me to look after you. You and Yuqing share a strong bond, so do not hesitate to seek my counsel in any matter. I shall indeed trouble you, Uncle Lu," Lu replied. "Well then, I must take my leave for today. Rest well," Lu Chongqing concluded as he made his way back to the Lu residence. Lu entered his home, tidied up, and then lay down on his bed. He had hastily dined at a tavern near the city gate upon his return. Fan Shihao had generously filled the pouch with silver coins, enough to sustain Li's herbal endeavors for several days. Although he preferred to avoid entanglements with the frontline military, he still hoped for more opportunities like this. Lu was not accustomed to physical exertion, and after such a long day, he quickly succumbed to sleep. At Shifengba, the campfire blazed brightly. Inside the tent, Fan Shihao reported to the emperor that the correspondents had been dispatched to the imperial city earlier that afternoon. To his surprise, Yi Wujiang was able to piece together a considerable understanding of the situation from mere fragments of information. It was evident that he possessed an extraordinary intuition, honed from years of combat experience, as he sensed something amiss from Li's unintentional slip. Stepping out of the tent, Fan Shihao observed Yi Wujiang organizing matters. A slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It appears he is not merely a brute skilled in battle, but also possesses considerable tactical acumen." Meanwhile, Lu leaned against the medicine cabinet, gazing at Lu Yuqing's back. "What are you up to?" She turned and met his gaze, immediately blushing and averting her eyes. "I have a question for you. What do you think about learning martial arts?" Lu inquired, his mind still captivated by Fan Shihao's composed demeanor in the face of numerous armed foes. "Martial arts? Why would you want to do that?" Lu Yuqing replied, perplexed by his sudden interest. "Let me tell you, the benefits are numerous. It can strengthen your body, provide self-defense, and protect your family. On a grander scale, one could traverse the world, championing justice." Li's words flowed freely, extolling the virtues of martial training while neglecting to mention any potential drawbacks. He was set on his course, indifferent to the opinions of others, whether they supported or opposed him. He merely wished to explore this path, even if it was merely a fleeting whim. Lu Yuqing, however, was not fully convinced, pondering, "If you pursue martial arts, will you abandon the pharmacy?" Lu had not considered this dilemma. He realized that if he devoted time to training, he would lack the hours necessary to manage the pharmacy. How could he forsake it? This establishment was his livelihood. a testament to his seventh uncle's efforts and the place where many of his relationships had begun. Could he truly let it go? As Cielo contemplated this quandary, a voice interrupted his thoughts. What are you two lovebirds discussing so animatedly? He turned to see Wu Wenlong, who had arrived unbeknownst to them, smiling. Brother Wu, have you come for more medicine? How is Sister Wu faring? Much better, thank you. As you know, her emotions have been quite unstable since her pregnancy. She hasn't had much of an appetite. However, her spirits have improved, and with it, her desire to eat. I owe you my gratitude, Wu Wenlong replied heartily. Not at all. The medicine I provided was merely supplementary. Your care has been paramount, Cielo said. As they chatted, Lu Yuqing, her back to them, blushed while gathering the herbs, her mind lingering on Wu Wenlong's earlier words about lovebirds. After a moment, Lu Yuqing composed herself and approached. Brother Wu, the herbs are ready. Good. What were you two discussing? It looked lively, Wu Wenlong inquired, curiosity piqued. Oh, it's nothing of great importance. Xiaolu just shared what we were talking about. Lu Yuqing explained. I see. I can assist with that. Our city guard has a designated training area where they practice daily at dawn. Although the exercises are basic, they would be quite suitable for newcomers like you and would not interfere with your other obligations. What do you say? Wu Wenlong proposed. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli's face brightened. Brother Wu, you have truly provided invaluable assistance. I will waive the fee for this medicine. I shall attend tomorrow morning. That won't do. You didn't pay the last time. This time, you must, Wu Wenlong insisted, leaving the payment and details for the training location before departing. As the streets grew quieter, the pharmacy remained steady in its pace. Cielo, I shall take my leave now, Lu Yuqing announced at the entrance of the shop. Although it was not particularly late, the pharmacy closed earlier than usual, as Cielo intended to rest early in preparation for the morrow. He secured the pharmacy door and made his way to a favored tavern. Since his seventh uncle's passing, Cielo had seldom dined at home, not due to an inability to cook, but rather from the hassle of eating alone, which lacked flavor. The tavern bustled with life, offering reasonable prices, and he had grown accustomed to enjoying meals, drinks, and conversations with others, relishing the lively atmosphere. Returning to his humble abode, Cielo reclined on his bed and closed his eyes. With the low call of the watchman, he realized that it was nearly the hour of the rabbit. Time to rise and prepare. Glancing outside, he could see only a few flickering lights. Everything else was shrouded in darkness. After stifling a yawn, he decided not to linger in bed any longer. He rose, scooped a ladle of water from the vat, and splashed it on his face, instantly feeling more alert. To facilitate movement, he donned a short jacket and wrapped some cloth strips around his hands, giving them a semblance of readiness. Once he had tidied himself up, Xiaolu promptly stepped outside and made his way to the training grounds. Chapter 6. A visit to the Lu residence. Upon reaching the training area, Xiaolu found that Wu Wenlong had already been waiting at the entrance for an unknown duration. Xiaolu approached briskly. You arrived quite early, Wu Wenlong remarked, momentarily taken aback by Xiaoli's attire. Our city guards have yet to gather. Come, I will escort you inside to familiarize yourself. Haha, this is not my first visit, so I aim to arrive early, Xiaolu replied with a smile. I appreciate your guidance, Brother Wu. Following Wu Wenlong into the training ground, Xiaolu observed that it was a vast open space, and although not all had arrived, many were already engaged in warming up. At the forefront of the area stood a high platform, presumably where the lead instructor would take his position, and at the edge, there was a row of buildings whose purpose was unclear. Noticing Xiaoli's curious gaze, Wu Wenlong began to explain. This high platform is where the chief instructor stands. He is responsible for teaching and supervising you all. Should anyone be caught slacking, there will be appropriate penalties. Rest assured, I will treat you no differently. That is only fair, Cielo nodded in agreement. Wu Wenlong then pointed to the row of buildings. These structures are used for storing staffs, swords, and other weapons. We will not only learn martial arts, but also familiarize ourselves with various weaponry, as these will be essential in times of war. Of course, the swords and weapons inside are made of wood to prevent any injuries. As Wu Wenlong continued his explanations, more individuals began to arrive, and the spacious ground gradually filled with people. After assessing the gathering crowd, Wu Wenlong informed Xiaolu, it's nearly time to start. Find a spot for yourself. I have matters to attend to, so I shall leave you here. Do not worry about me, Brother Wu. Go about your business, Xiaolu smiled back. In less than a quarter of an hour, the previously noisy crowd quieted down, and everyone had taken their positions, no longer scattered. Xiaolu found a corner to stand in, joining the others and facing the platform. Atop the platform stood 7 or 8 individuals, and aside from Wu Wenlong, Xiaolu did not recognize any of them. Wu Wenlong stepped forward and nodded at the formation below. We shall commence training now. With that, everyone followed the movements of those on the platform. Exhaling a deep breath, Cielo shook out his arms and relaxed. The day's training concluded, and the sun had fully risen. This martial practice proved to be far more exhausting than he had anticipated. Cielo, who was already lacking in physical conditioning, felt utterly fatigued. Wu Wenlong approached Cielo with a smile. Not bad. You managed to endure the entire session. Cielo smiled back, unable to muster the energy for conversation. He truly felt that even speaking was beyond his capacity at this moment. He recognized the challenges of martial training. Rising so early each day for the city guards was no easy feat. After a brief pause, Cielo bid farewell to Wu Wenlong and departed the training ground. Heading towards the apothecary, he seized the opportunity to grab breakfast along the way, and upon arrival, he found Lu Yuqing had already opened the door. Watching her organize the herbs, Cielo couldn't suppress the joy that welled up within him, his lips curving into a smile. Though he had resolved that their relationship should remain as it was, he found it difficult to contain his feelings, often feeling an overwhelming urge to embrace Lu Yuqing. Noticing Xia Li's attire, Lu Yuqing giggled. You aren't planning to sell medicine in that outfit, are you? If I were you, I wouldn't let you treat me. You hardly look the part of a physician. Cielo glanced at his outfit, realizing it did indeed lack the appearance of a healer. After such vigorous activity, he was drenched in sweat and recognized the importance of maintaining an appropriate image. I shall head upstairs to wash and change. You can manage alone for a bit. Can't you? Do you underestimate me? I have been managing the apothecary just fine in your absence, Lu Yuqing replied, her chin held high in pride. If anything arises, just let me know, and I shall return promptly, Cielo said, casting a worried glance at the self-assured Lu Yuqing, concerned that her confidence might lead to mistakes. Rest assured, I can handle it, Lu Yuqing replied, her energy as boundless as ever. See, I am quite the capable woman, adept at managing various affairs. Are you not even slightly moved by my prowess? She thought to herself, her smile broadening with delight. The apothecary boasted 2 stories and a backyard. The first floor served commercial purposes while the second was for living quarters. Before the passing of his uncle Qi, Cielo resided in the second floor with him. Now, however, his current quarters were a small storage room that once housed herbs. Following Uncle Qi's demise and the increasing inventory, the small room no longer sufficed, prompting Cielo to relocate the herbs and make the storage his new living space. Soon, Cielo returned, freshly bathed and donned in a long robe. Joining Lu Yuqing behind the counter, where they gazed out at the empty shop, they exchanged no words, simply enjoying the tranquility of each other's company. Yet the absence of awkwardness was palpable. Occasionally, the fragrance emanating from Lu Yuqing would quicken Xia Li's heartbeat, as if the temperature around him had risen slightly, igniting a restlessness within. Stealing a glance at Lu Yuqing, he met her gaze, and in that fleeting moment, his ears flushed with warmth, prompting him to avert his eyes. Little did he know, Lu Yuqing mirrored his feelings and actions, equally affected by their brief exchange. She was likely observing the medicine cabinet, Cielo mused. What might she think of their relationship? Surely, they were just friends. Cielo, Lu Yuqing called softly, noticing the silence beside her. Turning her head, she discovered that, unbeknownst to her, Cielo had fallen asleep, resting his head on the counter. Cielo had never risen this early before, and with such an intense physical exertion. His body, which creaked with the slightest movement, was truly exhausted. Lu Yuqing gazed at Cielo, his hair still slightly damp, his right cheek exposed, revealing a faint scar partially obscured by his arm. He is rather handsome, she murmured quietly. Why does he seem so conscious of that scar? He always sits to my left, allowing only his right side to be seen. Lu Yuqing had never inquired about the origin of the scar. After all, if she bore such a mark on her own face, she would certainly wish to avoid its mention. Cielo stirred awake, lifting his head and shaking his numb arms. He yawned and caught sight of Lu Yuqing smiling at him. In that moment, his feelings for her surged once again, wishing for each day to be like this. Today is indeed quite leisurely, Cielo remarked, glancing around the empty apothecary. Indeed, but the lack of customers suggests that all is well with everyone, Lu Yuqing replied. True enough. I have heard wise individuals express the desire that all in the world be free of illness. What a pity to let the medicines gather dust. Cielo reflected, acknowledging that he could never attain such a noble ideal, as he had to sustain his own livelihood. Observing Lu Yuqing deep in thought, Cielo chuckled. Are you hungry? Would you like a snack? I can go buy some in the market. I am craving for some rose pastries and osmanthus cake, said Lu Yuqing with a gleeful giggle. All right, understood, Cielo replied as he set off toward the dim sum shop. Observing the small bag in his hand, Cielo shook his head, reflecting that he had never personally purchased such items before, and was surprised by their not-so-inexpensive price. However, It seemed that Lu Yuqing genuinely enjoyed them, which brought a smile to his face. Upon returning to the apothecary, Xiaolu placed the bag in front of Lu Yuqing, whose eyes immediately narrowed with delight, prompting Xiaolu to chuckle unconsciously. Lu Yuqing took a small bite of the rose pastry and exclaimed, "Xiaolu, yes? What is it? You mentioned you would come to my house, but it has been quite a while." Xiaolu hesitated for a moment. Though Lu's uncle had reminded him just a few days ago, he almost forgot about the visit. Before he could respond, Lu Yuqing eagerly suggested, "Shall we go now? After all, no one is coming to the apothecary today. What do you say?" After chewing a piece of osmanthus cake and swallowing it thoughtfully, Xiaolu concluded, "Indeed. There is not much to do today, so why not?" Lu Yuqing, still with a mouthful of rose pastry, quickly pulled Xiaoli's hand and headed toward the exit. Wait, don't rush. It's fine to tidy up the shop before leaving. No, if we wait a little longer, someone might come looking for you. And then we won't be able to go," she insisted, swallowing her bite of pastry with effort as she continued to tug at Xiaolu. "All right then. At least let me close the door," he said, pointing towards the apothecary's entrance. "Okay, hurry up." Lu Yuqing released his hand. At the Lu residence, Lu Yuqing burst through the door, exclaiming, "Father, I'm back. Xiaolu is here too." Lu Changqing emerged from his study and returned Xiaoli's greeting with a bow. "Xiaolu, pardon the interruption." "Not at all. It's no trouble. You were quite different when you visited as a child," Lu Changqing chuckled. "You youngsters should catch up while I attend to my matters. I'll have the cook prepare a meal soon, so enjoy yourselves." Once Lu Changqing returned to his study, Xiaolu inquired, "Uncle Lu, have you been busy lately?" "I'm not sure. It was quite leisurely just a few days ago," Lu Yuqing replied. "Oh, don't mind him. Let us enjoy ourselves." Suddenly, Xiaolu recalled, "Didn't you mention that Uncle Lu wanted to see me for something?" Lu Yuqing glanced aside. "Who told you not to come sooner? It's too late for that now." "Well, I truly apologize for the oversight." "No worries, my father won't mind," Lu Yuqing assured him as she led Xiaolu to her room and opened the door. Turning back, she noticed Xiaolu standing hesitantly outside, looking away. "Come on. Let us chat inside. Do I need to invite you in?" "It's not that. We're not children anymore. As a man, it doesn't matter for me. But for you, it might be inappropriate if word gets out," Xiaolu explained, gazing down the corridor. Lu Yuqing took a step closer, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Well, I understand. Would you like to come in?" Chapter 7. Their relationship. Xiaolu turned back to look into Lu Yuqing's eyes. Words formed on his lips, but faltered before escaping. "All right, let us sit inside for a while. If rumors spread, you might not be able to marry anyone. So, just marry me instead," she jested, pulling him into the room with a smile. Uncertain if it was a jest, Xiaolu decided to take it seriously, even if it was merely his own infatuation. Upon entering, a fragrant aroma enveloped him, pleasant and reminiscent of Lu Yuqing's own scent. Her room was considerably larger than his cluttered space, containing more items than before, yet it remained orderly, with everything placed perfectly, creating a natural and comfortable atmosphere. Seated at a small round table, Xiaolu sat with his back to the bed while facing Lu Yuqing. After a brief silence, she prepared to rise. "I bought a few new outfits. Could you help me decide if they look good?" "Wait a moment," Xiaolu interrupted, lifting his gaze toward her. Lu Yuqing resumed her seat, locking eyes with him. Feeling the earnestness in his expression, she suddenly became shy and lowered her gaze. Taking a deep breath, Xiaolu acknowledged his tendency to shy away from expressing his feelings due to fear of loss, often opting for a more cautious approach. However, in that moment, he realized that Lu Yuqing would eventually marry someone else. If he didn't express his feelings before that happened, he would surely regret it, even if they drifted apart later. "Lu Yuqing, I like you," Xiaolu confessed softly, exhaling. There were no euphemisms, no elaborate embellishments. Just a few straightforward words conveying his deepest feelings in the most honest manner. Lu Yuqing stood and walked to the window. "Oh, is that so? I understand." Xiaolu observed the strands of her hair fluttering in the breeze and her calm demeanor, sighing internally. "So that is how it is. This reaction is quite relieving. I need not be overly reserved anymore and can behave as usual." Lu Yuqing gazed out at the goldfish in the pond, the gentle breeze soothing her flushed cheeks. Although she often imagined various scenarios where Xiaolu would express his feelings, none unfolded quite like today's event. Hearing him confess still made her blush. Feeling her face cool down, Lu Yuqing approached her bed, and as she turned around, she embraced Xiaolu from behind, playfully saying, "I feel the same way, hee." Snapped from his reverie, Xiaolu looked up to see Lu Yuqing's south face close to his forehead, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling. At the military camp in Shifengba, Yi Wujiang stood with a majestic eagle perched on his left shoulder, reading a message written on a slip of paper. After finishing, He discarded it into a nearby candlestick where it danced briefly in the flames before turning to ash. Fan Shihua, seated before a sand table, looked up and asked, "What did the emperor say?" "He hopes that we construct fortresses and watchtowers at intervals along the border. Once completed, the imperial city will dispatch a certain number of troops to garrison there, preventing remnants and foreign tribes from invading and disrupting the populace," Yi Wujiang replied. Fan Shihua furrowed his brow, recognizing the enormity of the task at hand, which would require considerable time. While the benefits of such fortifications were evident, the materials for construction posed a significant challenge. Transporting them from towns near the border would inevitably burden the people and disrupt the recently stabilized morale. Leaning back against his chair, Fan Shihua stared at the tent's ceiling. Indeed, this is no small feat. Yi Wujiang approached the entrance of the tent and fed his eagle some meat, shaking his shoulder as the eagle flew to another tent nearby, where a soldier promptly caged it. To build is fraught with difficulties, burdening the people and wasting resources. To not build leaves us vulnerable to invasions from remnants and foreign tribes. The remnants of the previous dynasty are coercing external tribes, harassing border towns to seize opportunities for occupation. They vanish without a trace upon receiving news of our arrival, yet may launch surprise attacks. While foreign tribes watch with keen interest, we must build, and it is imperative that we do so, Fan Shihua concluded after a moment of contemplation. Let me ponder this further. He exited the general's camp, and upon observing Fan Shihua's retreating figure, Yi Wujiang returned to the tent. He had previously harbored prejudices against Fan Shihua, but upon realizing the efficiency with which he conducted his affairs, much of that bias dissipated, though traces remained. From Yi Wujiang's perspective, Fan Shihua's frail physique and lack of battlefield experience posed a concern. Should war erupt, he would feel compelled to ensure Fan's safety, thereby somewhat restricting his own actions. In his tent, Fan Shihua sat at the table, gently tapping his fingers on the surface. The term repair was perhaps a misnomer. It was more an imperial decree that necessitated action. While it was ill-advised to impose on the populace and deplete resources, the goal was to mitigate the burden as much as possible. The direction was clear. What remained was the implementation. Yet it seemed a formidable challenge. With so many bureaucrats in the imperial city, they often spoke eloquently, yet now they offered neither a plan nor a course of action. Suddenly, Fan Shihua recalled having seen something akin to a grand construction project before, though his understanding was limited. Transporting materials over great distances would undoubtedly prolong the timeline and inflate costs. Thus, utilizing local resources became imperative. Of course, this could lead to inconsistencies in quality. So for critical areas, it was essential to source suitable materials from elsewhere. If the builders were to conscript a large number of citizens, public sentiment would surely falter, and it would be impractical to mobilize the entire imperial guard, leaving the city vulnerable. Therefore, let the lords and officials of the nearby towns, as well as all those who received stipends from the military, set an example by participating in the construction while also allowing the common people to join in voluntarily, with relatively generous compensation. Now, a decree from the emperor was needed. Thus, Fan Shihua eagerly exited the tent, only to discover that twilight had descended, the moon veiled by thin clouds, casting a hazy glow. Yet, he had no time to admire the scene and hurried towards Yi Wujiang's tent to relay the plan. Yi Wujiang was momentarily taken aback, struck by the audacity of the proposal. Such an endeavor had no precedent in any previous dynasty. The two quickly drafted the plan, affixed their seals, and placed it into a message tube. They summoned a falcon, secured the tube to its leg, and with a gentle stroke of its head, watched as the bird soared away like an arrow. Whether this notion would gain approval now rested with those aged officials and the emperor within the imperial city. Inside a small room, Cielo sat by the window, gazing at the moonlight, suddenly feeling a weight of responsibility. He yearned to provide a good life for Lu Yuqing, to buy her delicious treats and beautiful clothes. He could no longer afford to live aimlessly as he once did. He needed the capability to protect her. Cielo's mind drifted back to the image of Fan Shihua. Rest assured, together they would not suffer harm. Yet, the scene shifted to one of Cielo with Lu Yuqing. As the hour approached, Cielo sat up, the soreness in his waist and arms affirming the correctness of his training yesterday. After tidying up, he made his way to the training grounds. In truth, Cielo was not a person of great perseverance. The soreness in his muscles, the biting cold wind, and the fatigue from insufficient sleep made him contemplate whether to abandon his training altogether. After all, he was merely a physician, respected enough in his craft, with an income sufficient to meet his needs, and the town's security was commendable. His martial training was a fleeting whim. Though he admired Fan Shihua's remarkable skills, he knew that such prowess could not be achieved overnight. He had a shop to manage and numerous responsibilities. How could he compare to those who had been tutored by esteemed masters since childhood? As for deep-seated grievances, he had no intention of seeking revenge. He lacked the capability and simply wished to lead an ordinary life, unremarkable and tranquil. What an excuse. Who wouldn't he desire wealth and power, a life of luxury? It was merely a reluctance to exert oneself that led to an acceptance of mediocrity, crafting justifications rooted in character and circumstance. Wu Wenlong awaited Xie Lu outside the door. Observing Xie Li's trembling limbs, he surmised the effort he had put forth in his first day of training. He recalled the muscle soreness he had felt after his own initial training session and admired Xie Li's determination to return despite his frail frame. "You've come quite early today." Wu Wenlong greeted him. Xie Lu smiled and replied, "You needn't wait for me at the door each day. I can find my way." "Haha, fine. I shall wait for you here from now on." Wu Wenlong chuckled, leading Xie Lu into the training grounds. Xie Lu resumed his spot from yesterday, mimicking the movements of those around him. Since he had resolved to commit, he could not afford to be half-hearted. After finishing his training for the day, he made his way home, drenched in sweat, knowing that tomorrow he would endure muscle soreness again. A hot bath would wash away the grime and relax his muscles, alleviating the discomfort. Perhaps he could open the pharmacy a bit later. Mornings were usually quiet, allowing Lu Yuqing some extra rest. He could also move back to the second floor of the pharmacy for greater convenience. Upon returning to the pharmacy, Xie Lu found Lu Yuqing had already arrived early to organize the medicines. Hearing a sound, she turned to see Xie Lu and her eyes lit up with a smile. "You're back." "Yes, I'm back," Xie Lu replied, grinning at her cheerful face. "I've already prepared hot water for you. You can take a nice relaxing bath. You can leave the shop to me. It's quite slow in the mornings," Lu Yuqing said with a playful smile. "Am I not considerate and gentle? Who boasts of their own kindness?" Xie Lu teased as he ascended the stairs. "Ah, Xie Lu, how did I not notice before how insufferable you are? You've truly infuriated me. I shan't prepare water for you again." Lu Yuqing huffed, turning her back to continue sorting the herbs. Xie Lu sank into the bath, exhaling contentedly. Indeed, as I suspected, a hot bath is delightful. After changing back into his clothes, he descended the stairs to find Lu Yuqing still pouting, seated on a bench with her back to him. Xie Lu joined her. Sitting closely, Lu Yuqing shifted slightly away, tilting her head to avoid looking at him. "Still upset?" "I was merely teasing you," Xie Lu said, leaning closer to fill the gap. Lu Yuqing remained silent, edging further away. Xie Lu, undeterred, smiled and inched closer once more. The two continued to shift slightly, until suddenly, Xie Lu grasped Lu Yuqing's hand and pulled her towards him. She stumbled into his embrace, her heart racing as she felt his breath against her cheek, causing her face to flush as she lowered her gaze. Lu Yuqing's heart fluttered as she heard him whisper, "If you move any further, you might fall." "Humph. You're the one bullying me," Lu Yuqing exclaimed, standing abruptly and glaring at him. Xie Lu feigned innocence, raising his gaze to meet hers, both of their eyes curving into crescents. Chapter 8. The market, silent once the two sat side by side on the bench, observing the bustling crowd on the street. "It seems like a market day," Lu Yuqing remarked, noting the throngs of people more populous than usual. "Would you like to go to the market?" "Sometimes there are intriguing little trinkets," Xie Lu inquired. "Really? But what if someone comes for treatment?" Lu Yuqing pondered, her eyes dimming slightly at the thought. "Fear not. We shall close the shop today and venture to the market," Xie Lu assured her. Xie Lu rose to his feet and took 2 steps forward, extending his hand towards Lu Yuqing. Lu Yuqing blinked at Xie Lu, then beamed a radiant smile, grasping his hand and skipping joyfully outside. The streets were bustling with people, filled with vendors selling their wares. Located at the border, Yunbian city maintained frequent interactions with the neighboring tribes, with merchants traveling to their settlements to trade, bringing back unique items from beyond the borders. Despite the general disdain for the foreign Mo people among the populace, particularly in border towns where resentment ran deep due to their reputation for laziness and disruption, some Mo merchants managed to secure special permits from the court to trade domestically. They had learned the local language over time and were rarely seen in the city except during market days. Ahead, a young Mo man was setting up a stall, initially surrounded by a crowd mostly drawn by curiosity. Who would actually buy from Mo? However, as time passed, the onlookers discovered that this young man was amiable and courteous, leading to an increase in customers. Xie Lu pointed towards the stall, suggesting they check it out. "Shall we see what he has? There are many intriguing items." Lu Yuqing frowned slightly as she followed his gaze. "Mo people?" "Yes, Mo people," Xie Lu affirmed with a nod. "How did they end up in our territory?" 3 years ago, we permitted a small number of Mo to conduct commerce and study in our country. Most of them are in larger cities. It's rare to see them in small towns like ours. He only arrived in Yunbian city a year ago, Xiaolu explained. Oh, I see. Do you know him? Lu Yuqing asked, puzzled. I do, but it's only been a short acquaintance. His name is Guba, but I've heard that Mo people can be dangerous, Lu Yuqing expressed. Torn between curiosity about Gubia's goods and a hint of trepidation. There's no need to worry. He's quite nice, and if anything happens, I'll protect you, Xiaolu reassured her. Humph. Let's see how much more you can improve your skills first, Lu Yuqing teased, though her heart was filled with joy as she took Xiaoli's hand. Let's go. Upon reaching Gubia's stall, Xiaolu greeted him. Guba. Ah, young Master Xia. What brings you here today? Guba smiled upon recognizing Xiaolu and then noticed Lu Yuqing beside him. And this is... Before Xiaolu could introduce her, Lu Yuqing spoke up. I am Xiaoli's fiancée. Thank you for taking care of him. Ah, so you are the future Mrs. Xia. No need for thanks. I owe gratitude to you. I injured my leg while transporting goods, and it was young Master Xia who helped me heal, Guba replied warmly. If you see anything you like, just let me know. Consider it a gift. Thank you for your kindness, but we must be on our way, Lu Yuqing said. Turning to leave the crowd, Xiaolu glanced at Lu Yuqing and turned back to Guba. Well, we'll take our leave. Wait, take this for your fiancée. It can enhance her skin. Think of it as my gift, Guba insisted, handing Xiaolu a small box. Thank you, Xiaolu replied, taking the box. Not at all. Now hurry along. Don't keep your lovely fiancée waiting. Guba chuckled. Catching up with Lu Yuqing, she turned back and smiled. Hee. My father says girls should be elegant and courteous in public. Xiaolu shook his head with a smile. I hardly noticed that about you, but I don't mind. Back at the pharmacy, Lu Yuqing plopped down in a chair. The market was so much fun, but I'm exhausted. After being out for a while, she had shown interest in many items, but Xiaolu was thwarted in his attempts to buy anything for her. As a result, they returned empty-handed. Xiaolu retrieved the small box from Guba, noting its weight. Upon closer inspection, he found it made of sandalwood, intricately carved with patterns he had never seen before. Likely unique to the Mo people, and overall quite exquisite. He handed it to Lu Yuqing. Here, this is Guba's gift for you. I'm not sure what it is, but he said it could improve your skin. Why don't you open it? Lu Yuqing turned her head away, refusing to look. Humph, I don't want it. Is he implying my skin is bad? Xiaolu chuckled awkwardly. It's a gift. It would be rude to throw it away. Let us just keep it for now. And I want you to buy me something, Lu Yuqing said, glancing back at him with a playful smile. But today, I said I would buy you something, so why did you stop me? Xiaolu asked, puzzled. Humph. If you give me a shoulder massage, I'll tell you, she said, lifting her chin. Can you tell me now? Xiaolu gently massaged her shoulders, noting how soft they were, as if her entire being radiated gentleness. He was careful not to cause her any discomfort. All right, I'll tell you. Lu Yuqing sighed contentedly with her eyes closed. Didn't you say that when you save enough money to buy a home for us, you would marry me? I want you to marry me first, then buy me gifts. So from now on, you mustn't spend recklessly, understand? I'm looking forward to marrying you. Xiaolu felt warmth in his heart. 3 months swiftly passed, marked by many events. The first was the commencement of a grand defensive project known as the Great Wall, comprising barriers, walls, and watchtowers. This unprecedented initiative saw officials and soldiers leading the way, with citizens voluntarily joining in. Each person worked only 3 hours a day for decent pay, settled daily. The second event transpired a month ago, when the lord of Yunbian city suddenly died in his residence, having been struck from behind with lethal force. The assailant was undoubtedly not an ordinary person, as even those with years of martial training would not dare guarantee a fatal blow under such unexpected circumstances. To this day, the killer remains at large. Throughout these 3 months, Xiaolu's routine remained consistent, training in the morning, running the shop with Lu Yuqing during the day, and working at the Great Wall construction site in the evenings. His life had been ordinary yet fulfilling. The physical training over these 3 months transformed Xiaolu. He grew stronger, with clear muscle definition and a more appealing physique. His innate talent shone through when, on the first day of training, he managed to grasp the movements and exertion without any instruction, and after countless repetitions, he was now on the brink of entering the martial arts realm. This period undoubtedly marked a significant transformation for Xiaolu. On the day after he decided to move, he visited Aunt Zhao, who had cared for him, to chat and share his intention to return to the pharmacy. Aunt Zhao smiled and nodded, encouraging him to visit her more often as she often felt lonely. Xiaolu felt a sense of obligation and made it a point to keep her company regularly. After finishing his work for the day, Xiaolu returned to the second floor of the pharmacy, exhausted. He retrieved a box from the drawer and sat on the edge of his bed, opening it in the moonlight to carefully place the silver notes he earned that day inside. He closed the lid and locked the drawer. After a brief wash, he lay down, contentedly thinking that he would soon save enough to buy a home. With a light heart, he drifted into dreams. In the early dawn, the wind rustled through the leaves, casting fleeting shadows. Xiaolu walked along the usual path to the training grounds. A shadow flitted across the ground, followed by the faint sound of tiles cracking, barely audible in the stillness of the surroundings. Xiaolu curiously lifted his head toward the source of the sound. And just as he did, a shadow swept above him. What was happening? A thief? Without a moment's thought, Xiaolu instinctively followed. In the past, he would never have involved himself in such commotion. However, after several months of martial arts training, this young man had become impassioned and developed a sense of chivalry. Lacking the skills of lightness, Xiaolu pursued the two figures leaping across rooftops from the street below, occasionally stopping to glance up to ensure he did not lose their direction. As he looked up, he saw the pursued individual leap into an alley, with the pursuer following suit without hesitation. Assessing the alley before him, Xiaolu confirmed that this was indeed the last refuge of the two. Exhaling a deep breath to steady his nerves, he ventured inside. Gradually, he could faintly hear the clashing of blades. A sudden alarm gripped his heart. Should he retreat before they noticed him? After all, they were armed. Yet, curiosity prevailed. Having never witnessed a life-and-death struggle, he yearned to gauge his own abilities by observing them. The alley was cluttered with debris, and Xiaolu cautiously navigated forward, striving to remain silent and undetected. As he advanced, the sounds grew clearer. He concealed himself behind a stack of bamboo baskets, the moonlight illuminating the fierce duel before him. The two combatants were clad in black, their only distinction being the differing lengths of their swords, one measuring approximately 21 inches and the other around 15. Yet, it was also possible they wielded blades of varying sizes. Occasionally, the glint of the swords dazzled Xiaolu's eyes, and he squinted, fully focused. Although he was not well versed in swordsmanship, he had heard the adage that a longer blade often meant greater strength. In his estimation, the victor would soon be revealed. Indeed, the wielder of the long sword seized the initiative. With his right hand gripping the sword, he bent his elbow, aligning his arm with the blade, delivering a flurry of thrusts toward the shorter opponent's torso. The latter had no choice but to retreat and evade, leaning left to dodge a strike aimed at his heart. With a swift inward rotation of his wrist, he brought his short sword close to his body, intercepting the long sword's attack. As the long sword retracted, he closed the distance between them, unwilling to concede the advantage. Yet, the long sword wielder was not to be outdone. He leaped back to regain his distance, only to stumble upon an obstruction. Potatoes? Casting a quick glance around, he furrowed his brow at the abundance of debris, realizing he could not afford to leap carelessly, as his movements were severely constrained. The short sword wielder, seizing the moment, lunged into his attack range, raising his sword overhead for a downward strike toward the long sword wielder's head. The long sword wielder, bending his wrist to raise the hilt, positioned the blade to deflect the blow. However, the short sword wielder pressed down with renewed force. Kneeling slightly, strands of hair fell from the long sword wielder's forehead as he suddenly rotated his wrist, thrusting forward to break the short sword's assault. With no time to fully regain his footing, he turned left, palm facing upward, holding the sword horizontally, sweeping it from left to right toward the short sword wielder's knee. The potatoes spilled from their bag, rolling across the ground. Rising with a furrowed brow, the long sword wielder assessed his weapon before glancing at his opponent. The cool sensation at his feet startled the short sword wielder, but he dared not divert his attention to inspect his injury. Had it not been for the bag of potatoes that had momentarily hindered the last strike, his leg would have been severed. Even so, he bore a wound. Such was the terrifying power and speed of the long sword. The two exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, leaving marks on the alley walls. Hidden behind the bamboo baskets, Xiaolu was spellbound, having previously believed himself to be quite skilled, only to realize he had merely scratched the surface, if that. It is human nature to feel an inflated sense of prowess upon learning a new skill, no matter how rudimentary. The short sword wielder kicked a few potatoes toward the long sword wielder. The latter, twirling his long sword before him, easily sliced through the potatoes, while the short sword wielder advanced closely behind, fully aware that he had lured his opponent into the alley. Leveraging the geographical advantage and the characteristics of their weapons to restrict the long sword's capabilities, the short sword wielder knew he had to close the distance to showcase the agility of his weapon. With his sword tip leading, he extended his arm, allowing the short sword to dart from his hand. The long sword wielder, flipping his blade to block, found the short sword gliding upwards along his own weapon, forcing him to pivot sideways and execute a swift strike toward the short sword wielder's chest. Caught off guard, the short sword wielder could not respond in time, retreating several steps as the distance between them increased once more. Noticing that the long-sword wielder refrained from initiating an attack, he realized that the latter understood his own limitations in this confined space. Should he attack recklessly, he would find himself at a disadvantage. This was his opportunity, and he intended to seize it. With that thought, the short sword wielder closed the distance again, opting for rapid, close-range slashes rather than longer, more deliberate strikes. As anticipated, the longsword wielder could only manage to block the onslaught. Retreating step by step, the longsword wielder held his sword before his chest, making minute adjustments with his wrist to deflect each incoming blow. Had the short sword wielder's attacks been any more forceful, the longsword wielder might have faltered. Yet, it seemed the short sword wielder was wary of being countered and thus restrained his movements, which indicated he was nearing a breakthrough. While the short sword wielder continued to swing his blade, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain focus. As time passed, he could feel his concentration waning, and suddenly, the world around him blurred. The longsword wielder seized this moment of distraction, leaping back while gripping the hilt tightly, twisting his waist to the right. With a swift inward rotation of his right arm, he directed the blade in a sweeping arc from left to right, aiming for the short sword wielder's neck. Victory was at hand. Though the short sword wielder quickly regained his composure and raised his sword to block the blow, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the gleaming blade approached his neck. A gust of wind swept past the short sword wielder, and the long sword abruptly halted nearby, leaving a long scratch on the wall as it became lodged in the earthen surface. The short sword wielder, bending forward into a stance, thrust his blade toward the long sword wielder's heart. This strike would surely incapacitate him, if not kill him outright. With a dull thud, the sword pierced his chest. The long sword clattered to the ground, striking the tiles with a sharp ring. Hidden behind the bamboo baskets, Lu was entranced, having never witnessed such a brutal exchange of blows, and gasped in astonishment. The long sword wielder glanced toward Lu, then at the short sword wielder, who was kneeling and supporting himself with his sword, before leaping onto the rooftop and disappearing into the violet haze in the east. After the long sword wielder departed, Lu immediately approached to assess the condition of the short sword bearer. It is often said that a healer possesses a compassionate heart. Even though Lu is not a physician, he could not stand idly by and watch the short sword bearer perish. He hurriedly carried the injured man back to the apothecary. Having previously concealed himself and unable to discern the exact nature of the short sword bearer's wounds, upon inspection, he discovered a grievous injury to the chest. Miraculously, there was no significant bleeding, yet it was evident that the short sword bearer was growing increasingly weak. Fearing that he might lose consciousness and fail to awaken, Lu incessantly spoke and asked questions, but received no replies. A chill ran through him as he thought, "We cannot return to the apothecary," when suddenly a faint voice emerged from behind him. "Uncle Lu." The long sword became lodged in the wall, and the short sword bearer seized the opportunity to thrust at the long sword wielder's heart. In response, the long sword wielder swiftly pulled back along the scratch, gripping the hilt to rotate the blade effortlessly, pulling down with a swift motion, creating a new scratch as dust and debris fell from the wall. The short sword struck the spine of the long sword once more. The long sword snapped in two. The short sword bearer felt a sense of foreboding as he surveyed the walls. Recalling the dozens of strikes exchanged earlier, he noted that apart from the last scratch, all others had been there before. No wonder the long sword wielder could so quickly counter his attack. Gazing at the half-buried short sword in the wall, lined with numerous fine white marks, the short sword bearer felt an increasing sense of dread, beads of sweat forming on his back. "These are the marks I left during my pursuit. What is going on?" Could he have devised a strategy in such a short time? In this unfamiliar environment, amidst combat, how could he gather and utilize information so rapidly? Suddenly, the short sword bearer recalled the long sword wielder's frown as he observed the short sword. Was it then? He thought, frozen in place. No one answered him. The long sword wielder withdrew the broken sword and cast it to the ground. This strike lacked the force to pierce flesh. Yet the sensation confirmed that it had indeed breached the heart and lungs. There was no hope left. After Lu and the others departed, a few figures appeared in the alley, surveying the remnants of the battle and exchanging knowing glances. Morning mist enveloped the area as citizens gradually commenced their daily toil and trade. A man in his 40s carried potatoes out of the alley, oblivious to any oddities. The signs of the struggle had vanished. Blood had been washed away by sand, and the uneven scratches on the walls were smoothed over with sand and water. Weapons were nowhere to be found, and all disordered items had returned to their original state, as if nothing had ever occurred. Lu gently wiped Lu Chongqing's body with warm water. astonished to discover that beneath the seemingly frail exterior of Uncle Lu lay a robust physique adorned with scars and remarkable martial prowess. He applied powdered herbs to the wounds to staunch the bleeding, assisting with water to swallow a few silver shavings. Sitting beside the bed, Xiaolu felt relieved that his small dwelling had not yet accumulated excessive clutter, allowing him to clean up swiftly. Although there were some scattered medicinal herbs, they were sufficient for timely treatment. After a while, noticing there was no apparent bleeding, he replaced the herb powder with copper shavings on the wounds. Having never faced such a situation before, Xiaolu was at a loss as to how to proceed, resorting to any method he could conceive, uncertain of its efficacy. However, one thought remained clear. This matter must not come to Lu Yuqing's attention. Glancing at Lu Changqing, still unconscious on the bed, he felt a twinge of worry. He placed his left hand on Lu Changqing's, feeling no pulse, and quickly rose to check for breath. Panic surged within him as he sought the carotid artery. He breathed a sigh of relief upon detecting a faint heartbeat, yet uncertainty lingered over whether it would endure. Turning back to glance one last time, he shut the door and hurried towards the apothecary. Upon arrival, Lu Yuqing was already present. Xiaolu feigned nonchalance, telling her, "I have some matters to attend to today, so I want to be opening the door. What's the difference? I can keep watch. You've been absent before," Lu Yuqing replied dismissively. "All right then." Xiaolu had little time for banter, hastily grabbing some hemostatic and restorative herbs from the cabinet before rushing out. Just as he reached the doorway, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Lu Yuqing, saying, "By the way, I ran into Uncle Lu this morning. He mentioned he would be away for a few days, and you were still asleep when he left, so he asked me to inform you not to worry." "Got it. You go ahead and take care of your business," Lu Yuqing responded, feeling sad that she hadn't seen her father that morning. Xiaolu shared her sentiment. Having noticed how hard he had been working lately, "I must strive harder as well," she encouraged herself, focusing on tending to the herbs. Returning to his small dwelling, Xiaolu found Uncle Lu still lying quietly on the bed. He organized the medicines he had brought back, uncertain of their utility, but believing it wise to prepare for any eventuality. As midday approached, Xiaolu kept a vigil by the bedside throughout the morning. Observing no sudden developments, the condition neither worsened nor improved. He decided to procure some food. At a familiar tavern, he ordered several dishes and rice to take back. Upon entering his room, he was taken aback to find Lu Changqing sitting up. "Uncle Lu?" Xiaolu expressed concern. "All is well," Lu Changqing replied, leaning against the wall and glancing at the food in Xiaolu's hands with a smile. "Just in time. I'm hungry too. Let us eat." The meal was laid out on the bed, and the two shared light-hearted conversation as they dined. Despite Lu Changqing's smile, Xiaolu remained anxious about his condition. "Uncle Lu, you should lie down and rest some more. I told Lu Yuqing that you had matters to attend to for a few days. Take the time to recover before returning. By the way, I brought back some medicines for you. I'm unsure of their effectiveness, but if you need anything, please let me know, for you certainly know more about this than I do. Ha ha ha, spare me the unnecessary fuss. I am well aware of my own body. My heart and lungs have been pierced, and time is of the essence." "But Uncle Lu," Xiaolu began, but the words caught in his throat. He understood the gravity of Lu Changqing's injuries. The fact that he could still converse was nothing short of a miracle. Many questions lingered in Xiaolu's mind. Who was that person? Why did they seek to kill him? Yet now was not the time to voice them. Even if he learned the answers, what could he change? Seemingly reading Xiaolu's thoughts, Lu Changqing smiled gently, saying, "I know what you are pondering. The reasons are lengthy and require time to unfold, but I will share them with you gradually." For reasons unknown, despite Lu Changqing's smile, Xiaolu sensed an undercurrent of sorrow. Chapter 10. The Mystery of Heritage. Your seventh uncle is my seventh brother. Like him, I am one of your father's trusted bodyguards. There are 7 of us, and I am ranked 6th, Lu Changqing explained, exhaling deeply, his eyes shimmering with a nostalgic light as he recounted the spirited days of yore. Seeing the astonished expression on Xiaolu's face, Lu Changqing smiled with satisfaction, pleased that his intentional pause had the desired effect. Before Xiaolu could formulate a question, he continued, "Back then, the current emperor surrounded the imperial city with his army. Our forces suffered defeat after defeat, morale crumbled, and many fled or defected. Yet, numerous individuals vowed to follow your father to the death. Lu Yuqing's biological father was among them." Lu Changqing reclined slightly back, her entire spine resting against the wall, barely managing to support her own weight. Her father, Wang Baibin, one of the feudal lords, shared an exceptionally close bond with your father, akin to that of sworn brothers. In their youth, when your mothers were both expecting you, the families arranged a betrothal. Should a daughter be born, they would become in-laws. You both entered this world within the imperial palace, indeed a boy and a girl, which brought immense joy to both families. However, this joy was short-lived. As the situation had become dire, prolonged siege had led to a severe shortage of provisions within the imperial city. The soldiers stationed at the walls were not only weary from constant vigilance, but also weakened by hunger, their combat effectiveness severely compromised. Yi Changqing gasped for breath, clearly finding it a considerable burden to speak. As she attempted to steady her breathing, nostalgia for the past flickered in her eyes, undeniably recalling an unforgettable period. To bolster the morale of his troops, Wang Baibin boldly resolved to personally venture to the front lines, sharing meals and living quarters with the soldiers as they fought together. Yet, the issue of supplies remained a critical blow. Even with their resolve to defend, the soldiers were powerless to change their fate. Multiple strongholds had fallen, and countless enemy troops surged forth. They had sworn an oath in the name of the emperor, promising mercy should they choose not to resist. How absurd! Who was he to claim such authority? Our emperor is the only true ruler. Undeterred, we charged forward, none contemplating escape. The 7 of us, along with Wang Baibin and countless valiant soldiers, surged into battle, claiming numerous enemy heads, stalling their advance even by a mere fraction. The image of that fierce struggle sent shivers through Xie Li's heart. In the face of overwhelming odds, amid hunger and cold, with the realization that victory was unattainable, the choice to fight was nothing short of awe-inspiring, a scene that stirred the blood. The standoff continued. The enemy, aware of our desperate circumstances, knew that time was on their side. Wang Baibin proclaimed, "Waiting for death is futile. Whether we charge or perish, let us choose how we meet our end." Upon hearing this, the soldiers, fueled by the mentality of taking at least one enemy with them, raised their weapons high, their spirits soaring. We clashed with the enemy. Devoid of any technique or strategy, it was pure, unadulterated carnage. Flesh and blood flew, the ground littered with all manner of corpses, some limbless, others dismembered, and some pinned to the walls by blades. I could hear cries of, "I've taken 2 down, what a gain!" and "Curse it, brothers, cover me." As comrades fell one by one, the enemy showed no signs of retreat. Wang Baibin, at the forefront, blinded by rage, cleaved down several foes before him. Yet as he witnessed his brother's fall, his eyes burned with fury and anguish, devoid of fear. We fought from day into night and into the dawn again. Our battle standards, stained and tattered, continued to flutter in the morning light. After a relentless day and night, the enemy began to withdraw, and to our astonishment, we found a moment to breathe. We sank to the ground, exhausted, silently observing the congealed blood surrounding us. Our brothers lay among them. No one spoke. We were too weary for words. Wang Baibin circulated among the troops, eventually approaching me. "We cannot all perish here. The emperor still needs us. And you are his trusted guard. You must return." He uttered this command and moved on to others. I sensed he conveyed the same message to each soldier. As no one stirred, he erupted, "Go. You must leave. The emperor requires your protection. Why do you hesitate? If you don't leave now, you may never escape." His voice cracked, revealing a side of him we had never seen. One soldier rose, then another, and soon a group followed, and I, too, joined them, though some remained. Lu Changqing's voice grew choked with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After a moment of silence, she continued, "We all understood that Wang Baibin was offering us an excuse. Even if we fled, none would know. We rested briefly, our limbs aching from the absence of the adrenaline rush of battle, but still we pressed on, not to flee but to return to the palace for a final stand. If only the emperor remained at the end of this battle, we would lose both the war and our dignity." As we ventured forth, we heard the renewed clamor of combat behind us. Our brothers, like us, were still valiantly holding back the enemy. We quickened our pace, heads down. Upon reaching the imperial city, we reported the grim news of the battle and the death of Wang Baibin to the emperor. Your father smiled faintly, said nothing, and turned away. In a short while, your parents and Lu Yuqing's mother emerged, cradling you both, entrusting us, the 7 guardians, with your escape and well-being. The emperor ordered all that remained of the palace's provisions be distributed among the soldiers, stating, "From this moment forth, there is no emperor. Think not of me. A secret passage lies beneath the palace for your safe escape. You have families. If you wish to leave, do so swiftly. No one will blame you." Yet, no one moved. No one wished to act. Your father surveyed the unmoving soldiers, then commanded torches and swords be brought forth. Igniting the palace, he raised his blade high. "Brothers, I shall avenge you. Soldiers, we would rather be shattered jade than intact tiles. Follow me, charge. Avenge our fallen comrades." As we, the 7 guardians, listened from the secret passage, The thunderous roars from outside gradually diminished until they vanished entirely. We reached the exit, the prolonged darkness making the sunlight blindingly intense. As our surroundings came into focus, we discovered ourselves surrounded. Cielo could sense the palpable disdain and loathing for the traitors in Lu Shu's tone and expression. My seventh uncle and I intended to hold back those pursuing us to pave the way for our elder brothers, but we were intercepted. Elder brother and second brother entrusted the swaddled Yu and Lu Yuqing to me and the seventh brother, asserting, "You two are the youngest, your skills not yet fully honed. Our efforts will better serve to hold off the numbers. This time, we will clear the path for you to escape." Just as the fourth brother attempted to speak, the second brother cut him off. "What else with all the chatter? Why aren't you moving? Move now, or I'll force you." The second brother, always hot-tempered, declared, and alongside the elder brother, they charged into the fray. The five of us evaded pursuers, but soon encountered an ambush. Third brother and fifth brother perished on the spot, sacrificing themselves to buy us time. The remaining three of us fled with you two to Yunbian city, altering our names and identities to evade catastrophe. Here, we settled down as ordinary folk, but not long after, the fourth brother passed away. It was then that the seventh brother and I learned that he had sustained grave injuries while protecting us. To spare us worry, he had concealed his pain, ultimately succumbing to it. Lu Changqing choked back tears for a long while before slowly continuing, as my brothers departed one by one. On the day the fourth brother left us, the seventh brother could no longer contain his tears. He cried uncontrollably until I promised him I would avenge our brothers. And only then did he cease. At that time, he was merely 14 years old, just a mere child. As he reminisced, Lu Changqing chuckled for a moment, only for a tear to escape from the corner of his eye, which he quickly wiped away, believing Xia Lu had not noticed. Uncle Qi was only 14, 3 years younger than me, yet he had to bear so much. And how old was Uncle Lu? 16? 17? Xia did not interrupt Lu uncle. Initially, my younger brother and I took care of the two of you, balancing our struggle for survival while meticulously gathering information and planning our revenge. Thus, several years passed. Years later, the current emperor, wielding an iron-fisted approach, suppressed dissent and eradicated remnants of the previous dynasty, leading to a gradual stabilization of the realm. He then boldly declared his commitment to ensuring the welfare of the people and addressing medical issues, initiating tax reductions for farmers and promoting healthcare in border towns. My brother and I began consulting others on pharmacology and pathology, and we successfully established a pharmacy in Yunbian city, watching our endeavors flourish. Suddenly one day, my younger brother returned from outside as usual, expressing that we were being too ostentatious and suggesting we abandon the pharmacies. He also declared his disinterest in revenge. Everything was progressing so smoothly. How could I possibly agree to his request? I assumed he was merely fatigued and that he would feel better in a few days. However, it was not as I thought. When he saw that I would not relent in my plans, he abruptly stated he wanted to take you both away. I was furious upon hearing this, striking him across the face and shouting, "Do you even hear what you're saying? You say you no longer seek revenge, yet you want to take the crown prince and princess away. What are you thinking? Calm yourself and come back to me." My younger brother did not retreat. He insisted, "I am very clear-headed. I have lost once, and I will not allow them to lose again. I will not reveal their heritage. I am their kin." With that, he attempted to take you both away. Despite my fervent objections, he insisted on at least taking you with him. I thought he was merely sulking over my previous actions and would come to terms with it in a few days, so I relented. But only if he ensured the crown princess' safety. "No problem," he replied, and promptly carried you away from the courtyard, where you were playing with Lu Yuqing. You were both merely 3 years old then, so you likely remember nothing of it. At that time, I was preoccupied with the ever-growing pharmacy business and even began to venture into commerce, failing to notice the changes in my younger brother. Had I detected them earlier, perhaps he would still be alive today. Chapter 11. Memories of the small town. Xia Lu momentarily failed to grasp the meaning of this statement. Lu Changqing sighed and continued, "I never anticipated that after that farewell, it would be 4 years before I would see you both again. My younger brother disappeared with you for 7 days without returning, prompting me to send people throughout the city to seek information about you, yet I found nothing. I originally thought you had left Yunbian city, but unexpectedly, during a trip to gather herbs with Lu Yuqing, I encountered you. You and Lu Yuqing were playing joyfully, while my younger brother feigned ignorance of me. That evening, I located your residence from that time, hoping to speak with my younger brother, yet he remained silent." Cielo had a vague recollection. He believed it was his first encounter with Lu Yuqing, when he and Uncle Lu had not yet opened the pharmacy and were living in a small house, making ends meet as barefoot doctors. Later, I often used the pretext of bringing Lu Yuqing over, hoping to converse with my younger brother, but to no avail. Even when he accepted the pharmacy I offered, our relationship did not improve. I remained oblivious to the events that transpired until a month before my younger brother's death, when he sought me out. For years prior, while traveling alone to other towns, my younger brother encountered an ambush by Imperial spies, exposing his identity. The assailant's hands, delicate and fair, did not resemble a man's. My younger brother recognized that the individual practiced iron sand palm, a technique that only those who had mastered it would exhibit such refined hands. Seeing Xie Lu's puzzled expression, Lu Chongqing explained, "Iron sand palm is not as you might envision, with practitioners developing calloused hands and muscular arms. Quite the opposite. Due to years of training with their hands immersed in iron sand, iron essence gradually seeps into their palms. This iron essence is toxic, necessitating special medicinal solutions to soak the hands, preventing poisoning. When one attains mastery, the dual effect of the medicinal solution and iron sand renders the skin taut, delicate, yet toxic. Fortunately, there was only one assailant, whom my younger brother managed to kill. However, he was inadvertently struck by a palm, unaware that the iron essence had infiltrated his internal organs. My younger brother pondered how his identity had been compromised, and upon reflection, he concluded that during that period, our pharmacy and commercial dealings were too conspicuous for a small border town. He believed that keeping you both with me would attract peril, hence his desire to take you away. At that time, although he recognized the iron sand palm, he did not comprehend that its practitioner's hands would be imbued with iron essence, which would take such a toll on his body. By the time he realized this, it was too late. Each day, the pain within his internal organs was excruciating, and he understood his days were numbered, leading him to consult me about whether he should reveal your heritage. He had changed significantly over those years. Initially, he was adamant about keeping you unaware of your lineage, but ultimately concluded that you had the right to know. Xie Lu reminisced about his uncle, recalling him as frail and taciturn, often sitting alone in contemplation. Despite this demeanor, it would not be long before he would cough and sweat profusely, a consequence of his injuries. Had Lu uncle not shared this with him today, he might have remained oblivious for a lifetime. My younger brother was never one for words, and had I been a bit more patient then, not so preoccupied with various tasks, perhaps I could have recognized his injuries and sought treatment. Lu Chongqing was filled with regret. After your uncle's passing, I divided the pharmacies I managed with the teacher who had taught us both pharmacology and pathology, retaining only one for myself and allowing others to oversee it. Stepping back from further involvement, I also transferred my commercial interests to another. Yet, as my younger brother had foreseen, I was already being watched. The pursuers who now hunted me were the same spies who had wounded my younger brother, assigned to eliminate individuals like us. I do not have long to live, and I have yet to disclose this to Lu Yuqing. I lack my younger brother's resolve. I hope she can continue living unburdened. It will now be up to you to decide whether to inform her. Furthermore, I have already been exposed, so you must take Lu Yuqing and escape. Otherwise, it won't be long before they find you both." With that, Lu Chongqing attempted to rise, but Xie Lu hurriedly stopped him. "Uncle Lu, you should rest a bit longer." Lu Chongqing shook his head, disregarding the objection. "I must return to Lu Manor. There are still matters to attend to." Inside the small room, Xie Lu was left alone, gazing up at the ceiling, perplexed. He could not fathom why they were being pursued, why they were relentlessly hunted. Was it simply because they were remnants of the previous dynasty? Had they committed any heinous acts? They were healing and saving lives in this city. Why were they also being hunted? Xie Lu could not comprehend. Upon returning to the pharmacy, he found Lu Yuqing just closing the door, preparing to head home. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he thought of her biological parents and the 7 secret guards. "Let us go back together. It's been a while since I visited your home," he said, feigning a smile. "All right, I'll ask them to prepare more delicious food," Lu Yuqing replied, noticing Xie Lu's weary appearance. At the dining table, Lu Chongqing sat in his usual place, clad in his long robe, and suddenly remarked, "Today, I ventured to the neighboring city and encountered a wandering scholar. I was greatly impressed by his vast knowledge and insights. It struck me that in my lifetime, I have only traveled as far as the neighboring city. I wish for you 2 young ones to explore the world. You should set off together tomorrow morning, lest you become as ignorant as I, father, who says you are uninformed. Even so, this is rather hasty, don't you think, Xie Lu?" While Lu Yuqing also yearns to venture out with Xie Lu, she rightly notes that departing tomorrow morning is indeed too rushed. Xie Lu glanced at Uncle Lu, who was staring intently at him, understanding his implication, and remarked, "I think it's a splendid idea. Being young, we should seize the opportunity to explore. Ha ha ha, look, since Xie Lu has said so, it is decided. Each morning, I shall wait for you at the city gate to bid you farewell." Lu Chongqing's laughter sounded somewhat strained to Xie Li's ears. Lu Yuqing looked at Xie Lu in surprise. Ah, you and my father must have conspired together. Humph. Upon returning to the apothecary, Xie Lu retrieved a small box from the drawer, opened it, and gazed at the thick stack of silver notes within. He chuckled to himself, realizing he was almost wealthy enough to purchase a mansion, nearly ready to wed Lu Yuqing, and had even envisioned hosting a grand wedding, inviting Aunt Zhao, Uncle Tao, Grandma Luo, and Brother Wu. Alas, merely because we are remnants of a fallen dynasty, we must be eradicated. I simply desire a mundane life. Xie Lu opened the window to behold the place he had inhabited for 17 years, smiling with a sense of resignation. He chided himself for lacking strength. Had he slain that swordsman back then, perhaps he wouldn't find himself in this predicament. He made his way to the tavern, ordered a jug of wine, tossed a silver note onto the counter, and exited the city gates. By the shores of the Junzi Lake, Xie Lu poured half of the wine at the base of a cypress tree's stone tablet. Seventh uncle, I may not return for quite some time. Thank you, seventh uncle. He then approached the stone tablet beneath the pine tree and poured out the remaining half. Fourth uncle, I apologize for taking so long to visit. After this, I may not return for a considerable duration. Thank you, fourth uncle. From Uncle Lu. Xie Lu learned that the figure resting beside the seventh uncle's stone tablet was none other than the fourth uncle. While the two brothers could meet here, who would inter their remains after Uncle Lu's passing, the thought stirred a tumult of emotions within Xie Lu. Upon returning to the city, he traversed each familiar street once more. Gazing at the dawn breaking on the horizon, he mused that there was still time. He then hurried towards Aunt Zhao's residence. During his childhood, when he lived with seventh uncle in that small house, Aunt Zhao often took care of them. At first, seventh uncle could not cook, and his dishes had a burnt flavor that was quite unpalatable. One day, while he was cooking, Aunt Zhao suddenly appeared at the window, carrying a basket filled with cabbage. Observing the clumsy seventh uncle and the unidentifiable dish in the pot, she exclaimed, I thought your house was on fire with that burnt smell. Would you like to come to my house for a meal? I happen to have cooked a bit too much. Seventh uncle, not wanting to trouble anyone, attempted to refuse. But I, having grown weary of his cooking, interrupted, sure. Seventh uncle's cooking isn't good at all. Aunt Zhao chuckled brightly at seventh uncle and said, Ha! If the child says so, you should come. My home is just nearby. Seventh uncle, feeling a bit shy, quietly agreed. From then on, we often dined at Aunt Zhao's home. It was then we learned that her husband had been conscripted and had not returned for a long time. She lived alone, waiting for him to possibly come back. As time passed, Aunt Zhao grew older and her eyesight dimmed, yet she continued to await her husband's return. Reflecting on this, Xie Lu felt a pang of guilt for Aunt Zhao, realizing her husband was likely taken by the state 17 years prior, during that war. Arriving at Aunt Zhao's doorstep, Xie Lu left a stack of silver notes and placed a talisman atop it before turning to leave. This talisman was a gift from Aunt Zhao. I had joyously received it from her and ran around the house with it in hand. Aunt Zhao had turned to reprimand seventh uncle, saying, You men never pay attention. Xie Lu doesn't even have a talisman. What if he encounters a malevolent spirit? Then, smiling at me, she remarked, Look how much Xie Lu cherishes it. Indeed, Aunt Zhao was right, and seventh uncle scratched his head in embarrassment. Not long after Xie Lu departed, Aunt Zhao opened the door, picked up the items he left behind, and gently caressed the talisman. Her gaze clouded as she murmured to the distance, I'm truly an unlikable old woman. My husband hasn't returned. And little Chi couldn't stand my nagging and left. Now you are leaving too, and I'm left all alone. Oh, I'm so useless. I wonder how little Chi is faring in business. With his personality, can he sell anything? Perhaps he is at little Chi's place, helping out. Why not take this old woman along? Though I can't see, I could still cook for you. Has little Chi learned to cook? Has he married yet? He hasn't even brought anyone back to see me. Old man, please watch over them from above. Otherwise, I won't last long myself. And I'll come to accompany you. When seventh uncle passed, Xie Lu had refrained from telling her the truth, merely stating that seventh uncle had gone to another town for business. Aunt Zhao murmured softly as she slowly returned to her home. Chapter 12, Wind River Tower. Dragon King Festival outside the city gates. Uncle Lu held the reins of two splendid steeds, waiting there. Lu Yuqing stood beside him, smiling and chattering away. Xie Lu hurried over. Uncle Lu released the reins and approached Xie Lu and Lu Yuqing. As this is your first journey, be cautious in all matters, understand? Understood. Lu Yuqing replied with a smile. Uncle Lu shot her a glance and teasingly rebuked, You always agree so quickly. He then stepped closer to Xie Lu and spoke in a hushed tone, Take good care of yourselves, all right? I haven't prepared much for you. There's only some dry rations for the road, and no clothes. There's a banknote inside. Buy what you need when necessary, and don't deprive yourselves. He added, this is the sum of all our possessions accumulated over the years. It should suffice for both of you to live comfortably in a larger city. Xia Lu observed Uncle Lu's forced nonchalance, feeling a lump in his throat as he nodded. Uncle Lu patted Xia Li's shoulder and stepped back a few paces. Well then, I won't delay you any longer. You may set off. Write to me often, and share the wonders you encounter. Most importantly, let me know you are safe. Lu Yuqing continued to smile cheerfully. Father, take care of your health while we're away. We will write frequently, and once we've had our fill of adventure, we'll return before long. Uncle Lu watched their retreating figures atop the steeds, a smile gracing his face. Lu Yuqing, unable to ride, climbed onto the horse first, and Xia Lu followed suit, wrapping one arm around her waist while the other managed the reins. Though inexperienced in riding, he was fortunate that the horse was docile, allowing him to handle it with relative ease. The horse trotted at a leisurely pace, the sound of its hooves echoing in the air, and the faint fragrance around him soothed Xia Lu as he pondered the future. Suddenly, Lu Yuqing whispered, do you think we'll ever be able to return? Xia Lu was taken aback, caught off guard, and unable to respond immediately. I know you both are keeping something from me, she continued, her voice trembling. But I'm clever. I noticed my father's pallor, the unnaturalness of his lips, and the anxiety he tried to conceal. As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly choked with emotion. How can a journey to the neighboring town take so long to return? Xia Lu, you seem to be lost in some convoluted thoughts. Your eyes reveal everything. Lu Yuqing struggled to maintain her usual tone, but the effort was in vain. You have all kept your silence, yet I am quite perceptive. You do not speak, and I shall not inquire, feigning ignorance and maintaining a cheerful demeanor. The horses had not ventured far when Lu Chongqing, wishing to turn away, remembered he had many matters to attend to and needed to hurry. Before the city gates, amidst the throngs of people entering and exiting, Lu Chongqing suddenly collapsed without warning. The commotion that ensued caught up with the horses, and Xia Lu tightly embraced Lu Yuqing. His voice choked with emotion. Do not look back. All right. Lu Yuqing nestled into Xia Li's arms, nodding gently. As dusk approached, the two arrived at Sujiang City, a neighboring town of Yunbian City. Horses were prohibited from entering the city gates and had to be left at an outer stable, where they would be cared for by designated personnel for a fee of 50 yuan per day. After the city guards verified their identities, Xia Lu and Lu Yuqing quickly entered the city. Sujiang City, named after the river that traverses it, was more than twice the size of the small border town of Yunbian and boasted a level of prosperity unmatched by Yunbian due to its proximity to the prefectural city. The immediate priority was to locate an inn to have a meal and secure lodging for the night. They entered an inn by the riverside called Fengjiang Tower, where a waiter promptly approached them. Do you require dining or accommodation? Both, Xia Lu replied after glancing at him. Currently, we have only one first-class room available, priced at 5 taels of silver per night. This includes a daily offering of fruits and snacks, with meals charged separately. May I inquire about your preference? The waiter perked up upon hearing this, and his tone grew markedly more cordial. No problem, we shall take it, Xia Lu agreed, although he was taken aback by the steep price. A single tael of silver equated to 500 won, and typically, an overnight stay at an inn ranged from 2 to 300 won, rarely exceeding a tael of silver. After entering the city, Xia Lu had visited several inns, all of which were fully booked. Upon further inquiries, he learned that this inn in Sujiang was the best and might still have a room available, prompting him to bring Lu Yuqing here without delay. The waiter quickly led them to the 4th floor and opened the door to a room. This is room 2, marked with Ation character. There is a menu of our dishes on the table, and should you require anything, feel free to summon the maid stationed outside your room. With that, he turned to leave. Upon entering the room, Xia Lu felt satisfied. The Tian room occupied the highest floor of the inn, with only 2 rooms per floor, each attended by a maid ready to serve at any moment. The room was spacious, with a screen separating the bed from the main area, which contained a writing desk equipped with rice paper, ink, and brushes for guests' use. There was also a round table for dining, on which lay the menu mentioned by the waiter, alongside a bathing room. The bathing room was also quite generous, featuring a wooden tub for soaking, with petals resting on a nearby rack. It had 2 doors, one connecting to the guest room and the other for the maid to fetch water, both lockable from the inside. Opening the window offered a splendid view. This was indeed the highest floor in the city, allowing a panoramic vista of the surrounding scenery. It appeared this inn was quite reasonable, at least not exploiting the situation with inflated prices. Observing Lu Yuqing, who had remained despondent since leaving Yunbian City, Xia Lu opened the menu and sat beside her. What would you like to eat? I am open to anything, you decide. He hoped to uplift her spirits with delightful dishes, yet it seemed to have little effect. Cielo called the maid to order several signature dishes and requested hot water for bathing. The maid noted the order and descended the stairs. Opening the window, the evening breeze carried the scent of the river, which was quite refreshing. It also afforded a clear view of the expansive riverfront, living up to the name of Fengjiang Tower. "The dishes you ordered are ready. May I serve them now?" came the melodious voice of the maid from outside. After receiving a nod from Cielo, the door was gently pushed open, and 6 tall, beautiful women clad in red kipayos entered, each carrying a dish from Cielo's order, presenting them in sequence while introducing the dishes. Cielo paid no heed to the descriptions, instead captivated by the sight of the food, which was visually appealing and aromatic, indeed very tempting, with excellent service to match, though certainly not inexpensive. The last 2 maids brought rice and utensils, along with a complimentary fruit platter. Once everything was served, they bowed to Cielo and Lu Yuqing before gracefully retreating. Cielo filled a bowl with rice and placed it before Lu Yuqing. "Come, it's time to eat." "I do not wish to." Lu Yuqing turned her head away, avoiding the sight of the meal. Cielo discerned her feelings and, smiling, lifted the bowl, picking up a morsel to approach her. "I was merely admiring the dishes. Not anything else. Do not be upset. Let me feed you. Open your mouth." "Really?" Lu Yuqing looked into Cielo's eyes, doubt clouding her expression. "Indeed. Hurry, open wide." "Humph, I shall trust you this once. Give me the bowl. I will eat myself," Lu Yuqing said, snatching the bowl and taking a small bite. Cielo sat beside Lu Yuqing, tasting a piece of fish, the freshness of the river fish mingling with the spiciness of the peppers. A delightful flavor exploding on his palate. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Yuqing's bowl and utensils resting untouched on the table as she gazed at him. Turning to meet her gaze, Cielo smiled. Without warning, Lu Yuqing threw her arms around him and began to cry, realizing that he was her only remaining companion. Cielo was momentarily stunned, watching Lu Yuqing in his embrace, his hands coming together to gently stroke her hair. Indeed, so much had transpired in these past few days. After a while, Lu Yuqing ceased her tears. Cielo softly urged, "Eat your meal. Afterward, we shall take a bath to wash away all your troubles, and then you shall feel better." Lu Yuqing nodded, releasing her hold on him, glancing at the cooling dishes on the table, and obediently picked up her chopsticks to eat. Cielo summoned someone to clear the dishes, and after informing Lu Yuqing about her bath, stepped outside. He noticed that the door to the opposite Tian room had opened, revealing over 20 women in kipayos lined up from the room to the hall. Each held a dish, none of which were repeated. Inside the room, a rotund man with a greasy visage lounged in a chair. Each maid approached him, personally feeding him bites from the dishes before departing, leaving behind the man with a lascivious grin. Seeing this spectacle, Cielo shook his head with a smile, bemused by how wealth could lead to such indulgences. However, he felt no right to comment. The man was spending his money, and all the food had been paid for, allowing him to indulge as he pleased. On the other hand, the maids of Fengjiang Tower were merely providing a service for compensation, engaging in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Exiting Fengjiang Tower, Cielo, preoccupied with finding accommodation, had not noticed the city aglow with lights, bustling with pedestrians and merchants as dusk descended. He entered a nearby money exchange, with the intent of retrieving some silver using the note given to him by Lu Shu. At the counter, he presented the note and informed the proprietor of the amount he wished to withdraw. After verifying the authenticity of the note, the proprietor instructed his staff to fulfill the request. While waiting, Cielo learned from his conversation with the proprietor that the city buzzed with excitement because, in 3 days, it would host the unique Dragon King festival by the banks of the Su River. According to legend, the Dragon King would manifest to fulfill the wishes of selected supplicants, and even those not chosen would receive blessings for safety and smooth sailing. Thus, the city attracted a number of visitors from afar who had come to partake in the sacrificial rites. Upon hearing this, Cielo understood why there were no available rooms in the inns. Shortly thereafter, a servant from the estate returned with a pouch and the modified estate ticket, which the estate owner handed over to Cielo. After confirming its accuracy, Cielo departed from the money exchange. On his way back, he resolved that since he was already here, he would remain in the city for a few more days, hoping that the Dragon King festival might help Lu Yuqing forget certain matters and lift her spirits. Upon entering Fengjiang Tower, Cielo sought to inquire about the details of the Dragon King festival from the inn's attendant. The attendant, upon hearing his interest, became animated and mysteriously declared, "You shall know all about the Dragon King festival in due time." After this cryptic remark, he resumed attending to the other diners, leaving Cielo in a state of perplexity. Returning to room number 2, he found Lu Yuqing already bathed and waiting for his return at the 8 Immortals table. "Oh, you're back," she greeted. I heard that in a few days, there will be a Dragon King festival here, which promises to be quite lively. Since we are already here, shall we go and take a look? Cielo shared what he had learned with Lu Yuqing. Lu Yuqing gazed at him, as if having made a firm resolution. I am amenable to it. Do you wish to go? I shall follow you regardless. Then you must stay close to me. We will await this Dragon King festival and see if it truly holds any wonders. A warm feeling surged within Cielo, accompanied by a burgeoning sense of responsibility. And he smiled faintly. Indeed, Lu Yuqing nodded eagerly. You should retire for the night and rest well. I still have some matters to attend to and may not sleep for a while, Cielo advised. I will keep you company, Lu Yuqing insisted. Although Cielo felt a surge of happiness, he furrowed his brow and directed a stern look at her. Observing his seriousness, Lu Yuqing murmured, all right. But you must rest early too. Once Lu Yuqing had taken her leave to rest, Cielo approached the window, gazing out at the shimmering surface of the Sujiang River. The river breeze invigorated him somewhat. Having endured a sleepless night and a long journey, his body was weary, yet he dared not allow himself to falter. Fearing that if he did, he might collapse. What would become of Lu Yuqing then? Moreover, there were many matters to sort through. Recently, Cielo had learned more about himself. Lu Yuqing and the stories of his uncle Qiji and uncle Lu. They had led a tranquil life, healing the sick and saving lives, never having committed any wrongdoing. Yet they had still faced assassination. Indeed, we have never acted immorally. Why then are we relentlessly pursued? Is annihilation of us their only satisfaction? Just because we are remnants of a fallen dynasty? He had no intention of seeking revenge. He merely wished for a peaceful existence. Yet, as they pressed closer, he vowed to return all grievances and hatred in kind. Farewell, old friends. Revenge awaits. But from where shall it begin? To practice martial arts. Where shall I seek a master? His fingers brushed against the estate ticket at his waist, the last remnant left by Uncle Lu. In that moment, he found himself at a loss, troubled and agitated. Cielo seated himself at the writing desk, prepared the ink, tore off a sheet of rice paper, dipped his brush into the ink, and let his thoughts flow freely. Although he had not formally studied calligraphy, years of writing prescriptions had endowed his characters with a certain elegance and vigor, not quite on par with the masters, yet certainly not lacking. He wrote ancient texts, poems, prescriptions, and names, with no fixed content, allowing his thoughts to spill onto the page in an attempt to soothe his restless heart. Should he reveal Lu Yuqing's lineage? As his writing gradually slowed, he pondered the thoughts and emotions that had occupied Uncle Qiji at that time. Cielo opened his eyes, the sunlight streaming through the window causing a slight sting. He straightened his back and stretched, noticing that a thin blanket had slipped from the chair onto the floor. A warmth spread through him. It appeared Lu Yuqing had covered him while he slept, though he was unaware of when he had dozed off. After tidying the blanket, Cielo returned to the window, observing the broad river surface, now resonating with the distant sounds of the bustling streets, heralding the approach of the Dragon King festival. Last night, he had struggled for answers, and now the scenery before him began to shift, becoming clearer and more defined. He beheld Uncle Qiji, still seated on that familiar low bench against the wall, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed into the distance. Upon sensing Xia Li's presence, Uncle Qiji turned slightly and smiled at him, shifting aside to invite him to sit. As Xia Li approached, he felt himself shrinking in stature, and when he settled beside Uncle Qiji, he was transported back to the age of 6 or 7. Uncle Qiji continued to smile into the distance, one hand affectionately ruffling Xia Li's hair. Looking up at him, Xia Li realized he had once been oblivious to the depth of pain and uncertainty that lay behind Uncle Qiji's smile. Now, as he accompanied Lu Yuqing in flight, having gleaned much of the past from Uncle Lu, he felt he was beginning to grasp the emotional burdens Uncle Qiji had carried over the years. Silently, they sat together, gazing into the distance, saying nothing, yet Xia Li found answers to many of his questions within his heart. Lu Yuqing had not yet rested. A gentle breeze swept across the river and brushed against his face, invigorating him further than when he first awoke. He opened the door, calling for a nearby maid, who nodded in acknowledgement and departed. After a brief moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, Xia Li was met by several enchanting maids who presented the ordered dishes before retreating. The final maid, before closing the door, softly remarked, "Young master, hot water has also been prepared for you. We shall take our leave now." Xia Li couldn't help but admire the efficiency of the service. Although the expenses were considerable, they seemed quite worthwhile. In fact, he mused that if possible, residing here for a lifetime would not be a hardship. After they had washed and enjoyed breakfast, the inn's maid soon arrived to clear the table. Rising, Xia Li observed Lu Yuqing standing by the bed and inquired, "We have been here for a while now, and the festival will soon take place. The city is quite lively. Shall we go for a stroll? Lu Yuqing leaned against the window, gazing at the Sujiang River. Upon hearing Xia Li's suggestion, her eyes sparkled like stars, and she turned to him, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, as if she might agree at any moment. Seeing Lu Yuqing in such spirits lightened Xia Li's mood considerably. It had been a long time since she had exhibited such expressions since their departure from Yunbian City. Perhaps another time. I don't feel like going out today. She suddenly recalled something, her eyes dimming as she turned back to the river. The Sujiang flowed gently eastward, its surface calm, disturbed only occasionally by a ripple rising from the depths, expanding and fading away. Very well. You may rest here. If you need anything, just call the maids. I must step out briefly, but shall return shortly. Noticing Lu Yuqing close the window and settle at the 8 immortals table with a nod, Xia Lu gently closed the door behind him. Today, in the opposite room number 1, there was still no sign of activity. Xia Lu surmised that the occupant had yet to awaken, despite only having interacted for one night. He had already gleaned that the individual was likely one to lavishly spend and boast of his worth as soon as he arose. A fact evident from the previous day's events. Descending to the first floor, Xia Lu found the inn still devoid of diners, with only a handful of attendants tidying up. Stepping out of Fengjiang Tower, he noticed that many vendors had already set up their stalls along the street, offering a diverse array of goods, predominantly items related to the upcoming sacrificial rites. As the bustling throngs of pedestrians filled the streets, Xia Lu wandered through the city, contemplating the day he had intended to spend with Lu Yuqing, indulging her with new garments. However, her lingering melancholy cast a shadow over their outing. With a wistful shake of his head and a sigh, he steeled himself, familiarizing himself once more with the winding streets of Sujiang City in preparation for the forthcoming festival. What paths lay ahead after the ceremony? Amidst the familiar hustle and bustle, Xia Lu suddenly halted, feeling a dissonance between himself and the jovial crowd around him. Having nearly traversed the festival grounds, he decided it was time to return. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Ah, is that not young Master Xia? Here to witness the Dragon King's festivities? Why do you appear so troubled?" To encounter an acquaintance under these circumstances was far from fortuitous, especially as he was still in hiding. Surprised, Xia Lu snapped back to reality, glancing towards the source of the voice. "Go ba?" he queried, eyeing the dark figure before him. The man approached, arms raised in a flourish, spinning around with a laugh. "What is the matter? Is it not I, young Master Xia? Your memory seems to fail you, haha." After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Lu sought an excuse to depart, his mind preoccupied with matters more pressing than idle chatter. Goba watched him fade into the throng, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, before he too turned to leave. Upon returning to the Sujiang Tower, Xia Lu found the dining hall bustling with patrons. He summoned a waiter, requesting a menu and ordering a selection of Lu Yuqing's favorite dishes to be delivered to room 2. "Of course, young master, rest assured, I shall ensure your satisfaction," the waiter replied, his demeanor noticeably more amiable now that he knew the order was for a private room. Xia Lu couldn't help but admire the waiter's swift change of attitude. Ascending the stairs, he paused to glance at room 1 across the hall, where a line of maidens stood waiting, mirroring the scene from the previous day. A smile crept onto his face, confirming his suspicions. Upon entering his room, a gust of wind swept through the open window, prompting him to quickly shut the door. I didn't realize the midday breeze by the river could be so fierce. Once the door was secured, the wind ceased, but Xia Lu found no trace of Lu Yuqing within the confines of the room. Had she retired to rest? Murmuring softly to himself, he approached the writing desk, surveying the scattered sheets of rice paper from the previous night. As he bent down to gather them, he took a seat at the desk, reflecting on the earlier gust of wind. Moments later, the maidservants entered with the meal, bowing respectfully before retreating. Xia Lu rose and moved towards the screen, intending to rouse Lu Yuqing from her slumber. However, his search yielded no results. Growing increasingly anxious, he hurried through the room to the bathing chamber, placing a hand on the door and inhaling deeply before pushing it open. Empty. Still no sign of her. Panic seized him, and he called for the maid outside. "Did anyone enter this room after I left?" "I believe not," she replied thoughtfully. "Did you hear any sounds coming from within? Please, calm yourself. What seems to be the matter?" the maid exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. Xia Lu, suddenly aware of his grip on her wrist, released her, muttering an apology. His eyes were vacant, his body frozen in place. The commotion had drawn attention from the rotund man in room 1 and the maidservants outside, all pausing in their tasks to gaze in their direction. Sensing Xia Li's disarray, the maid continued, "Young master, please be assured, our rooms are soundproofed. Is there something you require assistance with? Have you lost something?" "No, thank you," Xia Lu replied, the maid's words only deepening his irritation. He attempted to reassure himself that perhaps Lu Yuqing had merely stepped out alone. Ignoring the curious glances of those behind him, he returned to his room. Seated at the table, his gaze fixated on the untouched meal, he pondered whether to venture out in search of her. Where would he even look? What if he missed her return? He resolved to wait a little longer. As dusk settled, Xia Lu remained at the table, still without Lu Yuqing's return. Rising, he scoured the room for any potential clues, though this was not the first time he had done so. And he had yet to find any answers. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, brushing against his brow and rousing him from his stupor. Just moments ago, he had contemplated searching for her, but now he realized that such aimless wandering would yield little benefit. From his vantage point by the window, he could see the golden surface of the Sujiang River. Reflecting on the moments before he had left, he recalled Lu Yuqing gazing out at the river, noting no signs of disturbance. Revisiting the details, the window, the river, the wind, the scattered papers, he began to connect the dots. Before he left, Lu Yuqing had been seated at the table, and the window had been closed. Upon his return, the wind that had blown in had scattered the papers across the floor. Approaching the window, the sunlight glinted off the river, forcing him to shield his eyes. The Wind River Tower was immaculate, well-maintained in every visible corner and even the often overlooked nooks. Yet, on the windowsill, scarcely perceptible remnants of time lingered, only discernible in the interplay of light and shadow. Xia Li's breath quickened. His hand brushed against a barely visible stain on the wooden sill, and a faint dampness registered against his fingertips. A crushing realization washed over him. In the next moment, he collapsed against the wall, sinking slowly to the floor, his mouth agape and throat constricted, unable to utter a sound. The fading sunlight stretched the shadow of the table, while darker stains on the floor pierced his heart like a blade. Xia Lu curled into himself on the floor, the weight of accumulated pressure crashing down upon him like a torrential flood. He felt his stomach rise, compressing his lungs and heart, nearly suffocating him. The constriction of his throat amplified, overwhelming his senses. Images flashed through his mind. Uncle Qi, Uncle Lu, and everything he had shared with Uncle Lu. He recalled the night Uncle Qi was stabbed, the moonlight glinting off the blade. He remembered the chaos that had erupted in the alley, the destruction wrought. Yet no whispers of the incident had reached him. Just as today, everything seemed to revert to its original state, as if orchestrated by unseen hands. The body trembles uncontrollably, tears cascading to the floor. Why? Have we committed some heinous act? I have repeatedly whispered to myself about seeking vengeance, but have I acted upon it? Who does not yearn for a peaceful existence? Why must we be pursued to the ends of the earth? What wrongs have Lu Shu and Lu Yuqing committed? Someone, speak to me. Xia Lu clenched his fists, a profound sense of powerlessness surging from within, causing him to release his grip. Again and again. Xia Lu struck his thigh fiercely, loathing his own weakness until he was utterly drained. After a long pause, he steadied himself against the wall, retrieved the bundle given by Lu Shu, and stood before the door momentarily, gazing at the dishes Lu Yuqing cherished laid out on the table before stepping out. Young master, are you truly checking out? The Dragon King Festival is imminent, and there are no other inns available in the city. If you leave now, finding accommodation will be exceedingly difficult. Have you reconsidered? The innkeeper, uncertain whether out of genuine concern or other motives, urged him as Xia Lu expressed his intention to leave. Xia Lu nodded. The innkeeper sighed and began calculating on his abacus. Watch where you're going. What are you doing? Do you not see? You just bumped into me. A flamboyantly dressed youth shoved Xia Lu to the ground. Sitting there, Xia Lu appeared dazed, and soon a crowd gathered around, murmuring about the incident. What happened? Why did that person provoke the young master of the Yang family? I don't know. I just arrived. At that moment, someone who knew the backstory stepped forward to explain. Yes, he bumped into me just now. After that, more voices chimed in. Me too. Me too. The crowd continued to swell as Xia Lu picked up his bundle and staggered towards the exit. I'm talking to you. The youth, noticing Xia Li's attempt to leave, shouted and advanced to grab him. A bystander quickly intervened, advising, Young master, it's almost the Dragon King Festival. It's unwise to create conflict now. If the master finds out, you'll be in trouble when you return. The youth, upon reflection, deemed the advice reasonable and glared at Xia Lu, muttering, Consider yourself fortunate. Don't let me encounter you again. He brushed himself off, grumbling about his misfortune, having met a blind fool or perhaps a deaf one right upon exiting. The crowd, sensing the situation had concluded, began to disperse. Wait, who just called me incompetent? Step forward. The youth suddenly recalled, his anger rekindled. However, no one paid him any heed. Outside the city gates, Xia Lu redeemed his horse and mounted it. He urged the steed forward, racing without a destination, relying solely on the horse's instincts. 2 days passed as he let the horse roam freely, remaining on its back without consuming a single morsel. Upon reaching a stream, Xiaolu reined in the horse, intending to quench his thirst. Dismounting, he stumbled slightly but managed to steady himself. Approaching the water's edge, he struggled to open his canteen, finally crouching down to drink. As he stood up, darkness enveloped him. Thud, 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 thud. A sudden loud noise jolted him awake, and he slowly opened his eyes to see a dilapidated roof above him. Why so heavy? Can't they be gentler? Hey, isn't this rather excessive? Sitting up, Xiaolu surveyed his surroundings. The sparse room contained a hanging kettle, with remnants of smoldering firewood beneath it, and a small pile of logs in one corner. Alongside a larger bed, with a creak, the wooden door swung open. An elderly woman entered, carrying firewood. Upon seeing Xiaolu awake, her mouth fell agape in surprise. She placed the wood in the corner and rushed out. Old man, oh dear, the child is awake. The child is awake. Xiaolu could detect the unmistakable joy in her voice. Moments later, a stooped old man entered, also bearing firewood. After placing it down, he approached Xiaolu, with the woman following closely behind. The two gazed at him with delight as the old man gently lifted Xiaolu's hand, asking, "How do you feel? Is anything bothering you?" Xiaolu opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. The woman playfully nudged the old man, who rolled his eyes in response. "He has just awakened. Look how you frightened him." The old man released Xiaolu's hand, realizing his mistake. Indeed, how could I forget? The woman fetched a bowl, filled it with fish porridge from the kettle, and approached the bed. "You must be hungry. This is fish porridge. Don't be picky. Let me feed you." Seeing Xiaolu attempt to take the bowl, she raised her brow in disapproval. "You've been unconscious for 2 days. Rest more. Open your mouth. Here, let me add a bit more." She continued to smile kindly at him, not turning back as she handed the bowl to the old man. "Child, where did you come from? How did you end up by the peach stream? Step aside, step aside. Let the child eat and rest first before asking any questions," the old man urged, gently pushing the woman aside. No, I'll handle it. You're too clumsy. I can't trust you not to cause some mischief." The woman playfully swatted at the old man. Witnessing this exchange, Xiaolu couldn't help but smile. "Hey, look at that, look. The child is smiling." Indeed, this village, named Wuling, is nestled against verdant mountains and faces the peach stream. It is a modest settlement, consisting of only a dozen households, all bearing the surname Wu. The houses are lined up along the stream, forming a neat row. The villagers have lived by fishing for generations. "Old woman, is the meal ready?" The elderly woman glanced up at two figures returning on a wooden raft, wiping droplets of water from her body, and scolded the old man, always rushing. "Why don't you ever cook?" Then turning to Xiaolu, she smiled. "It's ready. We were just waiting for you to return." The old man looked back at Xiaolu. See how unreasonable she is? The three gathered around the pot, enjoying the same fish porridge. But today it was accompanied by a few more side dishes. "Old woman, you have no idea how much we've relied on the Wu stream these past few days. Otherwise, we wouldn't have caught so many fish." The old man took a few bites from his bowl. "It's all thanks to the Wu stream, before it came. When did you ever catch this many?" The woman smiled at Xiaolu. Xiaolu, shaking his head, also smiled. "Humph. When I was young, I was one of the best fishermen in the village. Isn't that why you agreed to marry me?" The old man retorted, defiantly taking another bite. A week prior, after dinner, the old man inquired about Xiaolu's background, only to discover that he could not speak or remember anything. The following day, when Xiaolu saw the elderly couple chopping wood at the door, he attempted to help, but the woman hurriedly intervened, guiding him back to bed. Later, the old man decided to name him Wu Shi, sharing their surname and recalling how he had found him by the stream. The moment Xiaolu nodded in agreement. For reasons unknown, the couple appeared particularly elated. In a joyful atmosphere, they finished their meal, and though Wu Shi intended to assist with the dishes, the woman stopped him, saying, go on, don't be stealing the old woman's work. Let her handle it. You go tend to your horse." The old man added. Wu Shi nodded and stepped out to the back of the house, gathering a pile of hay before approaching the white horse. The steed, with its tail swishing, grazed peacefully as Wu Shi gently stroked its mane. It was said that this horse was discovered alongside him, and being in such close proximity with no one else around, it presumably belonged to him, thus he brought it back. Yet, Wu Shi found himself without any recollection of this. He carried a satchel, which he had previously examined. It contained little more than a few pieces of silver, a large promissory note, an envelope tucked away in a hidden compartment, and a seal engraved with the character for Xia. Until he unraveled the mystery surrounding these items, Wu Shi had no intention of utilizing them. After resting for a while inside, Wuxi decided to accompany the elder to the market that afternoon to sell the surplus fish and procure other necessities. Nodding in agreement, he followed the old man outside. Their journey primarily relied on a wooden raft, for the rugged mountain paths were treacherous, while the waterways offered a much smoother passage. The two placed their fish baskets upon the raft and set off. "Who is that person beside Chubo?" a young man inquired of another nearby youth, noticing the unfamiliar attire that did not resemble that of the villagers. "You haven't heard? He is said to be Chu Bo's nephew. Come to visit and stay for a few days. His name seems to be Wu Shi. Chu Bo has taken him around the village a couple of times," replied the youth known as Wu Lu. "Wu Shi? Is he named after the son who perished by the riverbank at Taoxi? I was never aware that he had a nephew," remarked the second youth. "Perhaps the characters are different. I haven't heard of him either, but it certainly seems plausible. Why do you concern yourself with such matters?" "I'm merely curious, indulging in a bit of gossip, haha." That evening, the meal was particularly lavish, with an abundance of dishes and a jug of wine, all procured by Wu Shi and Wu Qingchu during their market visit. The three of them sat together, the elder and the elder woman engaging in their usual playful banter, while Wu Shi occasionally joined in with a smile. "Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. I wonder if I managed to shake them off?" One person leaned against a tree and mused. "I wouldn't know. You didn't ask me," another replied. "How many brothers do we have left?" the first inquired. "Fewer than 30, came the response. "Look over there," the second exclaimed, pointing in the direction he had seen. Surprisingly, nestled in the wilderness, a village lay at the foot of the mountain. "The little ones can go. They'll be caught sooner or later. We might as well enjoy ourselves a bit longer." All right, boss. All right, boss." The wind continued to blow as the trees remained still. "It's a bit chilly. Don't move," the elder woman cautioned. Wu Shi nodded, observing as she applied a medicinal ointment to him. This had been their routine for several days, and she had mentioned that it was a family recipe known for its efficacy in removing scars. "All right, it will take about half an hour to wash off. I've told you this numerous times. You always seem so eager," she chided gently. Wu Shi scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. "I can't help it. This peculiar cool sensation is quite strange." The elder man reclined on the bed, pouring himself a drink while watching the elder woman tidy up the dishes. He glanced at Wu Shi, whose face was partially covered in ointment, and chuckled, though his awareness began to wane. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the door. The elder woman frowned and stepped out to investigate, while the elder opened his eyes in confusion, sitting up straight. As she opened the door and peered outside, a sharp sound pierced the air. Wu Shi watched in disbelief as a large blade pierced the elder woman's body. Dark crimson blood glimmering in the firelight as it dripped to the ground. With a sickening thud, the knife was withdrawn, and the elder woman was kicked to the ground. Struggling to turn back towards the room, "Wu Shi, old man damn it, still alive?" The assailant sneered, plunging the knife into her once more. The elder woman's hand, which had slightly lifted, fell, stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this horrific scene, Wu Shi clasped his head with trembling hands, mouth agape, emitting a muffled whimper. The elder grabbed an axe from beside the bed, stepping protectively in front of Wu Shi as he glared at the intruder, shouting, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Be warned, I won't hold back." The man, amused by the feebly built elder, laughed heartily. "I thought you were someone of significance. How dare you threaten me? Come on, come on." Stepping forward, he leaned in mockingly towards the elder. "Oh look, there's a frightened little child behind you. Haha. See how I've terrified him by killing his mother?" He pointed at Wu Shi, turning to his companions with a laugh. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Step back quickly, or I'll fight you." The elder swung the axe wildly before him. Noticing the lead assailant retreat a few steps, he turned and embraced Wu Shi, straining to steady his trembling voice. "Child, don't be afraid. I will protect you. It's going to be all right. Don't fear, don't fear. Look, what are you staring at? Get out of the way." Another figure entered and kicked the lead assailant aside. This newcomer bore a prominent scar running from his brow to the corner of his mouth, a sight that was hard to ignore. The man who had been kicked away was about to erupt in anger, but, upon seeing the scarred face, plastered on a forced grin, he, boss. Still no sight of any young beauties, just a bunch of old folks. The scarred man nodded, scanning the room before spotting a gourd of wine. Ignoring Wu Shi and the elder, he walked to the bedside, seized the gourd, and shook it near his ear. Who would have thought we could still enjoy a drink in this desolate place? "Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Boss, hee hee, we'd like to have a taste too. Could you spare a little for us?" The kicked man begged, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile. The scarred man frowned, took another swig, and then tossed the gourd to them. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Child, do not fear. Take this axe. When I hold them off, you must split the wall and ride away on your horse. It's only a thin wooden barrier, easily cleaved. Do you understand? The elder whispered urgently in Wu Shi's ear. Seeing no reaction, he gently patted his head, reassured him, "Child, don't be afraid. I am here, don't fear." Wiping his mouth, the elder stood, raising his right hand as he addressed Wu Shi and the elder woman. "In this impoverished wilderness, this is the only bit of joy we have." Another accomplice quickly handed the large knife to the scarred man and stepped back. "Run." The elder seized the moment when the scarred man had yet to secure his grip on the knife, lunging at him. Alas, the scarred man, being robust and muscular, merely stumbled back a step before regaining his balance, clutching the knife firmly and looking down at the elder with a mocking grin. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the elder swiftly grabbed the hanging water kettle with his left hand and splashed the boiling water onto the crowd before him. The assailants recoiled in surprise. "How dare you? I'll carve you into pieces." Though only a small amount splashed onto the scarred man's arm, the searing pain ignited his rage. "Boss, are you all right?" One of his men inquired anxiously. "What could possibly happen to me? You lot just watch how I deal with this old fool," the scarred man declared, raising the knife to strike the elder. The elder closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death, unafraid, and instead burst into laughter, thinking, "That child should have escaped by now. I'm sorry for leaving you behind to suffer this fate. I'll join you soon, my dear wife." A piercing pain surged through the old man's left arm. Was he still alive? The elder opened his eyes in shock, gazing at his left arm, where a large chunk of flesh had been severed by the blade, blood flowing freely, exposing the white bone beneath. Did he think death would come so easily? What had he just said? He had promised to inflict more wounds. The scar-faced man, witnessing the elder's plight, laughed heartily, his anger intensifying. Another strike fell, severing the elder's left leg, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The next blow targeted the fingers of his right hand. One cut after another. The scar-faced man relentlessly tormented the elder. "Cry out. Why are you silent? What are you laughing at? Scream for me." Yet, the elder remained mute, knowing that the longer he endured, the greater the chance for Wu Shi to escape. After all, his wife was already dead, and he had lived long enough. The more he thought this, the more his smile broadened. Seeing the elder's demeanor, the scar-faced man, in a fit of rage, swung his knife towards the elder's neck. "Still silent, are you? I shall send you to meet the king of hell." At last, it was nearing its end. The elder thought, "Let me take one last glance at that child, even if it is just a fleeting silhouette." He strained to turn his head, only to see Wu Shi crouched in the corner, his head wrapped in cloth, an axe resting by his feet. "Huh, look at that boy, he seems utterly petrified." Laughter erupted among the onlookers. "Ha ha ha, indeed. I wonder if he is what himself." With a thud, the elder's head rolled from his neck, landing beside the bed. The scar-faced man licked the blood from his lips and turned to face Yellow. "It's all right, child. You have shown great courage. I am the one who has put you in danger. I am sorry." The elder's final words echoed in Wu Shi's ears, a familiar sensation of pressure coursing from his chest to his mind, gasping for breath. The scar-faced man shook his hand, flinging off excess blood from the blade, grinning as he approached Wu Shi. "Kill him, and we will leave swiftly. Every moment we can hide is a gain. Our leader is wise." With a whoosh, the large knife sliced through the air towards Wu Shi's head. "Ah!" Wu Shi screamed in agony. An invisible wave erupted from within him. Clang! The knife was jolted from the scar-faced man's hand, and he collapsed to the ground. The nearby robbers staggered back a few steps. Was it an illusion? Somewhere, an old man with a square face opened his eyes, only to close them again in confusion moments later. Everyone looked at Wu Shi with incredulity, unaware of what had just transpired. Wu Shi picked up the axe from the ground and stood tall, his gaze sweeping over each person. When his eyes met the scar-faced man's, a chill ran down the latter's spine as he hurriedly stood up. Just as he rose, an axe flew towards his head. Fear magnified within him, his body trembling in terror. To his surprise, he narrowly avoided the flying axe, though it left a new scar on his face. "Boys, don't be afraid. He is alone. Let us charge together." The scar-faced man's voice quivered. "Yes, he is but one man. Together, we shall take him down." Realizing Wu Shi was indeed alone, the scar-faced man regained his confidence. "Yes, let's go. Charge." 4 or 5 men rushed forward together. Bang! The wooden bed collapsed as Wu Shi propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, arriving before the scar-faced man in an instant. In the next moment, a powerful fist struck the scar-faced man squarely in the chest. The man flew backward like a kite with its strings cut, crashing into several others rushing behind him, all tumbling out the door. Without giving them a moment to react, Wu Shi lunged forward, snatching up the fallen blade, standing before them once more. A kick sent the scar-faced man flying into the air, while the blades swiftly descended, ending the lives of the minor thugs who had been left. The scar-faced man rolled on the ground several times before colliding with the wall, struggling to rise, but only managing to prop himself against it. As Wuxi approached, the scar-faced man desperately pushed himself away, trying to create distance, but the wall remained immovable behind him. Wuxi squatted down before him. "What do you intend to do?" The scar-faced man stammered. Wuxi offered no answer, instead dragging the knife back and forth across the man's stout left arm. "Please, please, do not kill me. I beg you. Spare me, and I will serve you." The scar-faced man gazed in horror at the blade poised above his arm, his voice tinged with desperation. "Serve me?" Wuxi replied, his tone devoid of emotion. "Yes, yes, I will serve you like a beast." Seeing Wuxi pause, the scar-faced man felt a flicker of relief. "All right then." Wuxi stood up and turned away. The scar-faced man's heart sank as he believed he had escaped his fate. "I shall return the favor you have shown me. If you are still alive, I will let you go." Suddenly, Wuxi pivoted, the knife carving along the scar-faced man's left arm down to the fingers. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the valley. "Did you hear that?" It sounded like the leader. "Indeed. I'll go check." With creaks, over a dozen individuals emerged from the nearby houses, drawn by the sound, and caught sight of Wuxi. "Boy, if you let me go now, you might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, the scar-faced man, recalling his forgotten underlings due to fear, regained his former bravado. Wuxi glanced at the group, but did not falter in his actions, slashing toward the scar-faced man's left leg. However, the man's muscles were thick, not severing completely. Without hesitation, Wuxi raised the blade again. "Ah!" The scar-faced man howled in agony. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and save me. Whoever kills him will learn where I have hidden my stolen treasures." Initially hesitant, the men, upon hearing this, surged toward Wuxi in a frenzy. Wuxi planted the large knife into the ground, leaning against it, coldly observing the approaching crowd. His muscles quivered slightly, a wave of fatigue washing over him. He was nearing his limit. "Ha! What's wrong, boy? Weren't you quite the warrior? Now you know fear?" The scar-faced man mocked, seeing Wuxi frozen. Wuxi paid him no mind, using his right hand to grip the knife's hilt, slowly standing upright. With a surge of strength, he lifted the knife again, its blade glinting coldly as he fixed his gaze on the approaching bandits. "Foolish. Do you really think?" The scar-faced man did not finish his sentence before the large knife hurtled toward his head, the blade growing larger in his eyes. "You are fortunate. I had intended to torment you further, but it seems time has run out." Wuxi coldly regarded the scar-faced man's corpse before collapsing onto the ground. He had no strength left to support himself, his head drooping as he turned his back to the bandits, eyes shutting. The sound of the sword slicing through the air grew louder, the wind from the blade grazing his neck. "Heh, this is where it ends for me." Wuxi mused bitterly. Thump! The sound of a blade piercing flesh and bone echoed. Wuxi fell lifelessly. Chapter 16. Qingzhou flames illuminated the faces of the bandits, who came to a halt, frozen in place. Witnessing the scene before them, their eyes were filled with terror. Now that the leader was dead, where would they go from here? In but a fleeting moment, they reached a consensus, discarding their blades and scattering into the surrounding woods. Individually, they found it far easier to evade the pursuit of the officials than as a group. The death of their leader rendered their unity meaningless. If they could escape this perilous situation, one vowed to retire from their tumultuous life, seek a spouse, and live a tranquil existence for the remainder of their days. "Loose the arrows." With a commanding shout, a deluge of arrows surged forth from the flickering torchlight, hurtling towards the fleeing bandits. "Report, sir." "Indeed. A few bandits have managed to escape into the forest." "Very well. You, take a party and pursue them. If you spot them, shoot to kill. We must not allow them to continue their misdeeds." "Understood, sir." "Others, check the village for any survivors." The leader continued issuing commands. "Yes." The group dispersed. The leader hung his bow from his horse and dismounted, approaching the fallen Wuxi, the very man he had shot down moments ago. Wuxi had rested on the ground for a brief while, and as the man squatted before him, he struggled to prop himself up, his body swaying unsteadily. The man immediately stood, reaching out to assist Wuxi, but to his surprise, Wuxi forcefully brushed aside his hand. "My apologies. I am Song Mingxing, the governor of Qingzhou. I have come to this place in pursuit of these bandits. Their movements have been elusive, and thanks to your timely intervention, we were able to catch up." Song Mingxing bore no ill will for Wuxi's rejection of his assistance. Rather, he expressed his gratitude with decorum. "May I inquire your esteemed name, young hero?" Wuxi, still unsteady, lowered his head and murmured, "Name? My name?" In an instant, a flood of memories surged through his mind, causing him to clutch his head in agony, pacing back and forth, his steps faltering. "Name, name." Cielo. Wu Shi, cielo. My apologies. Song Mingxing observed Wu Shi's distress and moved to assist him, but as he reached out, Wu Shi steadied himself and looked up at Song Mingxing with determination. Xiawula. Xia, in honor of my father, Wu, to express gratitude to the Wu Qingxiu couple, Lu. A wish from my uncle Lu for a life of peace and joy. With that, without waiting for Song Mingxing's response, Xiawula strode into the room. Gazing upon the lifeless body of Wu Qingxiu, his heart seized painfully, and waves of anguish washed over him, forcing back the pain. He gathered the pieces of Wu Qingxiu's body, placing it at the door beside the elderly woman, kneeling before them. Feeling the softness of the blanket and surveying the unfamiliar decor of the room, Xiawula suddenly sat up. Young master, you are awake. I shall inform the master immediately. A nearby maid, upon noticing Xiawula's awakening, bowed and exited the room. Xiawula glanced at his unclothed form, hurriedly dressing, and began to explore the room. Seeing that you are in such robust health, I am relieved, remarked the maid. Just as Xiawula reached the door, it swung open, and Song Mingxing entered. Would you care to take a stroll in the courtyard? Song Mingxing proposed, wishing to encourage Xiawula to stretch his limbs. Having questions of his own, Xiawula readily accepted. The two sat beneath a pavilion in the courtyard, where the maid presented them with refreshments and tea before Song Mingxing instructed her to withdraw. Xiawula, burdened with thoughts, was at a loss for how to begin, fidgeting with his teacup. Observing this, Song Mingxing took a sip of tea and smiled. Your belongings are in your room. I trust you have seen them? Xiawula was elated that Song Mingxing had broached the subject, lifting his gaze. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. Fear not, young hero, we have not disturbed them, Song Mingxing quickly added, sensing Xiawula's apprehension. Xiawula chuckled at Song Mingxing's earnestness, feeling at ease. Governor, you needn't concern yourself with formalities. Simply calling me by my name suffices. Haha, very well. You need not address me as governor either. I was appointed last year and am but 20. We are of similar ages, and it feels rather awkward. Song brother, I wish to inquire about the events in Wuling village. Xiawula, feeling the camaraderie, directly addressed him as Song brother. I anticipated your question. Upon mentioning Wuling village, Song Mingxing's demeanor turned grave. Every household, a total of 17, with 49 souls, perished without exception. On the day you collapsed in the dirt, I had my men ensure they were all laid to rest on the mountainside. We also discovered a satchel in your dwelling, along with a magnificent white steed. I surmised they belonged to you, and brought them back. Hearing that Wu Qingxiu and his wife had been buried, Xiawula's heart finally found solace. And he took a deep breath, standing to bow to Song Mingxing. Thank you, Song brother. Why this formality? Please, resume your seat. This is merely my duty. I should be thanking you, Song Mingxing insisted, rising to gently guide Xiawula back to his seat. Once seated, Xiawula expressed his gratitude again. Song brother, you may not realize, but those in Wuling village were dear to me. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in their burial. Song Mingxing accepted Xiawula's thanks this time, understanding that refusal would only cause him further distress. He was well aware that the individuals Xiawula referred to were indeed the couple he had knelt for that fateful day. And what of those bandits? Xiawula inquired. Their leader is known as Yunbian, commanding over 70 subordinates. They have made a kingdom of the mountains, plundering the livelihood of the people and treating lives as mere trifles. As he spoke, Song Mingxing clenched his fists, setting down his teacup. They have committed atrocities for some time now. The previous governor of Qingzhou attempted multiple times to eradicate them, but none were successful. Their movements became increasingly elusive. There was once a chance to eliminate him, but due to legal constraints, we could only injure him and allow him to escape. Xiawula nodded, realizing the origin of the scar. Yet, confusion lingered. Legal constraints? Indeed, the law mandates that criminals must be apprehended and brought to justice, with punishments meted out according to their crimes, Song Mingxing clarified. Xiawula nodded once more. Song Mingxing continued. The law does stipulate that should there be intense resistance that threatens the safety of the people, lethal force may be employed, yet we have consistently lacked sufficient evidence. Though Xiawula was not well versed in the laws of the land, the gravity of Song Mingxing's words suggested that the architect of such laws was no ordinary individual, despite some evident loopholes. Thus, I am especially grateful to you, Song brother, he reiterated. Not at all, Song Mingxing replied with a smile. As their conversation continued, a maid suddenly interrupted. Apologies, Xia brother, but I must take my leave. An urgent matter has arisen. It has been a long time since I felt such joy. I lost track of time. Please, stay for a few more days. We shall converse again soon. Song Mingxing chuckled, rubbing his nose. After Song Mingxing departed, Xiawula remained in the pavilion, admiring the flowering trees in the courtyard. He understood that Song Mingxing, merely 2 years his senior, had already attained the esteemed position of governor, a testament to his exceptional abilities. The responsibilities of a governor were indeed considerable. In the Kingdom of Kong, there were 4 states and 12 prefectures. Each state operated as a single entity, with all matters ultimately managed by the governor. A prefecture comprised a main city and several smaller towns, with local lords holding autonomy in less critical matters. After finishing his tea, Xiao Wula placed the cup on the table and returned to his room. A few days' stay was just right. For now, he had no destination in mind and would make himself comfortable here for the time being. As he opened his bag, he found a few pieces of silver, a ticket, and some miscellaneous items. Relying on his memory, Xiao Wula uncovered a hidden compartment and retrieved a letter. How had he not noticed this concealed layer before? It was perplexing. The envelope was pristine white on both sides, devoid of any marks. Upon opening it, a fragrant scent of ink wafted out, reminiscent of the aroma in Uncle Lu's study. He pulled out the letter, its texture soft yet resilient, evoking a flood of memories that brought moisture to Xiao Wula's eyes. Xiao Yu Cheng, I wonder if both of you are in good health. If you happen to discover this letter by the time you open it, I should have long departed from this world. I am not in the best of spirits today. I shall look again another time. Xiao Wula hastily found an excuse, folded the letter back, and returned it to its hidden compartment, choosing not to read further. A knock echoed through the room. Coming. Xiao Wula quickly wiped his eyes and went to open the door. Upon seeing his reddened eyes, Song Mingxing awkwardly rubbed his nose. I seem to have come at a bad time. Xiao Wula grasped Song Mingxing's arm, who was about to retreat, and said, Not at all. I was merely feeling a bit homesick. He smiled lightly, neither lying nor being overly explicit. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be such a sentimental person, Brother Xie. Song Mingxing chuckled. Actually, I came to inform you that I have matters to attend to this evening and cannot host you personally. I will instruct my servants to bring you your meals. I hope you do not mind. Not at all. You attend to your affairs, Xiao Wula replied. I shall see you later. With that, Song Mingxing departed, and Xiao Wula noticed the hurriedness in his steps. After dinner, Xiao Wula lay on his bed, closing his eyes to sort through the recent events. The speed at which he had struck down several individuals was beyond anything he could have achieved before. What had transpired with his body? Aside from the muscle soreness he felt today, there were no other clues, not even the faintest trace. The following morning, after receiving permission from Xiao Wula, a maid brought him a basin of hot water. Once he was ready, she said, Young master, the master requests your company for breakfast. Please follow me. Xiao Wula set down the copper mirror, lowering his left hand from his face. The scars from years past had truly vanished. After practicing medicine for many years, he had never encountered such an effective remedy. It was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, the thought weighed heavily on him, casting a shadow over his mood. Seeing the maid still waiting by the door, he felt a bit embarrassed and followed her. Good morning, Brother Xie. Song Mingxing greeted him as he took his seat, guided by the maid. Good morning, Brother Song. I've instructed my servants to take care of the chores. How about we have a good chat today? Ha ha. Of course, that sounds wonderful. However, Brother Song, you are too kind. You need not fuss over me if you have other matters to attend to. Ah, Brother Xie, why do you speak so formally? You truly treat me as a stranger. Xiao Wula couldn't help but internally scoff at the absurdity of their acquaintance, having met only a handful of times, yet it felt as if they were old friends. Nonetheless, he felt a deep gratitude toward Song Mingxing, who showed no airs and always considered others, undoubtedly a person worth befriending. After their meal, Song Mingxing gestured for Xiao Wula to follow him to the study. Xiao Wula expressed his surprise. Brother Song, wouldn't it be inconvenient to enter the study? Song Mingxing, seeing through Xiao Wula's apprehension, smiled slightly. Not at all. There is nothing of great importance here. Moreover, last evening, I detected the scent of ink in your room and wondered if you had a talent for calligraphy, hence my invitation. Xiao Wula nodded, astonished. He had merely unfolded the letter briefly and could only smell it up close. It was impressive that Song Mingxing could discern it from merely standing at the door. Clearly, he needed to remain vigilant around this person. Chapter 17. Resuming old pursuits, Xiao Wula followed Song Mingxing into the study. The room was spacious yet cluttered, adorned with hanging rice paper. The writing desk was strewn with brushes, and an ink stone still held remnants of ink left over from the last use, leaving Xiao Wula quite taken aback. It was hard to reconcile this disarray with the otherwise refined demeanor of Song Mingxing. Forgive the mess, Brother Xie, Song Mingxing said, slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. I have a penchant for calligraphy, so I often practice here when I have the time. Not at all. I am merely surprised by your casualness. I would have expected you to be more meticulous, Xiao Wula replied. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Please, do make yourself at home. It is a rare pleasure to meet someone with similar interests, Song Mingxing exclaimed. Before Xia Wula could respond, he felt compelled to join in. After tidying the desk, he casually picked up a brush and dipped it into the ink stone, immediately finding it lacking in quality. This ink cannot compare to what you use, Brother Song. Just from the scent, I can tell that your ink is quite exceptional. Mine, however, is far from it. I apologize for the disparity. Observing Xia Wula's expression, Song Mingxing mistakenly thought he was dissatisfied with the ink. Not at all, Xia Wula reassured him, feeling regret for not having prepared his own ink. The ink in the stone had likely been there for some time, as it had begun to congeal. Before long, Xia Wula penned a well-known ancient poem, resting the brush on the ink stone and straightening up. Song Mingxing leaned closer, studying the rice paper in silence for a while. Ha ha ha, my clumsy hand must amuse you, Xia Wula said awkwardly, breaking the silence. Not at all. Your writing is quite impressive, Song Mingxing interrupted, lifting the rice paper to admire it before placing it down with admiration. Now let me give it a try. Once I finish, I would appreciate your guidance. As Song Mingxing began to write beneath Xia Wula's work, the stark contrast between their styles became evident. Brother Song, your writing is bold and free-spirited, reminiscent of a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing. It is quite good, Xia Wula remarked, his brow furrowing. No wonder Song Mingxing thought his own writing was decent. It was truly an oddity compared to Xia Wula's. Hee, I too believe my writing is commendable, though it pales in comparison to yours. I would be grateful for your advice, Song Mingxing said with a chuckle. To speak frankly, Brother Song, I have never formally trained in calligraphy, and my knowledge is limited. Our levels are not far apart, so I have little to offer in terms of guidance, Xia Wula responded. However, I can see that you will need to dedicate more time to progress further. I suggest exploring other fields to broaden your horizons. With that, Xia Wula felt a sense of relief. He could no longer fabricate excuses. Instead of taking offense, Song Mingxing laughed heartily, patting Xia Wula on the shoulder. Ha ha, I can see you were trying to spare my feelings while struggling to find your words. I am indeed aware of my own situation. However, prior to this, I sought the opinions of my loyal retainers regarding my writing, and they all offered their praises. Guests who came to visit me echoed their compliments as well. It is only you, Brother Xia, who can speak candidly, and for that, I am genuinely pleased. Xia Wula felt relieved that Song Mingxing was so open-minded. It is only natural. As the esteemed governor of Qingzhou, your subordinates must all regard you with trepidation. Those who visit you do so with their own requests. Hence they will naturally flatter you. Song Mingxing nodded. Brother Xia, you speak most sensibly. I have learned from you. You claim you have never practiced calligraphy, yet your writing is remarkably fine. To this, I assure you, I have not deceived you, Brother Song. In truth, I have been studying medicine alongside my elders since childhood, writing prescriptions for many years, and thus it is so. Oh, Brother Xia, you understand pharmacology? Song Mingxing exclaimed in surprise. Naturally. Then please, Brother Xia, accompany me. Xia Wula followed Song Mingxing out of the study and made their way to a rather spacious courtyard. Within the courtyard, the house stood with its windows and doors firmly shut, guarded by two maidservants at the entrance. This is the place. Song Mingxing turned to Xia Wula and said. Nodding, Xia Wula entered the house, and as soon as he stepped inside, the maidservants promptly closed the door behind him. On the way here, Xia Wula had gleaned some insights from Song Mingxing. His sister, Song Weiwei, had been ill for quite some time and had consulted several doctors. Despite following their prescribed treatments, her condition had only worsened. Gradually, Song Weiwei began to isolate herself, becoming increasingly reluctant to interact with others, especially physicians. Who is it? Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Song Weiwei called out. Xia Wula followed the voice and saw her lying behind a gauzy curtain on the bed. Miss. I apologize for the intrusion. I am here to attend to your health. Attend to my health? I am not ill. I believe you are the one who is unwell. Weiwei, do not be impolite. At some point, Song Mingxing had also entered the room. Humph. He was the one who was rude first, entering my chamber without permission. It was I who invited Brother Xia in. Weiwei. Song Mingxing's tone grew firmer. Xia Wula stood behind him, observing the sibling banter, unsure of what to say. Feeling rather awkward. Very well, I was disrespectful. I ask for your forgiveness, young sir. Through the gauzy curtain, Xia Wula could see the young lady sitting upright, respectfully bowing in his direction. Ha ha, it is quite all right. Now, let us get to the matter at hand. Song Mingxing procured a stool for Xia Wula and placed it beside the bed, stepping aside to wait. Song Weiwei extended her hand, and Xia Wula took a deep breath before placing his hand upon hers, gently closing his eyes. Master, a maidservant entered the room and approached Song Mingxing, whispering. Song Mingxing furrowed his brow. Brother Xia, I have a matter to attend to and must take my leave. Xiaowula nodded. I am not ill. You may leave. No sooner had Song Mingxing stepped out than Song Weiwei withdrew her hand with a scowl. Xiaowula opened his eyes, remaining silent. I said leave. Do you not hear me? Seeing that Xiaowula remained unmoved, Song Weiwei raised her voice. Miss Song, are you truly unwell? Am I not? Do you think I would deceive you? What benefit would I gain from that? Then why do you confine yourself indoors, keeping the windows and doors shut? Are you perhaps ashamed of your appearance? You. Song Weiwei was at a loss for words, her anger flaring. Have I struck a nerve? Is it not so? Xiaowula gazed at the ceiling. Suddenly, Song Weiwei emerged from behind the gauzy curtain, gripping Xiaowula's wrist tightly, and declared loudly, Come. Let me see you clearly. Xiaowula shifted his gaze from the ceiling, examining her for a moment before smiling. Is this not quite lovely? What is there to be ashamed of? You see, it is merely that I do not wish to go outside. And I am not ill. You may leave now. Xiaowula was not dismissive. Indeed, Song Weiwei possessed enchanting eyes, both alluring and commanding, her flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, swaying like willows in the breeze. Delicate and charming, akin to begonia petals after rain. She was indeed a standard of beauty. Retreating behind the gauzy curtain, Song Weiwei became aware of her earlier actions. Her ears flushed with warmth, yet she did not realize her tone had softened considerably. Why do you not leave yet? Noticing that Xiaowula remained seated, Song Weiwei felt a surge of irritation, reverting to her previous tone. Do you truly not wish to go out? What else could it be? As you can see, I am quite well, and I am not unattractive. Xiaowula stood and walked toward the door. Why do you not leave? Song Weiwei, relieved for a moment, was soon dismayed to see Xiaowula halt at the door. Slowly turning, he approached the table and picked up a vase. What kind of flower is this? It is quite beautiful and has a lovely scent. What are you doing? Put that down. Song Weiwei, realizing the situation, truly became angry. Xiaowula set the vase down. Turning to meet her gaze through the curtain, his eyes piercing. I suspect, miss, that you are quite eager to go outside, are you not? Yet you feel unable to. Moreover, it must be quite exhausting for you to keep all this pent up, is it not? Do not fret. Let it out. I shall not inform your brother. I do not comprehend what you speak of. Song Weiwei turned her face away. Even with the curtain between them, she dared not meet Xiaowula's gaze. Silence enveloped them for several minutes. Please, just leave. I beg you, go quickly. It was my fault. I should not have scolded you. I implore you. Seeing that Xiaowula remained, Song Weiwei's voice began to tremble with emotion. Xiaowula approached her. Do not come closer. I command you to stop. Song Weiwei, realizing he had no intention of halting, burst into tears. If you do not leave, I will cough. It will be contagious. Xiaowula reached the bedside, surveying the surroundings before opening the nearest window and turning to open others. Let it out. No need to hold back. It is not easily contagious. Why did you open the window? The previous doctors advised against it. It must be consumption. That is the ailment you suffer. I noticed the bloodied handkerchief by your pillow. I was not certain at first, but when you lifted the curtain, I confirmed it. Ignoring Song Weiwei's astonished expression, he continued. Keeping the doors and windows shut is incorrect. When Lu Shu treated seventh uncle for this illness, I happened to be present. It is essential to ventilate by opening the windows, though many doctors do not agree. I shall inform your brother to prepare chicken soup for you. You have likely been consuming only vegetarian fare lately, and your complexion has deteriorated. Those old men always insist on forbidding meat. Rest assured, these are the methods Lu Shu has devised through careful observation of cases. Oh, and by the way, if you love flowers so much, you should personally visit the courtyard. The blooms on the trees are far more beautiful than those plucked. It would also serve to stretch your limbs, which is beneficial. Having conveyed all this, Xiaowula departed, returning to his quarters under the guidance of the maidservant. Once Xiaowula had left, Song Weiwei took a handkerchief and covered her mouth as she began to cough. She had long wished to feign illness, and her malicious demeanor was intended to deter others from approaching her or worrying for her. Since the passing of her parents, her brother had indulged her, and she did not wish to burden him further. Tears unknowingly dampened half of her handkerchief, and her grievances began to surface little by little. Not long after Xiaowula returned to his room, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Young sir, the master has urgent business and has stepped out. He instructed us to bring this to you. A maidservant stood outside, holding a tray of food. Xiaowula nodded, signaling them to place it on the table. Wait, what does this jar contain? Returning to young master, it is the treasure pigeon soup, the maid replied respectfully. Ah, please send this to Miss Song. But, no need for further explanation. Just say it was my request, Xiaowula interjected, not allowing the maid to continue. Brother Song treats me like a distinguished guest, therefore. I shall assist in any way I can. Moreover, as a physician, it is my duty to show compassion. After the maid withdrew, Xie Wula sat at the table, slowly savoring his meal, his expression serious and contemplative. Song Weiwei, observing the jar brought by the maid, inquired, "What is this, miss?" "It is what young Master Xie instructed me to deliver him." A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Song Weiwei's eyes. 2 days swiftly passed, yet Song Mingxing had not returned. During this time, Xie Wula met with the steward of the Song residence, informing him of Song Weiwei's condition and the necessary precautions and medications for her treatment. He had intended to relay this information directly to Song Mingxing, but the latter's absence prolonged. Meanwhile, Xie Wula discerned a considerable transformation within himself compared to his former self. Whether in speech, action, or temperament, he seemed to have metamorphosed entirely. Although he could not articulate this change precisely, it was evident in his manner of speaking during his consultations with Song Weiwei. Xie Wula perceived this as a positive evolution. He was no longer indecisive and had become much more resolute. Indeed, being a governor is a busy occupation. I have lingered here for several days without a clear destination in mind. It is time for me to depart. Just then, another meal arrived. Haven't I just eaten? Xie Wula murmured to himself when a knock interrupted his thoughts. Brother Xie, it is I? The voice of Song Mingxing resonated from outside. The 2 men sat at the table. Brother Xie, I have received the instructions you provided to Steward Liu. I have just visited Weiwei, and her health has improved significantly. Thank you immensely. It was nothing, merely my duty as a physician, Xie Wula responded. By the way, Brother Song, I have overstayed my welcome at your residence, and I wish to express my intent to depart. Upon hearing this, Song Mingxing frowned. There is no need for you to feel like a burden, Brother Xie. Moreover, I have not fulfilled my role as a host. I would like you to remain for a while longer. But, do you have urgent matters to attend to? No, Xie Wula shook his head. Then let us not dwell on buts. Since Weiwei's condition has just improved, what if it deteriorates after your departure? Did you not say that a physician should possess compassion? For the sake of your patient, please stay a bit longer. If you insist on leaving, it would be prudent to wait a few months until her health stabilizes. Song Mingxing spoke with such conviction that there seemed to be no room for refusal. Xie Wula had no choice but to accept. Besides, he had nowhere to go, and staying a bit longer would not be a disadvantage. It would allow him to contemplate matters more thoroughly. Ha ha ha, that is more like it. Ever since I became the governor, I have not had the pleasure of associating with someone like you. If you were to leave, I would find myself quite bored. Xie Wula silently scoffed at the notion that Song Mingxing was more concerned about his own boredom than the matter at hand. The 2 engaged in light conversation for a while longer. Brother Xie, come. I have prepared fine wine and exquisite dishes tonight. Let us converse heartily. Song Mingxing laughed heartily, leading the way, with Xie Wula following behind. As they settled down, a graceful figure entered. Weiwei, did you not say you were unwilling to dine with your brother? Song Mingxing expressed surprise upon recognizing her. Song Weiwei, noticing her brother's joy, teased, "Who said I came looking for you? I am here to see young Master Xie. I am grateful for his treatment." After bowing to Xie Wula, she took a seat opposite him, pouring a cup of wine in his honor. "It is but a trifling matter," Xie Wula replied, downing the cup in one go, internally bemused at how their sibling banter had suddenly implicated him. The atmosphere warmed his heart, prompting a gentle smile. After several rounds of wine, both Song Mingxing and Xie Wula found themselves pleasantly intoxicated. How delightful it is to converse with a worthy younger brother. It truly feels like a meeting long overdue. As the elder brother, my tolerance for alcohol is limited. I must refrain for now. Weiwei, please escort our esteemed guest back to his quarters. Thank you for your concern, dear brother. I will trouble Miss Song for this. Song Weiwei, having consumed a modest amount of wine, also bore a slight flush on her cheeks. Oh, dear younger brother, you are being too formal. She is my sister, and you are my esteemed guest. Besides, you healed her ailments. Simply calling her Weiwei will suffice. Their joviality transformed their gathering into a brotherly bond. With Song Weiwei's assistance, Xie Wula returned to his room. Thank you, Miss Weiwei. After she closed the door behind him, Song Weiwei made her way back, gazing up at the moon, which appeared to shine even brighter than before. How curious. How has my tolerance for alcohol increased so remarkably? Once assured of Song Weiwei's departure, Xie Wula ceased his pretense of inebriation. In the past, even a modest amount of wine would have rendered him unconscious. Now, he merely felt a gentle haze in his mind. Observing Song Mingxing, who still clutched his wine cup and swayed, Song Weiwei approached him. Brother. Weiwei, what is it? Do you desire new garments or exquisite jewelry? I shall procure them for you. Neither. Then what is it? Speak, and I shall fulfill your wish. Song Mingxing tilted his head back for another sip of wine. Brother, I wish for you to inquire whether young Master Xia has a family. As soon as the words left her lips, her already flushed face deepened in color. Clang. The cup in Song Mingxing's hand crashed to the ground. In his hazy state, he felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, instantly jolting him awake. Memories flooded his mind of Song Weiwei's earlier declaration. I am here to see young Master Xia. I am here to see young Master Xia. I am. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he looked at Song Weiwei in astonishment. Weiwei, are you serious? The following day, the three of them shared breakfast. Dear brother, shall we engage in a friendly sparring match? That night in Wuling village, Song Mingxing had witnessed Xia Wula combat 5 opponents single-handedly. Fear not. You may unleash your full potential. I have confidence in my own skills, he assured. Interpreting Xia Wula's hesitance as concern for his safety. Understanding the significant misunderstanding, Xia Wula agreed, eager to learn more about his current abilities. They moved to a spacious courtyard, where Song Weiwei stood beneath the corridor, watching the 2 men in the center. Young Master Xia, please give it your all. Do not underestimate my brother's prowess despite his scholarly demeanor. Best of luck. Thank you, Miss Weiwei. Song Mingxing responded with a wry smile. I am your brother. Yet you do not encourage me? Brother Xia, in which aspect would you like to compete? Xia Wula contemplated. Let us spar in hand-to-hand combat. But I ask you to show some restraint. Oh, hand-to-hand combat. I expected you to choose a blade. Very well, let us keep it light. Are you ready? Song Mingxing remarked, slightly surprised. Xia Wula nodded, feeling a sense of helplessness. After all, he had only practiced hand-to-hand combat for a few months. Whoa, that was fast. Upon the completion of his words, Song Mingxing, who had been several meters away, suddenly appeared before him. Xia Wula gasped, marveling at the speed. Song Mingxing landed on his left foot, swiftly unleashing a powerful punch aimed at the junction of Xia Wula's chest and abdomen. Why hasn't he made a move? As Song Mingxing's fist was about to connect solidly with Xia Wula, confusion brewed within him. I thought I couldn't evade this. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. I assumed I could at least hold on for a while. In the very next instant, Xia Wula deftly retreated, escaping the range of Song Mingxing's attack. Both stood frozen for a moment, taken aback. Brother, your skills are impressive. The earlier probing was an insult to your abilities, Song Mingxing remarked to Xia Wula. Yet, instead of closing the distance as before, he took a few steps back, scrutinizing Xia Wula's movements. What is going on? He actually avoided it, Xia Wula thought. Filled with disbelief, his body instinctively sprang into action. Furthermore, despite the incredible speed of that punch, he seemed to have caught a clear glimpse of it. Xia Wula wanted to validate whether he could perceive the movements of others, but seeing that Song Mingxing was not advancing, he cautiously approached him. With a whoosh, as Xia Wula threw a punch, the sound of his fist slicing through the air caught Song Mingxing's attention. Frowning, he stepped forward, closing the distance to less than an arm's length, and deflected Xia Wula's punch by striking at the joint of his arm, immediately creating space between them again. The speed and power of the punch were mediocre, lacking any discernible technique. After absorbing the blow, Song Mingxing concluded in his heart, furrowing his brow. This is completely different from my expectations. Is he deliberately holding back? I will make you fight me seriously. If Xia Wula had known Song Mingxing's thoughts, he would have been both amused and wronged. I assure you, I am not holding back. This is genuinely my level. Xia Wula pressed on, attempting to close the gap between them, only to find that no matter how he tried, Song Mingxing maintained a distance of about 3 feet, caught in a stalemate. In the previous moment, his eyes were fixated on Song Mingxing, but suddenly he vanished from view. Xia Wula, fully aware of the urgency, swiftly turned, yet found nothing. Suddenly, his hair was swept forward, fluttering beside his eyes. Sensing the fierce wind from an impending punch, Xiao Weiwei, witnessing her brother appear behind Xia Wula, gasped in alarm, wanting to warn him, but quickly stifled her own instinct. Interference is strictly taboo during a sparring match. Xia Wula understood that one punch was sufficient to send someone flying. But he had no time to react. With a slap, just as he was about to be struck, Song Mingxing transformed his punch into a gentle push, sending Xia Wula stumbling several steps forward, yet managing to stay on his feet. Xiao Weiwei, observing from the corridor, sighed in relief, though her concern remained palpable. Brother, if you do not unleash your true abilities, I shall not hold back next time, Song Mingxing warned, a hint of ire in his voice. What does it mean to spar without exerting oneself? Before Xia Wula could respond, Song Mingxing was upon him again, delivering a relentless barrage of punches. With no other option, Xia Wula could only retreat as swiftly as he could. Unlike before, this time he found it impossible to create distance, and he dared not relax for a moment. His eyes struggled to keep pace with Song Mingxing's fists, each shadowy blow leaving him disoriented. while the fierce winds from the punches stung his skin. Despite his best efforts to evade, many blows landed, forcing him to brace himself with his arms. Fortunately, the punches did not land with full force, otherwise, he would have already been on the ground. As Xiao Wula squinted to see the trajectory of the punches, he tightly shut his eyes and opened them again. Before him, countless white, translucent threads materialized. Am I hallucinating? Xiao Wula thought, closing his eyes once more and reopening them, only to find the threads had not vanished but had grown even clearer, the punches becoming ethereal. What is this? He pondered, perplexed, imagining countless possibilities. He wondered if the illusory punches were indeed the paths of Song Mingxing's strikes. Once this thought took root, he could not shake it off, feeling an inexplicable urge to extend his left hand and touch one of the threads. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his arm, followed by a tingling numbness that rendered his left arm powerless. Xiao Wula had reached a conclusion. Song Mingxing, realizing that he had not struck Xiao Wula for some time, observed Xiao Wula's seemingly relaxed demeanor, which only fueled his anger further. You underestimated me by not fighting seriously before, and now you only evade, he thought. Let us see how long you can keep this up. The barrage of punches intensified, yet Xiao Wula found himself enveloped in a peculiar state, oblivious to the onslaught. He felt as if his body had become lighter, his senses sharper, and his movements more agile than ever. A swift punch from Song Mingxing zoomed past Xiao Wula's ear, a few strands of hair falling away in its wake. The resounding boom echoed in his ears like an explosion, followed by a relentless ringing that left his mind blank. Xiao Wula lowered his head, momentarily halting his movements. Song Mingxing, elated, thought, finally, he is ready to engage in earnest. With his calf muscles coiling like compressed springs, he propelled himself off the ground, spinning midair to launch a meteor-like right punch at Xiao Wula. Xiao Wula bent low to evade, but as he lifted his head, his gaze met Song Mingxing's fierce eyes. What a piercing gaze! Song Mingxing thought, astonished yet exhilarated. Before he could land, Xiao Wula's right hand coiled around Song Mingxing's extended right arm like a constrictor, locking it at the elbow, while his left foot steadied himself, leveraging the force to throw Song Mingxing off balance. Song Mingxing executed several flips before regaining his footing. With a hearty laugh, he charged towards Xiao Wula, who was rushing at him. The clash of their fists resonated, and in the next heartbeat, they both recoiled as if electrocuted, a cloud of dust swirling around them. Song Mingxing, with an ethereal movement, launched another attack from all directions. Caught off guard, Xiao Wula absorbed several punches to his abdomen and back, staggering perilously close to falling. This is the final blow. Song Mingxing surged forward from Xiao Wula's left. Xiao Wula's face contorted in concern as he observed the rapidly approaching Song Mingxing. During their earlier exchanges, Song Mingxing had already discerned that Xiao Wula relied solely on his right hand, with his left arm injured from the outset. Song Mingxing blocked Xiao Wula's advance with his left hand, while his right hand swung toward him, unbeknownst to Xiao Weiwei, who watched with bated breath. The essence of this spar had shifted dramatically. Dust rose again as Song Mingxing was sent flying backward, tumbling across the ground for several rolls. In astonishment, he beheld Xiao Wula's figure gradually becoming clearer through the haze, drawing nearer. Just as Song Mingxing believed victory was in his grasp, a sly smile crept across Xiao Wula's face. Suddenly, he grasped his left wrist with his right hand, pulling it toward his chest, causing the momentum of his own right punch to falter due to the abrupt shift in balance. Simultaneously, his previously immobile left hand shot forth, striking towards Song Mingxing's abdomen, which he managed to block. However, the follow-up from his right hand landed squarely, sending him flying. How intriguing, Song Mingxing thought as he inverted himself, propping up on his hands, and as Xiao Wula closed the distance, he bent his elbow to unleash a powerful upward thrust, propelling himself into the air. Xiao Wula, having missed his strike, looked up just in time to receive a sweeping kick, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. As Song Mingxing and the rising Xiao Wula locked eyes, both let out a simultaneous roar and charged toward one another. As the wind rustled through her hair, Song Weiwei unexpectedly appeared between the two combatants. Stop. Both of you, cease your fighting. Look at what you've done to yourselves. Were we not to engage in moderation? Xiao Wula, coming back to his senses, glanced at his swollen left hand, scratching his head with his right, and then offered an apologetic smile to the tearful Song Weiwei. Thank you, Miss Weiwei, for your concern. I am quite all right. In fact, I owe my gratitude to my elder brother. Song Mingxing brushed off the dust from his clothing and chuckled. I am fine as well. Really? You are not deceiving me. Song Weiwei wiped her eyes, still choked with emotion. Indeed, how could my brother have ever deceived you? Song Mingxing comforted her. But why did you both fight so fiercely? Xiao Wula began to explain. Miss Weiwei, the situation is as follows. I have only practiced martial arts for a few months, and my training has been limited to basic techniques. Due to my lack of practice, my movements are rather stiff. My elder brother noticed this and decided to help me integrate my learning through practical application. At first, I thought he was holding back, which made me a bit irate. However, it soon became apparent that his technique was quite unrefined and his footwork erratic. I surmised that he was merely a novice himself. Song Mingxing added, however, my younger brother possesses remarkable insight. In such a short time, he has reached this level, which is truly admirable. Haha, brother, you jest. Your skills are unparalleled. Had you exerted your full strength, I would have already been defeated, and we wouldn't be here bantering. After a day's rest, Xia Wula's left hand had healed. Although Song Mingxing had asked Song Weiwei to assist with hot compresses, his recovery was notably swift, and he felt no lingering soreness in his muscles. That evening, Song Weiwei returned with hot water to Xia Wula's room. Thank you for your effort, Miss Weiwei, Xia Wula said, observing her attentiveness as she prepared a hot towel. It was no trouble at all. Surprised by Xia Wula's sudden conversation, Song Weiwei felt a mixture of joy and nervousness. Although you seem to be nearly recovered, I believe another day of hot compresses would be beneficial. Miss Weiwei, are you feeling better yourself? Xia Wula inquired, noticing the rosy hue on her cheeks. Thanks to you, I am feeling much improved. I will return tomorrow. Really, you needn't trouble yourself so much. I can manage on my own. My brother would be upset if he knew I didn't come. Xia Wula nodded, thinking to himself how protective Song Mingxing was. After Song Weiwei left his room, she realized it was their first time alone together outside of her medical duties, and he had gazed at her for quite a while, causing her cheeks to flush. The following evening, as had become her routine, Song Weiwei arrived punctually with hot water for Xia Wula. After applying the towel, she stole a glance at him, noting that he had closed his eyes in relaxation, which made it difficult for her to engage him in conversation, leaving her feeling a bit disheartened. All done, she announced. Xia Wula nodded. May I pose a question? If I may, feel free to ask. I wish to inquire if you have any sisters? Song Weiwei hesitated before speaking. No, I am the only son in my family. Xia Wula replied, puzzled by her question. Ah, she responded, her thoughts wandering as she walked back to her room, gazing up at the moon with a sigh. She had intended for her brother to inquire about it, but had yet to receive any word, leaving her feeling anxious and unable to voice her own question. The next day, after breakfast, Song Mingxing proposed, Younger brother, as autumn harvest approaches, shall we choose a day to hunt in the woods for leisure? To be honest, elder brother, while I am open to the idea, I lack experience in hunting. I had anticipated that. No rush, let us tentatively plan for 7 days from now. During this time, I shall teach you the skills of the hunt. Then I shall follow your arrangements. Elder brother, I wish to join as well. Song Weiwei chimed in. Playfully, absolutely not. The woods are fraught with dangerous beasts. If anything were to go awry, neither I nor your younger brother could guarantee your safety. Moreover, hunting is best done with a small party. Seeing Song Mingxing's firm refusal, Song Weiwei pouted and muttered under her breath, if I can't go, then I can't. It's not a big deal. Xia Wula followed Song Mingxing to a spacious area in the courtyard, significantly larger than where they had sparred previously. How vast is the Song estate? Xia Wula mused, having resided there for some time and explored many places, yet still feeling astonished. Song Mingxing had 2 fine bows brought forth, and 5 targets were placed at varying distances. This is a short bow. The autumn hunt differs from regular hunting. We will not venture into perilous territories, focusing more on enjoyment and riding. The short bow is more suitable for this purpose. Now, allow me to demonstrate how to use it. First, observe my stance. He spread his feet slightly apart, positioning them between a T shape and a V shape. With his left hand, he grasped the bow at its center, knocking an arrow supplied by a servant. Using 3-fingered technique, place the arrow on the side of the bow held by your dominant hand. Draw the string back, pushing with the bow hand. The knock of the arrow should rest between your index and middle fingers, with the ring finger supporting the middle for stability. Your left hand should brace the bow at its center. Draw the bowstring back, pushing with the front hand and pulling with the rear, creating an arc above your head. Aim and release. Xia Wula watched intently as the arrow flew from the bow, a nearly invisible line connecting the bow to the target. With a crisp sound, the arrow struck the target with precision. Now, younger brother, it's your turn to try. I shall guide you from the side. Ultimately, accuracy will depend on your practice. Song Mingxing handed his bow to Xia Wula and took another from the servant. Xia Wula grasped the bow with his left hand, closing his eyes as he mentally replayed Song Mingxing's movements. Yes, it should be like this. Opening his eyes, he held the bow and knocked the arrow effortlessly. This isn't too difficult, he thought confidently. Meanwhile, Song Mingxing observed with a smile, sipping tea brought by a maid. Xiao Wula completed the draw, but to his surprise, the bowstring remained unmoved despite his efforts. He had thought it would be as easy as Song Mingxing had made it look. Setting down the bow, he began anew. I must apply more force this time. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wula pulled the bowstring taut, feeling it tremble. He aimed to stabilize it and increase his strength. Relax and ease up a bit, Song Mingxing advised, standing beside him and gently guiding his arms. Following his brother's guidance, Xiao Wula gradually adjusted his grip, noticing the bow's tremors diminish. Exactly, just like that. Do not force it, feel it. Unbeknownst to him, Song Mingxing had returned to savor his tea, attentively observing Xiao Wula. After adjusting his stance, Xiao Wula noticed a faint line connecting the bow to the target, much thinner and more elusive than the previous one, wavering as if it might snap at any moment. At last, through his adjustments, the line transformed from connecting only the bow to now linking the bow to the target, becoming clearer and more stable. With a satisfying sound, Xiao Wula's arrow struck the target. Setting down the short bow, he exhaled in relief. It seems I need more practice. Your arrows hit straight on, while mine were askew. That line also requires improvement. Come, younger brother, let us take a moment to enjoy some tea, Song Mingxing beckoned. Indeed. Younger brother, your aptitude is remarkable, evoking much admiration. During my initial practice, it took me until today to achieve such results. As remarked by Song Mingxing while savoring a sip of tea, that is indeed due to your exemplary guidance, elder brother. Without your insightful instruction, I shudder to think how long I would have wandered in my endeavors, replied Xiao Wula, also taking a sip. After a brief respite, Song Mingxing stood and addressed Xiao Wula. Dear brother, continue your practice for a while longer. I shall prepare some items for our upcoming training and hunting in the days ahead. Chapter 20. Pursuing the foe. Once Song Mingxing departed, Xiao Wula tilted his head back and swallowed a mouthful of tea, grasping his bow to further explore and rectify his inadequacies. The following day, Song Mingxing arrived leading 2 horses, one black and the other white, handing the reins of one to Xiao Wula. For archery, it is best to ride a horse you are familiar with, hence I have brought yours. Xiao Wula nodded, attentively absorbing the key points Song Mingxing elaborated upon. Having spoken, Song Mingxing mounted his steed, holding the reins in his right hand and the bow in his left, guiding the horse into a gentle trot across the clearing. As he passed by Xiao Wula once more, he released the reins, deftly nocking an arrow and drawing the bow in one fluid motion, all while the horse maintained its steady pace. The arrow struck the target without fail. Pulling on the reins, Song Mingxing brought the horse to a stop and returned to Xiao Wula's side, stroking the mane to calm the animal. Riding and shooting require an understanding of the horse's movements. Frequent communication is essential. As you learn about it, it too will learn about you. I cannot assist you further in this. The rest is for you to experience. Xiao Wula nodded again, contemplating the nuances of Song Mingxing's advice. He mimicked the earlier action of stroking the horse's mane, to which the white horse lowered its head and nuzzled him. It seems your horse has taken quite a liking to you, Song Mingxing remarked with a smile. Is that so? I'm not entirely certain, Xiao Wula replied, reflecting on the horse, which had been a gift from Uncle Lu when he departed from Yunbian city. Aside from their journey together, he had little interaction with it. And now, considering Song Mingxing's words, he found it remarkable. Having only ridden a few times, Xiao Wula felt uneasy even holding the reins with both hands, let alone releasing them to shoot an arrow. With a mix of apprehension and determination, he mounted the white horse, holding the bow in his left hand and the reins in his right, cautiously advancing. To his surprise, despite merely walking, the ride was remarkably smooth, almost devoid of jolts. Giddy up, he quietly urged, and the white horse responded instantly, quickening its pace. Releasing his right hand, Xiao Wula felt the subtle movements of the horse beneath him, filling him with a sense of security. Nocking an arrow, he drew the bowstring taut. The arrow flew from the bow, embedding itself in the target. Excellent. Your first attempt was a success. Song Mingxing applauded from the side, though a tinge of bitterness accompanied his praise as he envied Wula's swift progress. The terrain in the mountains is far more intricate. Dear brother, familiarize yourself with it. You speak truly, elder brother, Xiao Wula replied, joyfully stroking the mane at the nape of the horse's neck. Xiao Wula opened his eyes, donned his garments, and stretched as he rose from his bed. The following day marked the commencement of their hunting expedition. Just as he dipped a towel into water, a knock resounded at the door. Coming, elder brother. What brings you here? Xiao Wula queried, noting that Song Mingxing, who usually awaited him in the dining hall, stood at his door this morning. My dear brother, I've come to inform you that due to an urgent matter, I will be unable to join the hunt tomorrow, Song Mingxing said, his expression laden with regret. Not to worry, elder brother. I initially feared something had befallen Lady Weiwei, Xia Wula replied, relieved to learn the cause of his brother's distress. I shall take my leave now. I will arrange for someone to bring your breakfast shortly, Song Mingxing said, his demeanor hurried as he turned to depart. What matter could be so pressing that you forgo breakfast? Xia Wula inquired, grasping Song Mingxing's arm as he attempted to leave. Elder brother, your sincere guidance has been invaluable to me. How could I not assist you in your time of need? Seeing the lingering hesitation in Song Mingxing's eyes, Xia Wula poured forth his heartfelt sentiments. Eventually, Song Mingxing relented. Your kindness is appreciated. This expedition aims to apprehend the bandits who escaped from Wuling Village. Wuling Village? Xia Wula recalled the events of that night, his fists instinctively clenching in anger. Elder brother, you are aware that I have dear relatives in that village. Avenging them is my duty. This is a matter I must address. I fully comprehend, dear brother. However, I have only received rumors thus far, and their reliability is uncertain. Our purpose is to ascertain the truth, Song Mingxing explained, handing Xia Wula a long knife. Although this blade is slightly longer than the short sword I previously entrusted to you, its usage remains similar. Consider it for your protection. I previously sent several individuals to pursue them, but they were unsuccessful, only managing to trace their whereabouts and relay their findings. It has been over 10 days since we last received communication. Today, we were alerted by our informants in the city about suspicious individuals. The individuals I sent may have met with dire consequences. They are desperate men, capable of anything when cornered. Therefore, during this outing, remain within my sight, he cautioned. Xia Wula nodded, understanding that this was for his own safety. Alongside Song Mingxing's entourage, their numbers totaled 9. As they sought to avoid alarming the enemy while merely gathering information. In the event of danger, 8 could swiftly retreat, while if they encountered a smaller group, they could effectively encircle them. Their party arrived at the foot of a mountain. Although not particularly high, it was vast. The terrain at the base was gentle, becoming increasingly treacherous as they ventured deeper, with denser foliage surrounding them. After traversing a distance within the forest, they were met with a greeting. Welcome, Lord Song. Fanjia, what is the situation? Song Mingxing inquired. Today, we observed 2 individuals wearing hats purchasing wine at a tavern in the city. Their demeanor was anxious, frequently glancing around, which piqued our interest. We also noticed a resemblance to the targets you previously sought. We cautiously followed them to the Sunset Mountains, where we discovered their hiding place. Where's their hideout? Please follow me, Lord Song, Fan Jia replied, leading them several hundred meters to a high ground. Following his, Xia Wula spotted a grass hut. At that moment, 2 individuals were cooking over a fire in front of the hut. Song Mingxing gestured, and the 8 men dispersed to form a perimeter. Once they were in position, Song Mingxing signaled again, and they gradually closed in. The 2 individuals, caught unawares, were quickly subdued, their eyes wide with terror, immobilized. Xia Wula approached them, recognizing them as one of the figures from that fateful night. Sensing the cold glare emanating from Xia Wula, they trembled. Averting their gaze to the ground, Song Mingxing crouched before them. How many of you are there? Do you know the whereabouts of the others? Speak, and it may benefit you. You might even earn a chance at redemption. I don't know, one replied after a moment's thought, raising his voice as if to be overheard by someone, pointing his chin towards the hut. You treacherous Wang Hu. If I escape, I will surely take vengeance upon your wife and daughter. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from behind the thatched cottage, casting aside a bowl filled with fish, and swiftly darted into the mountains. He had just returned from a nearby puddle where he had been fishing, only to discover Song Mingxing and his companions. One person lay in wait behind the cottage, anticipating their departure. Sir, you must not let him escape. He must be captured, Wang Hu exclaimed anxiously. A blade embedded itself in the tree before him, its hilt mere inches from his brow, startling him into silence. Before he could regain his composure, Xia Wula appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, where he was pinned beneath Xia's foot. Retrieving the long knife, Xia pressed it into the man's back, eliciting a cry of pain. Silence. Were it not for my desire to spare my elder brother trouble, you would already be dead. The man promptly fell silent. Good performance. But are there others? Song Mingxing inquired, turning his attention to Wang Hu. Sir, there are only the 3 of us here. I know nothing of the others. After we escaped that day, we resolved to wash our hands of wrongdoing and have committed no further misdeeds since, Wang Hu replied. And what of those who pursue you? We were the first to flee and encountered no pursuing officers. Upon hearing this, Song Mingxing furrowed his brow. Sir, do you think? Song Mingxing rose, narrowing his eyes as if in contemplation. Wang Hu, sensing an opportunity, continued to flatter him. Song Mingxing gestured for him to rise. Wang Hu stood, brushing the dirt from his clothes, overjoyed. Thank you, sir, for sparing my life. The other two men, witnessing this scene, began to flatter him as well. Have you cleaned yourself thoroughly? Yes, yes, I have, my lord. Have you cleaned your hands? Wang Hu glanced at his hands, which bore a slight smudge of dirt. Thank you for the reminder, my lord. Why is that? Wang Hu knelt, covering his face with his hands, gazing at Song Mingxing in bewilderment. Indeed, you have rid yourself of dirt, but how do you cleanse the blood from your hands? You have a wife and children, and you must worry for their safety. Did you ever consider that those you have slain also had parents, wives, and children? I have spared you. Have you spared the people of Qingzhou who have perished by your hand? As he spoke, Song Mingxing delivered a punch to Wang Hu's face, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. My brother despises evil. The people of Qingzhou are fortunate, Xiao will amuse to himself. Take him away, Song Mingxing commanded. Yes. At the front of the Song residence, Song Weiwei awaited their return, rushing forward to check on the two men. Seeing they were merely dirty but uninjured, she sighed with relief. Why didn't you inform me before leaving? I only learned through Butler Liu. I simply forgot, ha ha ha. Song Mingxing chuckled as he strode past her into the house. Thank you for your concern, Miss Weiwei. No, it is my duty, Song Weiwei replied. Following Xiao Wula inside, the doors closed. After bathing and changing into fresh clothes, Xiao Wula entered the dining hall, where Song Mingxing awaited him. Today, I owe much to my virtuous brother, otherwise, that man would have escaped. Let me toast to you. Xiao Wula believed that without him, Song Mingxing would not have let the man flee. Ha ha ha, brother jokes, he replied, accepting the wine from Song Mingxing and downing it in one gulp. Before long, both men were intoxicated. Curious about their conversation, Song Weiwei inquired, what are you two discussing? Can you share with me? Ah, Weiwei, you have no idea how valiant my virtuous brother is today. One was willing to speak while the other was eager to listen. And Xiao Wula occasionally felt the weight of Song Weiwei's admiring gaze, a source of embarrassment for him. Am I truly that remarkable? I know my own capabilities. Brother Song boasts. Not a word he speaks is true. In the courtyard, amidst the falling leaves, Song Mingxing stood in white robes, eyes closed, sword in hand. A leaf bid farewell to its branch, fluttering downward. With a sudden turn, Song Mingxing's eyes gleamed coldly, and with a swift motion, his sword struck like a silver serpent, cleaving the leaf in two. Withdraw the sword. The sword, while elegant, lacks the brute force of a blade and the range of a spear. It requires dual edges, which can lead to self-harm if misused. Yet, why is it revered as the king of weapons? Xiao Wula shook his head. Song Mingxing raised the sword before his chest. When wielding a sword, aside from thrusting, the blade must always face the enemy while the other edge remains turned towards oneself, equal and humble, treating all alike. The blade must be straight, just, and unwavering. This is the essence of a gentleman. He exhaled upon the sword's spine, wiping it with his sleeve. The sword's cold light shone directly into Xiao Wula's eyes. The sword techniques blended firmness and gentleness, light and agile, capable of offense and defense, versatile and transformative. It could counter a blade and defeat a spear. This is what defines a sovereign. Of course, the latter presumes mastery in its use. With that, Song Mingxing positioned the sword upright, his gaze fixed upon its blade. In the next moment, light and shadow intertwined as he danced with the sword. Xiao Wula, observing, couldn't help but marvel at his elder brother's prowess, mastering various forms of combat, from fists to swords, all with profound depth. As Song Mingxing swept a fallen leaf, it danced in the wind, lingering in the air, until he delivered a final horizontal strike, causing the leaves to freeze mid-air, only to cascade down moments later. Xiao Wula regarded the sword in his hand, his eyes burning with excitement and eagerness. In the past month, he had grasped the basics of swordplay, yet he felt far from mastering it. To wield a sword as one would their own limbs was the true threshold of skill. However, with his virtuous brother's insight, he believed he could achieve it in another month. 2 days passed. Xiao Wula rode alongside 2 others on horseback, trailing behind Song Mingxing, who led a contingent of 500 foot soldiers. Brother, I cannot simply dine at home every day. I must contribute to the Song residence. He had overheard Song Mingxing planning an outing during a meal and interjected immediately. You could eat at home for 2 more days without issue, Song Mingxing replied, shaking his head. I have trained alongside you for many days. Going out for some practical experience will expedite my mastery of skills. Please take me with you. Still, Song Mingxing shook his head. This is not a suitable place for your training. Very well, I shall not accompany you. I can seek training elsewhere. Perhaps that will yield better results. As Song Mingxing was about to concede, he paused at Xiao Wula's latter comment. It is more perilous to venture out alone. But if you accompany me, I can keep watch. Ultimately, he had no choice but to agree. Song Weiwei, witnessing Xie Wula's persistent demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. Under Xie Wula's fervent insistence, Song Mingxing finally agreed to bring him along, stipulating that he must remain within sight at all times. Their destination was a place called Zhenqian Town, where reports from their informants indicated an influx of 7 or 8 suspicious individuals, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to Ma Xiaoguang, possibly planning a raid on the town. Upon receiving this news, Song Mingxing's brow furrowed in concern, and he immediately organized a group to hasten towards Zhenqian Town. "We shall set up camp here and continue our journey at dawn," he declared, noting the exhaustion of his companions as the day waned. "Brother, why do you appear so troubled?" Xie Wula asked as they sat by the campfire. "Alas, my dear brother, you are unaware. Ma Xiaoguang is the strategist of the bandit group led by Xue Fei. He is cunning and has managed to outmaneuver the officers sent to apprehend them, leading to their downfall or demise." The whereabouts of the enigmatic figure had always been shrouded in mystery, and his sudden appearance undoubtedly signaled a sinister intent. Xue Fei, known for his ruthless nature and commanding 100 subordinates, had left a trail of devastation in towns he targeted, with no survivors to speak of. As Song Mingxing gazed into the flickering flames, he pondered the necessity of traveling through the night. However, the soldiers, having journeyed all day, were on the verge of exhaustion. Perhaps he had mistaken the identity of this menace? It could simply be a case of resemblance. Xie Wula, aware of his brother's concern for the populace, attempted to offer consolation. Yet, Song Mingxing remained silent, fixated on the campfire. "Sir, not far ahead lies Zhenqian Town," declared one of the 2 riders accompanying him. As they grew nearer, an unsettling sense of foreboding engulfed Song Mingxing. It was eerily quiet, too quiet. Upon entering Zhenqian Town, a pungent stench of blood assaulted Xie Wula's senses, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt his stomach churn violently. The shops lining the street stood open, their contents looted, while bodies lay sprawled in grotesque positions. Entrails littered the ground, mingled with the remnants of flesh, and few corpses remained intact. The lifeless forms of young women were entirely unclothed, some bearing signs of brutal violation. The male bodies were often dismembered, with some exhibiting horrific mutilations. The expressions on the faces of the dead spoke volumes of their terror and despair, painting a nightmarish tableau. Dismounting, Song Mingxing stepped forward, closing his eyes. "Everyone, commence a search. Determine if there are survivors." A solemn yes resonated among the soldiers, their faces heavy with grief as they dispersed. After a brief moment, Song Mingxing opened his eyes and began to walk towards the heart of the town, with Xie Wula trailing behind. Unable to contain himself, Xie Wula retched, having stumbled upon numerous dismembered limbs and grotesque remains along the way. A short distance from his feet lay the body of a pregnant woman, her abdomen grotesquely sliced open. The infant cruelly discarded beside her as she stared blankly at Xie Wula. Further into the town, he encountered the bodies of men in official attire, likely the local officials and soldiers. One corpse stirred slightly, prompting Song Mingxing to rush over to investigate, only to find it devoid of breath. As he pondered this anomaly, the body moved once more, revealing another person beneath it. "Fanjia?" he exclaimed. "My lord, it is I? What are you doing here?" "They came for Jingyang Mountain." "Fanjia, Fanjia." Blood gushed from Fanjia's wounds, soaking Song Mingxing's white robe. Just a year prior, at the tender age of 19, he had assumed the role of governor, likely due to familial connections within the court. If he had come to our secretive organization, I would have certainly shown this young lad a thing or two. Why is no one speaking? A bunch of cowards. "Ah, Sir Song, what brings you here?" "I merely wished to see what you had to show me." "My lord, I was merely jesting." "What is your name?" Fanjia." "Very well, Fanjia. I shall remember you. I await the day you show me your true colors." 6 months prior, he had recounted to others how Sir Song appeared as a celestial being, swiftly subduing the mountain bandits. And Sir Song is exceptionally kind to his subordinates and the common folk. We are truly fortunate to have such a governor. "Enough, Fanjia. You have recounted this tale a multitude of times," his peers had teased. 2 days prior, having not returned home for nearly 6 months, he wondered how his elderly mother fared. "Alas, my father passed early, and my mother is left alone, rather lonely and without support. I should bring home a wife to prevent her from perpetually urging me to do so. During my last visit, she incessantly spoke of how the neighbor's child was faring. She too desires a grandchild." 1 day prior, the streets were filled with clamorous voices. "I am an official of Qingzhou. How could I possibly consider living in cowardice? Mother, it's nothing. I merely wish to see what has transpired. Sir Song will return shortly," Fanjia had assured as he rushed out of the house. "Please inform the leader that I wish to return home for a few days." His leader had readily consented. Fan Jia had purchased numerous gifts to bring back home, eager to please his mother. Looking at the two lifeless figures before him, Song Mingxing closed his eyes. The male and female bodies lay in a tragic state. The woman had been entirely dismembered, and the man's lower body was gruesomely mutilated. With exposed bones and intestines hanging from a gaping wound, his eyes wholly missing, replaced by hollow sockets. Both were pallid, their breath shallow. Indeed, 400 men shall accompany me to Jingyang Mountain to eliminate the bandits. The rest will remain in Jinxiang town to bury the deceased. Understood, brother. The path ahead is fraught with danger. You shall wait here for my return. With that, Song Mingxing mounted his horse and galloped towards Jingyang Mountain. Observing the officials clearing the bodies, Xiao Wula stood frozen in silence, at a loss for words. Two soldiers carried a corpse past him. Uncle Wu? Xiao Wula's pupils dilated in shock, as a wave of nausea surged, constricting his throat. No, it cannot be Uncle Wu. He shook his head, watching the soldiers take the figure away, convincing himself it was merely a coincidence of appearance. Turning towards the direction Song Mingxing had departed, Xiao Wula grasped the reins tightly and mounted his horse. Giddy up. Chapter 22. Remnants of the former dynasty at Jingyang Mountain, within a cave. A slender figure with sunken eyes spoke to the man seated upon a stone chair above him. Chief, several hundred soldiers are regrouping at the foot of the mountain. Are they merely passing through? Shuefei inquired, sitting upright. After a moment's contemplation, Ma Xiaoguang shook his head. It does not seem so. They appear to be coming for us. How did they discover our location? My subordinates are uncertain. We have always left no survivors, no traces behind. Are you suggesting there is a traitor among us? Shuefei's brows furrowed, his eyes glinting with menace. None would dare, Ma Xiaoguang replied, lowering his gaze. Then who do you suspect? Ma Xiaoguang remained silent. Bring Jia Yilu to me. Shuefei leaned back against the chair. Chief, Jia Yilu has arrived. Two men brought Jia Yilu into the cave. On the day Yang Wanjian was murdered, I took you in as a brother, honoring my uncle's request to protect you. Yet today you betray me to the authorities, leading to the encirclement of our brethren. Take him outside and behead him for public display. Brother, this is an injustice. I did not. Shuefei closed his eyes, ignoring Jia Yilu's protests. Once everyone else had departed, he spoke to Ma Xiaoguang. Are you satisfied now? The chief is wise, Ma Xiaoguang finally responded. Now that we are besieged, what shall we do? The officers outnumber us several times. Direct confrontation offers us no advantage. We must leverage our familiarity with the terrain, retreat while we fight, and seek an opportunity to break out. Proceed as you suggest. I shall remain here a while longer. Ma Xiaoguang nodded and exited the cave. Xia Pei, Wu Su, Lin Fae, Lu Jiaoxi, you four shall lead groups up the mountain along separate paths. If you encounter the bandits, execute them on the spot. Be cautious of the terrain and proceed. Song Mingxing issued the orders, joining one of the groups ascending the mountain. Spare us, noble sir, spare us. We are but humble villagers from the nearby area, gathering firewood today. Very well, you may leave. Wu Su signaled to his soldiers to let the three men pass as they nodded in acknowledgement. Be cautious. Just as the three had walked past the line, they tossed their bundles aside, drawing long knives from the wood and swiftly slaying four men from behind before vanishing into the forest. How despicable. From now on, anyone we encounter shall be deemed a bandit and executed on the spot. Wu Su ground his teeth, gazing at his fallen comrades. The four groups faced continuous ambushes while ascending the mountain. Rolling stones, fallen timber, and hidden traps were all too common. Many suffered casualties. Yet only a handful of bandits remained. Chief, they have reached the halfway point and will soon discover our presence. We can initiate our breakout. To the west, we have the most traps and the highest casualties among our soldiers. We shall break out from the northwest, Ma Xiaoguang thoughtfully suggested. Shuefei nodded in agreement. As the strategist proposes, gather the brothers. We shall break out from the west. Lord Song, a large group of bandits is charging towards us. Lin Fa reported. Song Mingxing nodded, surveying his dwindling soldiers. Send 6 men to notify the other 3 squads. Drawing his sword, Song Mingxing commanded, shield bearers in front, the rest follow closely. Everyone, let us capture and slay these bandits. Just as they formed their ranks, Shuefei led the charge of the bandits. A fierce battle ensued. As the bandits approached, they were met with shields, only to be wounded by blades. However, the sheer number of bandits allowed some to leap over their fallen comrades and penetrate the lines of soldiers. Caught between 2 fronts, the soldiers found themselves overwhelmed. Maintain formation. Retreat. In the center of the formation, Song Mingxing wielded his sword, swiftly claiming 2 lives. Curse it, there are too many bandits. Our formation cannot hold much longer. Yet if we scatter, we shall surely be annihilated by their numerical advantage. Song Mingxing surveyed his surroundings, searching for Ma Xiaoguang. The enemy had clear objectives and divisions, undoubtedly. Someone was orchestrating the chaos. If he could eliminate that individual, the disorganized band would crumble. Shortly before, the leader had cautioned, our objective is to break out, not to annihilate the enemy. If we waste time here, we will be encircled by the other units, and even divine intervention would not save us. We must feign a desperate fight. Our numbers are vast. They surely wish to delay us for reinforcements. Once they retreat, we shall seize the opportunity to escape. Ma Xiaoguang observed the dwindling soldiers in the front and on the flanks, realizing they were about to be overwhelmed. Now is the time, according to plan, disperse. As the shield bearers and soldiers on either side became fewer, the formation was on the verge of collapse. Yet Song Mingxing could not find Ma Xiaoguang or Xue Fei. If I wished to flee alone, none could stop me. But what of the remaining soldiers? Just as despair began to set in, the bandits suddenly scattered. Is that Song Mingxing? Perceiving an unusual gaze, Song Mingxing turned. Xue Fei, Chief, forget about it. Escaping now is of utmost importance. Ma Xiaoguang urged as he noticed Xue Fei's unusual demeanor. Nodding, Xue Fei vanished into the dense forest. Ah, so they both infiltrated among their subordinates. No wonder I could not find them. As the bandits dispersed, Song Mingxing looked at the fewer than 10 surviving soldiers, feeling a pang of guilt. He acted impulsively, charging into the fray without understanding the situation on the mountain. Yang Wanjing was dead, as was his cousin, and so many brothers lost, all because of him. Yang Wanjing and he were both local officials under the previous dynasty, mere acquaintances before. After the fall of the previous regime, both had taken to the mountains as bandits. And now their reunion felt profoundly familiar. Their reinforcements had yet to arrive, presenting an opportunity. Xue Fei suddenly changed direction and dashed towards Song Mingxing. Seeing this, Ma Xiaoguang called a few others to pursue. Song Mingxing felt a chill run down his spine and turned to see 4 small daggers hurtling towards him. There was no time to turn back. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before him. Clang, 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 clang. The daggers were deflected. Are you all right, brother? Xia Wula sheathed his long knife and turned to inspect Song Mingxing, who appeared unharmed. I'm fine, but had you not arrived, it would have been a different story. Song Mingxing replied, his tone tinged with anger, both towards himself and the bandits. At that moment, 3 other units of soldiers arrived. Chief, going now would be tantamount to seeking death. Let's retreat. Xue Fei, held back by several men, ceased his struggle as they led him away. Report, my lord. Counting the injured, we now have 282 soldiers remaining. Nodding, Song Mingxing addressed the soldiers before him. Regroup and carry the fallen brothers. We shall return to Zhenqian town. Yes. With his right hand gripping the sword and his left hand clenched in a fist, Song Mingxing muttered. The remnants of the previous dynasty, the remnants of the previous dynasty. Yang Wanjing is one such remnant, and so is Xue Fei, killing like weeds. Someday I, Song Mingxing, will ensure that these remnants of the previous dynasty, these wretches unworthy of being called beasts, will be torn apart. His words struck Xia Wula like thunder, awakening buried memories that surged forth chaotically. 7th uncle, Uncle Lu, Lu Yuqing. Xia Wula clutched his head and howled. What has happened? What of the remnants of the previous dynasty? Why must we be hunted down and exterminated? Why? Song Mingxing looked at him in astonishment. Brother? Xia Wula released his grip, stepping forward to grasp Song Mingxing's garment, his voice low. I, Xia Wula, am a prince of the previous dynasty. I am the remnant you speak of. Go ahead and kill me. A moment later, Xia Wula released Song Mingxing and turned to leave. Song Mingxing grasped his arm. Brother? Xia Wula shook off his hand as if meeting him for the first time. Ripping off a sleeve, he declared, Today, our bond is severed. Return to Zhenqian town. As Xia Wula's figure vanished, Song Mingxing issued commands. At the Song residence, Song Weiwei had been waiting at the door for their return. Upon seeing Song Mingxing, she joyfully approached. After confirming his well-being, she glanced behind him, noticing the absence of Xia Wula, and asked, Brother, where is young Master Xia? He won tea. As she spoke, tears began to brim in her eyes. He is out buying something and will return shortly. Oh, then I shall wait for him a bit longer. You go inside, brother. Song Mingxing looked at her and entered the house. Brother. Seeing the door to Xia Wula's room ajar, Song Mingxing pushed it open. The bag was gone, leaving only a long knife on the table. As he picked up the knife and turned around, he found Song Weiwei right behind him. Weiwei, what are you doing? Tell me the truth. What has happened to young Master Xia? She asked, piercingly gazing at him. If you want to speak, I will find out myself. Seeing Song Mingxing remain silent, she turned to leave. Weiwei, don't be foolish. Where will you go to find him? Song Mingxing followed her. I'm not being foolish. I will go wherever it takes until I find him. He is a remnant of the previous dynasty. I do not care. He has a family. Song Weiwei halted, turned back, and looked up into Song Mingxing's eyes. So what if he is a remnant of the previous dynasty? So what if he has a family? Have you seen him commit any heinous acts? What of a man with multiple wives? Wasn't he our father the same? Your disdain for him, merely because he is a remnant of a fallen dynasty, is unfathomable. You shun him, seeking to sever ties. But were you not drawn to him initially due to his status? I cannot comprehend your thoughts. Uphold your so-called principles if you must. Regardless, my affection for him remains resolute, and I shall seek him out. With that, Song Weiwei turned her back. Should you wish to find him, I will not impede you. Provided you possess the ability to safeguard yourself, came the reply. Song Weiwei paused momentarily, then abruptly pivoted, drawing the sword from Song Mingxing's waist with a swift motion. The blade danced like a dragon, disarming him and returning the long knife to its hilt while she grasped it firmly in her left hand. Directing the sword towards Song Mingxing. Is this sufficient? She asked coldly. Without awaiting a response, she discarded both the sword and knife onto the ground and departed. Song Mingxing could only manage a bitter smile. In his youth, he had practiced swordsmanship with their father, while Weiwei, seeking companionship, had implored their father to allow her to join. Their father acquiesced, only to discover that Weiwei's innate talent for swordplay far surpassed his own. Despite his diligent practice, Weiwei merely played nearby, leaving him in her dust. In pursuit of the dignity of an elder brother, he diligently mastered various martial arts, culminating in the person he was today. As dusk fell, Song Mingxing found himself alone in the dining hall, acutely aware of the solitude surrounding him. Was my adherence to principle erroneous? I do not harbor grand aspirations for the world, truth be told. The chaos wrought by bandits and the slaughter in Zhenqian town have scarcely affected me, perhaps not at all. I am merely playing a role, portraying a dutiful son before my parents, a caring brother to Weiwei, and a responsible governor to others. In my position, I fulfill my obligations. Is there fault in that? None whatsoever. What do I truly desire? What is the essence of my being? With a resigned shake of his head, Song Mingxing chuckled softly, tasting his meal without savoring it. Chapter 23. The Jianghu with a sudden gasp, a mouthful of blood was expelled. The figure sat cross-legged upon the bed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the ceiling. In a whisper, he pondered, I have severed my path to the heavens. How did he descend? He has the means to wound me. It seems he has some standing. After much contemplation, yielded no answers. He lowered his head and closed his eyes again. First, I must heal my wounds, then seek that person for answers. I wonder if he possesses any insights. Xia Wula casually sought out an inn within the city, just a room and a few meals, and ensure the horse is well cared for. Certainly, esteemed guest. The innkeeper replied with eagerness, leading Xia Wula upstairs and opening the door. This is your room. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Xia Wula nodded. Oh, and please procure a map for me. Just as the innkeeper was about to depart, Xia Wula called him back, tossing a few pieces of silver his way. The innkeeper hastily caught the coins, recognizing that this gentleman was clearly of noble lineage, generous in his expenditure. Of course, sir. A map is but a mere handful of coins. After dining, the innkeeper cleared the table. Xia Wula unfurled the map upon the table, holding the candlestick to scrutinize it closely. It seems I am currently in Shunzhizen of Qingzhou. The journey to the imperial city is still quite distant, separated as it is by Qiyang County. After confirming his position, Xia Wula folded the map, taking his time to prepare for his journey. As he settled on the edge of the bed, loosening his garments, he was suddenly struck by a thought. He retrieved the letter from Lu Shu from his bag and ignited it in the flame of the candlestick. On the day he departed from the Song residence, he had read the contents of the letter. Most of it consisted of admonitions regarding his and Lu Yuqing's safety, concluding with a directive to seek Chang Bai in the imperial city should their identities be compromised, for he could offer protection. The letter was to be destroyed after reading. The following day, Xia Wula descended to the inn's lobby, having enjoyed a modest breakfast, and left a few coins at the counter as he exited. The inn was small, managed by a single family, and appeared to receive few visitors. Although the clientele was scant, the establishment was impeccably clean and the meals were fresh. Recognizing the family's struggles, Xia Wula generously offered more than was customary. He soon found an iron shop, where various farming tools and weapons were displayed. After much deliberation, he resolved to purchase a longsword. Though he was more adept with a knife, he had a preference for swords, as he would not be utilizing a spear. He did not consider that option. The more he examined the newly acquired longsword, the more he cherished it, occasionally drawing it to admire its elegance. As he strolled through the town, he contemplated his future plans. To seek vengeance, he must first enhance his own strength. Yet where could he find a master to teach him? Young friend, may I borrow your sword? A figure dashed past Xiaowula before he could react, swiftly snatching away his newly purchased sword, leaving him gripping only the empty sheath. Turning to face the commotion, he observed a diminutive old man engaged in a tussle with a burly brute. Bystanders and merchants alike hurriedly distanced themselves, save for a few daring souls who lingered to watch. The burly man wielded a broadsword, striking viciously at the old man, who raised his sword in defense. Could it be that my newly acquired sword is to be broken so soon? And by a stranger no less? Clang. As Xiaowula had feared, the long sword trembled violently before shattering. Pain surged within him as he watched. The old man hastily retreated, narrowly evading the brute's attack. His face a mask of shock as he exclaimed, "What a worthless sword! Hand it over." The burly man glared at the old man, his voice low and menacing. "If it weren't for this broken sword, I would have slain you today." The old man turned to flee. "I have matters to attend to today. I shan't play with you any longer." He then approached Xiaowula, lifting him as though he were a mere chick, and made a hasty escape. Xiaowula, glancing back at the pursuing brute, thought to himself, "Alas, will I not be mistaken for an accomplice? If caught, would I not perish before my quest even begins?" "Elder, I have a horse tethered at the stable," Xiaowula called out, noticing the distance between them and the brute shrinking perilously. "Oh, where?" "To the west." The old man hurriedly led Xiaowula towards the west. Upon reaching the stable, they found only a single horse. Without hesitation, the old man tossed Xiaowula onto its back and took hold of the reins, urging it into a gallop. The brute, seeing their figures diminish in the distance, roared in frustration, "You old fool, you may escape once, but you cannot evade me forever. When next we meet, I shall have your life." The old man paid no heed to the brute's threats, carrying Xiaowula deep into the woods. Tying the horse to a nearby tree, he took a swig from his gourd. Xiaowula scrutinized the old man before him, unkempt hair and beard, a frail stature that belied his speed. Elder. Youngster, your worthless sword nearly cost me my life. What compensation will you offer?" The old man glared at Xiaowula, his eyes wide with indignation. "Yet you took it without my consent. Am I to compensate you for what you seized?" Xiaowula thought to himself, though his demeanor remained respectful. "Elder, who was that man, and why did he pursue you?" The old man scoffed, "Just a brat from the Kong family. He lacks manners. Is it worth such desperation over a mere sword manual? Even the patriarch of his family treats me with respect. Then why did you flee?" The old man seemed to detect a hint of disdain in Xiaowula's tone, his face reddening. "Did you not see the size of his sword?" The old man, empty-handed, pondered why he should share insights with a mere child. His current predicament, a consequence of that wretched sword, left him in a disheveled state. Xiaowula, amused by the old man's incessant lament about the sword these past few days, chuckled inwardly. He decided against demanding compensation, reflecting that a sword purchased for merely 4 taels of silver hardly sufficed for a few nights' stay at Fengjiang Tower. With the sword gone, he turned to lead his horse away. "Where do you think you're going?" the old man inquired, noting the darkness creeping in, suggesting that they should head to the nearby town for sustenance and rest. "Rest?" The old man's eyes gleamed with cunning as he replied, "If we both flee together, Kong Air will surely consider us accomplices. Are you not worried about him seeking retribution? Whose fault is that?" Xiaowula retorted, "It's not like I forced you into this. If only I could best you in a fight." The old man ignored Xiaowula's complaints, resolutely stating, "Only I can ensure your safety, hence I shall accompany you." Xiaowula, after some contemplation, accepted this, recognizing the old man's considerable skill as beneficial, and there was no harm in it. "Innkeeper, we require lodgings. Also, tend to the horse," he instructed, handing the reins to the innkeeper. "Certainly, esteemed guest, please follow me." The innkeeper replied, guiding them inside. "How many rooms do you require?" "2 rooms, the old man interjected, "one for each of us." Seeing the confusion on Xiaowula's face, the old man leaned closer. "We shall each have our own room. If Kong Air comes looking for you, it would be unwise if I cannot protect you immediately. I am merely sacrificing my comfort for your safety." Upon entering their room, the old man scanned the surroundings, and sensing Xiaowula's curious gaze, resumed a composed demeanor. "Alas, it has been ages since I last stayed indoors," he exclaimed. "Bring me roast chicken, roasted duck, beef, and fish, all of it. Of course. Is there anything else you desire?" The innkeeper, eager to please, noted the unusual order. The old man removed the gourd from his back and handed it to the innkeeper. "Empty the water and fill it with wine. That will suffice. You may leave now." In a hurry to dismiss the innkeeper before Xiaowula could object, the old man added, "Do not look at me. you will settle the bill. After all, it is my duty to protect you, and without a full stomach, how can one muster strength? Once the innkeeper departed, the old man shed his earlier airs, adopting a more disheveled demeanor. Xiaowula felt a strange sense of certainty. He had indeed boarded a ship of mischief. Yet, hunger gnawed at him, and he was unperturbed. The meal arrived shortly, and the two sat across from each other. Elder, what precisely is that sword manual? Why does Kong Air pursue you so relentlessly? After eating my food and lodging, you owe me some explanation, Xiaowula inquired. The old man chewed on a chicken leg. Do you not even know this? What use do you have for a sword then? Xiaowula remained silent, adopting an attentive demeanor. The old man tore away another piece of meat. If you guarantee the payment for this meal and the lodging, I shall enlighten you. Xiaowula nodded in agreement. A sword manual, as the name implies, is a book that records sword techniques. How could you be unaware of this? Are there manuals for knives and spears as well? Xiaowula questioned. Why would there not be? Fists have their own styles. Palms have their own techniques. Without these, how would you engage in combat? The old man rolled his eyes, pulling off a duck neck. Are you a fool? You do not seem dim-witted. How is it that such a question escapes your lips? Realizing the truth in the old man's words, Xiaowula reflected on his hastiness to learn multiple techniques without mastering any. You must be a young master from a martial family, are you not? The old man speculated, eyeing Xiaowula's attire. Xiaowula did not deny this. Martial family? What is that? Where can I find it? What is a martial family? It is a realm of conflict and interpersonal relations. I am not entirely certain myself. However, I do know that wherever there are people, there exists a martial world. Why have I never noticed it before? Xiaowula pondered aloud, prompting the old man to conclude that he indeed hailed from a martial family. How can you understand the martial world if you have not yet entered it? Thus, the old man remarked, you pampered heirs are shielded too well. You lack the spirit of the martial world. Are you from Qingzhou, the Song, or Gua family? The old man took a swig of wine. Is the Song family a martial family? Xiaowula countered without answering the question directly. Not only that, but they also possess considerable influence among the families. Yet, in recent years, the Song family has leaned towards the court, straying from the traditional martial family path. Is it wrong for families to align with the court? There is no absolute right or wrong. Each person has their own aspirations. Moreover, it is not unusual for families to seek favor with the court. The old man's wisdom intrigued Xiaowula, who nodded thoughtfully, contemplating his own aspirations. Elder, you called my sword a worthless one. What constitutes a fine sword? Quite simple. It depends on the craftsmanship and materials. A top-quality sword should embody both rigidity and flexibility, gleam with a cold light, possess unparalleled sharpness, and exhibit exquisite craftsmanship. Your sword today is merely rigid without grace. A true fine sword is rare and often passed down through generations. Xiaowula, chewing on beef, muttered barely audibly. I too wish for a fine sword, but alas, they will not grant me one. How can I take the first step into trials? The old man, eavesdropping on Xiaowula's lament, felt a surge of delight, unaware that the youth had intentionally spoken for his ears. Young man, our meeting is fateful. I too seek a disciple. Why not seize this chance and become my apprentice? Fearing Xiaowula's refusal, the old man exaggeratedly declared, do you know how many exceptionally gifted young heirs have sought me as a teacher, only to be turned away? Their fathers have pleaded with me in vain. Feigning elation, Xiaowula knelt before him. Master, I humbly bow to you. The old man, taken aback yet quickly regaining composure, nodded seriously. Rise. I am not one to fuss over such formalities. He marveled at how easily the youth was deceived, having barely finished his pitch. Once he took on this apprentice, he would dine off his provisions, benefit from his family's support, and the old man's days of ease would soon be upon him, laughter bubbling within him. Xiaowula returned to the table, convinced that the old man possessed considerable knowledge and skill, ensuring that following him would yield rewards. He did not admit to being a scion of a martial family. That was merely the old man's conjecture. Disciple, tomorrow I shall lead you into the martial world. Very well, master. The next day, the two departed the inn, the old man riding, while Xiaowula followed on foot. First, you must learn to respect your teacher and the path of learning. Do you understand? The old man took a sip of wine. Ah, how refreshing. When was the last time I enjoyed wine for 2 consecutive days? The disciple understands, Xiaowula replied, acknowledging that etiquette is fundamental in any era or place. For the next half-month, the old man imparted no skills to Xiaowula, focusing instead on tempering his character. Remember, without a steady heart, even the greatest talent is wasted. Only with patience can one advance further, he advised, riding his white horse while clutching a roast chicken, his mouth glistening with grease. During this half-month, The old man indulged in hearty feasts and daily libations, living quite extravagantly. Xiaowula led the horse, content to walk slowly. Even though he yearned to learn martial arts, he understood that this was the nature of apprenticeship. A few months ago, your character was under scrutiny. It is only natural for others to dismiss you if your character is lacking. Besides, you didn't even offer a proper greeting to the old man, so you have no grounds for complaint. The old man discarded a chicken he had eaten, wiped his hands on his clothes, and rubbed his belly, seemingly noticing a slight increase in his girth. Casting a glance at Xiaowula, he pondered, "Disciple, what do you wish to learn? I have taught you nothing for so long. What if this lad runs off soon? Furthermore, it is not merely about what you wish to learn. It depends on whether I am inclined to teach it." Although the old man often preached about respecting teachers and adhering to etiquette, he himself was somewhat oblivious to these principles. Xiaowula felt a surge of joy. After merely half a month, he was to receive instruction. He respectfully addressed the old man, "Master, I wish to learn the sword." Despite having studied numerous weapons, Xiaowula felt an inexplicable affinity for the sword. The old man sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was the sword he wished to learn, for if it had been the saber or something similar, he would have been at a loss. "Very well, but first we must visit a certain place," he nodded in agreement. After traveling for another 2 days, the two arrived at an unnamed mountain. Venturing a short distance in, they discovered a sizable clearing and a thatched cottage. Observing the surroundings, it appeared there was no one else around. "This is the place," the old man pointed to the cottage. Suddenly struck by a realization, he thought, "Your master is a reclusive expert, which is why he resides here." However, no true expert would proclaim themselves as such. Xiaowula found the old man's words full of flaws, yet he held his tongue. Tying their horse behind the cottage, Xiaowula followed the old man to the door. Upon opening it, a cloud of dust erupted, prompting both of them to cough incessantly. Inside, they found numerous dusty items piled in a corner, and upon glancing up, Xiaowula noticed several holes in the roof. The old man, his face flushed, coughed a few times and instructed, "You go find something to patch the roof while I gather some supplies." He hadn't returned to this place in ages, as his sharp tongue and tendency to deceive had made him many enemies, and he feared someone might be lying in wait for him. After Xiaowula left, the old man squatted in the corner among the clutter, rummaging through the items. "Cough, cough, there's so much dust." After a long search, he discovered a sword with a broken tip, brushed off the dust, and grumbled as he stood up. Just as he was about to step outside, he saw Xiaowula returning with some thatch and advised him, "Once you have patched the roof, tidy up the place. I must step out again." "Understood," Xiaowula replied. After wandering through the mountains for a while, the old man found a solid bamboo stalk and nodded in satisfaction. His purpose for this outing was to find a suitable sword for Xiaowula to practice with. Originally intending to craft a wooden sword, he realized that his only sword was broken and could not withstand much use, so he settled for a smaller bamboo. After some time, the old man snapped it, wiped his brow, and examined the broken sword. After all these years, it's still remarkably sharp. How strange. He had no memory of where this broken sword came from and had seldom used it, feeling embarrassed to wield such a broken weapon. Returning to the cottage, he found Xiaowula already hard at work cleaning. "I will go gather some firewood. Tonight we shall feast," the old man said, leaning the bamboo against the wall and tossing down 2 rabbits before leaving. Under the bright moonlight, the bonfire blazed in front of the cottage. "Disciple, you have no idea how cunning these 2 rabbits are. Had I not swiftly released 2 sword energies to incapacitate their brains, they would have escaped." The old man devoured the meal, feeling fortunate to have found 2 rabbits that had met their demise in a collision. Sword energy? Xiaowula had never heard of such a thing and was eager for clarification. The old man's expression darkened. How could this boy know what sword energy was? He had merely read about it in a novel he once picked up and wanted to impress Xiaowula with his newfound knowledge. Sword energy, the old man recalled from the book, is the radiance of the sword. When you reach a certain level of mastery, you can materialize it and wield it to injure others. You are still far from that point. When you reach that level, I shall teach you, he boasted, utilizing every word he had learned throughout his life, hoping to mislead the boy for now. Xiaowula silently nodded. Indeed, while handling the rabbits, he had noticed internal injuries to their heads, confirming what his master had said. Respect for his master grew threefold. It seemed that aside from his unreliability at times, he was quite dependable. After dinner, the old man instructed Xiaowula to retire early, while he sat by the bonfire, scratching his head, contemplating how to teach. The following morning, the old man said, "Disciple, today you shall go to town to procure some provisions. Be sure to buy plenty of dry rations, as we will be undergoing rigorous training in the mountains." He wished to send Xiaowula away, hoping to buy time to devise a plan. Xiaowula agreed. But just as he was about to depart, the old man called after him. Oh, and bring me back a jug of wine. Do not rush back. Take your time and enjoy yourself. After today, such days will be scarce. Xiaowula felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that his master genuinely cared for him. Once Xiaowula left, the old man stoked the fire and reheated the leftover rabbit from the previous night, devouring it hungrily. Thank goodness he isn't left. I would have certainly gone hungry. After his meal, the old man took the bamboo he had chopped the day before and trimmed it with the broken sword, shaping it into a manageable length of about 20 inches. He roasted it over the fire to evaporate excess moisture, continuously rotating it to prevent the bamboo from bending. After a prolonged effort, he stood up and swung the bamboo stick a few times. The sound of slicing air filled the space, and he nodded in satisfaction. The bamboo, after being roasted, was now both flexible and sturdy. The old man lay on the ground, glancing at the bamboo stick leaning against the cottage, then sprang up in irritation. Where's that boy? Has he run off? I'm starving. He sighed, lamenting the lack of luck in finding rabbits that day. After a time, he lay back down, using his hands as a pillow, thinking, I'll just sleep. If I fall asleep, I won't feel hungry. The old man was used to occasional hunger, but lately, he had grown accustomed to indulgence, thanks to Xiaowula's provisions. After an indeterminate period, Xiaowula returned, leading the horse. The old man sprang up with newfound energy. Ah, young lad, you returned so late. Do you know how worried I was? I thought you had run into that fool Kong air again. But you told me to enjoy myself, Xiaowula replied, warmth flooding through him, recognizing his master's concern for him. The old man, coming back to himself, recalled it was indeed his own suggestion, feeling a bit awkward. He sighed. I will let you off this time, but be mindful of the time in the future, understood? Understood, master, Xiaowula replied. The old man hurriedly retrieved food from the white horse, seizing a roasted chicken and devouring it voraciously. He handed the bamboo stick to Xiaowula, saying, Take this. Tomorrow, we will begin your sword training. Seeing Xiaowula's bewilderment at the bamboo stick, the old man adopted a serious expression. This is merely a precaution to prevent you from injuring yourself with a sword. You shall use the bamboo for now. Enlightenment dawned on Xiaowula. His master was indeed thorough in his considerations. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he couldn't very well admit he had no money to buy a sword. Yet, wait a moment. Hadn't he asked this boy to bring back 2 swords? He had long desired a proper sword. How could he have forgotten? That night, the two sat by the bonfire as usual. Xiaowula picked up the broken sword, and a single hair fell onto the blade, instantly severing. What is this? The old man hastily snatched the broken sword from his hands, his cheeks aflame. Yet his expression remained solemn. This is my celestial sword. Celestial sword? Xiaowula had only recently discovered that swords could be divided into superior, intermediate, and inferior grades. And now, hearing the term celestial sword, he was immensely intrigued. In the novels he read, only the swords wielded by immortals could be deemed celestial. Indeed, it is a celestial sword, the old man declared gravely. Initially, in his haste, he had blurted out the term without contemplation. But now he sought a way to justify his words. This sword is rare in this world, forged from celestial materials. It can shatter stone and sever iron. I recall a time when I battled the world's greatest swordsman for 300 rounds, creating chaos and darkness. The very sword energies we unleashed could cleave mountains and split seas. Other renowned masters dared not approach within 300 miles, fearing the residual waves might cost them their lives. My sword techniques are unparalleled, and my sword energy is unmatched, forcing even the world's greatest swordsman to retreat hundreds of steps. Unwilling to confront me directly, I unleashed a thunderous, invincible sword strike towards him, and he reciprocated with his own. The old man, having exhausted his lifetime of learning, could not conjure an impressive name for his technique. With a flurry of strikes, we exchanged countless blows, ultimately resulting in my narrow defeat. I was struck down, suffering a grievous wound that nearly claimed my life. Of course, he too was not unscathed, as I had carved a significant gash across his chest. The old man animatedly recounted his tale, his embellishments becoming increasingly grandiose, until, utterly fatigued and at a loss for adjectives, he hastily concluded. Xiaowula listened with rapt attention, finding it more captivating than the novels he had previously indulged in. Observing this, the old man felt a sense of relief, believing he had successfully deceived the boy. Master, who was that world's greatest swordsman? Xiaowula gazed at the old man with admiration. Ah, you wouldn't know him even if I told you. When your skills reach even 1% of mine, I shall reveal his identity, the old man replied, sensing a twinge of guilt for misleading such a naive soul. He then closed his eyes and continued the ruse. At that time, I shall gift you this celestial sword. What do you say? Really? Is there any doubt? The old man opened one eye to scrutinize Xiaowula, questioning whether the boy might truly be a simpleton. Thank you, master. Thank you. Xiaowula's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm for the martial path that lay ahead. You should rest for now. We commence formal training tomorrow, the old man instructed. As Xiaowula lay in bed, he suppressed his excitement and closed his eyes. Initially, he had been skeptical, but now all doubt had vanished. He never anticipated that his seemingly elderly master possessed such profound depth. Even a mere broken sword could sever hair with precision. And he treated me so well, allowing me to sleep on the only bed. If the old man knew what Xiaowula was thinking, he would surely ponder, if I do not treat you well, will you run away and leave me to my fate? The old man sat by the campfire, gazing at the broken sword in his hand, his fingers gliding over the blade. Suddenly, he leapt up, biting his finger and tossing the sword aside, exclaiming, "Damn it, what a worthless piece of junk." After a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, could it truly have been a fine sword? Chapter 25, Footwork, the Master-Disciple Ceremony. First, practice a routine by yourself. I shall observe your foundation, the old man instructed Xiaowula. Nodding, Xiaowula picked up a bamboo stick and unleashed all he had learned at the Song residence. Not bad. I won't need to start from scratch. This certainly makes it easier for me, the old man praised after Xiaowula finished. However, beneath his smiling facade, he was internally panicking. What should I do? This boy has nearly mastered everything I intended to teach him. What can I impart now? Thank you for your kind words. Master. Xiaowula beamed with joy at the compliment, standing before the old man eager for further instruction. Yet, when it came to footwork, he was entirely a novice. The old man deftly shifted the topic, stating, before practicing swordplay, you must first learn footwork. To avoid disappointing Xiaowula, he continued with a serious expression. Footwork is essential in all martial arts. Your footwork must match your hand techniques, or else your efforts with the sword will be in vain. Recalling his match with Song Mingxing, Xiaowula realized that no matter what he attempted, he could not close or extend the distance unless Song Mingxing allowed it. Surely, this was the essence of footwork. I will heed my master's guidance, he affirmed, respecting the old man's wisdom. Now, go to the town and purchase a large bamboo basket. Get the biggest one, the old man instructed. Watching Xiaowula depart, he exhaled a sigh of relief, buying himself another day. He had initially thought he could easily dupe Xiaowula with some simple foundational concepts, but it seemed the boy was already well versed, perhaps even surpassing him slightly. He feared that wielding a long sword might inadvertently harm himself. What should he do? The difficult techniques were beyond him, otherwise he wouldn't have risked life and limb to steal a sword manual. His immediate concern was to devise more ways to deceive the boy. Fortunately, he was quite adept at evading danger, as he had recently carried Xiaowula, fleeing with great speed. The old man took a swig of wine and retrieved the stolen sword manual, 2E sword technique. Upon opening it, he muttered, "What is this? It requires 2 people to use. Is my life so valueless?" He hastily flipped through it before tossing it aside. Moments later, he picked it up again, tucking it into his robe. 1. It was something he had risked his life to obtain. 2. He thought it might serve as a useful tool to mislead Xiaowula. Discarding it would indeed be a waste. In the afternoon, Xiaowula returned, leading a horse that bore an enormous bamboo basket, over a yard in diameter. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there truly one this large? Master said to buy the biggest one, and this is it, Xiaowula replied earnestly. Very well. Place it in that open space, then gather some sand and stones to fill it, the old man commanded. Following the old man's instructions, Xiaowula diligently set to work. After a busy afternoon, he finally filled the basket, wiping his sweat and munching on a bun. The old man took another swig of wine, remarking, I told you to buy a smaller one, but you wouldn't believe me. Who suffers now? Xiaowula said nothing. He had long grown accustomed to the old man's contradictions over the past month and a half. After dinner, Xiaowula ventured to a nearby natural hot spring. Shedding his clothes and leaping into the pool, he closed his eyes, relishing the warmth, which soothed his aching muscles. Observing the basket brimming with sand and stones, the old man nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. From today, you will practice footwork. Get on top and walk along the edge of the basket. Do not fall off or topple it. Xiaowula first leapt onto the sand, and then cautiously tested his footing on the narrow rim of the basket. Watching him repeatedly stumble and fall, the old man burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Just like that, take your time, one step at a time. Relax. Do not rush, and align your body and mind. The old man's voice grew fainter as he walked up the mountain. Xiaowula struggled for a long time, finding it challenging even to stand on the edge, let alone walk around it. The old man made his way deeper into the mountain, ensuring no one was around, and pulled out the 2E sword technique, examining it intently. What a dreadful thing. I can't understand it at all. Who wrote this, insisting on making it so complicated? Less than a moment passed before he could no longer bear it. Cursing, I had hoped to study the sword technique while Xiaowula practiced, so I could impress him later, but it seems I truly cannot comprehend it. The old man picked up the sword manual and, intending to return, suddenly had another thought and walked back into the mountains. He returned carrying several bamboo poles, and, noticing Xiaowula still diligently focused on the basket, smiled and said, "Remember, patience is key." Casually uttering this, the old man drew out a broken sword and sat down, engrossed in his task. 2 days later, they both shouted in unison, "It's done! It's done!" Xiaowula felt a surge of joy. After 2 days, he could finally stand on both feet beside the basket. The old man laughed heartily, pleased that the rocking chair was finally completed, allowing him to recline comfortably. In the following days, Xiaowula took tentative steps, while the old man lounged in the rocking chair, sipping wine and dozing off. When awake, the old man would venture into the mountains, returning within a quarter of an hour each time. Xiaowula, unaware of his master's activities, remained focused on his practice. After a week, he managed to walk a full circle around the area. The old man watched, frowning. No, this won't do. You're far too slow. You need to run. Do you understand? Xiaowula nodded, fully aware of the truth in his master's words. Half a month later, the old man said, "Take a break today and go to the town to buy some supplies. We're running low on food." As Xiaowula departed, the old man suddenly remembered. "Don't forget to bring back a jar of wine." "I'll remember," Xiaowula replied. Instead of riding, he allowed the white horse to trot alongside him. As he ran along the mountain path, excitement filled him. He could feel the changes in his body. What had once required careful steps was now a brisk jog after weeks of training. After a while, he turned back to see the white horse struggling behind, and with a grin, he ran back and took the reins. "Look at my agility. Haha. I'll lead you along the easier path we used to take." The white horse seemed to understand, nuzzling against Xiaowula affectionately. Upon reaching the town, Xiaowula began sorting through his purchases, noticing the townsfolk donning thicker clothing. It dawned on him that winter was fast approaching, and the weather was turning cold. He resolved to buy his master a warm coat and 2 thick blankets, one for himself and one for the old man. Determined, he set to work. "Thank you for your hard work every time we venture out," he said, stroking the horse's neck. The white horse raised its head, appearing nonchalant as it started to walk. "Master, I'm back," Xiaowula exclaimed excitedly as he reached the clearing, eager to witness his master's reaction to the new garments. The old man emerged from the house, shovel in hand. "Now that you're back, hurry and help me. I plan to dig a pit inside the house for a fire. It will be warm." Together, they quickly made progress. "Look, master," Xiaowula said, revealing the new coat. "It's gotten cold, so I bought this for you as a token of my apprenticeship." The old man took the coat, examining it with delight, his face wrinkling into a smile. "A gift for my apprenticeship. Ha ha ha, I love it. When have I ever worn such fine garments? They look warm." Seeing his master's joy, Xiaowula couldn't help but smile. "Please try it on to see if it fits." "All right, let me give it a try," the old man replied. Just then, a woman approached, holding a horse with one hand and a portrait in the other, asking passers-by, "Have you seen this person?" The portrait depicted Xiaowula, and the woman was Song Weiwei. Many replied they had not seen him, and she soon realized that finding useful information in this town would likely be a challenge. Just as she was about to leave, a childish voice piped up, "Sister, I think I've seen that big brother in the picture." Turning, Song Weiwei saw a small child. "Little one, if I give you some money for candy, can you tell me about him?" she asked. "Really?" The child's eyes sparkled. "Yes, truly. Just tell me what you know, and I'll give you something." She reassured him. "This big brother comes to the town every so often. I see him buying lots of things each time." Song Weiwei took out a pouch and handed him 20 coins. "Here you go, see? I didn't deceive you." The child gleefully ran off with the money. Overjoyed, Song Weiwei felt a surge of excitement. Finally, she had news of Xie Gongzi. Regardless of its validity, she decided to stay in town for a while to investigate further. At an inn by the street, Song Weiwei rented a room with a window facing the road. Meanwhile, the old man observed Xiaowula confidently standing on the basket and nodded. "Now, dump half the sand and stones out, then continue practicing." Xiaowula expected to learn sword techniques, but felt deflated to find he still had more practice ahead, yet he complied without hesitation. The old man, now dressed in the new clothes Xiaowula had bought, reclined in the rocking chair. Noticing Xiaowula's discouragement, he said, "Young one, don't be disheartened. Do you know why I insist on you mastering your footwork? Because techniques must be integrated with one's footwork. Footwork is fundamental, Xie Wula replied. Yes, that is correct. But that is just part of it. The most crucial point is that in martial arts, speed is paramount. If your footwork allows you to strike before others, you will at least save your life. Do you understand? I understand, master. But isn't speed about the rate of attack? Indeed it is. However, I am aging and not in the best condition. I can't guarantee how much more I can teach you. Thus, I prioritize teaching you how to survive, so you can protect yourself in the future. The old man feigned a melancholic expression, having devised a plan to send Xie Wula away once he ran out of things to teach. Yet, there was truth in his words, after years of deceit and conflict. Had he not been swift, he would have long lost his life. Xie Wula felt a wave of sadness wash over him. It made sense why his master spent most of his time seated or reclining. It was due to poor health. Master, you will definitely live a long life. The old man remained silent. Live a long life. Who are you cursing? I'm in excellent health, eating well. I could live another 100 years. Chapter 26. The clown as usual. Xie Wula jumped onto the edge of the basket, swaying a bit before falling off. The bamboo basket was wider at the bottom than at the top, and previously, it had been filled with sand and stones, providing stability. Now, with the sand and stones reduced by half, it was unsteady, and even a minor shift caused significant wobbling. Xie Wula dusted himself off and, having shed his earlier arrogance, realized the difference in experience. The old man, observing Xie Wula's cautious attempts, yawned and said, Disciple, be humble and patient. Haste makes waste. I'm feeling tired and will take a nap. In a certain town, Song Weiwei sat by the window, watching the sparse foot traffic on the street, sighing. It's only the first day. It's normal for Xie Gongzi not to have come yet. After searching for so long, it's the first sign of hope. Waiting a little longer won't hurt. She understood the reasoning, but couldn't shake the feeling of urgency within her. That glimmer of hope made her fear it might all be in vain. Desire, a fervent yearning to see Xie Wula immediately, to dispel her unease. For days have elapsed. Drawing upon previous experience, Xie Wula has now managed to traverse a considerable distance along the swaying edge of the basket, which fills him with elation, signifying that with the right technique, he can walk as if on solid ground. An old man, peering through one open eye, observes Xie Wula for a moment before closing it again. This lad learns quickly. It is evident he possesses the makings of an adept escape artist. A figure swiftly enters a resplendent chamber. Has the identity been confirmed? At a table laden with wine, a person seated with their back to the hall toys with a wine glass, the fine liquid swaying within. Unbeknownst to them, another individual has entered the chamber. Bowing respectfully to the silhouette, the investigation is complete. The information is accurate. The swaying wine glass comes to an abrupt halt, the wine splashing against the rim. Plop. The droplets cascade down. Well, if that is the case, eliminate him. The voice is raspy and deep. However, both the Emperor and Lord Fan, present in the hall, exhibit a hint of hesitation, their heads bowed. Clang. Thud. The wine glass tumbles from the table, rolling down the stairs, splattering the wine onto the man's long robe. But what? The individual suddenly turns around, their eyes bulging slightly, a grim expression upon their face. They descend the steps, approaching the person in the hall, squatting slightly to meet their gaze. After a prolonged silence, they rise, bow their head, and turn back towards the steps. Very well, very well. Guoli, you no longer heed my words. Ha ha. With a bitter smile, he strides to the steps and abruptly turns, hastening towards Guoli, his tone shifting from sorrow to ire. Guoli, have you forgotten? Who took you in when you were abandoned? Who taught you all your skills? Standing before Guoli, their eyes fixed upon him, they raise their voice. Who granted you titles and ensured your comfort? Guoli lowers his head in silence. Speak. Who? Have you truly forgotten? Guoli steps back, kneeling on the ground. It was you, my lord. I dare not forget. Excellent. You have not forgotten. The man in the splendid robe nods with satisfaction at the kneeling Guoli. With a flick of his sleeve, he turns, hands clasped behind his waist. Go, kill him. Understood. Guoli vanishes in an instant. Once Guoli departs, the man sinks to the ground, gazing vacantly around, crawling towards the wine glass, picking it up. His eyes fixate on the remnants of the fine wine at the bottom, lifting it above his head and tilting it back, letting the drops trickle into his mouth. All gone. The man murmurs to himself, discarding the glass aside, staring blankly at the ceiling. The Emperor is far too soft-hearted, far too soft-hearted. Thus, there are certain tasks that must fall to me. The old man surveys his surroundings. No one is present. He retrieves the two instruments, sword technique. Observing the pages that are nearly worn to tatters, he recalls his impending ascent to the mountain to study. Wiping his eyes, reflecting on how diligent he has been. Although each session barely lasts a quarter of an hour, the frequency compensates. He has only perused the first few pages, but the number of times he has flipped through them is commendable. Truly, I am deeply invested in my disciple's progress. The old man is moved to tears, utterly overwhelmed with emotion. A gust of wind sweeps by, prompting the old man to rub his eyes, contemplating that today should suffice. He picks up the book, preparing to tuck it away, only to withdraw it once more. What did the book say? I must remember this time. Forgetting today what I learned tomorrow. Each day feels refreshingly new. How long can this continue? As dusk descends, Xiaowula observes the sky darkening. His master typically returns promptly, yet today, he has not returned as expected, raising his concern. Just as he prepares to ascend the mountain in search of him, the old man emerges from the woods. Rushing forward, he queries, "Master, why have you returned so late? Is everything all right?" The old man, with a flick of his beard, responds, "What could possibly trouble me? I merely encountered a fierce tiger. Fearing it might harm you, I attempted to slay it, but alas, it escaped. I pursued it for a considerable time, which delayed me somewhat." Seeing that Xiaowula is convinced, the old man huffs and strides ahead. This lad is rather gullible. I cannot very well admit that I fell asleep while engrossed in my reading on the mountain. After dinner, the old man instructs Xiaowula to rest, as he himself has already napped and now feels invigorated. That day on the mountain, the old man, lost in his reading, drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, a faceless swordsman stood in the air like a celestial being. The old man gazes upwards, suddenly locking eyes with the figure, feeling as if countless fine needles were piercing his vision. Lowering his gaze, he rubs his eyes, and upon looking up again, the swordsman raises a hand in his direction, causing the air around to tremble violently as a blade of energy hurtles towards him. With incredible speed, it swiftly approaches, reducing the surrounding trees to ash. The very air seems severed, rendering the old man breathless. Awakened, he feels a chill running down his spine, cursing as he descends the mountain. The weather has turned cooler, and the old man has moved the rocking chair indoors, murmuring softly as he gazes at the sleeping Xiaowula. Recently, I've boasted so much to this lad that I nearly convinced myself I am an unparalleled master, my confidence soaring. Although I have offended many, who would dare provoke a celestial being? A week passes swiftly. Xiaowula stands at the edge of the basket, poised like a crane on water. His steps measured and unhurried. Just a little more. With excitement, Xiaowula propels himself upward. Disciple, the food is nearly depleted. The old man reclines in the rocking chair. Very well, master. I shall go to purchase more tomorrow. Xiaowula senses that if he can capture that fleeting sensation he just experienced, success is imminent. Ha ha ha, indeed. I have succeeded. I shall hasten my pace next time. Before long, Xiaowula successfully completes his journey along the basket's edge. In the town, Song Weiwei observes the dwindling number of pedestrians on the streets, her expression betraying her disappointment. Having lingered here for nearly 12 days, she has yet to catch a glimpse of young Master Xia. I shall wait one more day. If he does not appear, I can no longer remain here. On the path to the town, Xiaowula suddenly feels a refreshing chill sweep over him and looks up to see snowflakes dancing through the air. It has begun to snow. Song Weiwei catches a few flakes, watching them melt swiftly in her palm. Will young Master Xia appear today? Upon arriving in the town, Xiaowula notices that the snowfall has ceased for a while. Leading his white horse with familiarity, he navigates the various shops. Roast chicken, duck, and wine are essential purchases. His master delights in these delicacies. He gathers a few other items such as buns and beef. Seated by the window, Song Weiwei ponders the sparse foot traffic on the street, likely due to a lack of a market day. After waiting for over 10 days, her anticipation has dwindled. It seems I shall not see young Master Xia today either, she sighs, her beautiful eyes gently closing. Xiaowula secures a bag of potatoes to the horse's back, clapping his hands. Well, that should suffice. I must hurry back, or my master will worry again. Just then, a figure clad in blue appears, accompanied by a white horse laden with goods. Song Weiwei rises in excitement. Though only a silhouette, it radiates an unmistakable familiarity. Young Master Xia. Her eyes mist over, almost unconsciously uttering his name. Since leaving the Song residence, she has received no news and has followed him here without a second thought. To facilitate the inquiry for news, relying solely on the memory of his features, Song Weiwei crafted a portrait of Xiaowula, leaving no stone unturned to search in the towns surrounding the Song residence. Today, she finally caught sight of him. Song Weiwei dashed down the stairs and onto the street, chasing after the familiar silhouette. Master Xia, she called from behind. Curious passers-by halted, their gazes converging on Song Weiwei. The figure, upon hearing her voice, slowly turned around. It was not him, yet he bore an uncanny resemblance. The stature, the height. The facial features were all strikingly alike, appearing to be the very same person from a distance. However, as one drew closer, the resemblance faltered, akin to brass aspiring to be gold. Although unaware of Xie Wula's past or thoughts, he exuded an air of confusion that was simultaneously resolute. A maturity laced with a hint of childlike innocence that was uncommon in ordinary folk. The light in Song Weiwei's eyes dimmed as she lowered her head, a few strands of hair cascading down. The number of bewildered onlookers grew. The man glanced around and, leading a white horse, departed. Song Weiwei stepped away from the crowd and returned to the inn. Suddenly, a wave of sadness washed over her, and she felt a profound sense of injustice. All she sought was to find Master Xie. Why must fate toy with her so? She felt like a clown in a theatrical play, subject to ridicule. In the dark, a glimmer of hope appears, and as she rushes towards it, it fades away until it is barely visible. Just when she considers giving up, it flares back to life, tempting her anew. Upon finally reaching it, she is met with a bucket of cold water. Song Weiwei collapsed onto her bed, her tears soaking the pillow. Xie Wula returned to his small abode, finding no sign of the old man, and stood at the door, scanning the surroundings. Back already? The old man appeared behind him, clutching various lengths of bamboo. Yes, I'm back. Hurry and lend a hand. Don't just stand there like a fool. The old man scolded as he made his way to the back of the house. Xie Wula followed, asking, Master, what are you doing? With the snow falling today? I thought to build a shelter for the horse, to prevent it from catching a chill later. Go find something to cover the roof. The old man instructed while tightening the framework. Not only did the master care for him, but he also showed concern for the horse. Indeed, to ensure that he could focus solely on his studies, the white horse had always been fed by the master. Xie Wula chuckled and merrily ventured into the mountains. Once the framework was complete, the old man picked up a bundle of hay he had collected a few days prior and fed it to the white horse. Stroking its mane, My dear, don't go hungry. I'll build you a shelter so you don't freeze. I'm counting on you to carry back my winter provisions. Chapter 27. White Snow. Red Blood. A narrow mountain stream divides the village of Drunken Ridge into the North Village and the South Village. The two villages are connected by a stone bridge, beneath which hangs a rusted ancient sword. On the bridge sat an old man fishing, his square face adorned with a pair of sword-like eyebrows, his hair streaked with gray, and his countenance rugged. The old man, with a serious demeanor, focused intently on the fishing line when suddenly, the rod jerked violently. His eyebrows shot up in anticipation. Big fish. He swiftly lifted the bamboo rod, sending water splashing everywhere, and a broad smile spread across his face. What is this? He exclaimed, realizing that instead of a large fish, he had caught a man. The old man with the square face furiously tossed the rod aside and descended from the bridge. Do you dislike me that much? The man who had been caught followed him, laughing. You know it. I not only dislike you, I wish to kill you. The old man abruptly halted, the air within a half-meter radius around him thickening, gravity intensifying, causing birds in flight to disintegrate into blood mist before vanishing. The man, seemingly unaffected, continued to smile. Zhuo Fanlin, do you believe you are my equal? Even if I cannot defeat you, I can still harm you. Zhuo Fanlin's tone grew resolute, his presence intensifying, causing the ancient sword beneath the bridge to shed rust and tremble, emitting a low moan. Ha ha ha, you truly overestimate yourself. The man laughed heartily, clutching his belly. Do not flatter yourself. As the laughter faded, the ancient sword shattered, falling into the water. The old man's lips were laced with blood, yet he fought to suppress the urge to spit it out, his shoulders sagging. Kill, or maim as you wish. I never claimed I would kill you. I merely wanted to ask a question. The man feigned a look of grievance. Kill, or maim as you wish. Zhuo Fanlin clearly had no intention of responding. I advise you to think carefully before you speak, the man said, retracting his tone, his gaze shifting to the distance, laced with menace. Zhuo Fanlin followed the man's gaze, his previously retracted aura erupting anew, even more forceful than before. You dare? What do I have to fear? If you all dare to come down, why should I not dare to kill you? I seem to recall her primordial spirit was severely injured, nearly collapsing. The man's tone grew impatient. After a long pause, Zhuo Fanlin suppressed his aura, pleading softly. I beg you, spare her. If you do, I will divulge all I know. The man's smile returned. If you had said so earlier, why the trouble? What do you wish to inquire about? Just tell me if you have sensed anything unusual lately. Yes, twice. Twice? Yes, twice. One was faint, the other quite strong, Zhuo Fanlin affirmed after a moment of contemplation. Let us discuss the stronger instance. That presence was very similar to what we sensed when we descended, but the heavenly path is severed, so I cannot be certain. Indeed, it was indeed a descent. I confronted that person, intending to capture her alive, but she burned her life force to escape, and I sustained injuries. Yet how did they descend? The man confirmed Zhuo Fanlin's words. As expected, Zhuo Fanlin's doubts were alleviated. How they descended, I cannot ascertain. However, I remember reading an ancient text during my time in the upper realm about methods to descend without utilizing the heavenly path, though no one has tried them. So their authenticity is uncertain. The man nodded. What is that method? Did any phenomena occur? I cannot recall. I only remember the cost is immense. And it cannot be performed again in a short time. Zhuo Fanlin shook his head. What do they intend to do? Have they forgotten what transpired 700 years ago? The man gazed at the sky, puzzled. This, I do not know. You Zhuo family members are indeed more attuned to such energies, the man praised. That will be all for today. If I have further matters, I will seek you out again. I hope you will cooperate then. By the way, if you remember anything, contact me. If it proves useful, I can assist in nurturing her primordial spirit. How does that sound? The man revealed a contemplative expression, tossing a piece of jade into the air before vanishing. Zhuo Fanlin caught the jade and tucked it into his robe. As the man departed, the pressure lifted, and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the ancient sword beneath the bridge, now reduced to mere hilt, shaking his head in resignation before leaving. Master, the little fox has come again. Xiao Wula tore off a piece of chicken breast to feed it. He and the old man sat beside the campfire within the cabin. The old man glanced at the fox, then bit into the roast chicken he held, quickly devouring several pieces. This creature only comes to beg for food. The fox rubbed against Xiao Wula's leg, and the old man, noticing its upright tail, looked at the mink fur around his neck and, with a glint in his eye, tore off another piece of meat. Little fox, come here to old man. I have something delicious. The fox regarded the old man's mischievous grin, taking a few steps back to nestle against Xiao Wula, baring its teeth at the old man and occasionally letting out low growls. Fine, if you won't eat it. I have no desire to give it to you. The old man, seeing the fox's reluctance, stuffed the torn meat into his own mouth. Disciple, reduce the sand and gravel by half tomorrow and continue practicing. The old man reminded, recalling how Xiao Wula had managed to run alongside the basket today. After removing half of the sand and stones from the bamboo basket, Xiao Wula stood beside it for a long time without making a move. The old man inside the house, noticing this, felt a twinge of anxiety, suspecting that Xiao Wula might be reluctant to continue practicing this monotonous task. What if he urgently asked me to teach him something else? I must dispel such thoughts. The old man lifted the bedding, rose from his rocking chair, and stepped outside. Disciple, I understand that cultivation is arduous and tedious. However, it is precisely because of this that we must endure the loneliness, immerse ourselves in our practice, and achieve the effect of accumulating strength for a sudden outburst. Today, I shall demonstrate for you the pinnacle of martial arts. As he spoke, the old man appeared to stroll leisurely, yet his speed was astonishing, his steps light and graceful, leaving not a trace of dust. With a few fallen leaves as a springboard, he soared into the air. Upon landing, he gazed at the astonished Xiao Wula. Did you see that? With diligent practice, you too can reach my level. Although Xiao Wula was merely meditating and did not express fatigue, witnessing his master reveal such prowess was exhilarating, igniting a fervor in his eyes. The old man, relieved to see Xiao Wula's enthusiasm, returned to his rocking chair and covered himself with the bedding. Oh dear, it has been too long since I moved. My old back aches terribly. 2 days later, the old man yawned as he watched Xiao Wula riding the overturned bamboo basket. Suddenly, he jolted upright from his chair, the bedding slipping to the ground. A murderous intent. The old man was all too familiar with this sensation. After years of grappling with adversaries, he had made many enemies who harbored ill will toward him. Could it be one of my foes seeking vengeance? No, this murderous intent is not directed at me. He looked again at Xiao Wula in the yard. Could it be aimed at him? Regardless, I must devise a means to escape to avoid collateral damage. The old man stepped outside and addressed Xiao Wula, disciple. Focus on your training. I have matters to attend to. Understood, master, Xiao Wula replied. Internally, the old man was in a panic, forcing himself to appear calm. The dread of death caused his leg muscles to tremble involuntarily. This murderous aura surpassed all he had encountered before, seemingly intent on ending a life with mere malice. He endeavored to maintain a fade of nonchalance as he strolled toward the town. 1 step, 2 steps. The distance between him and Xiao Wula gradually widened. Xiao Wula, standing beside the bamboo basket, felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. A shiver coursed through him, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Glancing at the sky, he noted It's cold again in less than an hour? Not dwelling on it further, he resumed his practice. The old man continued his pace, unhurried. Yet with each step, the murderous intent behind him intensified, heightening his anxiety. Who had this lad provoked? Or had his family entangled themselves with someone dangerous enough to summon such a formidable assassin? If they have found me, then the lad's family is in grave peril. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Should I assist you, it would only result in another corpse. I have taken my share, yet I have imparted some knowledge. We are even. The old man urged himself not to feel guilty, quickening his pace, covering over 100 meters in no time. The sky turned pale, the light dimming. Snow began to fall. Xiaowula continued to flip the bamboo basket, right it, and then overturn it again. The old man tucked his chin into his collar, pulling his hat down to reveal only his eyes, feeling considerably warmer. The snow melted, saturating the ground, making the path slippery. The old man feared slipping, taking careful, small steps, which naturally slowed him down. The snow fell heavier, obscuring the old man's vision. He halted to remove his hat and wipe away the snowflakes, sighing, "Oh, poor little fellow." Looking at his hat, he mused, "This hat is quite lovely and thick. It must have cost a fortune." The path was indeed slippery, but not impossible to navigate. The slow pace was due to the old man himself. The snow was falling heavily, yet it did not completely blind him. He sighed again. Without hesitation, turned back. "Old man, you cannot go back this time." "Why not?" "I'll hold him off for a moment. Once the lad is on horseback, do you think he can catch up? And you? Me? My lightness skill is unparalleled. I have escaped many times before. What difference does this make?" "Very well. Do as you wish," the old man muttered to himself. Turning a corner, he beheld an open space, where Xiaowula stood unsteadily by the basket. The old man exhaled in relief, feeling the overwhelming murderous intent, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his pace did not falter. "Disciple," before Xiaowula could respond, the old man pulled him into the grass hut. The old man retrieved a broken sword and handed the scabbard he had crafted a few days prior to Xiaowula. "This is what I promised you. Take it and leave immediately." However, Xiaowula felt compelled to refuse. He remembered his master stating that he would receive it once he mastered swordsmanship, and he had not even begun yet. "Silence. From this moment forth, I am no longer your master. You mount your horse and depart." The old man's tone was grave, leaving no room for negotiation. Confused as to why his master was angry, Xiaowula stepped forward, intending to apologize, only to be forcefully pushed against the wall by the old man. The thatched wall, interwoven with bamboo, could hardly withstand Xiaowula's weight, resulting in a large hole. Snowflakes drifted in through the opening. A long sword pierced the wall, grazing the old man's cheek, warm droplets falling onto Xiaowula's face. In an instant, the old man seized Xiaowula, and a figure crashed through the grass hut, snatching the long sword, casting a piercing gaze at both Xiaowula and the old man. The elegantly robed man remained bent over his desk, not lifting his head. "Failed." Guoli did not deny it. "How did you fail?" The elegantly robed man remained calm despite Guoli's failure. "I was obstructed." "And what of the obstructor? Was he killed?" "He was killed." Guoli did not dare to look up at the elegantly robed man. "Very well, find another opportunity to kill him. You may leave." After Guoli departed, the elegantly robed man stood, surveying the empty hall. Could it be as he said? Report to you. Indeed, there was an obstruction, but he had multiple opportunities prior that he failed to seize. The elegantly robed man nodded, leaning down, his right hand grasping a brush. "Kill him. The young one is his opponent. Did I say for you to go alone? You may withdraw." The young one retreated. The room fell silent. The elegantly robed man pressed his hand to his forehead, his expression pained. After a long while, he opened his eyes, gazing at a crooked character for death on the rice paper, puzzled. "What is this?" Chapter 28. Entering the Jianghu, Xiaowula led a white horse, strolling through a certain town. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before him, blocking his path. Xiaowula looked up to see Kong Er, the one who had chased him and the old man a few days prior. Kong Er, noticing the dark expression on Xiaowula's face, instinctively took a step back in fright. Xiaowula ignored him, guiding the white horse past Kong Er. Seeing Xiaowula's demeanor, Kong Er assumed he had intimidated him, and his previously diminished bravado surged back as he hurriedly blocked Xiaowula's path again. "Brat, return my sword manual, or else I'm sorry. But your sword manual has already been lost." Xiaowula bowed his head apologetically to Kong Er and turned to lead his horse out of town. Xiaowula had no intention of entering the town, and now faced with an obstruction, he did not wish to entangle himself further, so he chose to leave. "You think it's that easy to leave? Today, you shall not depart without compensating me for my sword manual." Kong Er, filled with arrogance, was unwilling to let Xia Wula go so easily and once again obstructed his path. The sword manual was intended by Kong Air to win the favor of a female cultivator, but it was stolen by an old man, resulting in the lady's refusal to meet him. Enraged, Kong Air pursued the old thief, determined to reclaim the manual. With the manual lost, Kong Air asked, "How much can I compensate you?" Despite being the thief, Xia Wula thought it reasonable to settle the matter. Although Kong Air had gained the upper hand, Xia Wula's submissive demeanor irked him. "Do you have any idea how hard I worked to acquire that manual? At the very least, you owe me 10 taels of silver." Kong Air pondered for a moment, knowing full well that he had obtained the manual by mere chance, without effort. He intentionally quoted a high price to vex Xia Wula. The onlookers gasped, 10 taels? Isn't that extortion? Fine. Xia Wula retrieved a pouch from his bag. Having been responsible for procuring food, he had some cash on hand. After counting, he tossed the exact amount to Kong Air, pouch and all. The crowd was astonished that this fool had agreed. Kong Air, holding the pouch, was equally incredulous. "Ha ha ha, it seems the young follow in the footsteps of the old. You both share the same cowardice." He mocked as he watched Xia Wula depart, feeling far from satisfied. Xia Wula halted, gripping the reins tightly. "What did you say? Dare to repeat that?" Seeing this, Kong Air grew even more exhilarated, for the thrill of defiance was what he relished. "What's the matter, hard of hearing? I'll say it again, you and that old man are both." Suddenly, a broken sword appeared at Kong Air's throat, causing him to silence. Yet, surrounded by numerous spectators, Kong Air, a man of pride, could not show fear. He swiftly leaped back, drawing his broadsword, and charged at Xia Wula. Though Xia Wula's lightness of foot had not yet reached mastery, he was far superior to Kong Air. Kong Air's movements were still too slow for Xia Wula. Raising his broadsword, veins bulging, Kong Air's long-absent white silk thread appeared before Xia Wula's eyes. Before Kong Air could strike, Xia Wula anticipated the attack's trajectory. As expected, a heavy downward slash aimed for Xia Wula's head, clearly intending to end his life. Aware of the disparity in their strength, Xia Wula dared not confront it head-on. He deftly retreated, his toes tapping the ground. The sword clashed against the stone tiles, cracking like spider silk as shards flew. One piece hurtling towards Xia Wula's face. Alarmed, he could not evade in time. The sharp edge grazed his face, igniting a fiery pain. Not daring to counterattack, he kept his eyes on Kong Air, retreating rapidly. "The officers are coming. Run." The crowd, unwilling to face consequences, scattered. Xia Wula sheathed the broken sword and led his horse away. Kong Air laughed. "Ha ha, that old man wouldn't even part with a complete sword, truly stingy." Xia Wula paused, casting a cold glance back at Kong Air, his expression reminiscent of gazing upon a corpse, startling Kong Air. "What is going on here?" The leading officer approached Kong Air, scrutinizing him. Kong Air quickly sheathed his sword and bowed to the officer, who was 2 heads shorter than him. "Nothing to worry about, right?" He slipped a tael of silver into the officer's hand. The officer, noticing Kong Air's generosity, diverted his gaze from the broken tiles and nodded, "Be more careful next time." Once the officers departed, Kong Air stood tall, feeling the sting of having lost a tael, his heart bleeding. "Ah, a bunch of bullies. Do they think I'm afraid of them?" His voice was barely a whisper. Outside the town, Xia Wula, not far from the gates, devoured 2 buns while leaning against his white horse, closing his eyes to rest, planning to wait for Kong Air to emerge. Over a month prior, by the campfire, Xia Wula asked the old man, "Master, won't the authorities arrest us for killing?" The old man suddenly stood, his expression darkening, and in an instant appeared behind Xia Wula. "If I were to rob you and kill you, discarding your body in the wilderness, how long do you think it would take for it to be discovered?" Xia Wula felt a sharp pain in his throat. Looking up at the old man with a hoarse voice, I don't know." The old man tossed aside a chicken bone and sat back down beside Xia Wula. "Foolish boy, this country is vast. Do you know how many die each day? While there are laws, they require evidence. As long as you don't go too far, who would care? Everyone is too busy." Having waited in the forest for 2 days, Xia Wula spotted the familiar figure exiting the gate and smirked, stealthily following. After their previous encounter, Xia Wula realized that while he was quick, his movements were chaotic, lacking structure. He also acknowledged that he was no match for Kong Air in strength or experience. Thus, he resolved to catch him off guard. A single strike to end it would be ideal. After several miles of pursuit, with Kong Air appearing relaxed and unguarded, Xia Wula drew his broken sword, launching forward like an arrow, aiming directly at Kong Air's back. In an instant, he was poised to strike. Kong Air, seasoned in the ways of the world, sensed the cold wind and, noticing Xia Wula's approach out of the corner of his eye, quickly released his binding. The broadsword slipped from its resting place. and Kong Air rolled to the ground to evade the attack, drawing the sword from the ground as he did so. Xia Wula, having missed his strike, found himself mere feet from Kong Air. Initially startled, Kong Air recognized Xia Wula and sneered. I thought it was someone else. You little coward. I let you go the other day, and here you are seeking death today. Without wasting words, Xia Wula charged forward. He understood that he was merely a novice. The longer he delayed, the worse it would be. Xia Wula moved swiftly, with Kong Air struggling to keep up. As Xia Wula lunged again, Kong Air hurriedly raised his sword to block. After exchanging several blows, Kong Air discerned Xia Wula's capabilities. Aside from his speed, he was otherwise lacking. His attacks were simple thrusts and slashes, revealing his inexperience. With clarity, Kong Air ceased his defensive stance and opted for an offensive approach. In an instant, he lunged forward, closing the distance to less than a foot. With both hands on the broadsword, he swung down at Xia Wula. With a flicker of insight, Xia Wula sidestepped to avoid the blow, causing Kong Air to stumble from the force of his swing. Seizing the moment, Xia Wula thrust his broken sword toward Kong Air's temple. Just as he thought he had succeeded, he noticed a cunning smile on Kong Air's face. Kong Air dodged the strike, firmly planted his stance, and seized Xia Wula's wrist, lifting him into the air and swinging him in a half-circle. Aware that he could not hit Xia Wula, Kong Air feigned a stumble, creating a false opening to lure Xia Wula into attacking. Xia Wula was thrown several feet before crashing to the ground, pain radiating through his body as he lost grip of his sword. Lying on the ground, he watched Kong Air approach with the broadsword in hand. The thought, my life is over, lingered in his mind, relentless and unyielding. Xia Wula chuckled at himself, acknowledging his inferiority in skill and his misguided sense of superiority. His vain attempt to seek revenge through murder was laughable, indeed. Kong Air approached Xia Wula, spitting at his feet. You audacious young fool, do you really think you can kill me? Have you weighed your own worth? You are as useless as that old man. Xia Wula, do you wish to die so easily? Death is simple, clean. It's as if you merely drifted into a dream. In that dream, you remain the esteemed doctor of the pharmacy in Yunbian City, and all your loved ones are alive, free from worry. But dying is the easiest part. The challenge lies in wanting to die, yet being compelled to live. You must endure, Xia Wula. Do you know why? Because there are still many things you must accomplish. You must bear humiliation and hardship, patiently waiting to exact vengeance upon your enemies. Suddenly, Xia Wula, who had been resigned to death, opened his eyes wide. Springing up like a carp leaping from the water, with his left palm forward and right fist drawn back, he struck Kong Air's Zhenqian acupoint. Despite Kong Air's muscular build, he felt a wave of panic and disorientation wash over him. Xia Wula delivered several heavy punches, having mastered the human body's acupoints through years of medical study. The Jiuwei acupoint, located 7 inches above the navel and half an inch below the xiphoid process, is known to relieve fatigue and ease irritability. It is one of the primary points on the Ren meridian. A strike to this point sends shock waves through the abdominal wall, veins, liver, and gallbladder, potentially leading to cardiac arrest. The Juk acupoint, situated 6 inches above the navel on the central line of the upper abdomen, is another significant point on the Ren meridian. Effective for treating gastrointestinal disorders. Striking this point can alleviate chest pain, heartache, anxiety, fainting, madness, forgetfulness, and bloating. With multiple critical acupoints struck, Kong Air's body fell into disarray, barely managing to hold onto his sword to avoid collapsing. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Wula retrieved the broken sword and aimed it at Kong Air's chest and abdomen. Kong Air, one hand clutching his chest and the other raising his sword to block, was met with a resounding clash. The sword shattered into 2 pieces. How could this be? This broken sword managed to sever my blade. Insult me if you must, but those who dare insult my master shall die. With another strike, Kong Air's face turned pale as he gasped for breath. Xia Wula collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his insides still aching. Looking at Kong Air's lifeless body, he spoke to himself. With so many grievances left unavenged, how could I simply abandon my life? After a long pause, he finally rose to leave. Leading his white horse, Xia Wula entered the town and settled in an inn. He requested the innkeeper to prepare hot water, cleaned himself of the grime, and donned a new outfit. The room lacked a dining table, forcing him to eat in the bustling hall downstairs. Returning to his room, a few leaves floated in through the window. He closed it and lay on the bed. Today marked his entry into the martial world. Have you seen the person in the portrait? Let me see. I have some recollection, but cannot quite recall. Is this not the shorter one from the conflict in Zhenqian town a few days ago? Indeed, once you mention it, I remember, the officials were all involved. The two conversed, oblivious to Song Weiwei nearby. After thanking them, Song Weiwei hurriedly tucked away the portrait and rushed towards Junyuan town, anxious about young Master Xie and whether he had sustained any injuries. Chapter 29. The Blade Seller's Prophecy. Excuse me, esteemed guest. You stayed at my inn and departed early this morning. Did he mention where he was headed? I'm afraid not. However, it snowed all night, and the roads are slow due to the accumulation. If you leave town quickly, you might still catch up with him. Thank you. Zhuo Fanlin regarded the individual before him. Has it not yet come to pass? What brings you here? The man smiled. For other prophecies, I wait until they unfold, but this particular one I dare not delay. As a mere mortal, my strength is limited, and I value my life, so I arrived early. Zhuo Fanlin did not linger on pleasantries, stating directly, all right. How much do you require? The agreed amount was 100 taels of silver. Zhuo Fanlin frowned, his demeanor authoritative. He recalled the initial agreement, which he had perceived as a jest, but to his astonishment, the sum was indeed substantial. That seems a bit excessive. I do not possess that much at present. 100 taels for a village's life is not unreasonable, I believe. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuo Fanlin relaxed his brow and removed a jade ring from his thumb. Very well, your blade is indeed valuable. Is this sufficient? The blade seller examined the ring against the light, chuckling. This will do. You are quite straightforward. Thus, I shall offer you an additional piece of advice. Watching the blade seller depart, Zhuo Fanlin's expression turned solemn as he muttered incantations about the imbalance of heaven and earth, though the words were not entirely clear. He retrieved the jade from his pocket, pondering, in this chaotic world, with the support of the Kong kingdom, how could disorder ensue? Xie Wula bowed respectfully beneath a large tree. I am Xie Wula, having heard of Mr. Deng's unparalleled mastery in both fists and palms. I have come to seek your guidance. Deng Guangyao glanced at Xie Wula, continuing to carve on the wooden block. Young hero, you've mistaken me. While I share the surname Deng, I possess no martial skills, nor do I have the dual mastery you speak of. I am merely a carpenter. There is no need for modesty, Mr. Deng. Recently, I sparred with brother Huang Jiong and managed a narrow victory. We exchanged insights, and he mentioned you, stating that you are a master of the art, claiming my skills barely reach 70% of yours, and encouraged me to seek your counsel. Setting down his carving tool, but keeping the wooden block close to his chest, Deng Guangyao turned to face Xie Wula, incredulous. You claim to have defeated Huang Jiong? Indeed. Xie Wula replied with calm assurance. Deng Guangyao sighed, rising to lead the way. Follow me. As Xie Wula touched the split branches of the phoenix tree beside him, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Upon entering the room, several wooden carvings tumbled to his feet, revealing the interior filled with half-finished sculptures, making it challenging to find a place to stand. Oddly, each carving appeared to depict the same subject, only partially completed. Deng Guangyao picked up a piece from outside and sighed once more. As you can see, after 3 years of practice, I've forgotten the techniques after merely 3 days of neglect. I have squandered my skills for years. Now I am just an ordinary person. Since you have defeated Huang Jiong, I have nothing further to teach you. Xie Wula picked up a half-finished piece, easily discerning that it portrayed a woman, though incomplete. The features were striking, and the craftsmanship exquisite, hinting at a masterpiece once finished. Despite the notion of perfection, the sheer number of identical carvings puzzled Xie Wula. Deng Guangyao produced a piece of wood from his pocket, identical to those in the room, gazing at it for a long moment before shaking his head. You should leave. I have nothing further to discuss. Xie Wula returned the unfinished piece to Deng Guangyao and bowed once more. I apologize for the intrusion. Deng Guangyao returned to the tree where he had been seated, gazing at the half-finished carving in his hand, sighing again. It still feels different. He set it aside and picked up another fresh piece of wood. 2 decades ago, Deng Guangyao was a spirited youth, brimming with ambition and competitiveness, having bested countless opponents with his martial prowess. Handsome in appearance, he was regarded as a prodigy of his generation. Huang Jiong was simply one of the many who had fallen to his skill, but their mutual interests forged a lasting friendship. Together, they journeyed far and wide, challenging the martial masters of the realm, earning renown throughout the Jianghu, until the two encountered a lady beneath the grand banyan tree. A vision as radiant as the crescent moon and as delicate as the snow-laden pear blossoms. Her exquisite and ethereal beauty was marred only by a slight pallor. Deng Guangyao fell instantly in love, meeting the lady daily for secret rendezvous beneath the tree. At that time, the phoenix tree was lush and verdant, and their conversations deepened their bond. One day, Deng Guangyao returned to find the mighty tree struck by lightning and split in two. The lady never returned. Reluctant to believe that their last meeting was indeed final, Deng Guangyao waited beneath the tree, dismissing the concerns of friends. He waited for 20 long years. Throughout this time, the lady never reappeared, and Deng Guanyao's yearning grew so intense that it took a toll on his health. Beneath the tree, he carved with dedication, and a fleeting silhouette appeared, bowing deeply in the direction the lady had departed, gazing tenderly at Deng Guanyao below. That night, he dreamt of her. No longer a hazy figure, her ruby lips whispered, "Wait for me a few more days." As the phoenix tree budded and spring blossomed, the snow gradually melted. In front of a dilapidated hut, a little girl skipped about and suddenly spotted a figure lying in the snow, the first person she had seen since her family left. She rushed over, revealing a young man with sharp brows and bright eyes, his fur coat drenched in snow. Shaking him gently, she wondered how long he had been lying there and if he could awaken. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath with a hand pressed to his heart. A tremendous energy surged from within him, and in the next moment, an even more powerful force flowed from the heavens into him. "Who are you? How did you end up sleeping here?" The little girl, startled by his sudden awakening, spoke in a trembling voice. The young man, regaining his senses, turned to her and affectionately patted her head, chuckling. "Little fox, you're still here." The girl quickly stepped back, her large eyes wide with fear. "What nonsense are you talking? Where's the fox? I don't see one." Ignoring her, the young man pulled out a book from his chest and tossed it aside. Not even a dog would pay attention to it. The girl recognized his tone and glanced at the discarded book, which had been pierced by a sharp object. The title, inscribed in elegant characters, read Tuyin Sword Technique. She jumped up, exclaiming, "It's you, you nuisance. Is it you who wanders the mountains every day and doesn't even pay attention to a dog?" A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. "But why do you smell so good now? I like it." She rushed over and hugged the young man, burying her face in his embrace and inhaling deeply, her expression one of delight. "Ha!" The young man stood up, stroking the girl's head and laughing heartily. "So, little fox, do I look handsome now? Once I bathe, we shall seek out my beloved disciple." He picked up the girl and headed towards the mountain. While she nestled in his arms, her cheeks flushed, playfully protesting, "You go bathe by yourself. I'm not going with you." In the palace, another young man suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and contemplative. Xiao Zizai. In Zhenqian, it seemed he had arrived in Zhenqian County. Xia Wula observed the broad streets filled with well-dressed pedestrians, all exuding an air of contentment and wealth. Merchants called out their wares without a hint of prejudice. For even though there were mute individuals present, the locals showed no surprise, rejection, or disdain. Clearly, the residents of Zhenqian had grown accustomed to the presence of the mute, some even marrying them and forming large families. Occasionally, children bore the features of the locals while retaining the traits of the mute. The affluence and tolerance of the inhabitants astonished Xia Wula greatly. At noon, Xia Wula casually entered a bustling inn, where no tables were available. He ordered several pounds of beef and shared a table with two others. "Have you heard? Old Wang's precious daughter has gone missing." "What? When did this happen?" "I had no idea. She has been missing for several days." At first, Old Wang thought she was simply lost in play. But when she did not return for 2 days, he fainted from worry. Did he report it to the authorities? What kind of father doesn't he worry about his daughter not coming home for a night? Of course he reported it, but they found no trace. "I think this is Old Wang's fault." "I agree. His daughter is usually so gentle and well-behaved. Would she really forget the time while playing? Such a pity. I must go speak with Old Wang." Xia Wula, merely eating, had not intended to eavesdrop, but the proximity made it impossible not to overhear the entire conversation. As he prepared to finish his meal and leave, he suddenly heard a strange sound. Turning towards it, he saw a small beggar beside him. The child appeared to be 4 or 5 years old, with only one leg, unable to speak, making only muffled sounds. One hand clutched a crutch while the other held a tattered bowl. In the early spring, he wore nothing but a ragged short shirt, his lips blue from the cold. Feeling pity, Xia Wula gave him a couple of silver coins, and the two men at the table also generously contributed. "That child is truly unfortunate. Indeed. It breaks my heart to see him. Have you noticed how many beggars there are now? Most are disabled children. Now that you mention it, I do recall seeing so many beggars when I was a child." Xia Wula felt a complex mix of emotions about the city. While it boasted wealth, there were also missing persons and child beggars. Conversely, it was a place of great inclusivity and kindness. After a hurried meal, Xia Wula exited the city gates, leading his white horse onward. He remained uneasy about the city, feeling an unsettling dichotomy beneath its prosperous facade, and he sensed an inexplicable resistance towards the interactions between the mute men and the local women. Although he understood the principle of equality, he struggled to fully accept it. Perhaps due to his outdated mindset, most of his time was spent on the road, and the atmosphere in Zhenqian County was disconcerting. After leaving Zhenqian, he traveled to several other cities. Perhaps it was his own illusion, or perhaps the vastness of Qingzhou had yet to reveal itself to him. In Qian County, the proportion of mute individuals in every city was alarmingly high. Some of this knowledge came from hearsay, while other parts were drawn from personal experience. He discovered that being mute granted certain privileges, such as not requiring identification for entering or exiting the city, being allowed to ride horses, and purchasing properties at a lower price than the locals. Frequently, he witnessed a mute man being affectionate with multiple local women in public, disregarding all propriety. Conflicts between the mute and the locals often resulted in harsher penalties for the latter. Furthermore, in the cities he visited, despite their overall wealth, there were always several disabled children begging and reports of missing young women. The stark contrasts and dissonance made it difficult for Xie Wula to accept. He blamed his outdated thinking and overly sensitive nature, reminding himself that they were a great nation, a hospitable land, and a place of etiquette, and that they should treat distant guests with the utmost respect. As mealtime approached, Xie Wula had exhausted his provisions, forcing him to suppress his aversion and seek sustenance in the nearest city. Folding away his map, he discerned the direction and rode at a leisurely pace. I did not expect to find a restaurant here. How convenient. Spotting an establishment by the roadside, he felt a surge of joy at not having to enter the city. Upon arriving at the tavern, Xie Wula dismounted from his horse. The establishment was modest in size, yet it was bustling with patrons, likely fellow travelers like himself. He chose an unoccupied table in a corner, and, as he surveyed his surroundings, a long-lost sense of familiarity washed over him. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Xie Wula promptly brought his hands to his cheeks and gently slapped them a few times, feeling a pang of shame. Xie Wula, he admonished himself. How could you behave like this? As the saying goes, a gentleman does not act frivolously. Every action must have purpose. If one is indeed a gentleman, then every word and deed should be deliberate. How can you dismiss others merely due to personal biases? You have a long journey ahead. Throughout his travels, Xie Wula continually reminded himself of this. Yet the prejudices within him remained as formidable as a mountain, not easily altered. Have you heard that the notorious flower thief is back in action? One patron remarked. Are you referring to the romantic swordsman? Came the reply. Indeed. I heard he recently captured the famed courtesan, Miss Lin, from the Yuangong Tower. It was said that he had been silent for so long, and upon resurfacing, he was entangled in romantic affairs. I must admit, I feel a twinge of envy, one patron mused. Oh please, with your looks. Do you really think those beauties would be interested in you? Wake up. What? Do you think my appearance is that poor? But you're right. I lack both wealth and talent, and it seems unlikely that anyone would take an interest in me. Ha ha ha. At least you possess some self-awareness. Enough talk. Let us eat. As one patron picked up his chopsticks, Xie Wula approached and inquired, Gentlemen, might I ask if the romantic swordsman you just mentioned is named Su? The two men exchanged glances, contemplating for a moment before responding. It seems so. We have only heard tales of his exploits, but we aren't well acquainted. Do you know him? Not exactly, Xie Wula replied. I have heard that his swordsmanship is exceptionally formidable, and as a practitioner of martial arts myself, I wish to seek his counsel. Could you share what you know with me? Since Xie Wula's encounter with Kong Er, he had discovered that engaging in contests with others could swiftly hone his skills. Throughout his journey, he had sparred with numerous experts, including the swift-bladed Wang Biao, the graceful Zhuai Qiu Shi of the Jade Maiden Sword, and the powerful Huang Jinzhong of the Eight Extremes Fist. Though he faced more defeats than victories, he had learned and grown significantly from seeking their guidance. Noticing the two men's hesitant expressions, Xie Wula realized he had been somewhat intrusive and immediately bowed in apology. Please forgive my abruptness. I sincerely apologize. Allow me to treat you both to this meal. The two men exchanged nods, acknowledging his courtesy. You're too kind, brother. We're willing to share what we know, but our information is merely hearsay. We cannot vouch for its accuracy, so please don't hold it against us. That is perfectly acceptable, Xie Wula replied with a smile, joining them at their table. Coughing lightly, Song Weiwei furrowed her brow as she examined the bloodstains on her handkerchief. Although she was no longer at home, she had not forgotten the medicinal prescriptions provided by young Master Xie, diligently taking her medicine on schedule. Folding the handkerchief away, she sensed an unusual weakness in her body lately, which caused her concern. How could this be? She murmured to herself. Glancing at the map, she saw that Qian County was just ahead. She should soon be able to locate young Master Xie. This thought brought her a flicker of joy, as it was the only thing that could comfort her at this time. Thankfully, young Master Xie had been traveling and honing his skills with others, preventing her from wandering aimlessly. Go, she commanded, urging her steed onward with fervor. Xie Wula dismounted and handed the reins to a nearby stableman. inhaling deeply as he approached the bustling city of Guqing. According to the tavern patrons, the romantic swordsman was said to be within this very city. After spending some time in the martial world, Xiaowula understood that the best way to gather information was often in taverns, where a steady stream of visitors mingled and exchanged tales over their meals. Wandering about, Xiaowula chose an establishment named Xiang Manuan, not for any particular reason other than its popularity and the throngs of patrons. Upon his arrival, a server rushed to greet him. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Please, come inside." After ordering his meal, the server was about to depart when Xiaowula called him back. "I would like to inquire about some information." The server's eyes lit up with greed. He recognized an opportunity for extra earnings and turned back with a sycophantic grin. "Certainly, esteemed guest. As long as I know the answer, I shall share it, but you understand how it is." Xiaowula nodded. "I am curious about the romantic swordsman. Do you know anything about him?" The server exclaimed. "Who doesn't he know of him? His reputation is the talk of the town. This is like finding money just waiting to be picked up. I can tell you all about him, but I recognize you as a familiar face. I shall only charge you 1 or 2 silver coins." Amused, Xiaowula thought, "I just arrived in this city today. How could I possibly be a regular customer?" Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement, aware that prices tend to rise closer to the imperial city, and he did not mind spending a few coins. That romantic swordsman. It would be unfair to take advantage of this brother's finances, don't you think? The server was abruptly interrupted by a voice from a nearby table, where a man was seated, his back turned while he reached for food. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a wealthy young master, someone Xiaowula dared not provoke. Yet the man could not resist voicing his complaint. "How can you block another's path to wealth?" The patron set down his chopsticks, turned, and tossed 2 silver coins toward the server, eyeing him with disdain. "Is this sufficient? I merely wish to prevent this young man from falling victim to your well-known scam." "That will suffice," the server stammered, hastily accepting the coins and retreating. The patron then turned to Xiaowula, scrutinizing him thoughtfully. "You're from out of town, aren't you?" "Indeed," Xiaowula replied. "Could you explain what you meant by a well-known reputation?" The man chuckled. "No wonder. The romantic swordsman is quite a celebrity in Xi'an County. He has been in Guqing for only a day or two, and already the news has spread." "I see. It seems this is indeed common knowledge. That server is quite the opportunist, intending to profit from me," Xiaowula remarked, furrowing his brow before relaxing. "I appreciate your assistance." The man, taking his meal and joining Xiaowula at his table, observed him with interest. "No need for thanks. But why are you seeking this flamboyant fellow? Have you been wronged by him?" "You're jesting. I merely wish to consult him about his profound swordsmanship," Xiaowula replied. The man glanced at the sword resting at the edge of the table. "Ah, I see. I have considerable knowledge of the romantic swordsman and hold him in high regard. I would also like to meet him. As it happens, I have a few leads on his whereabouts. Why don't we search for him together? By the way, I am Su Bulow. May I know your name?" "Unhurried Su," Xiaowula replied, uncertain of the man's sincerity. However, lacking any other connections, he figured it would not hurt to join him. If it turned out to be a wild goose chase, it could at least be an entertaining diversion. Nodding, he said, "Thank you, Brother Su. My name is Xiaowula." After finishing their meal, Xiaowula followed Su Bulow through the bustling streets. "Where are we headed?" Xiaowula inquired. "To a brothel," Su Bulow declared loudly, stealing glances at Xiaowula to gauge his reaction. Xiaowula had never visited such an establishment. In his mind, brothels were places of carnal indulgence, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the suggestion. "To a brothel?" Su Bulow, upon seeing Xiaowula's demeanor, burst into hearty laughter and remarked, "Indeed, we are headed to the brothel. Since the passionate swordsman is a notorious libertine, if one wishes to seek him, naturally, one must venture to such establishments. Surely, Brother Xia has not yet visited a brothel, has he? Allow me to guide you today for a splendid experience." He was well aware that Xiaowula had never set foot in such a place. He merely found his reaction amusing and wished to tease him further. Xiaowula, at a loss for words, could only nod. However, upon reflection, he considered that Su Bulow's assertion held some merit, and thus, he silently followed behind him. Upon arriving at the Jinyu building, Xiaowula lifted his gaze to the signboard, where the gilded characters carved into the fragrant redwood exuded both grandeur and a subtle elegance, suggesting the craftsmanship of a master artisan. The name itself conveyed a sense of auspicious union. When Xiaowula regained his senses, he realized that Su Bulow had already strode inside, prompting him to hastily follow suit. The interior was remarkably spacious, with numerous gentlemen seated around the hall, attended by a bevy of attractive women serving them food and drink. In the center of the hall, over a dozen beautiful dancers swirled gracefully to the music. Following Su Bulow, Xiaowula settled cross-legged at a table. Before long, several women approached, and Xiaowula found himself somewhat flustered, casting a glance at Su Bulo, who adeptly ordered food and drink. Observing the dancers, Su Bulo caught sight of Xiaowula's bewildered expression and, unable to contain his amusement, inadvertently sprayed wine from his mouth. A nearby woman quickly rushed to dab at the wine that had splashed at the corners of his lips. "Are you well, young master?" she purred, leaning against Su Bulo, her voice dripping with allure. Su Bulo gently grasped her hand and, addressing the two other women, said, "Ha ha ha, he is fine, he is fine. This young master is with me, and it is his first visit here. Please attend to him well. There will be ample rewards for you." Upon hearing this, the two women approached Xiaowula and began serving him drinks and food. Su Bulo savored the dish presented to him. Gesturing for the women beside him to rise, and then shifting closer to Xiaowula, he whispered in his ear, "What do you think, brother Xia?" Xiaowula, still adapting to the environment, lowered his head and sullenly shook it. "Ha ha ha, it is all right. With a few more visits, you will grow accustomed to it." "Brother Xia, what do you think of the lady at the center of the dance floor?" Following his guidance, Xiaowula's gaze fell upon a woman surrounded by numerous dancers. Her face was veiled, revealing only a pair of captivating, glimmering eyes. Despite the obscurity of her visage, she exuded an enchanting aura that rendered the surrounding dancers insignificant. Her movements were graceful, each gesture perfectly measured, evoking infinite imagination, as if the dance were crafted solely for her. Unlike any other woman present, who revealed their bosoms and waists, her attire was modest, yet it did nothing to diminish her allure. "Brother Xia?" Xiaowula, lost in admiration, only snapped back to reality when Su Bulo called out to him, causing him to blush and hastily down his drink, muttering, "How embarrassing." Su Bulo erupted in laughter. "I can understand. That is none other than the courtesan Zhuang, the star of the Jinyu building. Today, she will personally entertain a guest. Many have come specifically for her. If I were the passionate swordsman, I would surely wish to see her." Xiaowula noticed that the surrounding patrons were also fixated on the courtesan Zhuang. Chapter 31. The Poetry Contest. After both Xiaowula and Su Bulo had consumed their drinks, a moment passed before the music abruptly ceased, and the dancers gracefully retreated from the dance floor, leaving the hall spacious. The women who had been serving the guests began to clear away the dining tables. "Gentlemen, please proceed to the main hall," they beckoned. As the women departed, Su Bulo seized Xiaowula's hand and briskly led him toward the hall. Xiaowula, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Su, what is happening?" "The main event of the day is about to commence. We must hurry to secure a spot closer to the front," Su Bulo replied, quickening his pace. The guests halted before a raised platform about 2 inches high, and due to their swift movement, Xiaowula and Su Bulo could only claim positions in the third row. Su Bulo surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. "Not too shabby. Though not the front row, we will still have a clear view. Look at those unfortunate souls in the back. Today a splendid event is beyond their reach." Xiaowula smiled in agreement. The patrons were aware that Zhuang had never personally entertained guests since her arrival at the Jinyu building over a year ago, and none had seen her face unveiled. Her talents in music, chess, calligraphy, etiquette, and dance had already garnered the affection of many, establishing her as the building's courtesan. Following the voice, Xiaowula spotted a voluptuous woman in her 30s standing on the platform. She was likely the matron. Recently, Zhuang expressed her desire to personally host guests. Hence today's gathering, she announced. However, the opportunity is limited. Only one individual can claim this rare chance. In accordance with Zhuang's wishes, I shall host a poetry contest today. The one whose poetry is deemed the finest, most pleasing to Zhuang, will win this coveted opportunity. Upon her conclusion, cheers erupted like waves from the crowd, and the matron exited. It was well known that a wealthy patron once attempted to spend a fortune to secure a night with Zhuang, only to receive a polite dismissal without even glimpsing her. Today, Zhuang was offering her services free of charge. How could anyone not be elated? Xiaowula, however, did not share the fervor of the others. His primary purpose was to find the passionate swordsman, and being unfamiliar with poetry, he felt powerless despite his intent. He was merely an observer. As the cheers gradually subsided, the crowd exchanged glances, seemingly reluctant to be the first to step forward, waiting for someone to break the ice. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, and under the gaze of many, a man holding a fan ascended the stage. Xiaowula, now trained in martial arts, had developed keen hearing, catching snippets of conversations among the spectators. "Look at him. It's only been a few months, and he's acting all pretentious with just a fan." Indeed, once on stage, the man surveyed the sea of heads before clearing his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request your silence? I see that none wish to be the first to step forward." so I will take the initiative to break the ice. This poem was inspired by the scenery in my courtyard during a recent snowfall. With this declaration, murmurs rippled through the audience. Why bring up his courtyard? As if his home is so grand. The man bowed to the crowd and recited, on the river, a vague outline. In the well, a dark abyss. The yellow dog is white, the white dog is swollen. As his poetry concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. While some found merit in his work, they criticized its crude language. Others noted the absence of the word snow despite the poem's vivid imagery. The audience watched the man, who stood grinning on stage, feeling an uncomfortable discontent. How amusing this poem is, chuckled Zhuang, hidden behind a screen on the third floor, unable to suppress her laughter. The crowd, hearing her melodious voice, felt their spirits lift. Step down, you. Your absurd poem has made the courtesan laugh. Indeed, step down. How can you still stand up there without shame? Amidst the crowd's jeers, the man with the fan, his face flushed, reluctantly descended from the stage. As he did, he spotted someone laughing particularly hard and, in a fit of indignation, pointed at him. You. I'm talking about you. Laughing so heartily. If you think you're so great, why don't you come up here? The audience turned to look at the man adorned with a feathered crown, who continued to smile and bowed to everyone. Since you insist, I must bravely step forward. I ask for your guidance. Upon reaching the stage, he paced back and forth several times without uttering a word. The man holding the fan immediately mocked. If you can't do it, then just come down. As soon as the words left his lips, Yuguan paused in his tracks, elated, as if he had been waiting for this very moment. Thank heaven, and all of you. I possess no talent for poetry. I only recall a line from someone else's verse. A moment in spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. As he paced, he recited the poem, glancing at the man with the fan during the first 2 lines, and fixating on the screen on the third floor as he delivered the final line. Behind the screen, Miss Zhuang seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushed with shyness. The man with the fan ducked his head and slipped away from the crowd, realizing that remaining here would only invite further humiliation. What a remarkable expression of having no talent, a mere recollection of another's words, and indeed, a moment in spring night worth 1,000 gold pieces. Was this truly a borrowed line? He had never heard such a phrase before. It was evidently his own creation. The profundity of this line could be grasped but not articulated, understood yet ineffable, which left the man with the fan to slap his own face in disbelief. What a splendid poem. Truly commendable. Yuguan's recitation left the audience in admiration. Although the poetry contest had only just begun, no one dared to step forward after this piece, and the atmosphere reverted to one of mutual observation. Since no one was willing to approach, let the sentimental swordsman engage with this brother. Xiao Wula was taken aback, for he had not expected the sentimental swordsman to truly appear. A figure gracefully soared above the heads of the crowd, landing elegantly on the stage, facing away from them. His lightness of foot was remarkable. A long sword with a white scabbard hung at his waist, and his flowing white robe exuded an air of elegance. Yuguan shook his head and descended the stage, recognizing that with the sentimental swordsman present, the top honor was surely his. Xiao Wula had heard tales of the sentimental swordsman's poetic prowess, and he was astonished to witness someone who could instill fear without engaging in battle. After a considerable pause without anyone taking the stage, a melodious voice emerged from behind the screen on the third floor. May I invite the sentimental swordsman upstairs for a discussion? The audience cast envious glances in his direction. Wait, I have also heard that the sentimental swordsman is well versed in both martial and literary arts, and I wish to seek his counsel. Xiao Wula gazed at Su Bulo in astonishment. Su Bulo turned back with a smile. I hold him in high regard, and this is a rare opportunity. I shall engage him in a contest. Laughter erupted. Ah, how amusing. A fool who knows not his place. Let us see how he embarrasses himself. Su Bulo paid no heed to the jeers from the audience. To him, those who dared not even approach the stage were the true jesters. He bowed to the sentimental swordsman. I am Su Bulo. I humbly request your guidance. The sentimental swordsman turned and returned the salute. As he did, the ladies on the second floor could not help but gasp. His appearance was even more handsome than the rumors suggested. Though Su Bulo was also striking, he paled in comparison at this moment. Su Bulo raised his gaze to the sentimental swordsman, hero, renowned throughout the land. May I have the honor of going first? The sentimental swordsman gestured for Su Bulo to proceed. The ladies on the second floor sighed in admiration. Indeed, the hero possesses great charm. We are smitten. Unlike certain individuals who, lacking in ability, seek only to disgrace themselves. Thank you, Su Bulo replied, ignoring their comments, and cleared his throat. There is a beauty whom I cannot forget upon seeing her. One day apart, I become consumed with longing. The phoenix soars high, seeking its mate across the seas. Alas, my beloved is not on the eastern wall. I express my heart through the strings of my lute, wishing to convey my feelings. When shall we meet again to soothe my wandering heart? I wish for our virtues to be matched. Hand in hand we shall go. If we cannot soar together, let my spirit perish. As the poem concluded, the audience fell silent, the scholars savoring its depth. Su Bulow exhaled. The phoenix returns to its homeland, wandering the seas in search of its mate. When the time is not right, one has no path to take. How can I realize my ascent to this hall now? There is a beautiful maiden in her chamber. Her presence haunts my heart. Why do we entwine like mandarin ducks, soaring together in harmony? O phoenix, may you dwell with me. Let your tail feather be my eternal consort. Our feelings resonate in unison. Who knows of our bond in the stillness of night? With wings raised, we take to the skies. My unexpressed thoughts bring me sorrow. Siawula was greatly astonished. He had thought the previous pause was the end. Yet there was more to come. Even he, who understood little of poetry, was moved by its essence. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd called out, "Could this brother recite it once more? I wish to memorize it." As one person initiated the request, the others followed suit. The matron approached Su Bulow and whispered in his ear, "Come with me. Miss Zhuang awaits you upstairs." As the crowd saw Su Bulow being led away, a collective sigh arose. "Ah, what will you remember?" I remember the lines that follow." The audience pieced together the verses. Some ladies on the second floor lamented on behalf of the sentimental swordsman. A good poem is indeed commendable. But how can we judge the swordsman when he has yet to compose any verses? It is hardly fair. Indeed, I wish to see what kind of poem such a handsome hero can create. Sigh. Our lamentations change nothing, for we are not the ones making the decisions. Our hero has indeed tried his utmost. What did these complainants know? They understood nothing of poetry. They failed to listen and appreciate, merely allowing their superficial judgments to lead them astray. Miss Zhuang wiped her tears behind the screen, the poem evoking a deep resonance within her. She longed for the one she cherished, wishing for their union. Yet he remained oblivious to her affections, flitting from flower to flower. Today, she would choose Su Bulow over him, denying him not only selection but also the opportunity to experience her choice. Indeed, Miss Zhuang's heart belonged to the sentimental swordsman. They were childhood sweethearts, and he had once professed his desire to marry her, yet now. What are you crying for? What is there to lament? I have overcome numerous challenges to win. How could selecting me be a grievance? Miss Zhuang felt a tap on her head from behind. I graciously chose you. And you dare strike me? She turned in a fit of rage, but before she could scold, she was swept into a room. Let me go? What do you want? Let go of me. Miss Zhuang struggled violently in Su Bulow's embrace, biting his arm fiercely, causing him to release her. She looked at Su Bulow, now regretting her earlier intentions. She had merely wished to provoke the sentimental swordsman, not realizing Su Bulow's outward demeanor concealed a bold and audacious heart. Trembling in fear, she retreated. Do not come any closer. If you take another step, I shall call for help. I warn you, the sentimental swordsman is my betrothed. Dare to approach and... Su Bulow leered at her, advancing step by step. What if I do? He is your fiancé? Did you not choose me? It is too late for regrets. Miss Zhuang found herself pressed against the wall, crying, I only wanted to provoke that heartless man. He promised to marry me, yet he flirts with others daily. I came here hoping he would seek me out, but he never did. Upon learning he was here, I spread word of my hospitality, sobbing. I only wished to see if he would be anxious. Su Bulow paid no heed to her pleas, continuing to approach, shedding his garments. Even if I perish, I shall not yield you to him. I will preserve my own innocence. Miss Zhuang, realizing her entreaties were futile, resolutely leapt towards the window. Miss Zhuang closed her eyes, feeling the weightlessness of falling, her heart drowning in regret. You wretched man, I shall marry you in the next life. On stage, the sentimental swordsman gazed at the screen on the upper floor for a moment, then gracefully departed amidst the flirtatious glances of numerous women on the second floor. Chapter 32, Stealth. It turned out that dying was not painful at all. Miss Zhuang opened her eyes to find herself in Su Bulow's arms, rescued from her fall. And her heart ached even more than death itself. It seemed she could not die. This man was determined to keep her alive. Su Bulow gently tapped her toes to the ground, lifting his body into the air as he returned to Miss Zhuang's room. Let me go? Miss Zhuang glared fiercely at Su Bulow. Do you wish for death so desperately? I'd rather die than have my purity taken from me by you. Su Bulow set her down, sighing in resignation. Fine, fine, let it be as you wish, Zhuang Yishuang. Miss Zhuang looked up at him in confusion. Where had Su Bulow gone? Su Changsheng. Upon seeing Su Bulow's transformed appearance, Zhuang Yishuang was taken aback. In the next moment, she rushed forward to embrace Su Changsheng, snuggling into his arms. How is it you? Su Changsheng pushed her away. Step back. Have you forgotten what you just said? No. I didn't know it was you, Zhuang Yishuang replied, her expression filled with grievance. I don't care. I'm leaving. Zhuang Yishuang hurriedly grabbed his arm to prevent him from departing. What if I apologize? Will you forgive me? Su Changsheng pushed her away once more, continuing towards the door. I think not. Su Changsheng, come back. Realizing her attempts to charm him had failed, Zhuang Yishuang grew a little angry, stamping her foot on the floor and shouting. Oh no, this is a disaster. Su Changsheng paused, his foot suspended in midair, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. You frolic about every day, and I have never blamed you for even a moment. After finally receiving a hint of your presence and managing to see you, you won't even spare me a few words. As she spoke, Zhuang Yishuang felt increasingly aggrieved, her voice trembling with emotion. Seeing the glimmer of tears in Zhuang Yishuang's eyes, Su Changsheng realized he owed her much. He stepped forward to wipe away the tears from her eyes. Zhuang Yishuang removed her veil, gazing up at him through misty eyes, her arms encircling his neck as she pulled him closer and kissed him. Su Bulo, Su Changsheng. Being together means eternal life. Haha, why would you choose such a name that sounds rather foolish? Zhuang Yishuang teased, nestled in his embrace. By the way, since you are here, who is that sentimental swordsman? She inquired curiously. Surely there aren't two Su Changshengs? Impossible. That must be someone impersonating me. The real one is right here. Su Changsheng gently stroked Zhuang Yishuang's hair, whispering softly in her ear, I am not sure. It's simply that my reputation is so grand that someone would dare to impersonate me. But it hardly matters. Seeing that he still had the leisure to jest, Zhuang Yishuang forcefully broke free from his embrace, turning her back to him, displeased. Humph, aren't you the least bit worried? What if I mistook him for you today? Have you considered that? Su Changsheng stepped forward once more to embrace Zhuang Yishuang. Though she struggled for a moment, she ultimately nestled back into his arms, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat against her chest. I have important matters to attend to. Once tonight passes, I cannot linger here much longer. Gather your things and return home. Do you understand? I hear nothing. Nothing at all, Zhuang Yishuang pouted, feeling a bit disheartened upon hearing Su Changsheng would leave the next day. Stay at home and wait for me properly. Avoid these despicable places. I promise. Once I resolve this matter, I shall return home to marry you. Moreover, my associations with those women were merely a facade. I have never done anything to betray you. If you do not believe me, I can swear that if I have ever wronged Zhuang Yishuang, may heaven strike me down. I believe you. Do not speak further. Zhuang Yishuang's heart warmed as she placed her delicate hand over Su Changsheng's mouth, silencing him. Although she still harbored a slight temper, she understood that he was burdened with pressing matters and thus refrained from sulking. After you accomplish your tasks, you will take me back, as we promised. You must not deceive me. Indeed, it is a promise. The two embraced and drifted into slumber. I shall take my leave now. Su Changsheng straightened his attire. Do you require a ransom to leave this place? No need. Sister Qin is exceptionally kind to me, indulging me in all matters. You may rest assured. I only heard you had arrived and informed Sister Qin, who arranged this for me. Though Zhuang Yishuang felt a pang of reluctance, she also wished to retain him, knowing that her beloved was a hero destined for great deeds. The thought of marrying him filled her heart with uncontainable joy. Creak. As the door opened, Su Bulo emerged unchanged. Upon hearing the sound of the door, many turned to look at Su Bulo. Look at him, so full of himself, truly enviable. Indeed, who wouldn't be? Miss Zhuang personally attended to him all night. Just thinking about it brings comfort. If only I possessed his talents. Su Bulo laughed as he descended the stairs, ignoring the envious gazes of the crowd and departing directly. Initially, he had only come to join the revelry. But upon hearing the laughter from behind the screen, he knew it was Gu Yishuang, that foolish girl. How could he allow anyone else to seize this opportunity today? And that impersonator, humph. Very well. You have your uses, but since you have developed feelings for one who should not be coveted, do not blame me for being ruthless. Yesterday, I had already left a trace on him that only I could track with my secret technique. A cold glint flashed in Su Bulo's eyes. Su brother. Just as Su Bulo stepped halfway out the door, he was called back. Turning to see it was Xia Wula, he was somewhat incredulous. Brother Xia, did you not meet the sentimental swordsman yesterday? Why are you still here? Xia Wula smiled. I hadn't yet expressed my apologies for leaving without saying goodbye. It would be rude. Furthermore, there will be future opportunities for discussion, so I waited here for you to exit. Su Bulo was taken aback. He had only met Xia Wula by chance, yet he was such a personable individual. He then burst into hearty laughter, clapping Xia Wula on the shoulder. So, Are you still seeking him? I happen to be looking for him as well. Xiao Wula, having no particular business of his own, was also eager to enhance his swordsmanship. If he could find that sentimental swordsman again to spar, it would be splendid. Su brother, do you have a way to find him? Haha, brother Xia. Do you underestimate me? I am, after all, something of a fervent admirer of the sentimental swordsman. Naturally, I possess various methods to locate him. Su Bulo laughed heartily. But something else flickered in his eyes. Xiao Wula inadvertently noticed, but did not dwell on it. Very well, then I shall rely on you, Su brother. Su Bulo's sole desire was to swiftly eliminate this impersonator. He did not take Xiao Wula along for a detour, but directly employed his secret technique to pursue him. Before long, the two arrived before a grand estate. Zhang Mansion. The gates were tightly shut, with two towering, fearsome guards stationed outside, an air of rejection palpable. Su brother, are you certain the sentimental swordsman resides within this mansion? Were you not just saying you believed me? Why the doubt now? Su Bulo teased with a smile. Xiao Wula refrained from further questioning. How do we get in? Shall we knock? He observed that the appearance of the guards did not seem welcoming to visitors. Without a word, Su Bulo walked past the mansion gates, approached the side wall, and surveyed the surroundings until only he and Xiao Wula remained. This way. Before his words faded, he leaped effortlessly over the wall. Xiao Wula stood outside, astonished by Su Bulo's remarkable skills. His agility surpassed his own. After a moment of contemplation, he removed the broken sword from his waist and secured it in his bag, muttering to himself, "Is this truly advisable?" With a swift motion, he propelled himself off the wall and entered the courtyard, hastily following Su Bulo. The courtyard was bustling with numerous patrolling figures, an unsettling sight that raised Su Bulo's suspicions. While patrols were not unusual, the sheer number of them during daylight hours was excessive. It seemed this impersonator of mine was indeed a habitual offender, orchestrating such relentless surveillance out of fear of being discovered. Su Bulo deftly evaded the patrols, with Xiao Wula closely trailing behind, anxious about being caught in this unfamiliar territory. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could Su be a thief? After traversing a good distance, the duo reached the inner courtyard, where the guards appeared even more vigilant. Su Bulo turned to Xiao Wula and whispered, "Brother Xia, wait for me here." Without waiting for a response, he leaped onto the courtyard wall. In less than a breath, he had eluded the watchful eyes and ascended to the rooftop, concealing himself in a blind spot, soundlessly poised for his next move. Xiao Wula marveled at Su Bulo's finesse, but soon snapped back to reality, keenly observing the patrols around him, wary of being discovered. Su Bulo had been lying in wait for some time, and from his vantage point, he noted that the number of patrollers in the inner courtyard was more than double that of the outer. Every tree was equipped with bells that would alert the guards if disturbed, indicating the difficulty of infiltration. The layout of this courtyard was indeed peculiar, hinting at hidden secrets. Su Bulo stilled his breath and closed his eyes, awaiting the opportune moment. 1, 2, 3. Now was the time. All patrols turned their backs to Su Bulo's position on the rooftop, and it would take them several breaths before they would regain sight of him. With a sudden burst of determination, Su Bulo opened his eyes, pushed off gently with his hands, and sprang into action, sprinting along the ridge before launching himself like an arrow. A patrol abruptly turned, glancing toward the spot where Su Bulo had just passed. Meanwhile, he carefully balanced on a branch of a nearby tree, a silver bell poised dangerously close to his forehead, threatening to betray him with the slightest miscalculation. Merging with the branch, he awaited the next opportunity. He only needed to leap to a tree over 7 zhang away, from which he could reach the roof of the house, exuding a mysterious fragrance. However, propelling himself with one leg over such a distance was a daunting challenge. Gently inhaling, Su Bulo adjusted his stance, letting one foot drop straight down. Upon touching the ground, he exerted force and soared upward once more. The patrollers nearby felt a sudden chill and turned to see a flurry of feathers descending. Su Bulo landed gracefully behind the house, relieved he had made it without incident, though a small bird had unwittingly assisted him in mitigating risk. Initially intending to leap between 2 patrols and then to the tree, Su Bulo was taken aback by the sight of a bird's nest nearby. A curious chick peered at him, and before it could react, he swiftly reached out and captured it within his sleeve. He then removed a few tiles from the rooftop and stealthily entered, lying low on the beams. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted the man impersonating him seated opposite a rather rotund individual in the main hall. The rotund man frowned, lamenting, "What a pity. I hear the young lady from the Zhuang family is exceptionally beautiful and possesses many talents. She will surely fetch a high price at the brothels." Su Bulo did not expect the first words he would overhear to carry such weight. With numerous young women mysteriously disappearing lately, He had been investigating the matter and suspected it was linked to the brothels. Eager to glean more information, he cautiously inched forward. The man in white pondered. How many are currently in the dungeon? The rotund man replied after a moment's thought. There were 8 before. Now, there are none left. They've all been traded. He sighed. But even those 8 might not be worth as much as the Zhuang lady. The man in white, maintaining his composure, toyed with his teacup. I initially thought impersonating the romantic swordsman would be a surefire plan, yet unexpectedly, Su Bulow emerged as an obstacle. What a miscalculation. The rotund man, equally puzzled, questioned, could our information be incorrect? Wasn't it said that the Zhuang lady has long been enamored with the romantic swordsman? How could she choose Su Bulow instead? Su Bulow's heart raced. Few knew of this affair in the city. How were they aware? Sister Qin had gone to great lengths to arrange this for him. Oh no. Frost has fallen into danger. Wu Eng's long sword was embedded in the beam. The man in white stood, his gaze fixed intensely on Su Bulow's hiding spot, demanding, "Who goes there?" Chapter 33. Loyalty and Duty. Meanwhile, inside the Golden Jade Pavilion, Madame Qin observed Zhuang Yishuang as she packed her belongings. "Sister Zhuang, are you leaving today?" "Yes, Sister Qin, I must return today. Thank you for your hospitality these past days," Zhuang Yishuang replied with a smile as she continued her preparations. Madame Qin sighed. Lowering her eyes, "I truly regret yesterday. I knew you have long had feelings for the romantic swordsman, yet I was unable to assist you." Zhuang Yishuang paused, quickly realizing that Madame Qin was unaware that the romantic swordsman was an impostor. Su Bulow was her true love. "Oh, Sister Qin, you needn't apologize. I am immensely grateful to you," Zhuang Yishuang said, setting down her belongings to embrace Madame Qin's arm, her face beaming with joy. "Sister, with you gone, I shall be left without anyone to converse with, and I will grow lonely. Please stay a little longer today, and I will see you off tomorrow." Unable to resist Madame Qin's plea, and feeling a touch of reluctance herself, Zhuang Yishuang followed her into a nearby room. Once inside, Madame Qin urged Zhuang Yishuang to sit by the bed and gently close the door behind her. Zhuang, startled by the sudden movement of the man in white, glanced toward the beam, nervously approaching him. "Lu Xiangyang, are you being overly suspicious? This place is heavily guarded. No one could intrude without my permission." Lu Xiangyang remained silent. "You know nothing. If it weren't for this blubbering fool being my benefactor, I wouldn't give him a second glance. I did hear a faint sound just now." Lu Xiangyang, with a swift motion, leaped to retrieve his long sword from the beam. Returning to his seat, Zhang puffed up proudly. "Well, Lu Xiangyang, I told you no one was here. Not even a fly could get in." Lu Xiangyang, with a darkened expression, nodded, questioning if he had indeed misheard. "No." He quickly sprang up and opened the door, spotting a figure darting over the heads of the patrollers, who remained oblivious. "Useless. With so many of you. How could you not notice someone passing right over your heads?" "Lu Xiangyang, why are you in such a hurry? It's just the Zhuang lady. She will inevitably fall into our hands. I have several other options to discuss with you," Zhang said, rising from his seat, his bulk jiggling as he approached Lu Xiangyang. The rotund figure before Lu Xiangyang huffed and puffed after merely a few steps, igniting a growing ire within him, so intense that he nearly struck the man. After expelling several deep breaths, Lu Xiangyang managed to quell his urge to lash out. He bellowed towards the group gathered in the courtyard. "You useless lot. While others are relieving themselves right above your heads, you remain utterly unperturbed. What are you staring at? Am I exceptionally handsome? There are intruders among us. Commence a search immediately." Although the crowd had detected no abnormalities, they dared not disobey, swiftly following Lu Xiangyang's orders. Turning back, Lu Xiangyang observed Zhang, the hefty man, rendered speechless by his earlier display of authority. Just as he was about to step out, Zhang's voice rang out. "Lu Xiangyang, are you serious? Did anyone overhear our conversation just now? I cannot guarantee whether that scoundrel was listening, but our immediate priority is to locate him and silence him. As long as he lives, regardless of what he may or may not have heard, we shall not find peace. He is like a sword poised to hang over us, forcing us to remain vigilant even in slumber." Lu Xiangyang was reluctant to waste further time with the blubbering man and began searching for Su Bulow. Zhang, startled by Lu Xiangyang's words, widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? We must keep one eye open even while sleeping? How can that be? Why are you all dawdling? Move faster, or must I remain vigilant while you all idle about?" His gaze fell upon the few men at the front, who shot him fierce glares. "Do you think we cannot handle you, Zhang? Your wealth does not grant you immunity. If you continue to bellow, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson myself." Initially, Zhang contemplated raising his voice further but shrank back under their menacing stares, nervously rubbing his hands. Yet, remembering that these individuals were paid by him, he regained his confidence, adjusting his belt and casting them a disdainful glance before retreating to the main hall. Such labor is beneath me. Xiaowula remained concealed in his previous hiding spot, perplexed as the patrolling guards moved about with heightened intensity, as though searching for him. He wondered when Su would return. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered. One guard brushed aside some foliage, and suddenly sensing a chilling breeze at his back, Xiaowula swiftly pivoted, stepping forward with his right foot, bending his knees, and launching a fierce elbow strike. This technique, learned from Ba Ji Quan's Huang Jizhong, targeted the adversary's vulnerable points with precision. The assailant blocked his elbow strike with one hand while sweeping Xiaowula's leg with the other. "Xia, it's me." Xiaowula released a breath of relief, astonished that Su Buliao had effortlessly countered his attack. Reflecting on the previous day's poetry contest at the Jinula, he recognized Su's exceptional prowess in both literature and martial arts, clearly not a nameless figure in the martial world. His current identity was evidently a Fade. Su Buliao sensed Xiaowula's wariness. "Xia, I harbor no ill intentions. You must understand, if I genuinely wished you harm, I would have had ample opportunities in recent days. You wouldn't be standing here now. They are searching for us. Our urgent task is to find a way out of this place." Though his reasoning was sound, Xiaowula did not let his guard down entirely. Finding himself in such dire straits, he cursed himself for lacking any sense of the martial world. Too often had he encountered good-hearted individuals, leading him to naively assume everyone was virtuous. How foolish. Upon first meeting, he had unwittingly revealed his identity. Oblivious to the true nature of his interlocutor, following blindly. Should he be betrayed, he might even assist in counting the spoils. Unaware of Xiaowula's thoughts, Su Buliao focused on observing the guard's movements, searching for an opportunity to escape. The man in white appeared to possess skills on par with his own, with agility that matched his. If a confrontation arose, despite lacking his sword, he believed that with Xiaowula's assistance, victory was attainable. Yet, with so many patrollers around, it was clear that escaping together would prove challenging. "Are you two not cramped hiding behind the wall? The outside is spacious. Since you are here, why not come out and converse?" Xiaowula and his companion stepped forward, now aligned like two crickets. Although Xiaowula still held some reservations, he chose to set them aside momentarily. The famed romantic swordsman was not far off, surrounded by a plethora of guards. "Very well, let us converse," Su Buliao said with a smile, each step he took enhancing his already handsome visage. Upon reaching a distance of 3 steps, he seemed to transform entirely. "Let us discuss why you impersonated me." Both Xiaowula and the man in white were taken aback. "What? You impersonated him? So, Su is indeed the romantic swordsman?" Xiaowula's mind reeled at the revelation. Lu Xiangyang felt a chill at the last statement, involuntarily stepping back. "What? You are the romantic swordsman?" "Indeed, it is I." Su Changsheng. Su Changsheng advanced another step. His formidable presence left all in attendance awestruck. Lu Xiangyang, as the subject of this confrontation, felt a pang of guilt and fear, requiring support to maintain his posture. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to regain his composure, disregarding the fact that this was his territory, even in other settings. He would not fear Su Changsheng, provided he were not ensnared by someone else's schemes. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He shed his previous hesitance and, emulating Su Changsheng, stepped forward. "Very well, let us converse. My disguise as you was born of admiration and respect," Lu Xiangyang declared, his eyes gleaming with envy as if he truly meant it. "However, I never imagined that the esteemed figure I revered would stoop to eavesdropping and scheming against others." His tone shifted sharply, words cutting like blades. After a moment, he lowered his gaze with a hint of melancholy. "I misjudged you." Su Changsheng inwardly marveled at Lu's sharp wit. "And how do you explain your abduction of virtuous women to sell to brothels?" "What? I am unaware of such actions." "Do you have proof?" "The evidence lies in the dungeons beneath this residence." "Dungeons? We possess no such dungeons." To his astonishment, the renowned romantic swordsman not only engaged in eavesdropping, but also made baseless accusations against him. "Seize him at once and deliver him to the authorities." As the crowd drew nearer, Su Changsheng realized he was now in a precarious position, as long as he maintained his denial. The burden of guilt would rest solely on Lu. "I have pursued this missing persons case for so long, and today I finally have a lead. I cannot afford to abandon it now. Yet, with Shuang's safety in jeopardy, I cannot linger here." The romantic swordsman, ever dashing, surrounded by admirers, was not one to be trifled with. Yet Su Changsheng was no romantic fool. Between the love of his life and the stability of countless families, he faced a timeless dilemma of loyalty. "Let Xiaowula distract them. I will make my swift escape." He resolved to seek out the Jinula and protect Zhuang Yishuang. With determination, Su Changsheng darted behind Xiaowula, seizing him, and with a powerful leap, propelled them both into the air. At the apex of their ascent, he released Xia Wula, reminiscent of a bird soaring from a perch. The powerful kick landed squarely on Xia Wula, sending him flying. Bewildered as he watched Su Chongqing retreat farther away. This is the only way to escape the trouble I've summoned. Xia Wula crashed to the ground, grateful for his robust physique. Otherwise, he would have been rendered immobile long ago. Su Chongqing gracefully descended back into the encirclement, poised and ready. He completely disregarded them. And now his heart was filled only with remorse for the one he loved, Zhuang Yishuang. He could not personally ensure her safety. Yet he could not relinquish the moral responsibility that weighed on his conscience. Lu Xianyang, witnessing his nonchalance, felt a surge of anger. What are you all standing there for? Seize him. The foremost among them, without a moment's hesitation, swung a blade towards Su Chongqing. It was only when the blade was nearing his head that Su Chongqing finally opened his eyes, unfazed, and gracefully leaned forward, capturing the assailant's wrist with his left hand while delivering 2 swift punches to his heart with his right. The blows stunned the attacker, and by the time he regained his senses, his weapon had been snatched away by Su Chongqing, who then delivered a blow to the back of his neck. Xia Wula rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, shaking his head in resignation as he observed Su Chongqing surrounded by foes. Reflecting on Su's whispered words, he surmised that Zhuang Yishuang must indeed be Miss Zhuang. Uncertain of his next move, he picked up a broken sword and charged into the throng, unlike Su Chongqing, who merely incapacitated his opponents with the blunt edge of his blade. Moreover, even if he wished to emulate him, this sword was double-edged. With a swift motion, he cleaved down upon the foremost adversary, shouting, "Those who do not wish to die, step aside." The remaining assailants quickly retreated, clearing a path. They were mere laborers, unwilling to risk their lives for a meager sum. Money could be earned again, but life was singular. Xia Wula made his way through the crowd effortlessly, arriving before Su Chongqing, delivering a punch to his abdomen. "If you wish to go to Jinula, do it yourself." Lu Xianyang, watching from the rear, was left dumbfounded, having been shocked multiple times within mere minutes. Su Chongqing had allowed Xia Wula to escape, while he remained to confront over 100 adversaries. Just as Xia Wula finally found an opportunity to flee, he returned. Observing Xia Wula before him, Su Chongqing chuckled in irritation, feeling a twinge of guilt for having entertained thoughts of betraying him. "What are you back for? This trouble is of my making. I merely wish to seek guidance from Brother Su," Xia Wula replied with a smile. Each time he believed himself strong enough, he would witness others perish before him, helpless to intervene. This time, he was determined to change that. Glancing back at the crowd behind him, he swung his arm to fling off the blood from his sword. "If you don't want to die, then get lost." The once dense crowd vanished in an instant. Once he saw that Lu Xianyang had also fled, he thought, "What a farce. You expect me to risk my life? Impossible." Su Chongqing, witnessing the scene, scoffed. "What a ragtag bunch." Moments later, he added, "But one cannot fault them. They are merely valuing their lives, unwilling to sacrifice them for a few coins. I see Brother Su is not one to fear for his own life. And you, Brother Xia, ought not to mock me." Su Chongqing shook his head, glancing at the bodies around them. "Brother Xia, this place is no longer safe. There are many witnesses here, and lingering might attract the authorities." Xia Wula nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Su Chongqing's words, but pondered where he should go. Observing his confusion, Su Chongqing suggested, "Brother Xia, wait for me outside the city. I have matters to attend to, and I will seek you out once they are resolved." After Xia Wula departed, Su Chongqing leapt onto the rooftop, heading toward Jinula. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. "Who are you? What do you want?" A naked man sprang up from beside a beautiful woman, hastily attempting to pull on his pants. The woman curled up in the corner of the bed, using a blanket to cover herself. Both looked at the unexpected intruder who had entered through the window. "Pardon my intrusion," Su Chongqing said, before bursting through the door and leaping from the second-floor railing to the third floor. Hearing the commotion, several disheveled men emerged from the rooms on the second floor, while a few others in the hall glanced up in curiosity. They exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of what had transpired. "Zhuanger," Su Chongqing called as he pushed open Zhuang Yishuang's door. The familiar figure he sought was absent, and his heart sank as he beheld the half-packed belongings. He was too late. Su Chongqing gazed at a piece of gauze skirt in a daze, dropping to his knees. Su Chongqing, Zhuang Yishuang, who had been chatting with Sister Qin next door, had come out to investigate the noise. How could I not recognize that voice? As Su Chongqing knelt and turned, he embraced Zhuang Yishuang tightly. She, unaware of his trials, did not press for details but gently held him, one hand on his back and the other on his head. Outside, Madame Qin smiled softly, gently closing the door behind them. This was the first time since he had shed tears after being beaten by his father for refusing to practice martial arts at the age of 6. Xiao Wula tethered his white horse to a large tree, leaning against the trunk as he took out some provisions to eat. Brother Su did not specify a meeting place, so I am to wait for him outside the city. But will he find me? Biting into a bun. He recalled how Su Changsheng had tracked down the impostor who had taken on his identity. He felt little worry. After all, Brother Su was quite adept at locating individuals, and he merely needed to wait here. In front of Zhenqian, Madame Qin smiled. You must be Miss Zhuang's beloved. I had initially intended to keep her for another night and send her off each day, but since you have come to escort her, I cannot keep her any longer. I only hope you will treat her well. Hee. Fear not, Sister Qin. He will surely treat me well. Zhuang Yishuang beamed, wrapping her arm around Su Changsheng. I was speaking with your fiancé. What business do you have here, young lady? Madame Qin teased, pinching Zhuang Yishuang's nose. Blushing, Zhuang Yishuang retreated behind Su Changsheng. Humph. You bullied me before, but now Su Changsheng is here. I shall have him deal with you. I apologize for my earlier offense. Please forgive me, Su Changsheng said, bowing in apology. I am grateful for your care of Shuanger during this time. Su Changsheng and Zhuang Yishuang bowed again to Madame Qin. She quickly helped them up, saying, It is nothing. I have grown fond of her as well. As she watched the pair depart, Madame Qin smiled, her heart filled with admiration for the lovely couple. Inside, Su Changsheng had recounted the events to her, and hearing it sparked a tinge of envy within her. She wondered when she might encounter someone who would treat her with such affection. Brother Xia, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Not at all, Xia Wula replied, noticing the additional sword at Su Changsheng's waist and the presence of a new companion. I take it this is Miss Zhuang? Now seeing Zhuang Yishuang's true beauty, he was struck by her exceptional grace. Zhuang Yishuang respectfully curtsied. I am grateful to the benefactor for saving Su Changsheng. Ha ha ha, it is Su brother who saved me. Xia Wula laughed, then offered some provisions to the pair. I only have some provisions. I hope they will suffice. Why would we complain? Su Changsheng replied, taking a hearty bite of the bun. Zhuang Yishuang, glancing at him, followed suit, taking a large bite as well. Xia Wula sat beside them, watching the two and suddenly reminded of Lu Yuqing's playful spirit. Noticing a shift in Xia Wula's demeanor, Su Changsheng inquired, Brother Xia, what troubles you? Ha. Nothing at all. I was merely reminiscing about the past. Brother Su, I have a question I wish to pose. Xia Wula promptly redirected the conversation. Speak freely, Brother Xia. I shall not withhold any answers if I know them. Since Xia Wula was reluctant to share more, Su Changsheng refrained from pressing further. It pertains to martial arts. I now consider my martial prowess to be quite commendable, particularly in the art of lightness, which I have diligently practiced for many years. However, after witnessing your skills, Su Xiong, along with that man in white, I have come to realize that your agility is exceptional, swift, and with a lingering breath. I find myself lacking in comparison to you masters. I yearn to inquire how you have achieved such excellence. Su Changsheng pondered for a moment. In this world, all masters are forged through diligent study and arduous practice. There are no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. I began my training under my father's watchful eye at the tender age of 5, and it has now been 20 years. Xia Wula nodded, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He understood that time could cultivate strength, but he could not afford to wait that long. If he did not seek vengeance for Uncle Lu and his master now, in 20 years, the world would have changed, and how would he find his enemies then? Noticing the furrow in Xia Wula's brow, indicating that he had not received the answer he sought, Su Changsheng contemplated how he might assist. Xia Xiong, why not circulate your internal energy through your meridians? And I shall observe, perhaps I can be of service. Internal energy? Xia Wula expressed confusion. To be honest, Su Xiong, this is the first time I have heard of it. What exactly is this internal energy? What? You are unfamiliar with internal energy? Then how do you practice your martial arts? Su Changsheng was bemused. Indeed, I have not heard of it. My skills have been honed through sparring with others along the way. Seeing Su Changsheng's astonished expression, Xia Wula was at a loss for words. Xia Xiong, I cannot definitively explain what internal energy is, but I can share what I know. Su Changsheng nodded and reflected for a moment. Internal energy is cultivated through internal martial arts techniques, and mine is derived from such. Once one possesses internal energy, integrating it into techniques greatly amplifies their power, making them exponentially stronger than without. Suddenly, Su Changsheng recalled that the strike Xia Wula had executed against him earlier had merely numbed his arm. Yet, if he was unaware of internal energy, does that imply he relied solely on his physical strength? What then of his lightness? Su Changsheng inhaled sharply, regaining his composure before continuing. If you trust me, Xia Xiong, I can guide my internal energy through your meridians, allowing you to experience it firsthand, which would greatly benefit your future practice. Assisting someone in nurturing their meridians is a common occurrence in the martial world, yet it carries significant risks and must be done with someone trustworthy. Otherwise, if that person harbors ill intentions, the consequences could be dire, ranging from being bound by their commands for a lifetime to complete loss of one's martial abilities or even death. Su Changxing laid bare the advantages and disadvantages of such an undertaking, awaiting Xie Wula's decision. Xie Wula gazed into Su Changxing's eyes and asked, "What sort of person are you, Su Xiong? Can I truly place my trust in you?" Recalling his previous thoughts of betraying Xie Wula, Su Changxing averted his gaze. "Xie Xiong, I will speak candidly. When we were surrounded at the Zhang Manor today, I did entertain the thought of using you to divert their attention while I escaped to Jinyu Lu in search of Zhuang Yishuang, who had intended not to eavesdrop, inadvertently caught this remark. She looked at Su Changxing in shock, realizing that he held righteousness in higher regard than his own life. Yet he had entertained such a thought because of her. Her heart filled with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped. But Su Xiong did not act upon that thought, did he? Su Changxing, having heard her words, lifted his gaze to find Xie Wula's eyes ablaze with intensity. Xie Wula had not forgotten his earlier admonition to be wary of trusting others too easily, yet he possessed a heart of sincerity. Su Changxing was willing to forsake his beloved and face 100 foes alone to ensure his escape. How could he possibly be a petty villain? Following Su Changxing's instructions, Xie Wula sat cross-legged before him, their palms pressed together. "Xie Xiong, my internal energy will flow into your body. Relax and focus on experiencing it. The risks of transmitting energy face-to-face far exceed those of transferring it from behind, yet the sensations would be clearer." With 2 decades of experience wielding internal energy, Su Changxing was adept, and guiding Xie Wula's meridians was well within his capabilities. Their thumbs, resting on the Shaoshang acupoint, connected as Su Changxing released a continuous flow of internal energy into Xie Wula. A warm current surged from Shaoshang, gradually traveling towards the Yujia acupoint. Shaoshang, Yujia, Dayuan, Jingxiu, Like, Kongzue, Qijia, Xiaobai, Tianfu, Zhongfu, Yunmen, and finally into Shanzhou. The warmth enveloped Xie Wula, who yearned to savor the experience longer, but Su Changxing withdrew his hands. And that sensation dissipated. "Xie Xiong, take a moment to reflect on the feeling you just experienced." Su Changxing stood and observed Xie Wula, retreating to Zhuang Yishuang's side. "Was it arduous?" Zhuang Yishuang inquired, producing a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Su Changxing's brow. Su Changxing shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Xie Wula. It was peculiar. Initially, he had transformed his internal energy into delicate threads to reach Xie Wula's Shaoshang acupoint. A person's meridians, without the gradual reinforcement of internal energy, are exceedingly narrow, and a sudden influx could easily cause damage. However, the outcome was unforeseen. As soon as his internal energy entered Xie Wula's body, it vanished as if cast into the ocean, leaving no trace. Su Changxing had to increase the flow of energy until it matched the volume used in his own circulation. Only then did Xie Wula's body respond. Simultaneously, Su Changxing sensed a peculiar rejection from Xie Wula's body, initially dismissing it as a mere figment of his imagination. Yet, the deeper he delved, the greater the resistance became, until he reached the Zhongfu acupoint, where his internal energy struggled to advance further. Logically, one should not experience rejection when their internal energy was absent. Su Changxing had indeed examined Xie Wula's body, finding no signs of internal energy present. Ultimately, despite 20 years of relentless cultivation, Su Changxing's internal energy could not even complete a full circuit within Xie Wula. After barely managing a small circuit, he was compelled to abandon his efforts against that strange repulsion. After a prolonged moment, Xie Wula emerged from that odd sensation, opening his eyes. "Thank you, Su Xiong. It is of no consequence." Su Changxing, still recovering, appeared somewhat pale. "Xie Xiong, there are 3 dantians in the human body, the upper, middle, and lower dantians. The upper dantian is located at the Baihui acupoint atop the head. The lower dantian is found beneath the abdomen at the Zhenqian acupoint. And the middle dantian is the one I just helped nurture at the Shanzhong acupoint. Internal energy resides within the dantians and must be mobilized for use. To cultivate internal energy, the most common method is to focus one's intent on the dantian, concentrating and maintaining awareness there to aid the mind in entering a tranquil state. From this foundation, one can actively sense and adjust their bodily functions to achieve effective cultivation. These 3 dantians cannot be cultivated simultaneously. One must first master the Shanzhong before proceeding to the next, which is typically the Zhenqian. The Shanzhong is closest to the Yunbian and Shaoxiang acupoints, making it the most accessible for cultivation. Once the Shanzhong is adequately developed, practitioners may choose their next dantian based on their internal martial arts techniques. Xiaowula nodded, half comprehending, and turned to Su Chongxing. What level have you reached in your cultivation, Su Xiong? After mastering the Shanzhong, I chose the Xingke, and I have now perfected the lower dantian. Su Chongxing spoke with a hint of pride, for few could attain such a level at his age. As Xiaowula prepared to shoulder his bag, the contents unexpectedly tumbled out. The white horse, struck by an arrow, let out a pained cry. Soon, the three were surrounded by a throng of soldiers. Lord Meng, these are the ones who killed my servant. Zhuang Xiangyang emerged from the crowd, a cunning smile gracing his lips. Chapter 35. The old minister Su Chongxing had not anticipated that Lu Xiangyang would report to the authorities. In his view, those who engage in coercive activities such as forced prostitution are exceedingly wary of any dealings with officials. Su Chongxing, you two have intruded upon another's estate and killed their servants. Do you plead guilty? The leading official, Lord Meng, regarded Xiaowula and his companion with a stern gaze, his thick eyebrows lending him an air of righteousness. Brother Xia, the newcomers are from the government. We mustn't act rashly, lest we invite unnecessary trouble, Su Chongxing cautioned, as he collected the items scattered on the ground and returned them to Xiaowula, firmly restraining his hand that was poised to draw his sword. Indeed, the government represents the current dynasty. Regardless of your illustrious lineage or standing within the martial world, the authority of the court is not something you can challenge. To put it simply, even the most esteemed leader of the martial realm is sanctioned by the court. Xiaowula, who harbored a profound enmity towards the court, retorted, Are we to be slaughtered without retaliation? Even if they bring countless men, I shall not retreat an inch. Yet, he was thwarted by Su Chongxing, whose intervention left him feeling bitter and hoarse. Are we to simply be at their mercy? Lu Xianyang observed Xiaowula's clenched jaw with a sense of satisfaction. Lord Meng had been bribed before his arrival, and regardless of Su Chongxing's admission of guilt, they were destined to visit the authorities today. We plead guilty. Su Chongxing maintained his grip on Xiaowula's hand and shook his head, whispering, Brother Xia, trust me. Upon hearing this, Xiaowula ceased his resistance. What is this? Is it over just like that? Have you resigned yourselves? Surely not. Where is the fervor from this morning? Must you be so dull? Lu Xianyang silently lamented as he watched the three being led away. Lord Meng, wait. Lu Xianyang called out to the departing figures. He nearly forgot that the woman beside him was Miss Zhuang of the Jinula, indeed a captivating beauty. Lord Meng, today's affair has nothing to do with this lady. I implore you to release her. Lu Xianyang, with an air of elegance, gestured gracefully, contemplating the profitable exchange of Miss Zhuang before selling her. Lord Meng turned, his brows furrowing, and sternly asked, Are you questioning my judgment? Lu Xianyang was taken aback, but quickly replied, Well, you weren't quite this imposing when you accepted my bribe. Although he felt a surge of indignation, he knew to swallow his pride in the presence of an official. I wouldn't dare. After Lord Meng departed, Lu Xianyang erupted in frustration. That scoundrel, taking my money and putting on airs before me. His voice dwindled as he realized the irony of his situation. Despite his past glories, he had suffered a humiliating defeat today. Yet, the thought that Su Chongxing and his companions were captured brought him a modicum of satisfaction. Lu Xianyang left, but the impending scolding awaiting him dulled his spirits. In a government residence, Lord Meng sat high on the dais, glaring at Su Chongxing. Fortunate for you that Lu Xianyang approached me, otherwise. Do you think you could have slain all the guards encircling you? Do not forget, the law today is far more stringent than in the past. Uncle Meng, I believe Su Chongxing did not act with intent. Please, spare him your ire, Zhuang Yishuang pleaded, her heart aching as she watched Su Chongxing being scolded. Lord Meng smiled at Zhuang Yishuang. Yishuang, do not concern yourself with him. Today, I shall give him a proper lesson on behalf of his father. He turned back to Su Chongxing, resuming his earlier severity. Su Chongxing remained unfazed, responding indifferently. Did you accept his bribe? He was well aware of Lord Meng's avaricious nature. At this accusation, Lord Meng's face flushed red. You speak nonsense. I am currently discussing serious matters. Seeing Lord Meng flustered, Su Chongxing chuckled inwardly. Accepting a bribe is hardly a grave issue. Awkwardly, Lord Meng nodded. Indeed, I did, but primarily because I heard you were causing trouble. That's not the point. I am discussing serious matters here. Do not lead me off track, Lord Meng sternly replied, realizing he had been led by Su Chongxing's words. Very well, Su Chongxing said, adopting a serious demeanor. Yishuang, please return to your quarters. Zhuang Yishuang nodded obediently and withdrew. Su Chongxing then produced a seal from his robe. Tell me, What do you see here? This seal was discovered by Su Changsheng while retrieving Xia Wula's belongings. He recalled hearing about it from his father in his youth, though he had not dared to confirm its authenticity until he secretly pocketed it. A single character, Xia, caught Lord Meng's attention, prompting him to spring up from his seat, examining the seal with keen interest. Where did you acquire this seal? He asked, his voice trembling with excitement. If I am not mistaken, this is the identity token of the Emperor's personal guard from years past. Lord Meng's fingers traced the 6 engravings on the seal, his eyes misting over. This is the token of the 6th secret guard, Lu Changqing. The current bearer of this token is still imprisoned by you. What is his surname? Lord Meng inquired eagerly. During the fall of the imperial city, the secret guard was tasked with rescuing the prince and the daughter of the king of Baibin. Could it be that the person I have imprisoned is the prince? His hands trembled in anticipation. His surname is Xia, and his name is Wula. With a clang, Lord Meng's eyes filled with tears as the seal slipped from his grasp, overwhelmed by emotion. It felt as though he wanted to proclaim to the world, the prince lives. The Xia family has not perished. The Greaton has not fallen. Yet, this realm is no longer the Xia family's domain. Lord Meng, who believed he had detached himself from such emotions, found himself unable to let go, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face. No, Meng Wenqiu. Have you lost your wits? The prince remains imprisoned by you. You must release him at once. He stumbled to his feet. In the dungeon, Xia Wula sat alone in a corner, gazing at the prison door, murmuring to himself, pondering the fate of Su Changsheng and the others since he had been taken away. As he ruminated, the prison door suddenly swung open, revealing Lord Meng, followed closely by Su Changsheng. Your humble servant, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Meng Wenqiu, pays his respects to your highness. Su Changsheng, son of the former General Su Hongkai, pays his respects to your highness. Xia Wula, taken aback by the sudden prostration of the two before him, turned to Su Changsheng, asking, Brother Su, what is this? Su Changsheng remained kneeling, head bowed. Su Changsheng is unworthy of such a title, your highness. Meng Wenqiu produced the seal, raising it above his head with both hands. Your highness, this is Lord Lu's token. Upon recognizing Lu's seal from his belongings, Xia Wula accepted it, perplexed. How did this come to be in your possession? It is my fault, your highness, for acting without permission. I beg your forgiveness. You too, refrain from calling me your highness. Xia Wula, now seated upon the dais, spent a considerable amount of time untangling the situation, still dazed by their repeated address. Su Changsheng and Meng Wenqiu spoke in unison, we dare not. Xia Wula grimaced. Then please, take your seats. Your highness. The two finally rose and settled beside him. Suddenly, Xia Wula recalled something. How were you so certain that I am the prince? The room fell silent for a spell. Indeed, why was I so confident that Xia Wula is the prince? Was it merely based on a seal? What if he had found it and happened to share the surname Xia? Regardless, it turned out fortuitously. I perceived your highness to be exceptionally wise and valiant, reminiscent of the emperor in his prime, and you bear a striking resemblance to him. Thus I recognized you. Meng Wenqiu, with a face unflushed and a heart untroubled, effortlessly concealed his transgressions. Su Changsheng, observing from the opposite side, was left in awe. A few days later, Xia Wula bid farewell to Meng Wenqiu alongside Su Changsheng, while Zhuang Yishuang chose to remain at his residence, awaiting Su Changsheng's return. As Xia Wula and Su reached a fork in the road, he said, Brother Xia, we part ways here. Take care of yourself. After spending the day discussing the advantages and disadvantages of their choices, Su Changsheng reverted to addressing him as Brother Xia. The same to you, Brother Su. With a respectful bow, Su Changsheng departed on horseback, while Xia Wula led his injured white steed, his steps imbued with newfound determination, inspired by the hopes of his former comrades. I humbly beseech your highness to restore the great peace. We shall faithfully follow you to the end. Xia Wula was destined to confront the court, and the most pressing issue had seen some improvement. Su Changsheng's mission was to connect with numerous concealed officials. Meng Wenqiu remained behind, providing a sense of belonging for the others, while also taking charge of Su Changsheng's investigation into the missing persons case. Before the restoration of the Great Peace, Xia Wula needed to bolster his strength, and the quickest way to do so was by engaging in exchanges with various masters. In an inn, Xia Wula opened his eyes. He had requested Su Changsheng's internal cultivation techniques, and though he had been traveling for days, he had diligently practiced but seen no results. Is this technique truly so challenging to master? He mused, the outcome difficult to accept given the limited time he had. With a sigh, he settled his bill and continued on his journey. The roadside stone tablet bore the inscription Drunken Long Village. As dusk fell and the spring rain began to pour, Xia Wula quickened his pace, seeking refuge from the downpour. An elderly woman sat at her doorstep, watching the tender new leaves glistening with raindrops. "What are you thinking?" She was suddenly approached by an elderly man with a square face. The woman remained transfixed on the new leaves, her voice tinged with confusion. "Last night, I had a dream where I was young and beautiful, sitting in a palace. It felt so real, as if it had truly happened." She gazed down at her weathered hands, her bewilderment deepening. The square-faced elder, his eyes filled with sorrow, gently stroked her back as she drifted into a slumber in his embrace, whispering, "Of course it was real. You were truly beautiful." He carried her back inside, carefully laying her on the bed and covering her with a blanket before closing the door and stepping outside, gazing at the horizon. "Is the time nearly upon us?" Chapter 36. Drunken Long Village. Xiaowula sat before the old man. "Thank you for allowing me to take shelter from the rain." The elder waved dismissively, chuckling lightly. Who hasn't he needed help when venturing out? "In my youth, I too received much assistance while traversing the world." Xiaowula nodded, having observed the village upon his arrival and found no signs of winemaking. "Old sir, why is this village called Drunken Long Village if it doesn't produce wine?" The elder replied, "I am not entirely certain. I've merely heard that this village has borne that name for centuries, bestowed by a remarkable feng shui master." His eyes squinted in pleasure as he savored the earthy scent carried by the wind. Glancing at a nearby stone bridge, he noticed a rusted iron chain seemingly tied to something. "Old sir, what is that for?" Xiaowula inquired, puzzled. The elder opened his eyes to look. "Oh, that was affixed by a strange fellow years ago. It's an ancient sword, rusted and worn, which he claimed was the dragon-slaying sword. It's become so corroded that recently, only the hilt remains." He continued, "Strangely enough, since that sword was hung there, the Lu River has not experienced flooding. Though it appears as a mere stream, it was quite a headache during the flood season in previous years. It seems the dragon-slaying sword indeed worked its wonders." Dragon-slaying sword? The cultural disparities across regions are truly remarkable. Xiaowula recalled how, in Sujiang City, the locals revered dragons, holding annual Dragon King festivals, while here, they sought its demise. Though it is said that spring rain is precious, the downpour showed no signs of relenting, intensifying instead. Xiaowula, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Old sir, it appears I shall trouble you for some time longer." The elder rose from within to fetch some water, smiling kindly. "No worries. It's a pleasure to converse with the younger generation." After expressing his gratitude and accepting the water ladle, Xiaowula was suddenly struck by a wave of dizziness. This isn't good. Alarmed, he braced himself against the door, attempting to rise, but his limbs betrayed him, causing him to collapse. Little did he expect that Zhuo Fanlin, releasing a breath of stale air, found the task easier than anticipated. He had initially thought it would require significant energy to render the entire village unconscious. Yet it consumed less than half of what he had anticipated, a most unexpected outcome. Now, with only himself conscious, the situation became considerably more manageable. However, he still needed to move forward to avoid unnecessary complications. As Zhuo Fanlin pondered, he ventured towards the village's outskirts. Passing by the stone bridge, he glanced at the ancient sword, now only a hilt, feeling somewhat resigned. Could that person have included this in his calculations? Zhuo Fanlin mused. 2 years prior. "Sir, would you like a knife?" A figure suddenly blocked Zhuo Fanlin's path. He felt no anger, recalling that the kitchen knife at home had served him for decades. It was indeed time for a change. Observing the gleaming blade in the stranger's hand, he inquired, "How much for this knife?" "I do not sell this knife. I only extend credit." "What do you mean?" Zhuo Fanlin was momentarily perplexed. The man smiled. "It means, if you wish for my knife, you may take it without payment now." Zhuo Fanlin found this hard to believe. "Is this true?" "Certainly. But should a dragon emerge from the Lu River, I will return to collect 100 taels of silver from you," the man declared, extending a finger. "Very well, I shall take it then." "That is fine." "A dragon?" Since that person severed the celestial path, the energy density in this realm has diminished significantly, rendering it nearly impossible for a transformation. Moreover, the Lu River is but a small stream. Zhuo Fanlin intended to counsel the knife seller, explaining that business did not operate in such a manner. However, he reconsidered. One must experience loss to learn. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson," he decided, taking the knife. To be safe, he also placed his sword beneath the bridge, its aura deterring any demons. Standing resolutely, Zhuo Fanlin was beside the stone tablet inscribed with the village's name. A fierce wind whipped around him, tousling his hair and causing his robe to flutter. He thought, "I never imagined it would truly come." The storm clouds above coiled into a funnel shape, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, as a colossal serpent shadow soared into the sky, twisting among the clouds, before plunging back into the mountains, carrying mud, stones, and trees along the river in a grand display, leaving devastation in its wake. Though it could not yet ride the clouds. Today it would traverse the river to the sea, shedding its serpent form to transform into a dragon. As the serpent approached the sea, its massive body began to undergo a gradual transformation. The once barren crown of its head sprouted horns, and its serpentine body delineated into distinct segments. Thrumming with excitement at its transformation, the serpent reveled in the anticipation of its long-awaited metamorphosis, having shown signs of change 2 years prior. Yet, on its journey to the eastern sea, an inexplicable aura had emerged, one that even it feared. The distant aura sent a chill down his spine, making him acutely aware that forcing himself to transform into a dragon would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he remained ensconced within his palace. Although that aura lingered, it had inexplicably diminished significantly 2 months prior, and now, after a few more months, it had become almost negligible. Surely, the heavens, in their benevolence, had granted him this opportunity. Today, he would ascend the dragon lineage. The overwhelming force drew nearer as Zhuo Fanlin cast aside all distractions, allowing the energy within him to spiral in harmony with the celestial and the ethereal realms. With a decisive motion, he unleashed the heavenly pillar cloud energy palm. An imprint of his palm rapidly expanded, soon resembling half a mountain. As it swept through the trees and flowers, not a single branch broke. Yet, when it struck the swirling debris, they were sent flying in all directions. The massive form of the serpent dragon lay before Zhuo Fanlin, 2 claws and a single horn. Zhuo Fanlin exhaled in relief. Fortunately, this serpent dragon was still in the early stages of transformation. Had it been an octopod golden dragon, it would have posed a far greater threat. The serpent dragon, feeling exposed, was consumed by rage, as its kind held a deep-seated aversion to revealing their true forms to the mundane world before fully becoming dragons. With a voice like thunder, it demanded, "Who dares disturb me?" Zhuo Fanlin floated in the air, dwarfed by the serpent dragon, yet radiating an air of authority. "If you now turn towards the sea, I may spare your life." His voice, though soft, resonated precisely within the serpent dragon's mind. The serpent dragon, already furious, found Zhuo Fanlin's command to flee to the sea infuriating, a provocation that ignited its wrath. It reared up, claws poised to strike. The dragon's transformation mandated that it follow the river of its birth, regardless of the dangers, lest it be unable to fully evolve. To suggest otherwise was to imply that it would never become a dragon. As the colossal claws approached, the gale they stirred uprooted trees, turning them to ash. Zhuo Fanlin, while protecting the village from harm, effortlessly blocked the massive strike. He grasped the clawed finger of the serpent dragon, causing a sharp pain to shoot through it. Instinctively, the beast attempted to retract its claw, but it remained immobile. Startled, the serpent dragon yanked its claw back, intensifying the pain, only to see half a finger severed. It let out a shriek, incredulous that a mere human could inflict such injury. It retaliated with its tail, a massive appendage that shattered trees and boulders, carving a deep ravine into the earth, a testament to its formidable power. Surely, this unknown human would be either gravely injured or killed by such a blow. Yet, its hopes were naively optimistic. It had yet to connect with Zhuo Fanlin. Even if Zhuo stood still, what could it achieve? With a thunderous crash, the serpent dragon's tail struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Zhuo Fanlin reappeared in his previous position as if he had never left. His interest in the serpent dragon waned. It was far too weak, merely a larger earthworm in comparison. In this realm, boredom reigned supreme. He was either bested by those in the imperial palace or faced with mundane beings devoid of energy. Occasionally, he encountered a few with energy, but they were far from being true practitioners. He had hoped this serpent dragon might provide some amusement, a chance to vent his long-suppressed frustrations. Yet it turned out to be nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Zhuo Fanlin finally lowered his hand, gesturing as the sword hilt beneath the stone bridge shattered its iron chains, flying into his grasp. Countless shards, enveloped in a soft blue glow, soared from the riverbed, coalescing into a single entity, radiating an even more brilliant light. The serpent dragon's body trembled as it sensed a familiar aura emanating from the sword, reminiscent of what it had felt 2 years prior. With his left hand, Zhuo Fanlin brushed his fingers along the blade's spine, and waves of heat began to emanate, the burning technique. He swung the sword horizontally, unleashing a wave of fiery energy that struck the serpent dragon's abdomen. Its form disintegrated into ash at an observable rate. "Apologies, but I lack the time for games. Restoring this place will be far more laborious than ending your existence." Zhuo Fanlin descended to the ground, forming a seal with his hands, when suddenly, he sensed a terrifying aura approaching from the side. Before he could complete his incantation, he soared into the air once more, drawn to the location where the serpent dragon had perished. A sense of danger enveloped him as he cautiously approached. A cyan figure slowly emerged from the burning remains of the serpent dragon. "Who are you?" Zhuo Fanlin felt the overwhelming presence emanating from this figure, perplexed by its origins. "I." The cyan figure smiled, though the grin was chilling. "You kill my dragon kin and now inquire who I am. Huh, you are truly remarkable." Zhuo Fanlin sensed imminent peril. The figure's aura was weighty, and instinctively he knew he was no match. From its words, he deduced that this being was at least an immortal emperor. In the realms beyond, the birth of an immortal emperor within any race would transform the bloodlines of all its members, granting them elevation. Moreover, an emperor could bestow their essence upon their kin. It was known that no immortal emperor had emerged from the upper realms in nearly a millennium, and now one had arisen, not from the human race. What had transpired among the myriad ancient beings of humanity that allowed another race to produce an emperor? As he reached for the jade marrow hidden within his robe, Zhuo Fanlin was suddenly immobilized, his body frozen mid-motion, as if his very essence had solidified. The protective barrier enveloping the village crumbled under the figure's dominion, leaving Zhuo Fanlin exposed. The cyan figure advanced, its voice laced with sorrow. "You humans have long oppressed my kind, slaughtering our people, flaying and consuming our flesh. Now that I have become an emperor, I shall repay you 100-fold." Though the figure's face remained obscured, its tone exuded profound sadness. It extended a slender finger towards Zhuo Fanlin, its sharp nails slicing through his arm, exposing flesh and bone. "Rest assured, I will not allow you to die easily. I wish for you to experience the agony of having your flesh torn from your bones." Blood poured forth, staining his garments, and the pain not only lacerated his arm, but also directly assaulted his consciousness, plunging him into excruciating torment. Chapter 37. The plummeting dragon Zhuo Fanlin's right arm had been hollowed out, leaving only a feeble remnant of flesh dangling. He struggled in vain, imprisoned as the cyan figure toyed with his bone. "How does it feel? Is it not delightful? You can hardly endure the removal of a single bone." As it spoke, the figure's arm plunged into Zhuo Fanlin's chest, its elongated fingers gripping his heart and squeezing twice. Blood spilled uncontrollably from Zhuo Fanlin's mouth as he glared fiercely at the cyan figure. "How does it feel? Do you wish for death? But I shan't grant you that mercy." Withdrawing its hand, the figure snapped off one of Zhuo Fanlin's ribs. "The pain you endure pales in comparison to what my kin have suffered. My kind has never engaged in such torturous acts. I am quite unfamiliar with the process. Perhaps you could teach me? After all, you humans excel in such matters." No sooner had the figure spoken than it released its hold on Zhuo Fanlin, who collapsed to the ground, spitting another mouthful of blood. As he attempted to mend his injuries, the figure placed a foot upon his arm. "Did I not ask you to instruct me in the art of torture? What do you intend to do now?" The strength in his feet gradually intensified as Zhuo Fanlin pressed down against the ground, enduring the pain without uttering a sound. After years of cultivation, would he be one to fear such trivial discomfort? Yet, each strike from the shadowy figure did not merely land upon his body. It seemed to pierce directly into his very soul. Is this the might of an immortal emperor? As he watched the fingers reaching toward his eyes, the vast disparity in power left Zhuo Fanlin feeling desolate. A long sword flew by, and the shadow had no time to evade. Its hand was severed at the wrist, and it quickly withdrew. "Who dares to ambush me?" The shadow turned towards the sword's trajectory, but found nothing. Just as it was about to disperse its consciousness to search, a hearty laugh resonated from behind. "Ha ha, Zhuo Fanlin, how have you fallen so low?" The newcomer leaned against his sword, laughing heartily. "Who are you?" The shadow felt a twinge of apprehension. Although it had been careless and unguarded, its body was not something just anyone could sever. Even a tiny golden immortal would struggle to break its skin. Zhuo Fanlin, with a resigned smile, remarked, "Why are you so slow today? I wish I could hurry. But this entire area has been sealed off, leaving me with no means," the shadow replied. Seeing the newcomer ignoring it, irritation brewed within, but it dared not act recklessly. "What do you want?" The visitor turned with some impatience. "If I recall correctly, I wasn't speaking to you. You're courting death." The shadow thought it had been courteous. But this man was not only ungrateful but also audacious, inciting its wrath. It swiftly moved to attack. At that moment, Zhuo Fanlin noticed that the severed hand of the shadow had regrown. The newcomer casually drew his long sword, raised a hand to block, and as their swords clashed, the sound of metal striking metal echoed, sending sparks flying. The earth around them erupted, forming a deep crater. Zhuo Fanlin had no time to marvel at the spectacle before he was thrown back by the residual force. The shadow, having failed to land a blow, retreated hastily. Its gaze fixed on the sword in the man's hand. It had delivered a strike imbued with 7 parts of its strength, yet the sword remained unscathed, as though it were merely a superior celestial weapon. Confused, it mused, an imperial artifact? So, you have something to rely on. No wonder you are so arrogant. An imperial artifact requires the combined efforts of several immortal emperors, along with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, to forge even a single embryo. To create a complete imperial artifact is an even greater challenge. Since the fall of the ancient immortal emperors, the world has known no emperor, and thus, none possessed the power to forge such artifacts. Simultaneously, the shadow felt a surge of joy, having just broken through to the immortal emperor realm. It sensed its descendant had been slain. Initially intending to send a warning to the world, it had not anticipated encountering such a treasure. It was fortuitous, as it had yet to find a suitable weapon since becoming an emperor, igniting a desire to kill and seize the artifact. Noticing the shadow's fervent gaze, the man waved the sword in his hand and tossed it. Want it? Then take it. The shadow was elated, not expecting this foolhardy individual to be ignorant of its value, and quickly reached out to catch it. The sword appeared rather ordinary, which explained the man's lack of understanding. As the shadow grasped the sword, it eagerly infused it with energy. The blade trembled violently, emitting a humming sound before it turned to ash. In shock, the shadow glared at the man, furious. How dare you deceive me? What kind of imperial artifact is this? It's inferior even to the lowest quality of mundane weapons. The man feigned innocence. I never claimed it was an imperial artifact. I merely saw you wanted it, so I gave it to you. I have plenty more at home. Do you still want it? You. The shadow was so incensed by his dismissive attitude that it struggled to form coherent words. What about me? The man smiled slightly. The strength of a weapon is not determined by its quality, but by the one wielding it. Besides, killing you with a weapon would be superfluous. In an instant, his demeanor shifted from playful to deadly serious. With a gentle grasp of his right hand in the air, the shadow's form disintegrated. A beam of blue light shot skyward. I have not yet said you could leave. The man waved his robe, drawing the blue light back into his grasp. Out of respect for the fact that your clan did not participate in the events of 700 years ago, I shall spare your life today. Return and tell your people that this place is not one they can enter at will. Now that you have become an emperor, the human race will surely respect you to some extent. Inform them to cease their foolish thoughts regarding this place. Otherwise, I will personally seek them out. After speaking, he opened his palm, allowing the blue light to depart. As he pondered the naming of this village, he wondered what the sage who wished to name it Drunken Dragon Village was thinking, especially since it produced no wine. Today, he realized that perhaps the sage had simply misheard. It should have been Fallen Dragon. The man approached Zhuo Fanlin with a cheerful demeanor, to which Zhuo Fanlin could only respond with a forced smile. You have upheld our agreement. I shall generously assist you this once. As he spoke, Zhuo Fanlin felt a surge of life energy entering his body, healing his injuries at an astonishing pace. 700 years ago, Zhuo Fanlin, wherever you are, you must protect the common people. If you agree, I shall spare your lives. Zhuo Fanlin forced a smile as his injuries completely healed, and the surrounding area returned to normal. He turned to the man and inquired, what realm are you at now? Who knows? The man had already vanished without a trace. Upon returning to the village, Zhuo Fanlin pointed his sword to the sky and intoned a spell, shouting, awaken. The villagers stirred from their slumber. What happened? Why did I fall asleep? Hey, where did that young man go? The elder awoke, noticing the absence of Xiaowula, but could not recall why he had suddenly dozed off. Xiaowula rose from beside the stone bridge, his heart racing as he gazed down at the sword hilt still present, repeatedly confirming his memories to ensure he was not imagining things. Suddenly, he fainted, suspecting the elder had drugged him. After a while, he awoke to find the elder sleeping beside him, leading to a misunderstanding. No matter how much Xiaowula shook and shouted at the elder, he received no response. Resolutely, Xiaowula endured the dizziness and exited the courtyard, intending to purchase some herbs from the village apothecary to alleviate his condition. Hey, wake up. What is wrong with you? After walking a short distance, he discovered others lying on the street and some leaning against walls, exhibiting symptoms identical to the elders. It dawned on him that the entire village might be afflicted with an unknown illness. Just as Xiaowula was grappling with confusion, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. The ancient sword's hilt beneath the stone bridge suddenly emitted a humming sound, shattering the iron chains. Many shards, enveloped in a pale blue glow, soared from various depths of the river towards the sword hilt. Xiaowula looked in the direction they were flying, witnessing an enormous creature battling a figure. The person swung the long sword, which radiated blue light, cleaving the creature in two, turning it to ash. Xiaowula wished to continue observing, but the dizziness intensified, and he ultimately lost consciousness once more. Now fully alert, Xiaowula recognized that the giant creature resembled the descriptions of dragons he had previously read in strange chronicles, likely the legendary dragon itself. The one who had slain the dragon was undoubtedly an immortal. Though past depictions of immortals in novels were often overshadowed by dragons and phoenixes, leading him to believe the latter were superior for a long time, he now realized that immortals surpassed them. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed in their existence, dismissing them as mere figments of the author's imaginations. With the ancient sword hilt still present, it indicated that the immortal might very well be residing in this village. If he could find them, he would bow and prostrate himself, begging to learn a few techniques of immortality. Would he not then be able to stand above all others? Xiaowula's mind was engulfed by countless narratives from novels he had perused, leaving him in a state of exhilarating agitation, with his rationality diminished by half. After a considerable interval, he regained his composure, realizing that without having seen the immortal's visage, how could he possibly embark on a quest to find him based solely on a silhouette? Even if the immortal were to appear before him, he would be unable to recognize him. Moreover, as we all possess the ability to disguise ourselves, the immortal, with his ethereal powers, could effortlessly alter his appearance. Contemplating this, Xiaowula could not help but feel a sense of despondency, akin to an opportunity for sudden wealth presenting itself, yet slipping through his fingers. Suddenly, he lifted his head as if struck by a revelation. Although he was uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, he felt a curious kinship with the immortal's shadow, a sensation he had never experienced before. If this feeling were indeed genuine, then should the immortal reappear, he would undoubtedly recognize him. In the village of Zuelong, the inhabitants were engrossed in discussions about the sudden fainting spell that had befallen them, with numerous conjectures circulating. Yet no consensus emerged, and the matter faded into obscurity. Zhuo Fanlin listened with keen interest to the villagers' discourse, while remaining solitary on the stone bridge. Xiaowula had lingered in the village for several days without any significant discoveries. Lost in thought, while gazing at the river's surface from the bridge, his eyes caught the flicker of movement, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Old sir, a fish." Chapter 38. Born light, old sir, a fish. The bamboo pole snapped taut as a palm-sized crucian carp leaped from the water's embrace. Zhuo Fanlin was taken aback. Having fished in this spot for over a century without bait or hook, and without employing any energy to entice the fish, how could one possibly catch anything? He turned suddenly, meeting the gaze of Xiaowula, whose beaming face radiated excitement. In Xiaowula's eyes, it seemed as if something profound had stirred within him. This sensation was akin to the presence of an immortal. Inside a government office, a white-haired middle-aged man scrutinized the individuals before him, his tone tinged with unmistakable irritation. "Have you accomplished anything of significance in all this time?" He expressed frustration at the impending success that had been thwarted by a passionate swordsman, lamenting, "You must know I cannot compete with him." The white-clad figure was naturally Lu Xiangyang, who felt the weight of the man's displeasure. The white-haired man was unyielding, slamming his hand on the table, causing Lu Xiangyang to take a step back. This time it was the passionate swordsman. Last time, someone else got ahead. And the time before that. You certainly are a magnet for trouble. Why is it that others do not encounter such nonsense? He delivered a final ultimatum. I grant you one last chance. Should you fail again, you are aware of the secrets we possess. Take heed. Lu Xiangyang departed, exhaling a resigned sigh, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Despite his appearance and martial prowess being on par with Su Changsheng, who was celebrated and revered, Lu Xiangyang found himself engaging in covert dealings merely to survive in this world. He had been abandoned as an orphan, born a beggar, and had learned nothing but the art of survival through begging. Stop! Don't run! Lu Xiangyang leaped to intercept a fleeing figure, blocking their path. You little rascal! Do you have a death wish? How dare a mere beggar disrupt my affairs? Today, I shall make you regret it. The man, rolling up his sleeves menacingly, advanced towards Lu Xiangyang, throwing a punch at his soiled face. Lu Xiangyang, hunched over, darted through the man's legs, narrowly escaping the blow. The assailant, taken aback by the child's agility, turned to retaliate, only to be met with two swift kicks to his knee, the force of which belied the child's age. The man staggered, and Lu Xiangyang delivered a decisive kick to the back of his head, sending him crashing to the ground. That'll teach you for stealing, Lu Xiangyang declared, dusting off his hands as he retrieved a pouch filled with silver from the fallen rogue. Suddenly, a noblewoman appeared, pointing accusingly at Lu Xiangyang. That's him. I've seen that little beggar loitering around here for days, clearly up to no good. Seize him. It wasn't me who stole it. I just, Lu Xiangyang stammered, attempting to explain, but the noblewoman interjected, "Your hands are in my pouch. How can you claim innocence?" As he glanced around the alley, he realized he was alone, with no one to support his defense. "Stop with your excuses. Come with us." The officials apprehended Lu Xiangyang, and despite his struggles, he was powerless against them. "Here, eat." A slightly taller beggar tossed a steamed bun to Lu Xiangyang, who lay against the wall. "What made you meddle in others' affairs? You've gotten yourself into trouble, haven't you? But it's commendable to act bravely. I told them it wasn't me, but they refused to believe me. Even if I'm poor, I would never resort to such actions." Lu Xiangyang insisted, munching on the bun. Observing the substantial white bun in his hands, he beamed. "Brother Tian, where did this bun come from? It's so soft and fluffy. I've never had one like this before. I usually only get the hard, black ones. Once I'm able to move, I must thank those kind people." The beggar known as Brother Tian ruffled Lu Xiangyang's hair with a smile. "Once you're well, I'll take you to express your gratitude." Yes, just a few days prior, he had seen them enjoying white buns, which must have been pilfered. A burly man suddenly blocked their path, flanked by the rogue from earlier. "I saw you two sneaking around in front of the Song residence a few days ago. What were you doing if not stealing?" Without warning, he swung a hand, striking Brother Tian, who had shielded Lu Xiangyang. Brother Tian, taken aback, nearly toppled over. "Brother Tian!" Lu Xiangyang cried out, rushing to support him, fearing for his safety. Today was supposed to be the day Brother Tian took him to thank the kind family. But fate had other plans. Brother Tian struggled to regain his footing. "That was a gift from someone else. We would never steal. How dare you argue back? I personally witnessed you two sneaking around." The man lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Brother Tian's stomach, causing both of them to collapse to the ground. Though the rogue had indeed seen Brother Tian near the Tang residence, it was the Song family's daughter who had bestowed the gift upon him. He merely sought an excuse for revenge. Fury ignited within Lu Xiangyang as he surged forward to confront the assailant. The rogue, intimidated by his fierce demeanor, retreated a few steps, recalling the beating he had received days prior. "Brother Tian?" Lu Xiangyang looked back in surprise as Brother Tian firmly gripped his wrist, shaking his head. "How boring. Let's go." "Ergo," the burly man called out, and Ergo complied, both of them departing. Lu Xiangyang carried Brother Tian back to their shabby hideout, laying him down in a pile of straw. "Brother Tian, why did you stop me? That scrawny fellow was no match for me." Brother Tian smiled gently. "It's not worth losing your temper over someone like that. Though we are beggars, we must maintain our principles, understand?" "I understand. You've said that many times." Lu Xiangyang nodded earnestly, sensing an unspoken pain behind Brother Tian's smile. "I'm sorry. I had planned to take you to the Song residence today to thank them, but it seems we must postpone." "It's all right, Brother Tian. Once you recover, we'll go together. I'm thirsty. Please fetch me some water." Lu Xiangyang nodded and dashed out. "Brother Tian, I'm back with the water," he announced, placing the gourd beside Brother Tian. "Are you asleep? Then I'll wait for you to wake up before you drink." The following evening, Brother Tian remained unresponsive. Suddenly, memories from years past surged in Lu Xiangyang's mind, and he chuckled to himself. He gazed around, noting that while the surroundings had not changed much, he had undergone a significant transformation. Who would have thought he would return to this city of joy? "You claim I have achieved nothing? Today, I shall prove you wrong." On that night, the grand city of Letian was alight with festivities, for the son of the Wang family was to wed. The Wang residence was aglow with lanterns, and lavish banquets were laid out to entertain guests from far and wide. The target of this soiree was none other than the bride of the Wang family. Lu Xiangyang swaggered towards the Wang manor. "Dear guest, please present your invitation." The steward at the entrance greeted Lu Xiangyang with a bow. "Invitation? Oh, right. Let me find it," Lu Xiangyang replied, but upon facing resistance at the main gate, his determination was momentarily shaken. He then stealthily leapt over to the side wall and entered the estate. Inside, numerous guests mingled, eagerly awaiting the main event of the evening. Naturally, Lu Xiangyang did not wish to partake in their banter. Instead, he wandered about, searching for the bridal chamber. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a hand clamped down on Lu Xiangyang's shoulder, halting him in his tracks. His heart raced. Had he been discovered so soon? With a forced smile, he turned. "I am Lu Xiangyang." The stranger fell into contemplation. With his left hand concealed behind him, a slender needle materialized in his grip. Lu Xiangyang scanned the gathering. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice them. Should this individual exhibit any signs of suspicion, he would act decisively. "Oh, so you are young Master Lu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," the man exclaimed, his expression brightening. "Are you here alone? How fortuitous, for I am as well. We could keep each other company." Lu Xiangyang, bewildered, thought, "Who is this Lu Xiangyang? I do not know him. Everyone else has paired off. leaving me standing awkwardly here. I should not have come in place of my father. Do you know me? Lu Xiangyang replied, incredulous. That cannot be true. Do not feign acquaintance. He quickly deflected. I have an engagement over there. Perhaps another time. Wait, young Master Lu. The stranger called out as Lu Xiangyang turned away, feeling dejected. He had hoped to find a companion, only to discover that Lu was already committed. He needed to act swiftly before the bride was led away, as the price would significantly drop otherwise. Seeing no one around, Lu Xiangyang swiftly ascended to the rooftop. Not this one. No, not this either, he muttered, carefully placing the glass back into position. He had searched many rooms but had yet to find her. With the wedding about to commence, he could no longer afford to remain cautious. He leapt into the most crowded chamber, lifting the glass. There, seated at the edge of the bed, was a woman clad in vibrant red, her bridal veil in place. This is it, Lu Xiangyang thought as he moved aside several panes of glass to enter. Gazing at the woman adorned in red, he was struck. This was his first encounter with a bride, and her festive attire was undeniably enchanting. He inadvertently uttered a sound. Is it time? The bride asked softly, mistaking the noise for her escort's arrival. Damn it, Lu Xiangyang, you are truly lacking in prowess. He chided himself, hastening to her side, intending to seal her pressure points to prevent her from crying out. In an inexplicable turn of events, he did not restrain her, but instead lifted her veil. While she might not rival Miss Zhuang in beauty, Lu Xiangyang found himself captivated. Her features were striking, and the makeup only enhanced her allure, though he puzzled over the choice to redden her eyes, adding an unusual charm. The bride gazed at the unfamiliar man before her, her lips parting slightly. Take me away, she requested, her eyes locking onto his for a long moment. Although Lu Xiangyang had never encountered a bride's makeup before, he discerned that her reddened eyes signified reluctance to marry. Very well, I shall take you away, but do not make a sound, he replied, elated by her desperation. He scooped her up and soared to the rooftop. Wait, the bride called out as they prepared to leap away. What? Having second thoughts? It is too late for that now. Lu Xiangyang feared his first catch might slip away and tightened his grip. The bride shook her head gently, her tone soft. No regrets, I merely wish to see a bit more. Could you let me down? Absolutely not. Lu Xiangyang declared resolutely. Merely allowing you to stay a while longer is already a great act of mercy. Then may I turn to gaze upon the courtyard? She proposed. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, reasoning that denying her would waste time better spent returning to sell her. He held her waist, turning her around so she could peer down from the rooftop. As she looked over the scene below, Lu Xiangyang thought, this woman possesses quite the audacity. Master, master, a grave situation has arisen. A maid rushed through the crowd, exclaiming urgently, please excuse me. The man at the center of the gathering, holding a wine cup, apologized to the guests before leaving. Frowning, he turned to face the maid. His voice stern, today is a day of celebration for my son. Your panicked demeanor is wholly inappropriate. Master, the bride is missing, the maid whispered, trying to keep her voice down. The man was taken aback, dropping his cup, the sound drawing many curious gazes. What is the matter, Wang Leoi? Someone inquired kindly. Oh, it is nothing, merely my excitement getting the better of me, Wang Leoi responded, forcing a smile as he tried to suppress his mounting anxiety. I have matters to attend to, do enjoy yourselves. Pulling the maid aside, he urged, quickly, summon more people to search. The guests must not learn of this, or I shall be utterly humiliated. He called her back. Be discreet. We cannot afford to lose face. Watching the guests scurry about, fearing discovery, the bride stifled a laugh, thoroughly amused. Lu Xiangyang, unaccustomed to being so close to a woman, was captivated by her mirth. Only then realizing his hands were still resting on her waist, feeling the softness even through the fabric. His face flushed with embarrassment. You truly are incorrigible. With this success, the sum I earn could fund countless visits to the pleasure houses. Clearing his throat, he asked, have you seen enough? The bride nodded, illuminated by the flickering flames of the courtyard, her eyes observing Lu Xiangyang with curiosity. Why is your face so red? Do you not realize how heavy you are? This is quite the exertion, Lu Xiangyang muttered, seeking an excuse. The bride, resembling a chastised child, lowered her head, murmuring, I apologize. Lu Xiangyang dared not meet her gaze, turning his head away, and swiftly changed the subject. It is strange you would trust me to take you away. Are you not afraid I might be a villain? As soon as the words left his mouth, he cursed himself. Lu Xiangyang, do you hear the nonsense you speak? Are you not the very villain you fear? He squeezed his eyes shut, mentally berating himself. Suddenly, he heard her voice, disbelieving. What did you say? The bride was cradled in Lu Xiangyang's arms, her hand entwined around him as she rested her head on his shoulder, seemingly prepared for his leap. She whispered softly in his ear, I believe you, little beggar. You are not a bad person. Lu Xiangyang pushed her away. Do you even know who is the beggar here? Forgetting that women lack martial skills, she nearly fell, prompting him to catch her swiftly as they took flight. The bride chuckled. After all these years, you've changed so much that I can hardly recognize you. Yet your gaze remains unchanged. Besides, who would go out of their way to thank me for a bun if they were truly malicious? Indeed, I was once that little beggar, but people do not remain static. I must be frank. I intended to take you away to sell you to an underground brothel for a handsome profit, Lu Xiangyang replied coldly. He wanted to spend no more time with her, sealing her acupoint before rushing to their agreed meeting place. Upon arrival, they found themselves in a clearing within the woods. As time ticked by, the contact was late. Lu Xiangyang paced back and forth, keeping a watchful eye on the woman to prevent her from escaping or being intercepted again. Finally, flickering flames appeared in the distance. Their contact had arrived. Lu Xiangyang scooped up the woman and raced toward the source. Upon meeting, he expressed his dissatisfaction at their tardiness. The newcomer, a hunchback leading a cart, smiled apologetically. I encountered some rough terrain that delayed my journey. How about this? If I, Lu Xiangyang, were unimpeded, wouldn't these women be an easy catch? Perhaps you have misjudged, the hunchback chuckled, approaching the bride and lifting her. Wait, rest assured, your promised share will not be diminished. Without hesitation, Lu Xiangyang drew his sword and severed the hunchback's grip on the bride, snatching her away. The hunchback cried out in confusion, "What are you doing? Do you know the fate of betraying the organization?" Lu Xiangyang wiped the blood from his sword and sheathed it. Addressing the hunchback, "You arrived late. Thus, the deal is off." With that, he departed with the bride. Once outside, he released her acupoint. "Do you know where your home is? I shall escort you back. I won't return. It would be better to sell me to you." She resisted in his embrace. "You truly do not wish to go back. Are you aware I intended to sell you to an underground brothel?" Lu Xiangyang pondered why this woman was so unwilling to return home, having often fantasized about the warmth of parental care upon his return, which he could only dream of. He thought perhaps she was just sulking. Exhausted from struggling, the bride pressed her hands against Lu Xiangyang's chest in defiance, her voice trembling. "If I return, I will be sent to the royal manor. You should speak with your parents," he suggested, believing all parents loved their children, as the books claimed. "It would be futile. My father has long ceased to care for my feelings in his pursuit of wealth. He only seeks to curry favor with the Wang family," she replied, her voice thick with emotion. Since her mother's death, her father had married a second wife, soon after which they had a son, and her father had seemingly transformed into a different person. Lu Xiangyang felt a pang of anger, halting in his tracks. How could someone speak so ill of their parents? Just as he was about to chastise her, he noticed the tear stains on her face in the moonlight, and the words caught in his throat. If all parents cherished their children, he would not have become a beggar. "Very well, I will not take you back. Where do you wish to go?" A sense of discomfort washed over him, and he exhaled deeply. The bride pondered for a while before shaking her head. The flickering lights around them reminded Lu Xiangyang of his earlier decision not to kill the hunchback. Without further delay, he lifted her and fled. He understood the consequences of betraying the organization. He had witnessed enough fates to know they would not let him go easily. Had it been anyone else, I might have completed my first mission and enjoyed life. But this woman, I will never hand her over. As the door swung open, it revealed an empty entrance. "Quickly, pursue them," commanded a voice, and several officials leaped forth. Lu Xiangyang suspected the officials were merely a distraction for those pursuing him. However, sensing something was amiss within the officials, he decisively retreated, realizing that the local authorities had been infiltrated by the organization, whose influence exceeded his expectations. In a corner, Lu Xiangyang pressed the bride against the wall, covering her mouth. "Damn it, where did that kid run off to? Did you find him?" "Not yet. What about you?" "Neither. He took a woman with him. No matter how skilled he is, he cannot run far. Hurry after him." Once the others departed, Lu Xiangyang released his grip and took a deep breath. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." The bride gently wiped the sweat from his brow with her sleeve. "Feeling guilty? Perhaps you should just turn me over to them." "Silence!" Lu Xiangyang scolded. "They will not catch me. I have a plan." The bride fell silent. After a brief rest, Lu Xiangyang lifted her once more and leaped high into the air. "There! Fire the arrows." Someone spotted them in midair. A flurry of arrows whistled through the air. Lu Xiangyang twisted in the air, evading the first two arrows, landing on one and facing the ground. He swept his left hand, collecting the arrows before hurling them back at the crowd. With a gentle push, he accelerated further. "Not good," the crowd below cried, scrambling to evade or draw their weapons to protect themselves. By the time they regained their composure, Lu Xiangyang had vanished without a trace. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and pursue." shouted a figure on the rooftop, leading the others in the chase. Lu Xiangyang dared not linger, pushing himself to flee. As a mere beggar without power or connections, he could think of no other course of action, and he needed to reach the neighboring city to find Lord Meng. In their previous encounters, Lu Xiangyang had found Lord Meng to be fond of wealth but possessing principles, making him a suitable guardian for the young lady. Now that he was being pursued by the organization, it was imperative she not remain with him. The two cities were not too far apart, and with his stamina, he could reach there before dawn, barring any unforeseen issues. While he prayed for the organization to falter, he pressed on. Although he was agile, the pursuers were seasoned fighters. He could not shake them easily. "What brings you here, young man?" Before dawn, Meng Wenchu was already at his desk reading. When two figures rushed in, he recognized Lu Xiangyang and stood up in surprise. Only then did Lu Xiangyang set the bride down, removing his sword and offering it to Meng Wenchu. This was his most valuable possession. He had worked tirelessly to keep it from being sold for months. "Lord Meng, I beseech you to protect her life." Lu Xiangyang knelt, bowing 3 times before rising to leave. Meng Wenchu rushed out, but found no trace of him. Returning indoors, he looked at the bride, rendered immobile by the acupoint technique, and, not understanding how to release it, began to pace anxiously. "Oh dear, this young man should have explained things before leaving. I must find a way to release this girl's acupoint." Meanwhile, Lu Xiangyang collapsed in an alley, gasping for breath, finally having shaken off his pursuers. With a determined grit, he pulled a dart from his left shoulder and cast it to the ground. "Damn it, that really hurts." After resting for a moment, Lu Xiangyang sat cross-legged, channeling his energy to heal. "Boss, he got away." The man gazed at the hazy violet sky. "No matter, he was struck by my poisoned dart. He won't survive until dawn." Lu Xiangyang had resigned himself to his fate, realizing that the poison had already coursed through his body, following the flow of his internal energy. As he observed the approaching dawn, he closed his eyes and let out a bitter smile. He had never aspired to be a good person, for good people are often victimized, while the wicked thrive. From a young age, he had recognized the absurdity of the saying that good deeds are rewarded and evil punished. The bullies who tormented him eventually found prosperity, while his mentor, who had instilled in him the values of integrity and resilience, had perished that fateful night. He sought wealth and the freedom from oppression, which led him to join this organization, becoming one of its operatives. He had long resolved to embrace villainy, yet he never managed to complete a single transaction before his demise. Time and again, just as success seemed imminent, he ultimately relinquished his pursuits. Indeed, the connections he forged at the Myriad Flower Pavilion were of his own making. The recent appearance of the sentimental swordsman had relieved him of the burden of concocting excuses. He admired the virtues of the gentleman and favored the attire of white, though now his garments were stained with dust and blood. "Brother Tian, I have not bullied others with my strength, nor have I resorted to theft. Can this be considered a good deed?" The sun illuminated the earth, heralding yet another fine day. "Oh, Brother Daju, why have you suddenly stopped?" "Erju, look over there." Daju pointed towards Lu Xiangyang in the alley. The two children watched curiously. Lu Xiangyang looked up and smiled at them. "Ah, the kidnapper has come." "Erju, run." Daju shouted as he grabbed Erju, making a face at Lu Xiangyang before they both scampered away, giggling. "By the way, what is her name? I believe I asked her before leaving Letian City. Let me think. Song Wenjia." Lu Xiangyang had not forgotten, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he wore a smile as his head drooped in exhaustion. Chapter 40. The beginning of the immortal path. Zhou Fanlin sighed upon seeing Xia Wulin kneeling in front of his courtyard for 2 days, and opened the gate. "Come in." "Thank you, immortal." Xia Wulin rejoiced. Zhou Fanlin had not anticipated encountering someone with spiritual energy in the village at this time, but he considered it a fortunate oversight. It is known that individuals endowed with spiritual energy are exceedingly rare in this realm. Over the past few centuries, Zhou Fanlin had encountered no more than a handful. Those possessing such energy exhibit a natural resistance to Taoist techniques, which explained why Xia Wula had awakened partway through. Zhou Fanlin decided to humbly dismiss him after a brief engagement. After rummaging through his house for a while, he finally unearthed a stone from a corner. This stone was a precious item in the heavenly realm, a rarity exclusive to his clan. It was one of the few items he had brought with him when descending to the mortal plane, initially believing he might encounter ancient relics here. This stone could detect the purity of spiritual energy. "Place your hand upon it and see," he instructed. The stone had long lost its potency, and had Xia Wula not arrived today, Zhou Fanlin would have forgotten its existence. As he tossed it to Xia Wula, he remarked, "This is an item of the immortals. It must be remarkable." Xia Wula caught it with both hands. "Why is this little thing so heavy?" Xia Wula couldn't manage to hold on to it, and the stone, less than half a fist in size, fell to the ground, creating a shallow dent. Reflecting on how effortlessly Zhuo Fanlin had handled it, Xiao Wula felt a surge of respect. Zhuo Fanlin yawned nonchalantly, just tested on the ground. Xiao Wula nodded and cautiously crouched down to place his hand on the stone. It felt warm and quite pleasant. In the next instant, the stone vibrated slightly, startling Xiao Wula into retracting his hand, looking at Zhuo Fanlin in confusion. It's fine. That's just how it works. Place your hand back on it, Zhuo Fanlin assured him. Xiao Wula placed his hand again. The stone shook violently, sending Xiao Wula flying. Ah, it's been so long since I've used this. I almost forgot. Zhuo Fanlin murmured as he formed a seal with his hands, releasing a wave of energy that enveloped the house, isolating it from the outside world. The stone levitated, its surface shimmering with light, and in the next moment, a brilliant radiance erupted. A pure and dazzling white light illuminated the entire room, rendering Xiao Wula unable to open his eyes. The stone maintained this state for a considerable time before the light began to recede. After 2 or 3 minutes, the radiance vanished completely, and the stone returned to the ground. The brightness and purity of the stone's glow indicated the high quality of the spiritual energy. Zhuo Fanlin was astounded, not expecting to find someone with such a high purity of energy in this realm, even sensing a familiar essence. The weaker energy he had sensed earlier belonged to this young man. This realization prompted him to take Xiao Wula more seriously. What is your name? Why do you wish to learn the Tao? I am Xiao Wula, he replied, bowing deeply. After a moment's thought, he deemed it best to be candid before the immortal. I wish to learn the Tao to avenge the court. Oh, Zhuo Fanlin narrowed his eyes. Avenge the court? Interesting. He recalled someone within the court and revised his previous judgment. Very well, noble lords and dignitaries. Are they not all mere mortals? Your resolve will greatly benefit your cultivation. Rise, I shall teach you the Tao. To Xiao Wula's astonishment, the immortal had agreed, and he was overjoyed. Before we delve into the Tao, you must understand what spiritual energy is. The Zhuo family possessed a heightened sensitivity to spiritual energy, and their understanding was profound. When discussing spiritual energy, Zhuo Fanlin could speak at length. Spiritual energy is a manifestation of the energy of heaven and earth. All things possess it to varying degrees, particularly the human race, which is uniquely gifted in capturing this energy compared to other races. Spiritual energy embodies vitality. Thus, beings with less energy tend to gravitate towards those with more. In this realm, for reasons unknown, beings with spiritual energy are exceedingly rare, and your own energy's purity is quite high, which explains why animals are drawn to you. Xiao Wula nodded in understanding. No wonder I struggle to tame horses, yet my white horse and other animals are quite friendly towards me. A person is born with what is known as innate spiritual energy. The purity and quantity of this innate energy can provide a rough estimate of one's future achievements. However, this is not absolute and is also contingent upon one's efforts. Each individual's capacity for and method of using spiritual energy may vary slightly, resulting in different manifestations. Some may heal while others may harm, depending on the individual. While the influence of others is minimal, one can certainly learn from the methods and techniques of others, discarding the dross and embracing the essence to carve out a unique style of one's own. After cultivating spiritual energy, due to varying mastery in its control and application, there are conventional classifications of realms: human, master, exceptional, transcendent, and dust transformation, among others. For now, this is sufficient. The subsequent concepts may be too advanced for you at this stage. Zhuo Fanlin paused, observing Xiao Wula, and asked, Do you understand internal energy? Xiao Wula nodded, his tone dejected. Yes, I have attempted to cultivate internal energy for some time, but there has been no change within me. Naturally, your Dantian channels have been nearly overwhelmed by spiritual energy, rendering internal energy impossible to exist. Since you are aware of internal energy, explaining further should be simpler. The methods of using spiritual energy and internal energy are fundamentally similar, both residing in the Dantian and drawn through the meridians and acupoints. In the early stages of refining qi, it can be regarded as internal strength, as their effects are fundamentally similar. Zhuo Fanlin extended 2 fingers and lightly tapped Xiao Wula's forehead, saying, I will now impart to you the methods of cultivating qi. As he transmitted the teachings, Zhuo Fanlin could not help but reflect, the qi refining methods of my Zhuo family are considered among the finest in the upper realms. They are easy to master and yield excellent results. Many sects and clans have offered substantial sums to acquire them, yet they remain unattainable. I never anticipated that you, young lad, would benefit from them down here, albeit their utility may be limited. However, if you do not attract trouble, I shall spare my heartache. After a moment, Zhuo Fanlin withdrew his hand and turned his back to Xiaowula, stating, "I have imparted the method to you. You may leave now." Indeed, it was preferable to merely convey the most fundamental qi refining technique without elaboration, allowing him to explore it gradually. Although Xiaowula possessed a high concentration of innate qi, teaching him too much would undoubtedly draw that person's attention and lead to his demise, thwarting Zhuo Fanlin's intention of using Xiaowula to disrupt that person's state of mind. Xiaowula felt as though a plethora of new knowledge had entered his mind. Bowing once more to Zhuo Fanlin's retreating figure, he expressed, "Thank you, immortal, for imparting your wisdom. I, Xiaowula, shall never forget this in my lifetime. Go." Zhuo Fanlin waved his sleeve, sending a gentle breeze that ushered Xiaowula away. Gazing at the direction of the imperial city, a cryptic smile appeared on his face. Ah, to what extent can a mortal interfere with worldly affairs? The universe is divided into yin and yang. At noon, yang qi is at its peak, coinciding with the transition between yin and yang. After noon, yin prevails and yang wanes, with the predominance of yin qi gradually increasing until midnight, when yang resumes its dominance. This cycle continues endlessly. Our qi refining technique differs from others in that it emphasizes avoiding yin and embracing yang. Prior to refining, one should press the tongue against the palate, close their eyes in meditation, and cultivate a tranquil heart and breath, allowing the qi to flow through the meridians, drawing from the heavens and the earth to replenish oneself, continuously expanding the dantian and meridians, thereby increasing one's qi capacity and achieving a yang body. Whenever Xiaowula recalled the qi refining techniques, a celestial figure would emerge in his mind, imparting knowledge. Seated in a forest clearing, he glanced up at the sun, realizing it was nearly noon. Following the teachings, he entered a meditative state, awaiting the arrival of noon. The method of refining qi was almost identical to that of cultivating internal strength, commencing with the dantian in the chest before progressing to the abdomen or the mind. Xiaowula had only just learned that the second dantian is typically refined in the abdomen, primarily because the chest and abdomen collectively form the zhou-tian, which is more closely interconnected and easier to cultivate compared to the tian-y-tian in the mind. Moreover, refining the tian-y-tian involves the consciousness, which is fraught with peril. A moment's negligence could lead to the obliteration of one's awareness, resulting in madness or death. Suddenly, Xiaowula felt an intense heat in his chest, indicating that noon had arrived. He hastily focused on his dantian, simultaneously allowing his consciousness to engage actively, seeking to perceive the innate qi within his chest. After a prolonged period without success, he felt nothing. The heat in his chest began to dissipate, and as noon passed, Xiaowula reluctantly abandoned his efforts, exhaling slowly and opening his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to perceive something, a soft, translucent mass, reminiscent of the threads he could see during combat with others. Yet, it appeared slightly different, deeper in color and less transparent. Overjoyed, Xiaowula sprang to his feet. Is this the innate qi? So this is innate qi. Previously, he had assumed that the threads were visible to all martial practitioners and had never inquired further. Unbeknownst to him, he had been utilizing qi in some capacity for quite some time, though he had not paid it due attention. Clenching his fist, he felt a newfound strength coursing through him. Merely recognizing the presence of innate qi within his body seemed to have instigated a subtle transformation. Ecstatic, Xiaowula jumped, then quickly composed himself, adjusting his robe, grateful that no one was around. This method, imparted by an immortal, must be remarkable, though the limitation of practicing only at noon seems rather short. In truth, the qi refining method can be practiced at any time. The mention of avoiding yin and embracing yang was merely a fundamental principle. But Xiaowula misunderstood it to mean that practice could only occur when yang qi was at its zenith. Yet, it was precisely this misunderstanding that would later aid him. But that is a story for another time. Xiaowula mounted his white horse and continued his journey. Are you certain you can find the way, you nuisance? The little fox, who had been comfortably dozing on his shoulder, jumped down and stood in front of him as the scenery around them grew increasingly desolate. Hurry up. I know the way. Xiao Zizai crouched down, gesturing for the little fox to leap back onto his shoulder, pointing to a figure not far ahead. Look, there is someone over there. The little fox perched on his shoulder gazed ahead, and indeed, beneath a large phoenix tree sat a person, fiddling with something in their hands. The little fox flicked its tail and settled down. Chapter 41. Transformation Calamity. The gentleman's blade Xiao Zizai approached the tree, observing the individual carving, and picked up a wooden sculpture lying at their feet. It depicted a woman holding an umbrella, remarkably lifelike. How much do you want for this? Not for sale. After being rejected, Xiao Zizai continued to smile, admiring the large phoenix tree, reaching out to touch its trunk. For you, 3 or 4 decades may be but a moment. Yet for a mortal, do you think they can wait that long? I have no choice. Had that young man not saved me with his chi not long ago, I would have been on the brink of death. You failed your tribulation? Yes. I had hoped to accompany him on adventures after overcoming the tribulation. But I did not anticipate the calamity to be so perilous. The voice carried a hint of sorrow. I will assist you in healing. As he spoke, Xiao Zizai released a surge of qi from his hands. Thank you, immortal. The individual felt the vibrant qi enter their body, their voice trembling with excitement. Do not thank me. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards my disciple. Were it not for him bringing you back, you would not have waited for me. It is merely that my disciple lacks proficiency in his skills. Otherwise, I would not have had to intervene. Xiao Zizai chuckled. That benefactor is your disciple? Please convey my thanks to him when you see him, though regrettably, I have nothing to offer you. Ha ha ha, no matter. Just focus on your recovery. And by the end of this summer, you shall regain your human form. Oh, and since the tribulation is so dangerous, do not contemplate undergoing it. However, if I do not face the tribulation, I will be confined here for life. If he accompanies me, will he not be discontent? The anxiety in their voice was palpable. Look at him. How long has he waited for you? More than 20 years. Do you think he cares about such trivialities? Yes, thank you for enlightening me, immortal. Xiao Zizai communicated with the phoenix spirit for an extended period, unbeknownst to others, who merely observed him leaning against the tree. Xiao Zizai withdrew his hand from the trunk and addressed the woodworker. This tree must be many years old, yet it is unfortunate that it was struck by lightning. Otherwise, it would be quite beautiful when in bloom. Indeed, the man set down his carving knife, nodding in agreement, then glanced at the little fox perched on his shoulder. Your little fox is quite adorable. The little fox perked its ears, nimbly leaping onto the woodworker's left shoulder, then from his chest to his right shoulder, brushing its tail against his face while casting a proud glance at Xiao Zizai. Come back, Xiao Zizai called to the little fox, which suddenly felt a chill run down its back, its fur standing on end, and it hastily returned to his shoulder, casting a wary glance at the large phoenix tree before settling down. Xiao Zizai clasped his hands in apology towards the woodworker. My apologies. The woodworker chuckled. No worries. It's quite lively. It's rare to hear a young brother like you speak so earnestly. Then I shall take my leave. Very well. The carpenter picked up a semi-finished product, and now he has mastered the art of crafting it to perfection. Not far away, a little fox playfully swatted Xiao Zizai's face with its tail. What is going on? What is up with that tree? It feels strange. If you go and entice someone else's beloved, they will surely hold it against you. The little fox, feeling wronged, replied, Beloved? Does a tree even have a beloved? Moreover, it was he who praised my cuteness, which is why I jumped onto his shoulder. Xiao Zizai turned to look at the little fox, saying so, only you are allowed to become a demon, while others are not. Hearing this, the little fox stood up and gazed at the large sycamore tree. Catching a glimpse of a graceful silhouette, it immediately swatted Xiao Zizai's face again with its tail, exclaiming, Wow, look, it's real. I'm serious. Xiao Zizai grabbed the tail before it could swipe again and said menacingly, If you hit my handsome face with that tail again, do you believe I will pluck it off? I haven't even found the hat my apprentice sent me. Upon hearing this, the little fox quickly tucked its tail and flashed its teeth at Xiao Zizai. It cautiously approached his face with its tail, quickly brushing against him before retracting it. As this continued, observing Xiao Zizai's frustrated expression, the little fox grinned. Alas, I can't catch you. Returning to the topic at hand, Xiao Zizai asked, What is this transformation tribulation among your demon kind? Why do you suddenly want to know about this? What does it have to do with you? The little fox felt a pang of anxiety, retracting its tail and watching Xiao Zizai warily. Could it be that you truly want to make me a hat during my moment of weakness from the tribulation? The more the little fox thought, the more frightened it became, and it nestled on Xiao Zizai's shoulder, looking pitifully at him, pleading, I promise I won't hit your handsome face with my tail again. Can you not turn me into a hat? Enough. I was discussing serious matters. That tree demon you saw just now failed its transformation tribulation and nearly faced extinction, which is why I wanted to inquire. What on earth is this girl thinking all day? Does her mind consist entirely of mush? Isn't it said that demons capable of transforming into human forms possess high intelligence? Relieved that it wasn't about turning it into a hat, the little fox puffed up and declared, Since you are so eager to know, I shall kindly enlighten you. Observe me. The little fox leaped off his shoulder and transformed into a little girl upon landing. Although I can take on a human form now, it is, in fact, incomplete. Other demon races are the same. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, they can transform, before undergoing the transformation tribulation. Maintaining a human form consumes a great deal of energy, making it quite arduous. Therefore, I usually refrain from appearing this way. It then reverted to its fox form and jumped back onto Xiao Zizai's shoulder. Moreover, before undergoing the tribulation, beings like tree demons cannot stray far from their true forms. Thankfully, I am a fox, the little fox said, relieved. Xiao Zizai nodded, grasping the gist of it. So you haven't undergone the tribulation yet? How foolish. The little fox, incensed by Xiao Zizai's words, bared its fangs and claws. Do you think undergoing the tribulation is easy? Besides, I planned to wait a while longer before attempting it, but after hearing about that tree demon almost dying during its tribulation, I'm now hesitant. Don't let my appearance fool you. I am still quite formidable, and you might not even be my match. Oh, is that so? You are that formidable? Then why were you afraid of me just now? Humph. That was because I didn't want to stoop to your level. Besides, your energy density seems quite high. It's rather comfortable being near you. The little fox maintained its bravado. All right. Xiao Zizai decided not to bicker further. Do you have a name? If not, I can give you one. Sharing my surname would sound quite impressive. How about Xiao Xiao? If you agree, that shall be your name from now on. If you disagree, you shall call me father. The little fox ignored him, recalling that her mother had once given her a lovely name. Though she could no longer remember it clearly after so long. Xiao Xiao wasn't unpleasant, so she decided to accept it. After all, she couldn't very well call him father. Do you truly know where your apprentice has gone? Xiao Zizai smiled, but remained silent. Xia Wula, sword in hand, cupped his fist, saying, Brother Hu, I seek your guidance. The rugged man across from him leaned against a large knife, which had 9 iron rings embedded in its back. Its design quite unique. Xia, your sword is broken. I want to fight you. Even if I win, it wouldn't feel right. If you lack a good sword, I can gift you one. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Hu. This sword was passed down to me by my master. It is his prized sword. Though the tip is broken, it is still a fine weapon. As he spoke, Xia Wula tossed the sword to the man. If you don't believe me, please try it. The rugged man accepted the broken sword and examined it. The blade was as thin as paper, but showed no signs of chipping, and the patterns on the blade were exquisite. He flicked the blade, producing a humming sound that resonated through the sword's body, clear and crisp. The man returned the sword to Xia Wula. There's no need to test it. It truly is a fine sword. Your master must hold you in high regard to bestow such a treasure upon you. Indeed, Xia Wula reflected on his master with a tinge of sadness. He knew his master hoped he would become a strong individual, and with renewed determination, he said, So, Brother Hu, shall we begin? The man straightened, loosening up, gripping the knife with his right hand while supporting the back with his left, spreading his feet apart slightly and bending his knees. Instantly, a formidable aura radiated from him, transforming his rough demeanor. All right, then, Brother Xia, please offer your insights. I shall, Xia Wula replied. The man, towering in stature, astonished Xia Wula with his surprising agility. Clang, clang, the large knife, adorned with iron rings, swung, producing a sharp, clear sound as the rings collided with the blade. Clang. Xia Wula raised his sword to block a strike from his right. His wrist throbbed painfully from the immense force. At that moment, he realized why Hu Xiangwa was known as the gentleman's blade. Xia Wula had been cultivating energy for a week, and his body had improved significantly. Yet discerning the man's movements remained exceedingly challenging. That last strike was one he completely failed to perceive, and without the sound of the iron rings, he would have been oblivious to Hu Xiangwa's attack. Thus, due to the nature of the 9-ring knife, Hu Xiangwa had no opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Coupled with his honest and straightforward nature, he earned the title of Gentleman's Blade. Xia Wula could barely manage to defend himself, with no chance to counterattack. Before Hu Xiangwa could deliver several more strikes, Xia Wula felt his wrist nearing its limit. His grip on the sword was faltering. This realization struck him. The gap in skill between him and Hu Xiangwa was insurmountable, and he had no chance of winning. He quickly retreated several paces as Hu Xiangwa withdrew his knife. Brother Hu, your martial arts are exceptional. I concede. Clang, clang. Hu Xiangwa's large knife halted just shy of a foot from Xia Wula's body, the iron rings clanging against the blade. Brother Xia, I appreciate your humility. Hu Xiangwa returned the knife and cupped his hands, saying, As a simple man, my strength is merely greater than average, so there are few who can withstand more than 3 of my strikes. Yet, Brother Xia, you are still young and managed to endure 6. Given more time, you will undoubtedly become a renowned expert. Xia Wula was acutely aware of Hu Xiangwa's formidable strength, but he understood that Hu Xiangwa's fame in the martial world was not solely due to his extraordinary power. His speed, intuition, and technique were equally impressive. Ha ha. Thank you, Brother Hu, for your praise. However, I still have some uncertainties. May I seek your guidance on a few matters? Hu Xianghua planted his great blade into the ground, revealing a grin that exposed his yellowed teeth, his tone imbued with sincerity. Brother Xie, please speak freely. Although my knowledge is limited, I assure you that if I can answer, I shall not withhold the truth. When we clashed earlier, the force of your blades surged like relentless waves. What accounts for this? Xie Wula felt it each time he parried his attacks. It was precisely the peculiar recurrence of power following the initial impact that rendered Xie Wula's wrist incapable of enduring further. Otherwise, no matter how strong Hu Xianghua was, Xie Wula could have held his ground longer. Hu Xianghua chuckled heartily. Ha! I thought you were going to ask something profound. Yet your inquiry is akin to those of others. Xie Wula seemed to grasp an understanding and hastily replied, I was presumptuous. If it is inconvenient for you to share, I shall not press further. Indeed, a person traversing the martial world must possess certain skills. Otherwise, how could one establish a foothold? Hu Xianghua was unperturbed. It is not something of great significance. Although I seldom share it with others, I feel a kinship with you, Brother Xie. So I shall divulge it. Thank you, Brother Hu, Xie Wula said, bowing in gratitude, deeply touched that Hu Xianghua would confide in him. Hu Xianghua withdrew his great blade and invited Xie Wula inside for a discussion. Inside, Hu Xianghua sat cross-legged on the floor, wiping the blade clean of dust. Brother Xie, can you guess the weight of my great sword? Xie Wula, seated across from him, observed the imposing blade resting on Hu Xianghua's lap and recalled the exertion he felt while blocking the blade, pondering. It must weigh no less than 15 pounds. Brother Xie, your insight is commendable. My sword weighs 18 pounds and 8 ounces, Hu Xianghua praised. Having practiced medicine for many years, Xie Wula was acutely sensitive to weights. In my youth, despite being sturdier than my peers, my earnestness made me a target for bullying. Thus, I aspired to become a righteous hero. Though Xie Wula was unaware of Hu Xianghua's reasons for sharing this, he remained silent, focusing on Hu Xianghua's chin, listening intently. Hu Xianghua continued. Consequently, I trained under an elderly martial master in my region. However, my aptitude was lacking, and I struggled with more complex techniques. The master advised me, Xianghua, if you cannot master the techniques, then strengthen your physical power. Initially, I thought he believed I was too dull to learn. Yet I followed his advice and embarked on arduous training. At the time, I did not grasp the master's deeper intention. It was only after wandering the martial world and earning a modest reputation through sheer strength that I understood the principle of one force overcoming 10 skills. Yet, do not be deceived by my extraordinary strength. Wielding such a heavy blade is no trivial matter for me. My limit is to swing it with full force a mere 10 times. Had you not hastily surrendered earlier, Brother Xie, and instead chosen to engage with me, I would have surely succumbed to exhaustion and been at a disadvantage. Xie Wula nodded thoughtfully, realizing why Hu Xianghua's assault was so fierce. It was a strategy to incapacitate the opponent before his own stamina waned. But what if such a scenario arose during a life-and-death struggle? Xie Wula pondered aloud, suddenly aware of his breach of etiquette. Indeed, what would I do if I were the one to tire first? Hu Xianghua, unfazed, continued. Thus, I diligently practiced my footwork for many years, ensuring that my adversaries could not create distance, forcing them to withstand my strikes. Hu Xianghua lowered his head, polishing the iron rings on the blade. The secondary strike against my opponents was a concept I devised to ensure they fell before me. The essence of this technique lies within the iron rings on the back of my sword. Xie Wula glanced at the iron rings, unable to discern any mechanism. My blade weighs 18 pounds and 8 ounces, and these 9 iron rings add an additional 6 pounds and 6 ounces. When my sword collides with another weapon and comes to an abrupt halt, these 9 rings continue their forward motion, ultimately striking the back of the blade, thus generating a secondary force. Though it may not be heavy, it is indeed unexpected. Indeed, Hu Xianghua had compensated for his weaknesses in other ways, rendering them a thing of the past. After absorbing this revelation, Xie Wula found himself at a loss for words. Astonished to discover that the principle was not as complex as he had imagined, it was merely overlooked by many. People had developed a strange misconception about the gentleman's blade. Yet this misunderstanding was not entirely unfounded. Hu Xianghua was not the sort to resort to underhanded tactics. Since this was Hu Xianghua's method of victory, Xie Wula felt a twinge of remorse. Brother Hu, are you truly comfortable sharing this with me? Ha! Rest assured, since I have shared it, it is of no concern. Hu Xianghua laughed heartily. I entered this martial world to combat villains and uphold justice. In this era, the emperor governs wisely, unlike during the reign of the Anqing emperor. There is no longer a need for someone like me, and I plan to retire. The Anqing emperor was, of course, the last emperor of the previous dynasty. Xia Wula's father. Previously, he had heard only praises of the Anqing emperor from his uncle Qi and uncle Lu. Hearing such remarks about his father from another left him somewhat displeased, and he abruptly stood to face Hu Xianghua. Brother Hu, are you not aware that many virtuous young women have gone missing and countless children have become beggars? How can you claim the current emperor rules wisely? Hu Xianghua, perplexed by Xia Wula's vehement reaction, regarded him with surprise. How old are you this year? 19, by virtual count. That explains it, Hu Xianghua replied, lowering his head to continue wiping the blade's edge, his tone calm and devoid of turmoil. You may leave. Chapter 42. Fragile, confused apologies, I have overstepped. Xia Wula belatedly recognized his breach of decorum and offered his apologies. Noticing that Hu Xianghua remained focused on his great blade, ignoring him, Xia Wula again expressed his regret before departing. Leading his white horse, Xia Wula felt a heaviness in his heart, his mind flooded with vivid images. He vividly recalled the scene of his furious outburst at Songmingxing. Today, inexplicably, any mention of the previous dynasty ignited an uncontrollable anger within him. Why was this? Xia Wula could not fathom. Hu Xianghua, wielding his sword, stepped outside, calling out to the empty space. Since so many are present, why not come out and join me? A profound silence ensued. Must I invite you to emerge? Hu Xianghua bellowed again, sensing the lack of response. It was ironic that he had just spoken of retiring, only to have trouble come knocking. However, he had unknowingly harmed many interests during his pursuit of justice. It was only natural for enemies to seek vengeance. He simply wished to avoid involving brother Xia, prompting him to send him away. Otherwise, Xia Wula would not have been angered enough to depart over a difference of opinion. Boss, should we go out? One person whispered from the shadows. The leader, gazing at the imposing figure of Hu Xianghua in the empty space, felt as though he would charge at them if they did not emerge soon. Reluctantly, he shook his head. Let us go out. It should be fine. The group revealed themselves. Hu Xianghua noted that 8 individuals had appeared, matching the number he had sensed, and as he was about to inquire about their purpose, they spoke first. The leader bowed to Hu Xianghua. I have long admired the esteemed name of the gentleman's blade. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Tell me who sent you, Hu Xianghua replied. Hu Xianghua preferred not to entangle himself with them too deeply. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their masters. Since the true master was not present, they must extract the truth from the individual before them. The 8 men stood face to face, momentarily at a loss, rendered silent. They lacked even the courage for swift retribution. Truly, they were but cowards. You only work for money. There is no need for me to engage in combat with you. Return to your master and inform him that if he seeks vengeance, he must come himself. Hu Xianghua smirked disdainfully. It was then that the leader realized something. It seemed this gentleman had misunderstood. Embracing the notion of avoiding enmity, he smiled and hastily explained. Brother Hu, we did not come seeking vengeance against you. We merely passed through this area, pausing briefly to regroup, and meant no offense. We apologize for the disturbance and shall take our leave. The leader bowed and departed with the 7 others. Hu Xianghua observed the retreating figures, his gaze reflecting uncertainty. Why had he sensed a murderous intent? Xia Wula traversed the rice paddies, where the seedlings had only recently been transplanted and appeared frail. Not far ahead, a figure was still engaged in planting rice. Perhaps it was Xia Wula's affinity for such rustic life that evoked a sense of familiarity. The person was likely a scholar, unaccustomed to labor in the fields, moving slowly but with an intense focus. Upon noticing Xia Wula's presence, the individual glanced up briefly before returning to his task. As the person was preoccupied with work, Xia Wula did not interrupt, quietly passing by and casting a sidelong glance at the dedicated worker, silently admiring him. Suddenly, something in his peripheral vision gleamed ominously. Panicking, Xia Wula stumbled and fell into the muddy field, splattering himself with muck. It turned out that the individual was not merely slow due to inexperience, but was instead hiding a long sword beneath the mud, waiting for Xia Wula to pass by. A blade descended directly toward him, and Xia Wula, disregarding the potential for soaking his clothes, rolled aside, splashing mud into the assailant's face. As expected, the individual dodged, and Xia Wula seized the moment to rise, drawing the broken sword from his waist and fixing his gaze upon his opponent. This feeling of familiarity was not due to his affinity for simple life, but rather because this figure was the one who had slain Uncle Lu and his master. Xia Wula recognized that he was not yet a match for this foe. Revenge seemed unattainable. However, now that this enemy had come before him, how could he turn and flee without losing face? With a flick of his wrist, Xia Wula brandished the broken sword, its cold glint shimmering as he charged toward Guoli. His onslaught was swift, each strike aimed at vital points. yet Guoli effortlessly discerned his intentions. After several exchanges, Guoli remained steadfast, while Xia Wula, now panting heavily, stared intently at Guoli. The immortal had once mentioned that the distinction between qi and internal strength was negligible in the early stages, having only cultivated qi for a week. He could not match the robust internal force of his adversary. His breath was erratic, and he feared he might meet his demise today. Xia Wula reached a conclusion, gritting his teeth to calm himself. With no path for survival, he resolved to fight to the death, determined to inflict at least a grievous wound upon his enemy. Despite the muddy hindrance, he swiftly closed the distance. Guoli, unhurried, held his sword before him. Just as Xia Wula initiated his strike, Guoli lunged forward, aiming directly for Xia Wula's left shoulder. Xia Wula was taken aback. Despite his resolve to fight to the death, facing the reality of the situation instilled fear within him, causing him to falter. He hurriedly withdrew the sword mid-strike in an attempt to block. The sword tip pierced his shoulder and withdrew, mingling blood with the mud on his blue robe, adding a new hue to it. Xia Wula had never experienced such pain before. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented fear of death. The broken sword fell into the water as he knelt in the mud, trembling hands pressed against his wound, repeatedly murmuring, "It hurts so much, I don't want to die." Guoli observed Xia Wula before him with a cold smile. Previously, he had seen Xia Wula seeking opponents for duels to hone his skills and had regarded him with some esteem. Now, it seemed he had misjudged. Simultaneously, he pondered, why was the master so insistent on eliminating such a worthless individual, even at the risk of defying the Emperor and Lord Fan's wishes? Unable to comprehend further, Guoli decided to focus solely on fulfilling his orders. Without hesitation, he aimed to take Xia Wula's life with a single strike. Clang! Another long sword intercepted Guoli's blade, forcing him to retreat hastily as one person shielded Xia Wula. "Young Master Xia, what is happening?" Xia Wula, filled with panic, looked up at the familiar figure. The person, clad in a white robe with dark skin, appeared to Xia Wula as a savior, his words tumbling out in excitement. Go Ba, save me please." Go Ba turned to Xia Wula with a smile. "Do not worry. As long as I am here today, he cannot kill you." His tone exuded remarkable confidence. Guoli would not allow a seemingly easy victory to slip away. Noting Go Ba's unwavering confidence, he deduced that he was either an exceptionally skilled fighter or an arrogant fool. Guoli refrained from striking immediately, stating, "You, a mere bystander, meddling in affairs that do not concern you, will find it unwise. Depart quickly, and I shall consider today's events as though they never transpired." Go Ba chuckled. "How can one call it meddling? Young Master Xia has shown me kindness. If I were to turn a blind eye today, how would I differ from a beast?" Seeing Go Ba's firm stance and unwillingness to engage in conflict with an unidentified figure, Guoli furrowed his brow. "This man is a notorious criminal, and I have been ordered to apprehend him. Even if he has offered you kindness, you must discern right from wrong. Furthermore, as a foreigner, it is improper for you to interfere in the internal matters of the Kingdom of Kong. Since you claim to be acting under orders, what was that attack just now? Were you intending to administer extrajudicial punishment? You speak of the law, yet you are the one who violates it. Moreover, enlighten me as to the crimes young Master Xia has committed and the laws he has broken, so that I, a foreigner, may judge their fairness. If a nation's justice can be swayed by personal bias, is it deserving of the loyalty of its people?" Guoli, not particularly skilled in rhetoric, found himself momentarily speechless in the face of Go Ba's eloquence. He replied, "I respect you as a foreign guest. But should you continue to obstruct my efforts to apprehend this man, do not blame me for being impolite." Go Ba flicked his sword, the tip hovering 3 inches above the water's surface, ripples emanating outward. "If you lack just cause, I shall demonstrate the remarkable martial prowess of the people of Kong today." As an adept swordsman, Guoli understood the difficulty presented by Go Ba's stance. It was evident that this bystander was not to be underestimated. However, he was resolute in his intent to slay Xia Wula. Having already slipped up once, he could not afford to disappoint his superior. This was to repay the favor owed. Guoli drew his sword, no longer underestimating Go Ba's skill. He abandoned his usual relaxed demeanor and prepared to take the initiative. Suddenly, Guoli leaped into the air, splashing countless droplets as he leveraged the water's surface to gain height, his sword dancing as internal energy transformed into several invisible sword strikes aimed at Go Ba. Go Ba's brow furrowed. Despite his earlier bravado, he was acutely aware that against a master like Guoli, he had no absolute certainty of victory. He swiftly dodged, and a wave of sword energy struck the water, erupting in a shower of spray, sending soft mud flying skyward. Go Ba sensed 2 more sword strikes approaching from behind, and braced himself to meet them. Just as he deflected the final wave of energy, Guo Li descended from above. Sword poised to strike, an ethereal attack. Recognizing the formidable nature of this move, Guo Ba refrained from meeting it head-on, swiftly shaking his sword to deflect the energy and retreating rapidly, covering several paces in mere moments. Guo Li, still a distance from the water's surface, noted Guo Ba's retreat and performed a somersault, swiftly pressing forward again, relentlessly pursuing Guo Ba, causing the rice seedlings to bow under their tumultuous clash. Guo Ba stumbled over a ridge, and Guo Li, who was not far behind, was about to strike. Just as the tip of the sword was mere inches from Guo Ba's face, it halted abruptly, sparing him from a grievous fate. Guo Li swiftly retreated, glancing at Xiao Wu Lu beside him, then at Guo Ba, before taking flight. Chapter 43. The 7 Stars and 8 Trigrams Formation. Guo Ba stood frozen, perplexed by Guo Li's sudden retreat at the brink of victory. He chuckled in disbelief and approached Xiao Wu Lu to assist him. "Young Master Xia, the man has departed." Xiao Wu Li's gaze was vacant, his lips still murmuring softly. Guo Li found himself in a clearing within the forest, his tone nonchalant. "Come forth." 8 figures ceased their concealment and emerged. Guo Li, unfazed by the 8 individuals before him, inquired, "Are you 8 allied with that silent man from earlier? How is it that Hu Xiongwu did not eliminate you?" He had sensed their presence tailing him while pursuing Xiao Wu Lu. Upon noticing Xiao Wu Lu acquiring the Junzi sword, he contemplated utilizing him to deal with these enigmatic figures. Thus, he lured the 8 into revealing their murderous intent, drawing Hu Xionggui's attention, who mistook them for vengeful foes. It was a clever strategy, as the Junzi sword's wielder would surely wish to spare Xiao Wu Lu from danger, thereby granting Guo Li an opportunity. Indeed, just as he was about to claim Xiao Wu Lu's head, a silent figure intervened, followed swiftly by the emergence of these 8 individuals, compelling him to abandon the fight with Guo Ba to avoid being exploited. "What silent figure? Am I somehow associated with those beasts?" The leader bellowed in irritation upon mistakenly being identified as one of Guo Li's allies. Though the emperor had permitted the silent figures to engage with the kingdom of Kong, not everyone welcomed their presence. Despite the regime change, the blood-soaked memories of the massacre perpetrated by the silent figures against countless compatriots decades ago were not so easily forgotten. "What, then, are your intentions?" Guo Li inquired, his gaze icy as he brandished his sword. The leader unsheathed his weapon with a smile, retorting, "Did you not already ascertain what we seek?" Guo Li, surveying the 8, scoffed disdainfully. "Huh? Just the 8 of you? Even your strongest among you is merely at the peak of the lower Dantian. Do you not know the meaning of death?" The leader, though aware of Guo Li's formidable aura, remained unfazed. "You must understand, 2 fists cannot overcome 4 hands. The words you spoke will be returned to you today. Form the formation." The leader commanded, and the 6 surrounding him spread out, encircling Guo Li, while another positioned himself outside the formation, waiting for an opportunity. The 7 Stars and 8 Trigrams Formation? Guo Li recognized the positions of the 7 and immediately identified the array. This sword formation was crafted by ancient masters, structured according to the 8 trigrams and harmonizing with the variations of the Big Dipper. The leader, standing at the Qian position, was tasked with launching the primary assault, while the remaining 6 occupied the Kuan, Kan, Zhen, Li, Dui, and Sun positions, leaving the Jin position vacant to control enemy movements. Originally, only 7 were necessary, but an additional member was added to guard the Jin position, ensuring Guo Li could not escape, creating a lethal setup. Guo Li, encircled by the 8, had only heard of this formation and was not well versed in its intricacies, yet he understood the importance of not lingering within the array. With a light push of his toes, he leaped into the air, attempting to escape from above. The 7 would not grant him such an opportunity. They all leapt as well, simultaneously thrusting their swords. Guo Li, employing swift kicks and parries, managed to deflect all 7 blades midair. Yet the chance to break free was lost. The 8 landed back on the ground. The leader wasted no time, launching another attack against Guo Li. Even with the other 6 remaining still, Guo Li could not afford to let his guard down. Remaining alert to their movements while exerting his energy to counter the leader's assault, wary of their potential to strike. The leader, aware of Guo Li's terrifying prowess, engaged him for an extended period. As Guo Li asserted, he was the most skilled among their ranks. He sought to gain the upper hand in this initial encounter, hoping to inflict even the slightest injury on Guo Li to alleviate some pressure from his comrades. Guo Li, having discerned a flaw in the leader's technique, aimed to counterattack and overwhelm. The leader, realizing that lingering would lead to his own injury, retreated back to the Qian position. Observing this, Guo Li was met with an attack from the Kuan position. He instinctively redirected his previous offensive move to block the incoming strike, forcing the attacker to retreat as well. One by one, the remaining fighters pressed forward. Each wielded a distinct style, with the Qian position embodying the heavens, powerful and imposing. The Kuan position representing the earth, solid and reliable. The Zhen position striking like thunder, while the Sun moved swiftly like the wind. The Dy symbolized the marsh, firm yet yielding. The Qin represented water with fluidity, and the Li, fire, fierce and aggressive. The seven communicated fluidly, launching coordinated assaults, their movements in harmony with the formation. Even Guo Li, formidable though he was, began to struggle against their relentless onslaught. Had these seven fought him individually, he would have dispatched them as easily as slicing through vegetables. Yet, with the aid of the 7 stars and 8 trigrams formation, they had him firmly ensnared. Guo Li realized he could not afford to be consumed by their numbers, lest he perish here embittered. However, after his earlier skirmish with Go Ba, his internal energy was dwindling, while the 7, shielded by the formation, retained their vigor. A swift breakout was imperative. As he parried the Zhen's attack, the fighter withdrew, only for the DUI position to advance. Guo Li disregarded the DUI strike, charging straight for the Zhen position. The others gasped. The Zhen's prowess was among the highest, and they had not anticipated Guo Li would attempt to break through that route. Their focus primarily on the weakest, the Sun position. With his sword raised, Guo Li flicked his wrist, creating an intricate flourish just before the Zhen's eyes. The latter was caught unprepared and could not raise his sword in time to block, while the Can position, second only to the leader in skill, rushed forward. Clang! The Can position deflected Guo Li's strike, allowing the Zhen to leap back and create distance. The leader's expression darkened. With 2 members now disengaged, the formation faltered, making it increasingly difficult to contain Guo Li. As anticipated, Guo Li deftly maneuvered past the Can position, heading straight for the unguarded Zhen position, thus escaping the 7 stars and 8 trigrams formation. The leader sighed, approaching his comrades to offer solace. When a shriek pierced the air, the group turned to find Lao Ba, stationed outside the formation, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. The leader rushed to his side, placing 2 fingers on his nose, confirming the absence of breath. Gently, he closed the unseeing eyes, signaling sorrowfully to the others. Though they shared no blood ties, their years of collaboration forged a bond akin to brotherhood, leaving them all bereft. Before the leader could rise, another scream echoed, causing alarm as they looked around. The Zhen position, who had just evaded, lay dead on the ground. The group, now on high alert, pressed back together, scanning their surroundings, yet Guo Li had vanished. Guo Li, what kind of hero strikes from the shadows? If you have courage, show yourself. The leader's voice reverberated through the forest. Huh? You form a formation with so many to contend with just one of me, and now you dare speak of heroism? Guo Li coldly retorted, emerging into view and advancing toward them with measured steps. Now that I am here, what of it? Will you form the 7 stars and 8 trigrams against me again? With only 6 of you, can you even manage that? The leader, positioned at the forefront, glared at Guo Li as sweat beaded on his palms. Guo Li spoke truthfully. With only 6 remaining, the formation was no longer viable. Though Guo Li had exhausted much of his internal energy, the 6 still retained theirs. Did they stand a chance? No. The chilling reality loomed before the leader. The disparity in strength was too great, and without the sword formation, enduring even 3 exchanges was a lofty aspiration. Big brother, stop wasting words with him. He is at his limit. Let us strike together and avenge Lao Ba and Si Gu. Indeed, for Lao Ba and Si Gu. Let us kill him, claim the bounty, and use the reward to support their families. For our brothers. Behind the leader, the others stood poised with their swords, eager for action. The leader turned to glance at his brothers, and then at Guo Li, who stood not far ahead. With a deep breath, he clenched his teeth and said, Guo Li, my brothers and I sought to surround you first, but now you have slain 2 of my brothers. Let us conclude this matter today, shall we? The crowd murmured in confusion at the leader's words. As long as you reveal who sent you to ambush me, I may consider this matter settled, Guo Li replied with a faint smile. The leader fell silent for a moment before looking back at Guo Li. As long as you guarantee that after I disclose this, you will let us go. Of course, I am a man of my word, Guo Li assured him. The one who hired us is none other than the Lord of Qiyang County, Guo. Upon hearing this, the leader's brothers erupted in protest, calling out, Big brother, we were prepared to fight to the death. Why do you yield now? Overwhelmed by their disappointment, the leader knelt to the ground. As the eldest brother, how could he bear to watch his comrades perish? The glory of his past was nowhere to be seen. Only desolation remained. His words, however, left no room for contradiction. From this day forth, if you no longer acknowledge me as your elder brother, so be it. But you must all heed my words. Who does not wish to avenge their brothers? Screams of anguish filled the air as the leader lifted his gaze, only to find Guo Li had vanished. He quickly turned around, realizing that his brothers had all fallen. Standing amidst the lifeless bodies, tears filled the leader's eyes, rage igniting within him as he cried out hoarsely to the heavens, Guo Li, I will find you today and ensure you suffer a wretched fate. Suddenly, Guo Li appeared behind him, thrusting his sword into the leader's back. The leader dropped his sword, blood spilling from his mouth. Guo Li, today you go back on your word. Even in death, my brothers and I will not give you peace. Guo Li, with an indifferent expression, kicked him down. You can only blame yourselves for choosing to frame Lord Guo. I was merely a thief and beggar. When I stole from Lord Guo, he did not cast me into a cell but took me in, teaching me music, chess, literature, art, propriety, archery, equestrianism, and martial arts, even bestowing me a name. This life was given to me by Lord Guo. If he seeks my life, he need only come for it directly, rather than hiring you to kill me. Guo Li cleaned the blood from his sword and sheathed it. My brothers, I am sorry for failing you. The leader cried out, biting through his own tongue and collapsing onto his brothers' corpses, lifeless. Though Lord Guo had changed since his right hand's meridian was severed, he remained a person who cared for the people and the ruler. How could he be slandered by such as you? Xia Wula tended to his wounds and changed into fresh attire before departing the inn. He respectfully greeted Go Ba. Brother Go, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance. I would gladly serve you in any capacity. I apologize for any awkwardness today. Go Ba recalled how Xia Wula had clung tightly to his arm on the way to the inn, drawing curious glances from passers-by, and chuckled, quickly helping Xia Wula to his feet. Young Master Xia, there is no need for such formality. I merely happened to pass by and extended a helping hand. Besides, you have aided me in the past. However, I am curious, when did you begin your martial training? Xia Wula sheepishly smiled. It has been less than half a year. My knowledge is still scant, and there is much I do not yet understand. Young Master Xia. Go Ba began to speak, but was interrupted by a voice approaching from a distance. Young Master Xia, I must take my leave for another matter. Go Ba smiled knowingly and departed, leaving the two. Miss Wei Wei. In Xia Wula's room, a table was set with food and drink as he and a young woman sat across from one another, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Miss Wei Wei, startled by his sudden address. Song Wei Wei quickly regained her composure. Young Master Xia, you flatter me. What is it? Xia Wula found her reaction amusing and felt the tension dissipate. Smiling, he said, I noticed that Miss Wei Wei's complexion appears rosy. Is your health improving? What? Is my face red? Song Wei Wei quickly placed her hands on her cheeks. Not understanding her actions, Xia Wula watched in silence. When she looked up, their eyes met, and she felt her cheeks flush. Realizing how red her face had become, she lowered her head and softly replied, Yes, it is somewhat better, but I have been experiencing some recurring issues lately. Xia Wula pondered for a moment. Miss Wei Wei, let us eat first, lest the food grows cold. Afterward, I shall examine your condition. Song Wei Wei nodded, picking up her chopsticks. Xia Wula gently withdrew his hand from her wrist, nodding as he looked at her. Miss Wei Wei, it is nothing serious. It is likely a lingering effect from the cold you caught earlier. Now that it is early spring and the weather remains cool, you ought to wear more layers to keep warm. Your hands feel quite cold. Thank you, young master, Song Wei Wei said, placing her hands over her heart and nodding. Xia Wula studied her for a moment, puzzled. Miss Wei Wei, why are you out alone? I wanted to explore and broaden my horizons. Staying cooped up at home is terribly dull, she replied, her eyes sparkling as she smiled at Xia Wula. Yet, she still refrained from disclosing her reasons for leaving home. Her initial determination seemingly forgotten. Upon seeing Xia Wula, the hardships she had encountered along the way seemed to vanish. With the dangers of the world, do you not fear traveling alone as a woman? Xia Wula thought to himself as he observed Song Wei Wei's cheerful demeanor. I do fear. But I have encountered many kind souls along the way, which eases my fear, she replied. Kind souls? Where are there so many? Xia Wula questioned. Are they robbers or deceitful old ghosts? Had it not been for my skills, I might have met my end along the way. Xia Wula took a deep breath. Having been well cared for by her siblings, he now wanted to see if he could assist. Miss Wei Wei, where are you headed? I can accompany you part of the way. Young Master Xia, you should first tell me where you are going. If it is not along my path, there is no need to trouble yourself, Song Wei Wei replied, unwilling to part from him so soon after finally finding him again. I am headed to the Imperial City. Upon hearing this, Song Wei Wei jumped up, feigning excitement. Wonderful. I am also going to the Imperial City. Our paths align perfectly, and we can go together. To the Imperial City? Xia Wula felt conflicted. He was a target of many, and having Song Weiwei by his side would undoubtedly implicate her. Yet, could he allow her to travel alone to the imperial city? Many young women had gone missing in Qiyang County, and well aware of the dangers of the world, he found himself at a loss. Seeing his hesitation, Song Weiwei sensed his inner turmoil, but was unwilling to relent, puffing her cheeks. Young Master Xia, do you have urgent matters? If you are in a hurry, I will not delay you. I can make my way to the imperial city alone. Xia Wula furrowed his brows, taking out a map to study it for a moment. Fortunately, the imperial city was not far, and forcing a smile, he said, Miss Weiwei, you jest, what is there to delay? Then let us travel together. All right. Song Weiwei beamed with joy, and as for what would happen upon reaching the imperial city, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. How is Song Dage? Xia Wula finally asked after much inner conflict. It was he who had shouted at Song Mingxing. Although he believed he acted impulsively and bore the blame, overcoming his pride to ask required considerable courage. I have been away from home for quite some time. The exact duration eludes me. Recently, I penned a letter home, only to receive a response not from my brother, but from Steward Liu. The letter conveyed that after my brother exterminated the bandit Su Fei and his gang, he resigned from his position as governor and departed from the Song residence. Although Song Weiwei had a quarrel with Song Mingxing before leaving, her profound concern for her brother was evident in her tone as she spoke, betraying her anxiety. Xia Wula silently nodded, his expression gloomy. In his view, Song Mingxing's resignation stemmed from his own actions. After a moment, he regained his composure and reassured Song Weiwei. Rest assured, Song Degu is exceptionally skilled in martial arts. He will be fine. Song Weiwei nodded in response. The two descended to the counter. The waiter, setting aside his tasks, approached with eagerness. Esteemed guest, is there anything else you require? Might there be an extra room available? I would like to book another. The waiter glanced at Song Weiwei beside Xia Wula, then back at Xia Wula, raising an eyebrow and displaying a knowing smile, as if to say, Brother, I understand you. Regrettably, there are no vacant rooms today. You may have to make do. As a gesture of apology, we shall provide you with a fruit platter. Xia Wula, feeling exasperated, looked at the fruit platter on the table and turned to Song Weiwei. Tonight, it seems we must endure sharing a room, dear Weiwei. You may take the bed while I manage on the table. As Song Weiwei lay on the bed, her gaze drifted to the screen that divided the room, where she could see Xia Wula's silhouette. In a moment, the flame extinguished and his figure vanished. A group of children surrounded a man, who held a slingshot and aimed at a small bird perched on a nearby branch. In an instant, a stone flew forth, striking the branch, causing the startled bird to take flight. With a sigh of disappointment, the children dispersed, and the man chuckled, shaking his head. Had I used a bow and arrow, that bird would not have escaped. This man was none other than Song Mingxing, clad in a simple linen shirt. His demeanor so amiable that one would hardly suspect his former position as governor. After leaving the Song residence, he embarked on a journey, seeking to pursue the aspirations that were uniquely his own. Having spent several days in the village, he was now preparing to depart for another destination. An elderly woman stood behind him. Mr. Song, have you not found what you sought during your stay here? He had been lodging in her home for the past few days. Setting aside his tasks, Song Mingxing turned to her, gently placing his hand on her arm to help her sit by the bed. Grandma Wang, I am deeply grateful for your kindness these past few days. I must take my leave now. Please take care of yourself. Grandma Wang nodded. You possess considerable strength. Perhaps you could find work in the city moving goods. There may be opportunities suited to you. Aware that she had spent her entire life in the village and unable to offer substantial advice, she still wished to assist Song Mingxing. Understood. I shall give it a try, he replied, bidding farewell to Grandma Wang. Before him lay a sprawling grove of orange trees, still laden with fruit despite the autumn and winter harvest. Ascending the mountain path, he reached a large clearing at the summit, where an imposing mansion unexpectedly emerged from the trees. The plaque read Huang Residence. Song Mingxing knocked on the door, which creaked open moments later. Inside the hall, the windows were tightly shut, and the dim candlelight cast shadows. A man in splendid robes, Gua Xingjian, sat opposite another individual. After a moment of silence, Gua Xingjian spoke. Once again, the prince of the former dynasty has eluded capture. The other man leaned back against his chair. Despite the proximity, his features remained obscured. It matters not. This operation was executed well. There is no need to pursue him further, he said, his tone laced with satisfaction. Not pursue him? Gua Xingjian questioned, perplexed. You were the one who warned me that the former prince would pose a threat to the court, urging me to eliminate him. Now you say we should disregard him? A sudden realization struck him, and he stood in anger. Are you using me? Though uncertain of the nature of their gain, The thought burned fiercely within him. The man, unfazed, lifted his cup of tea and took a sip, smiling. What difference does it make if a useless person like you realizes it? Indeed, what can a useless person do? Guoxingzhan had not anticipated the other would so readily admit it. He began to pace before the tea table, halting abruptly. His gaze icy as he commanded, "Someone, seize this man." The commotion outside grew louder, yet the man remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping his tea as if he had heard nothing. Guoxingzhan, feeling his anger surge, suppressed it, a lump forming in his throat. Finally, the man set down his cup, smiled at Guoxingzhan, and produced a small bell from his robe. Guoxingzhan's expression changed dramatically. "When did you acquire that?" He recognized the bell as an instrument of poison manipulation, used to induce the effects of the poison buried within the body. "When indeed, you truly are forgetful, my esteemed friend," the man replied, shaking the bell. Its clear chime resonated through the hall. Guoxingzhan clutched his head, overwhelmed by a splitting headache, his steps unsteady as he staggered about like a dancer. "My lord," a voice called from outside. Guoxingzhan opened the door, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd before him. "You may disperse. There is nothing of concern. Your responsiveness is commendable. Continue to excel," he added. The crowd, confused, watched as Guo Li approached, regarding Guoxingzhan's vacant expression with concern. "My lord, is everything truly all right?" "Li, your concern is noted. You may withdraw," Guoxingzhan said, feeling gratified. Despite still harboring some doubt, Guo Li turned to the others. "Thank you for your efforts. You may leave." Once the crowd had departed, a figure emerged from behind the door, observing Guoxingzhan with a smirk. "What is happening? How did I end up here?" Guoxingzhan stood bewildered, gazing at the courtyard, unable to recollect how he had come outside. His head throbbed painfully as he re-entered the room and closed the door. Turning around, he saw the man seated in the hall, drinking tea. Guoxingzhan strode forward, taking his seat once more. "Once again, the prince of the former dynasty has escaped." The man nodded. "Understood. The next steps will be entrusted to us." Guoxingzhan nodded. Lifting his teacup and noticing it was half empty, he placed it back on the table. The man, gazing intently at Guoxingzhan, smiled and refilled his cup. "Thank you." Guoxingzhan felt a bit awkward but accepted the gesture of goodwill. Chapter 45. The Emperor of Yanqing, enlightened. Whose poem is this? Fan Shihao and 3 others sat below the hall, examining the Xian paper in their hands. "Is there a title?" An elderly man beside Fan Shihao stroked his beard and squinted. "The origins of this poem are quite intriguing. It is said to have been composed by a man named Su Buliao, who crafted it in a brothel to win the favor of the courtesan there." Fan Shihao chuckled. "What is your opinion of this poem, Mr. Yin?" Yin Shiguang sighed and shook his head. "I believe I could never compose anything so exquisite. Compared to this poem, my previous works are utterly worthless." The 2 individuals seated across from them perked up at this, eager to examine the Xian paper in Fan Shihao's possession. Pretending to scrutinize it for a moment, Yi Wujing and Yi Zian beside him were martial artists. They felt something but expressed little. Yi Wujing returned the Xian paper, puzzled. "Is it truly that remarkable?" It should be noted that Mr. Yin is a high-ranking official of the court, well-versed in poetry, and possesses a sense of pride. He would not easily praise others. Yet now, he humbly claims inferiority. Yin Shiguang nodded. "You are unaware, General Yi. The author of this poem can be deemed a once-in-a-century talent. Perhaps only Brother Fan can be compared to him. How fortunate it would be to possess such talent." The tone of admiration and envy was unmistakable. Yi Wujing scrutinized Fan Shihao. "You can compose poetry? After spending so much time with you, I have yet to witness your poetic prowess. Even if you have written poetry, you cannot recite it incessantly, can you?" Fan Shihao offered a faint smile. Yi Zian pondered for a moment. "Brother Yi, Brother Fan makes a valid point. Otherwise, those literary figures would be deemed fools." The 4 held equal standing, yet Yi Zian, being the youngest, addressed everyone as brother or sir. "What delightful conversation are you all engaged in?" The 4 fell silent, their demeanor solemn, and rose to greet. "We pay our respects to your majesty." The visitor was none other than the current emperor of the Great Kong, Emperor Yanqing. He approached the throne with a warm smile. "You need not be so formal." Only then did the others take their seats. Noticing the 4 were somewhat tense, Emperor Yanqing's expression shifted slightly. "You need not be so reserved. Today, I have summoned you merely for a casual chat. We dare not. For our nation is one of etiquette, and the emperor holds the esteemed title of Son of Heaven. Decorum must be upheld." Yin Shiguang rose once more. Seeing the insistence of the others, Emperor Yanqing offered no further protest. "What were you discussing before I arrived?" "It was a fine poem obtained by Mr. Yin," one minister replied, "and we were just debating that perhaps only Brother Fan possesses such talent." Upon uttering this, Exiled realized the other three were glaring at him, and he recognized his error. Emperor Yanqing, however, was intrigued. Oh, is that truly the case? Allow me to take a look. Yin Shiguang presented the rice paper. After a moment, Emperor Yanqing exhaled deeply, remarking, "Indeed, it is a splendid poem, brimming with fervent courtship, and it symbolizes the extraordinary ideals of the protagonists, their noble aspirations, and the profound understanding between kindred spirits. The verses, while simple in expression, carry profound meaning, with a flowing rhythm and passionate, yet tender emotions." Where's the title? When I received the poem, it bore no title, Yin Shiguang replied. It is a pity that such a fine work lacks a name. I would like to bestow one upon it, yet I fear being accused of autocracy, Emperor Yanqing sighed. To have your majesty name this poem would indeed be an honor. I believe the world would rejoice, Yin Shiguang responded. Let us wait until we find the poet to discuss it further. I shall arrange this shortly. Emperor Yanqing turned his gaze to Exiled and Yi Wujing. It is unfortunate that General Changbai could not attend due to border defense matters. Yi Wujing shot Exiled a warning glance, indicating he should remain silent. I too feel for General Chang. Fortunately, the officials and civilians in our jurisdiction have been cooperative, and we have successfully completed the construction of the Great Wall ahead of schedule. Oh, the Great Wall is finished? Excellent news. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. Recently, many educational institutions have been established in the country, fostering a robust scholarly atmosphere, and the imperial examinations have yielded numerous talented young individuals, Yin Shiguang shared. Emperor Yanqing nodded with a smile. Very good, very good. With the support of esteemed ministers like you, Great Kong shall surely thrive. However, his tone shifted as he sighed. Yet it is regrettable that Governor Song Mingxing of Qingzhou has resigned, and the city lord of Qiyang, Xinjiang, has been incapacitated by treachery. There remain many matters requiring my attention. The departure of Song Mingxing, who cared deeply for the people of Qingzhou and was efficient and meticulous in his duties, is indeed a significant loss for the court. However, the current governor, Luan, whom he recommended, is also a capable individual, Yin Shiguang lamented. As for Xinjiang, a man of great martial prowess and a fierce enmity toward evil, his leadership brought prosperity to Qiyang, yet it also attracted envy from nefarious individuals. If he knew Your Majesty was concerned for his well-being, he would surely be deeply moved. It is truly fortunate for the state of Kong to have a sovereign such as Your Majesty, the ministers remarked. Today, I have prepared a banquet for you. It will be served shortly. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The four rose in unison. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Emperor Yanqing departed, the four resumed their seats. Seated below was Song Mingxing, while above sat a portly figure. If Xia Wulo were present, he would surely recognize this man as the one from room 1 of Fengjiang Tower. The rotund man smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits, speaking in a halting manner that was quite amusing. Brother Song, just call me Da Huang. I love a lively atmosphere, and it has been a long time since anyone visited this place. I am so pleased you could come. Just wait a moment, I will fetch you some snacks. With that, Da Huang leapt from his chair and dashed out. Song Mingxing felt a twinge of wariness. Although Da Huang was stout, he moved with surprising agility, revealing his prowess. An orange rolled to the entrance, and a beautiful young woman hurried over to pick it up. Upon raising her gaze, she met Song Mingxing's eyes, and he smiled at her, prompting her to scurry away with the orange. Before long, Da Huang returned with snacks. Upon inspection, Song Mingxing discovered that the so-called snacks were merely oranges, which was understandable. He peeled one, noting its thin skin and sweet flesh. Who was that just now? Da Huang's face flushed. I apologize for the embarrassment. That young woman is a servant in my household. Song Mingxing nodded. It would be odd for someone with such a large estate to lack servants. Brother Song, come, let me show you my courtyard, Da Huang insisted, pulling him along. The courtyard was expansive, with meticulously designed landscaping. Song Mingxing was not particularly surprised, as his own home was similar. Noticing Song Mingxing's nonchalant demeanor, Da Huang, with a determined heart, led him to a large courtyard. In the center stood an enormous orange tree, and Da Huang proudly straightened. What do you think? This is the treasure of my estate. Never before shown to outsiders. You are the first. Indeed, it is quite large, Song Mingxing agreed. Looking up at the surrounding walls and recalling that he had seen the dense branches on the way here. Da Huang, have you considered that your treasure can be seen from outside? Da Huang looked incredulous, glancing up with a wry smile. Upon returning indoors, a sumptuous feast had been prepared on the table. Brother Song, I enjoy lively gatherings and have traveled to many places over the years, encountering numerous interesting individuals, Da Huang said, taking a bite of his meal. Let me share a peculiar tale from my recent travels. It happened in a place called Sujiang City. where they hold a lively event known as the Dragon King Festival every year. I decided to attend and stayed at the largest inn there. I must say, the service at that inn was exceptional. As Da Huang reminisced about his experience, he chuckled. Wait, that's not the main point. The strange thing was that the guests in the room opposite mine were a man and a woman, yet only the man left when it was time to depart. Da Huang recounted the details with enthusiasm. Was the man quite young, with a scar about this size? Song Mingxing gestured to his own face as he spoke. Da Huang stood up in astonishment. How do you know? Were you there? Calm down. I have never been to Sujiang City. I have merely heard of it, Song Mingxing clarified. Recalling Xia Wula had mentioned it a few times in their conversations. Who was he? Is he that famous? Da Huang asked, bewildered, but soon laughed again. Brother Song. Let me tell you something you surely haven't heard of. Da Huang animatedly shared his experiences from his travels, but Song Mingxing absorbed none of it, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Xia Wula's matter. Initially, I indeed failed to consider all aspects. How could one generalize so easily? As Wei Wei remarked. Although the younger brother is a remnant of the fallen dynasty, has he committed any wrongdoing? Song Mingxing, uncertain of his own path, made a resolute decision to delve into the past of Xia Wula. The following day, Brother Song, are you leaving after just one day? Why not stay a little longer? Da Huang, reluctant to see Song Mingxing depart, lamented the absence of visitors in his abode for over a decade. Observing the impending tears in Da Huang's eyes, Song Mingxing was taken aback by the depth of his emotions and offered comfort. Do not weep, Da Huang. I shall return once my affairs are settled. At that moment, Da Huang burst into tears, leaving Song Mingxing startled and unsure of how to respond. His only experience with comforting crying individuals was with the young Wei Wei during their childhood. Flustered, he placed a hand on Da Huang's head, urging him to stop crying. A moment later, he blinked, relieved to find that it was indeed Da Huang before him. Just moments ago, he had mistakenly perceived Da Huang as the maid he had encountered the day prior. What was I thinking? Nonetheless, Song Mingxing continued down the mountain, but the earlier scene lingered in his mind. Each recollection felt like a slap to the face. How could this be? After some contemplation, he realized it was time for him to settle down. Others his age were already watching their children take their first steps. Da Huang, watching Song Mingxing's retreating figure, felt an overwhelming sense of loss, his eyes misty with tears. He wiped his eyes and thought, wait, why have I reverted? Staring at his slender, smooth fingers, Da Huang was astonished. Had he not just transformed back? Indeed, it was only just now that he had returned to his former self. Determined not to be left alone in boredom, Da Huang stealthily followed after Song Mingxing. His estate had not seen a visitor in over a century. Yet he had forgotten that long ago, fearing harm to his true form, he had set a barrier to keep intruders at bay. This barrier had remained intact for over 100 years until Song Mingxing's unexpected arrival the previous day. Xia Wula and Song Wei Wei faced each other in an awkward silence. My apologies, young Master Xia, Song Wei Wei quickly turned away. I was concerned when you took so long to fetch water. In the next moment, she rushed back to him, her hand resting gently on the muscle surrounding his left shoulder wound, scrutinizing it. This is the result of the Guo family's swordsmanship. How did you incur the wrath of the Guo family? Xia Wula stood still, lost in thought. He had merely stepped out to fetch water and change his bandages. He hadn't anticipated that his delay would lead to such an encounter with Song Wei Wei. The Guo family? Xia Wula's excitement bubbled within him. Finally, he might uncover who was responsible for the deaths of Uncle Lu and his master. Miss Wei Wei, do you know who wields that sword? Startled by his reaction, Song Wei Wei's cheeks flushed as she quickly turned away. Xia Wula, realizing the implications, hastily donned his clothing. Upon returning to where they had paused, he once again inquired about the matter that concerned him greatly. Young Master Xia, our Song family and the Guo family were once renowned martial arts families, though distanced. We maintain some connections. The current head of the Guo family, Guo Xingjian, was also the previous Martial Arts Alliance leader and the Lord of Qiang City. The Martial Arts Alliance leader? So, the one who injured me is him? Xia Wula asked. Song Wei Wei shook her head. Last year, the Guo family head was betrayed and severely injured, leaving him far less capable than before. Therefore, it likely was not him. However, your wounds are indeed indicative of Gui Jian's swordplay. Their technique expands internal energy outward, causing wounds that are difficult to heal and easily identifiable. Given the Guo family's dwindling numbers, it must be only the Guo family's young master, Guo Li, who possesses such skill. But why would he trouble you? Confusion clouded Song Wei Wei's expression. Xia Wula's face mirrored her uncertainty. Chapter 46. The tender embrace. Seeing Xia Wula's indecision, Song Wei Wei devised a plan to deepen their bond. As sharing secrets is undoubtedly the swiftest path to forge a more profound connection. Yet, As the words lingered on her lips, she hesitated. Young Master Xia, if you have burdens you cannot share, you need not speak of them. Xia Wula gazed at Song Weiwei, lost in thought. While it may not be entirely accurate to call it contemplation, the phrase remnant of the fallen dynasty echoed relentlessly in his mind. He realized that he harbored a deep-seated aversion to his own identity, unwilling to acknowledge it, which explained his rage whenever it was mentioned. If he were merely an ordinary citizen, not a prince of the fallen dynasty, living a modest life in a small town, indulging in whimsical dreams, he might find happiness without such tragic losses. He believed he had changed, yet fundamentally, he remained the same person, one who shunned reality. After a prolonged silence, Xia Wula finally spoke. Miss Weiwei, I am a prince of the fallen dynasty. Silence enveloped them. No gasps or shouts of anger followed. The scenarios he had envisioned in his mind did not unfold. Song Weiwei simply smiled softly in response. Although she had long suspected Xia Wula's origins, it delighted her to hear him divulge his true identity willingly. This was the first time Xia Wula encountered someone who did not exhibit disdain upon learning of his heritage. He had traveled far and wide, meeting numerous individuals, yet when the topic of the remnants of the fallen dynasty arose, the sentiment was often one of intense hatred. Miss Weiwei, do you not find me repugnant? Why would I? She replied. But others do. Xia Wula began, but Song Weiwei interrupted. Young Master Xia, do you know why so many despise the so-called remnants of the fallen dynasty? I do not know. Perhaps it is simply because they are remnants. Why do you believe that? She pressed. Hatred is not without reason. No one is despised without cause. The public's disdain for the remnants stems from the fact that many of them have committed heinous acts. Take Shui Fei, Yang Wanjian, and others. These individuals were leaders during the Ingguo period, yet they ruled like tyrants, robbing others and taking lives. With so many such individuals, the public grows resentful of the entire group. Xia Wula reflected on the tragedies in Zhenqian town, recalling the silence that enveloped Wuling village. Song Weiwei sat beside him, tilting her head to look into his eyes. Young Master Xia, have you ever done anything wrong? Why would I harbor hatred towards you? Xia Wula shook his head. But what have we done to warrant such relentless efforts to eradicate us? Can you share your thoughts? From the tone of Xia Wula's voice, Song Weiwei sensed his confusion and, more prominently, his sorrow. Though she could not fully comprehend his experiences, she yearned to share in his burdens. Another long silence ensued. Xia Wula opened up about his past to Song Weiwei. As she listened, her eyes glistened with tears. She learned of his beloved uncle who had raised him, his cherished fiancée, Lu Yuqing, and his trusted uncle Lu who had placed everything in his care, as well as the martial uncle and master who had died protecting him. Xia Wula, too, felt lost and terrified of death due to his injuries. He had endured far too much, losing every person he cherished. It was beyond her imagination to fathom the depths of his suffering. Observing Xia Wula as he recounted his experiences, his face shifting between hate and anger, what remained unchanged were the tears that flowed from his eyes. Song Weiwei's heart ached, and she instinctively pulled him into an embrace. Xia Wula gazed at Song Weiwei through misty eyes. I cannot fathom why they treat you so. Perhaps it is merely due to your identity. Song Weiwei shook her head, delicately wiping away the tears at the corner of his eye. It is all right. You have already done splendidly. Xia Wula dared to confront his own issues, continually striving for self-improvement, a feat that most would find insurmountable. Young Master Xia, in truth, I am no frail maiden. Although illness has prevented me from practicing martial arts for some time, I remain quite formidable, especially in swordsmanship. Even my brother cannot match me. Song Weiwei said with a hint of pride. As Xia Wula had shared much with her, she felt compelled to confide some of her secrets. On this journey, I have not encountered many virtuous individuals. I have faced highwaymen who sought to rob me and stayed at an inn notorious for selling human meat buns. Yet I managed to escape. Moreover, I came specifically to seek you. A rosy blush adorned Song Weiwei's cheeks as she spoke, and upon glancing down, she noticed Xia Wula had fallen asleep in her embrace. I wonder if young Master Xia heard all of that. Hee, it matters not. I can tell him again later. As many times as needed. Xia Wula was perpetually on edge, wary of potential attacks, constantly reminding himself to remain vigilant and enhance his martial skills. Thus, he had not slept so peacefully in ages. After sharing his burdens with another, he felt an immense weight lifted. After a considerable time, Xia Wula awoke, opening his eyes to find himself nestled in Song Weiwei's arms, uncertain of how long he had been asleep. He hastily rose. Miss Weiwei, I have behaved inappropriately. Song Weiwei observed Xia Wula's flustered demeanor, her eyes curving into crescent moons. It is quite all right. Young Master Xia may return whenever he is weary. Xia Wula's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, while Song Weiwei's smile blossomed even brighter. Young Master Xia, do you seek revenge against the Guo family? Of course, but not just yet. I must wait a while longer, for I am not yet their match, Xia Wula replied, knowing well who his enemies were and vowing not to let them escape. Well, as Song Weiwei, I shall support you, young Master Xia, she said with a smile. Being from one of the two prominent families in the martial world, the Song family, she understood that declaring support on behalf of her clan would invite numerous complications. The Song's guest elders and affiliated families might also turn against the Guo family, leading to chaos in the Jianghu. Thus, she could only express her personal sentiment. Young Master Xia, would you care for me to teach you swordsmanship? Miss Weiwei, you are proficient in swordsmanship? Xia Wula asked, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, my swordsmanship surpasses even my brother's. Song Weiwei felt a twinge of disappointment that Xia Wula did not know this. And thus the latter part of her previous statement would also be lost on him. Surpassing Song Deji? That would indeed be splendid. Xia Wula replied with a radiant smile. You dare not believe me? Just wait. I will fetch my treasured sword, and we shall have a friendly duel. With that, Song Weiwei dashed to her horse and drew forth a long sword. This sword appeared ancient and majestic, the hilt seemingly oversized for a lady's grip. Noticing Xia Wula's confusion, she explained, this sword was passed down to me by my father. It is one of our family heirlooms. Although I do not particularly favor it, do not underestimate its quality. It is a fine sword. As the blade was unsheathed, it resonated with a sound akin to a dragon's roar, and the surrounding sunlight dimmed slightly. Indeed, it is a remarkable sword, Xia Wula praised. Though he had no expertise in swords, he recognized it as the finest he had ever encountered. The very fact that such a sword was entrusted to Song Weiwei indicated her swordsmanship was as formidable as she claimed. Xia Wula, shedding his playful demeanor, drew forth his broken sword. This sword had presumably been gifted to him by his master, so he needed to be cautious not to damage it, fully aware of the peril that lay within Song Weiwei's blade. Please, Miss Weiwei, he said. And you, young Master Xia, she replied. With a swift movement, Xia Wula lunged forward. He did not entertain the notion of granting her any advantage simply because she was a woman, in his eyes. The greatest respect for an opponent was to give one's all. As their swords clashed, the sound of the dragon's roar echoed once more. But this time it bore a note of lamentation rather than exuberance. Both were unaware of this change. The Song family's Tai Chi sword was renowned, and Song Weiwei was indeed exceptionally skilled in it. She embodied the sword, guiding it with her very being. With every movement, her spirit, intention, energy, and strength melded seamlessly, her body moving with a grace that was neither too light nor too heavy. Xia Wula found himself unable to withdraw his sword after a single strike. It was ensnared, rendering him immobile. He could neither attack nor retreat, for a reckless advance would surely lead him to be ensnared by Song Weiwei's dense flurry of strikes. Realizing he had been led into a corner by her, he conceded, Miss Weiwei, your swordplay is indeed exquisite. I admit defeat. Upon hearing his admission, Song Weiwei sheathed her sword with a playful smile. What say you, young master? Would you like to learn? To learn such an exquisite swordplay would be a privilege. Xia Wula confessed readily. Miss Weiwei, what is your current cultivation level? Cultivation level? Song Weiwei paused for a moment. I am at the minor completion of the lower dantian. And what of your brother? My brother has attained full completion in both the upper and lower dantian. By the way, Guoli is also at the full completion of the lower dantian. But I have heard he is on the threshold of the heavenly realm, she mused. Young Master Xia, you should be at the major completion of the middle dantian. I suppose. Xia Wula, who did not cultivate inner energy, was unaware of his own level, merely nodding in acknowledgement. If his strength truly lay therein, he still had a considerable journey ahead for vengeance. It was then he realized how formidable Su Xiong truly was. Seeing Xia Wula remain silent for a long while, Song Weiwei assumed he was disheartened by the discussion of cultivation levels and quickly offered comfort. Young Master Xia, worry not. Your talent is remarkable. It will not be long before you catch up to them. Indeed, Xia Wula nodded. Suddenly, Song Weiwei appeared to have an idea. Looking at Xia Wula with a blush, Young Master Xia, if you do not mind, I could use my inner energy to help nourish your meridians. Though Xia Wula did not cultivate inner energy, he remembered how comforting it had been when Su Xiong helped him in the past, and thus agreed. I am grateful. Miss Weiwei. Surprised by his acceptance, Song Weiwei's cheeks flushed even more as she lowered her head. Then let us hasten to the nearest city and find an inn. Xia Wula nodded in agreement, and the two set off. As they drew closer to the city, Song Weiwei grew increasingly anxious, trailing behind Xia Wula on horseback, occasionally glancing up at his silhouette. Unbeknownst to Xia Wula, The method Song Weiwei employed to nourish the meridians required them to remove their clothing for optimal energy exchange. What can I assist you with? The innkeeper inquired eagerly. We require a larger room, Xia Wula stated, considering that a cramped space would be uncomfortable for both of them. Certainly, esteemed guest, we have the Tianzi number 1 room available, the innkeeper replied with a beaming smile. Tianzi number 1? Xia Wula stepped back, looking up to see the 3 prominent characters. Fengjiang Lu Chapter 47. Bewildered by emotion, the decor within was nearly identical to that of Fengjiang Lu in Sujiang City. Initially, upon seeing the 3 characters, Xia Wula thought he had taken a wrong turn and ended up back in Sujiang City, which startled him. After conversing with the innkeeper, he learned that numerous towns with rivers would feature a Fengjiang Lu, and regardless of wealth, they maintained a uniform pricing across the nation. Naturally, Fengjiang Lu would not be established in impoverished areas. Xia Wula was astounded, realizing the complexities of running such a business. However, with a nation so vast and numerous establishments scattered across its expanse, how could efficient management be maintained? Xia Wula was filled with puzzlement, yet he refrained from probing further. He closed the door and said, Miss Weiwei, we should not delay, let us begin now. Huh. Song Weiwei lowered her head, concealing her flushed cheeks, and softly replied, Look outside the window. Xia Wula turned and gazed out. It was already late afternoon. Reflecting on the day spent outdoors without much to eat, he remembered how exhausting it had been when Brother Su previously assisted him in nurturing his meridians. Miss Weiwei, let us first have something to eat. The food here is quite good. Song Weiwei nodded, and they both sat down at the dining table. Xia Wula handed her the menu and said, Order whatever you like. Miss Weiwei, perhaps you should order, young Master Xia. I am unfamiliar with this place, she replied, her shyness having somewhat diminished, though she still kept her head down. Xia Wula observed her demeanor and pondered for a moment, but could not decide on anything. Suddenly, the image of waking up in Song Weiwei's embrace earlier that afternoon flashed in his mind, causing his cheeks to burn with embarrassment. He hastily opened the menu to shield his face. Song Weiwei caught a glimpse of this and let out a soft giggle, dispelling the earlier tension. Hearing her melodious laughter, Xia Wula couldn't help but chuckle as well. After their meal, the evening had deepened. Miss Weiwei, can we commence? He inquired. Yes, please wait for me on the bed, she replied before turning away. Xia Wula circled the screen and sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to meditate and await her. He felt nothing amiss, merely noting the darkness that had enveloped him. With Miss Weiwei accompanying him, it would be imprudent to spend the night outdoors, since they had already entered the inn. It would be odd for a man and a woman to sit on the floor when a bed was available. Suddenly, the candlelight extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Hearing movement behind the screen, Song Weiwei quickly called out, Young Master Xia, it is I. Reassured, Xia Wula relaxed and curiously asked, Miss Weiwei, why did you extinguish the candle? After a prolonged silence, she responded, Young Master Xia, please remove your clothing and sit sideways on the bed. Miss Weiwei, why must I undress for this nurturing of the meridians? He questioned in surprise, recalling that Brother Su had not required such measures previously. Clothing hinders the flow of internal energy, diminishing the effect. It is not necessary to undress completely, just to the waist will suffice. Xia Wula considered this and, feeling it acceptable to bare his upper body, hesitated only briefly before loosening his robe and undergarment to his waist. Miss Weiwei, suddenly, he felt droplets on his back, followed by a cool softness. Realizing what was happening, he was startled and nearly pulled away. Song Weiwei had embraced him from behind, her bare body pressed against him. Having just emerged from a bath, her hair still slightly damp. She had not anticipated her own boldness, though initially shy at the mention of it. She now felt calm in action. Young Master Xia, close your eyes and do not move. I shall now nurture your meridians. Understanding that Song Weiwei was naked and that struggling would be inappropriate, Xia Wula shut his eyes and calmed his mind, striving to avoid wandering thoughts. Song Weiwei placed one hand on his chest's Zhongfu point and the other on his abdomen's Shinke point, her technique markedly different from Brother Su's. While one began from minor acupoints, the other directed energy straight to the dantian. Before long, Xia Wula felt a warm current surge from where her hands touched him. Young Master Xia, why are your meridians so peculiar? She mused, noting the unusual resistance at the Zhongfu point while the Shinke point presented no hindrance, allowing her internal energy to flow effortlessly. Pondering her next approach, she redirected her internal energy from the lower dantian along his extraordinary meridians towards the Zhongfu point, still finding it increasingly difficult to advance. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Warm currents coursed through Xia Wula's body, immersing him in this sensation. Meanwhile, He focused on the Zhongfu point, observing his dantian. The innate energy that had previously resided within the Han-Tien-Lung meridian and Rin meridian was being gradually pressed back towards the dantian by the incoming internal energy. As this pressure mounted, the energy's milky white hue deepened, as if transforming into a more substantial form. Though the volume of energy diminished, Xiao Wula distinctly felt its potency increasing. Could it be that a similar transformation had occurred during Brother Su's nurturing? As the warm current gathered at the Zhongfu point, the milky white energy seemed to resist the external pressure, causing Song Weiwei's internal energy to progress more slowly, mirroring Xiao Wula's previous experience. It appeared that his earlier conjecture had been correct. While he continued to contemplate, he suddenly sensed the warm current dissipating, and Song Weiwei's hands withdrew from his dantian, followed by a dull thud. Although Song Weiwei's technique was far superior to Brother Su's, her energy was insufficient, and she could no longer continue, collapsing from exhaustion. Miss Weiwei. Hearing the sound, Xiao Wula quickly turned and embraced her. Are you all right? She shook her head while panting. I am fine, merely a bit tired. That is a relief, he exclaimed, feeling fortunate. A fragrant aroma wafted into Xiao Wula's nostrils, reminiscent of orchid yet distinct, not overpowering but perfectly subtle, with a hint of sweetness and bitterness that made his heart flutter. Bathed in the starry light streaming through the window, Xiao Wula gazed at Song Weiwei in his arms. Her cheeks were flushed, her delicate lips pale, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead, likely a result of nurturing his meridians. Song Weiwei was already a vision of beauty, and in this moment, Xiao Wula found her particularly pitiable and tender, his heart swelling with a desire to cherish her more closely. Their eyes met. Song Weiwei looked into Xiao Wula's eyes, her lips slightly parted in nervousness, her chest rising and falling, and her blush deepening as she softly uttered, "Young Master Xia." Before he could respond, Song Weiwei entwined her arms around his neck. Xiao Wula instinctively leaned in for a kiss, and they became lost in a whirlwind of emotions. Your Majesty, a missive from the Lord of Qiyang City, Guoxinjian. Present it, commanded Emperor Yanqing. After perusing its contents, the emperor frowned and immediately summoned a supervising censor, handing him the document. Investigate the various cities of Qiyang County and verify the veracity of these claims. Yes, I obey. The man withdrew. The missive detailed the frequent disappearance cases of children in Qiyang County for unknown reasons, with an increasing number of disabled beggar children. I have failed to meet your Majesty's expectations and have not uncovered the cause. I implore your Majesty to send assistance. If it were merely this, Emperor Yanqing would approve but not take it to heart. However, he found it curious that a month prior, Guoxinjian had submitted a missive containing the same content. And just as he was about to dispatch personnel, he received another missive from Guoxinjian. The second missive indicated that Guoxinjian had resolved the issue. Yet now he presented such troubling content, compelling Emperor Yanqing to pay closer attention. A day later, Your Majesty, a missive from Lord Guoxinjian of Qiyang City. Emperor Yanqing's brow furrowed, sensing that the matter was not simple. Present it. Each word of the missive shocked Emperor Yanqing profoundly. Thanks to your Majesty's fortuitous favor, I, Guoxinjian, have fulfilled expectations and resolved the matter previously reported. The content mirrored that of the second missive from a month ago. The city of Qiyang is distant, and even a swift steed would take approximately a month to traverse this journey. Furthermore, the edicts must navigate through a myriad of cumbersome checkpoints before they reach my hands. The time difference between the two edicts is merely 12 hours, implying that the dispatch from Qiyang did not exceed 4 hours apart. Although Guoxinjian is known for his swift and decisive actions, it seems implausible that he could resolve a matter affecting an entire county within such a brief span. What has transpired in Qiyang County? Emperor Yanqing gazed contemplatively around the grand hall. After a prolonged silence, he commanded, summon Chancellor Fan, and inform him that I wish to discuss an important matter. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall go at once. Upon arriving at Fan's residence, Fan Shihao was gazing at the wall, lost in thought. Upon hearing that the emperor sought his presence, he hurriedly donned his formal robes and proceeded. Your Majesty, Chancellor Fan has arrived. Admit him. Announced the presence of Chancellor Fan Shihao in the court. Fan Shihao entered the hall and bowed to Emperor Yanqing. I am here, but I am unaware of your Majesty's business. Emperor Yanqing gestured for everyone to depart. Let only Fan Shihao remain. The rest of the officials may exit and await outside. Among the officials, many had previously harbored resentment towards Fan Shihao, perceiving him merely as a sycophant adept at currying favor with the emperor, unworthy of such attention. However, since he proposed the Great Wall Initiative, their opinions shifted, and they understood why he garnered such imperial favor. With privileges such as being exempt from court attendance and sharing seals with various generals, their grievances dissipated. Once the hall was cleared, only Emperor Yanqing and Fan Shihao remained. The emperor recounted the situation in Qiyang County in its entirety. What is your perspective on this matter? Fan Shihao pondered for an extended period, then replied, Your Majesty, I too wish to visit Qiyang County. Upon my return, I will ensure this matter is resolved satisfactorily. What is your intent? Agreed. Chapter 48. Rise after the fall at Fengjiang Tower. Xia Wula awoke to find Song Weiwei already awake, gazing at him with her enchanting eyes. As she noticed his consciousness returning, she nestled into his embrace. Husband, you are awake. The sweetness of her address sent a shiver through Xia Wula, who instinctively held her closer. As they cuddled, Song Weiwei listened intently to the rhythmic beat of his heart, finding solace in its cadence. Realizing that her boldness the previous night was devoid of trepidation, for the sound of his heartbeat reassured her of the reality of their connection. Husband, do you feel any guilt towards Sister Lu? Song Weiwei raised her gaze to find a hint of worry on Xia Wula's face, and a pang of jealousy stirred within her. Yet, she understood that his heart belonged to Lu Yuqing, and thus, he too must be experiencing inner turmoil. Uncertain of their ages, her calling Lu Yuqing's sister implicitly acknowledged her as the rightful wife. Xia Wula did not contemplate concealment, openly admitting, indeed. Song Weiwei's eyes twinkled like crescent moons. Husband, do you not feel discomfort at the thought of another woman? Xia Wula acknowledged that having multiple wives was customary, yet admitting affection for another in the presence of one woman felt inappropriate. Song Weiwei leaned closer, her hand caressing his face, meeting his gaze. Of course. I feel a tinge of discomfort. However, you have not concealed anything from me. Your feelings for Sister Lu merely indicate that you are not a heartless man. Which brings me joy. Xia Wula's heart warmed as he brushed his fingers through her hair. The two lingered in their embrace for an extended period before rising to prepare themselves. Xia Wula sensed the vital energy within him beginning to stir, indicating that noon had arrived. He sat cross-legged on the bed, channeling his inner technique as the ambient energy converged towards him, flowing through his meridians into his dantian. This process was painstakingly slow. The meal had arrived, and as Song Weiwei contemplated calling Xia Wula to eat, she noticed him enveloped in an unfamiliar aura, distinctly different from the internal power she knew. Observing no adverse reactions from him, she opted not to interrupt, choosing instead to sit quietly nearby, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. As more of the pure yang energy gathered around Xia Wula, the temperature in the room began to rise gradually, though still at a distance. Song Weiwei could feel the warmth enveloping her. When the time passed, Xia Wula opened his eyes and descended from the bed to stretch. Husband, it is time to eat. Seeing him emerge from that peculiar state, Song Weiwei added thoughtfully, Alas, the food has grown cold. Xia Wula, unfazed, opened the door. No matter. We shall request the attendant to bring us fresh dishes. Before long, a maid replaced the cold meal. At the octagonal table, Song Weiwei picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and looked up at Xia Wula. Husband, there's no need to change it. I was about to stop you when you opened the door, but I felt it inappropriate to voice my concerns in public. It is essential to maintain a man's dignity, and we can discuss matters privately. Seeing his confusion, Song Weiwei elaborated. I know that Uncle Lu left you a considerable fortune, but ultimately, it was meant for you and Sister Lu. Now that you are mine, there is no need for such distinctions. Xia Wula set down his utensils and embraced Song Weiwei. Her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze. His words brought her immense joy, yet some matters required articulation. She looked up with a determined expression. Precisely because I am yours, I must consider your welfare more deeply. Though wealth may be abundant, it will eventually be exhausted. While you seek vengeance, your focus must be on honing your skills, leaving little time for earning. Thus, it is prudent to conserve resources for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, once you have avenged your grievances, I eagerly await your formal proposal to take me as your bride. Despite her affluent background and the affection of her brother, she understood that upon marrying him, she would not rely on her family's wealth. Their expenditures would naturally become their responsibility, and with children, costs would inevitably rise. Hence, it is wise to be frugal. As she spoke, a smile blossomed on her face. Xia Wula, understanding her intentions, felt as if he were savoring honey. I understand, my dear. The couple spent several days in the inn, allowing Song Weiwei to recuperate. Xia Wula practiced his cultivation at noon, while during his free time, Song Weiwei taught him swordsmanship. Fortunately, the spacious Fengjiang Tower provided ample room, allowing them to remove the partition and shift the octagonal table against the wall for more space. As Xia Wula grew increasingly adept at cultivating his vital energy, he came to realize that while not everyone possesses qi, all possess a form of energy. That mystical white thread appeared as a warning, perceiving changes in the opponent's energy. When facing an opponent with a significant disparity in power, such as in his battle against Junzi Dao and Guo Li, that white thread would not manifest, as he could neither see nor sense the opponent's energy, rendering him incapable of predicting their movements. Conversely, during his sparring with Song Weiwei, the absence of aggression from her meant that the thread did not appear. The Taiji sword technique is indeed wondrous. After Song Weiwei explained some aspects of the Taiji sword, Xia Wula could not help but praise. This technique employs softness to overcome rigidity and stillness to control movement. The essence of wielding the sword lies in observing changes. The slightest motion from the opponent prompts a response, and movement begets transformation. Song Weiwei's face lit up with pride. Indeed, this is the culmination of several generations of effort from the Song family. Traditionally, knowledge is passed down internally and only to males. However, my father, recognizing my exceptional talent in swordsmanship, chose to break this custom. Would it pose any inconvenience for you to teach me? If so, I shall refrain from learning. Xia Wula expressed concern, fearing that Song Weiwei's actions might disrupt their family's traditions and lead to punishment. As my husband has said, I am already yours. What does it matter? Song Weiwei replied with a radiant smile. Xia Wula, understanding the arduous nature of mastering swordsmanship, practiced diligently. That night, after a day of training, Xia Wula sheathed his sword. What troubles you? He inquired, noticing Song Weiwei seated by the bed, observing his practice. This Tai Chi sword technique claims to use 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Yet I have heard of the principle that a single force can overcome 10. Which one is correct? Xia Wula asked, intrigued. Oh, I cannot seem to figure it out. Song Weiwei replied, swinging her legs, her expression one of playful grievance. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Master Fan, are you truly going alone? The coachman asked anxiously. It is still quite far from Qian County. Moreover, it is dark. The roads are perilous. Fan Shihao, with his back to the coachman, appeared resolute. You may return. I do not wish to trouble you. Should anything happen to me, no one shall blame you, he declared, striding forward. The coachman, watching him fade into the distance, shook his head in resignation, having experienced this many times before. Since serving Master Fan, he had never completed a journey without unease. Fan Shihao leaned against a large tree, panting. I must have traveled quite a distance by now. Looking back, he noticed the carriage still clearly visible in the dim light. Oh, it has indeed been far too long since I last walked. With that, he vanished into the dusk. Huh, since you have come this far, hiding serves no purpose. A cold voice echoed. No longer wishing to conceal himself, Fan Shihao stepped forth from the shadows and coolly regarded the figure before him. Xiao Zizai, so it is you. His long-held suspicions were finally confirmed. Xiao Zizai laughed heartily, spinning around with his arms wide. Of course, it is me. You have survived. Indeed. When you severed my sword and shattered my soul, I was left curious as to how I still live. Xiao Zizai feigned disbelief. Fan Shihao's brows twitched. You have not changed at all. Still as arrogant as ever. As a wave of pressure enveloped him, Xiao Zizai's demeanor shifted to seriousness. What brings you here? What brings me here? Fan Shihao chuckled. I merely came to see an old friend. What else could it be? You little fox are rather endearing. He reached out towards the small fox, causing it to flinch as if to flee, yet it found itself unable to move for reasons unknown. Xiao Zizai grasped Fan Shihao's wrist, halting his advance, and cast a cold glance his way. I do not recall granting permission for you to touch her. Fan Shihao was taken aback. You have ascended to the throne? Indeed, and I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, I would still be toiling away in my training. Xiao Zizai replied with a smile, relishing Fan Shihao's astonishment. Ah, so this is your confidence, Fan Shihao acknowledged, nodding. Yet, as Xiao Zizai's hand pressed down, he could only watch in helplessness as Fan Shihao's hand approached. Meanwhile, in Xia Wula's room at Fengjiang Tower, the broken sword glimmered faintly, trembling slightly. Touching this little fox is quite pleasant, Fan Shihao mused as he seized Xiao Zizai's companion from Xia Wula's shoulder, cradling her in his arms and playfully stroking her. Now, he observed Xiao Zizai's astonishment. Xiao Zizai's hand fell limply, confusion filling his eyes. The broken sword resumed its ordinary form. As long as you refrain from unnecessary actions, I shall pretend you do not exist. Fan Shihao returned Xiao Zizai's companion to his shoulder and turned to leave. Xiao Zizai, you have indeed surprised me, he remarked, feeling the startling scar beneath his garments. Hey, what was that all about? Once Fan Shihao departed, Xiao Zizai's companion found her mobility restored and stood up in alarm, noticing Xiao Zizai's lack of response. She playfully swatted her tail at his face. Nothing of consequence, Xiao Zizai replied, shaking his head. Let us go. We must continue searching for my disciple. Releasing her tail? He smiled, restoring his usual demeanor. Oh, surprised that Xiao Zizai had caught her tail, she felt disheartened and curled up on his shoulder, closing her eyes. Chapter 49. The Imperial City, Changbai. Surely, I must be within Qian County now. Fan Shihao's figure appeared in an alleyway under the cover of night, the area devoid of any soul. Adjusting his robe, he stepped out. After surveying the four-story building before him, he entered. A waiter approached immediately. Without waiting for inquiry, Fan Shihao stated, "Is there a room available in the Tianzi suite? If so, please arrange it for me." "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please, follow me upstairs," the waiter replied, summoning a maid to escort him. Tianzi room 2, Fan Shihao glanced back at the opposite room, Tianzi room 1. "Sir, please enter." The maid opened the door. "Very well." Fan Shihao turned back, entering with a beaming smile. "Should you require anything, feel free to summon me." "Of course," he assured, closing the door behind him. He explored the room briefly before collapsing onto the bed. Indeed, it is far more relaxing to be alone. The next morning, yawning, Fan Shihao opened his door. Remembering he must have breakfast, he called for the maid outside and ordered some pastries. Noticing the door opposite had a lock, he curiously asked, "Is there no one in that room?" "Indeed, the guest in room 1 checked out early this morning. Is there something you need?" "I see." Fan Shihao replied with a smile. "I am merely curious. You may go." The maid bowed and departed. After enjoying the pastries, Fan Shihao swallowed some tea and thought, "It is time for me to investigate what is truly happening in Qian County." He opened the door and descended the stairs. "This tree is planted by me. This road is opened by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll." 2 bandits brandishing large knives jumped from the roadside, blocking Xiao Wula and Song Weiwei's path. Xiao Wula frowned, preparing to dismount, but was halted by Song Weiwei beside him. She dismounted and approached the 2 men with a smile. "Gentlemen, how much do you require for us to pass?" "So much." One bandit held up 5 fingers. 5 taels of silver? Song Weiwei reached into her pouch and produced the silver, handing it to the bandits. Seeing them momentarily stunned, she took their hand and placed the coins within. "Now can we proceed?" The bandits finally snapped back to reality and stepped aside. "Of course, you may go." Song Weiwei signaled to Xiao Wula and mounted her horse, moving forward. Xiao Wula rode up beside her, puzzled. "Weiwei, what was that all about?" Song Weiwei turned to Xiao Wula and smiled, explaining, "My dear husband, did you notice anything about those 2? Xiao Wula shook his head, prompting her to continue. In fact, those 2 bandits were girls in disguise, likely around 16 or 17. When they attempted to rob us, their legs were trembling, clearly indicating they were forced into this due to some family crisis. We may have been their first targets." "Weiwei, how did you discern this?" Xiao Wula asked, astonished he had overlooked such details while she had accurately assessed their ages. It was quite evident. They all exuded a faint, delicate fragrance, and just a moment ago, I had the pleasure of touching their hands, slender fingers, exceptionally soft, devoid of any calluses. "My lord, have you ever encountered a bandit with such hands?" Xiao Wula shook his head. He had not detected any pleasant aroma from the 2 of them, but instead, he found that Song Weiwei carried a faint scent. Indeed, if they were ordinary robbers, their palms would surely bear the calluses from frequently wielding knives. "How curious, then, that you did not inform me of this earlier." They were dressed as men, likely to conceal their identities, as engaging in such activities is hardly honorable. As they continued their discussion, 3 figures appeared in the distance, 2 of whom were the very bandits who had previously accosted them. "Is it them?" "Indeed." The man in the middle nodded. Xiao Wula and his companion were halted. The man scrutinized them. "Were you not the 2 who offered my subordinate 5 taels of silver? Could it be that he was greedy and sought to extort us again?" This time, Song Weiwei frowned. "Yes, may I ask what you want?" "That is good." The man approached Song Weiwei's horse, while Xiao Wula rested his right hand on the hilt of his sword. "This is your money. Take it." The man handed back the 5 taels previously given by Song Weiwei. Song Weiwei was perplexed. "What is this for?" The man turned away. "My subordinate merely sought to rob you of 5-1. You insultingly offered us such a large sum. Let it be. Boys, we are leaving." The 2 bandits who had previously held Xiao Wula followed him away. In a dilapidated wooden shack in the woods, the older sister remarked, "Why did we return the money? We had finally summoned the courage to rob them. They are good people. Thus, we cannot take their money. We only rob the wicked, understand?" The young girl comforted them by patting their heads. "Understood," they replied. "Speak up. I can hardly hear you. And remember to call me Your Highness." "Understood, Your Highness." "Very well. I shall step outside for a moment. You wait for me here." The girl rose and opened the door, revealing a small pouch on the ground. "Weiwei, what is your purpose in going to the Imperial City?" Song Weiwei glanced at the sky, then turned to Xiao Wula. What I said about going to the imperial city was a ruse. After you treated my ailment, I grew fond of you. I left home specifically to seek you out. Hee. However, since I am going to the imperial city, I wish to visit my mother as well. Why does your mother not live with you? My mother resides in the imperial city. Initially, she lived with us in Qingzhou, but several years ago, she pressured my father to attend the martial arts tournament by threatening to return to her family. Yet, my father went regardless, prompting my mother to return home. Xiao Wula nodded. We should reach the imperial city in a couple of days. The imperial city loomed ahead, with an increasing number of passers-by. The two dismounted and began walking. Suddenly, Song Weiwei halted. My lord, we must part ways here. Do you not wish for me to accompany you? Xiao Wula asked, a hint of concern in his voice. No, I can manage on my own. I have yet to consider how to introduce you to my mother. Song Weiwei replied with a smile. Then I shall take my leave. My lord, take care of your health. Yes, you too, take care. Having shared a deep bond, their relationship continued to flourish. At this moment, Xiao Wula felt a twinge of reluctance. What comes next? Next, I will likely reside with my mother for a while. Please share your address with me, so I can visit you. After Song Weiwei provided her address, she embraced Xiao Wula for a long moment before departing. Xiao Wula watched her retreating figure, composed himself, and set off on his journey. The imperial city was vast, divided into an inner and outer city. The inner city housed the palace, while the outer city was home to the affluent and noble. Following the address left by Uncle Liu, Xiao Wula found the Chong residence. Who are you? Do you know this is the residence of General Chong Bai? Xiao Wula was halted before he could reach the door. I have come to see General Chong. Please inform him that Xiao Lu seeks an audience and hand him this. Xiao Wula produced a cloth-wrapped item. The guards exchanged uncertain glances, but upon seeing the silver Xiao Wula offered, they accepted the item, saying, very well, I shall relay your message. But I cannot guarantee whether General Chong will see you, as he has only recently returned. Thank you, Xiao Wula replied with a bow. A middle-aged woman noticed the guards hurriedly rushing inside and intercepted them, displeased. What is going on? Do you not know General Chong has just returned and is resting? The guards clearly exhibited a hint of trepidation towards her, but managed to respond, Madam. There is a person outside who claims to have urgent business with the general and wishes to deliver this to him. They produced the package Xiao Wula had given them. Oh, the middle-aged woman, noticing the guard's unusual reverence, felt a twinge of annoyance but feared delaying important matters. Very well, give me the item, and I will inform the general. You wait here. The guards dared not disobey her command, handing over the package and waiting in place. Regretting forgetting to mention the man's name was Xiao Lu. Although they remembered, the woman had already departed, and they did not dare to call her back. Upon receiving the package, the woman entered the house and closed the door. I must see what this is that is causing such urgency. She opened the package to reveal a token made of an unknown material, bearing the character for Xia, who has entered. A voice emanated from within, and the woman furrowed her brow, hastily repackaging it. My lord, it is I. A lean man emerged from the inner room. Oh? My lady, what brings you here? I am aware of your toil and did not wish to disturb your rest. However, there is someone outside requesting an audience, claiming to have urgent business. And I felt compelled to come. Who is this person? Chongbai pondered who could be seeking him now. I do not know, but he asked me to deliver this to you. She handed him the package and turned to leave. Chongbai opened the package, and upon seeing its contents, his expression shifted before returning to normal. Thank you, my lady. Please let him in. Why do we need to speak of such matters? I am relieved not to have disturbed your rest. The woman turned back. Very well, I shall go. As she exited, she inquired, young sir, you are the one seeking an audience with General Chong, are you not? She appraised Xiao Wula before him. Yes, my surname is Xia. I am the wife of General Chong. The general has just returned and is fatigued, so I have come to escort you. Please follow me. The general awaits you inside. Thank you, Xiao Wula said, bowing as he followed her. The guards, recognizing that the lady herself had come to escort Xiao Wula, understood he was a distinguished guest, their expressions turning anxious. If Xiao Wula mentioned the matter of them accepting bribes in front of the general, they would surely face dire consequences. The lady brought Xiao Wula inside, and then closed the door behind her. Please, take a seat. Thank you, General Chong. You are Xiao Lu, correct? Chongbai scrutinized Xiao Wula. Yes, I am Xiao Lu. Noticing Chongbai's unwavering gaze upon his face, Xiao Wula suddenly recalled. I once bore scars from burns on my face, but I have since treated them with certain herbs. Ah, I see. Chongbai returned the token to Xiao Wula. What brings you to me today? General, you shared a profound friendship with Uncle Liu. Now that he has passed, I felt it necessary to inform you, lest you be troubled. Xiao Wula tucked the token back into his clothing. Lu Chongqing has passed. When did this occur? Tears glimmered in Chongbai's eyes. Last summer, Xia Wula replied, sharing in the sorrow. Chongbai rubbed his eyes. Is this the only matter? Indeed, he replied. Having lived in a small town with limited experience, I find I have little to discuss with the general. Xia Wula rose, saying, now that the message has been delivered, I shall not trouble the general further. As Xia Wula turned to leave, Chongbai hastily descended from his chair, half kneeling on the ground. His gaze earnest. I implore your highness, restore the great Yun and avenge his majesty. Xia Wula looked at Chongbai, his expression troubled. I regret to inform you, General Chong, that I cannot fulfill your request. I merely wish to lead a simple life, never having contemplated the matters you speak of. Those who receive the emperor's bounty should offer their utmost assistance. It would be best not to mention the restoration of an again. You are now the general of the Kong kingdom and should not dwell on such thoughts, lest you demean yourself. With that, Xia Wula departed. Chapter 50. Chong's Woman. Home. Upon exiting the house, Xia Wula saw a woman standing before him. Their eyes met, both momentarily taken aback. Xia Wula nodded. Pardon my intrusion. The woman glanced at Chongbai seated in the chair. Young Master Xia, allow me to escort you outside. The courtyard was vast, with a convoluted path that would take a stranger some time to navigate. Thank you, madam. Xia Wula followed her closely. The woman shook her head in response. She led Xia Wula to the gate and bowed. I shall take my leave here, young Master Xia. I must return. With that, she turned and walked away. The two guards, seeing Xia Wula emerge, exchanged conflicted glances. Lord Xia, do take care. They were uncertain whether Xia Wula had informed Chongbai about their situation, contemplating returning the silver to him. However, if Xia Wula had indeed reported them, they would surely lose their positions, and returning the money would be a futile endeavor. As Xia Wula stepped out of the gate, several pigeons flew out in a flurry. Xia Wula's gaze turned cold, and he strode away, disappearing around the corner. Inside the inn, Xia Wula lay on the bed, exhaling a long breath, cold sweat soaking his back. He had never met Chongbai, learning only from Uncle Lu's letter that he was once a general of the Great Inn, now hidden within the court, knowing little else about him. This impostor Chongbai was remarkably convincing. When Xia Wula mentioned Uncle Lu's death, Chongbai's eyes glistened with tears, leading Xia Wula to hesitate momentarily. Ultimately, Chongbai's fervent plea had deeply affected him. However, the air of superiority in his tone and the occasional disdain in his eyes betrayed him. A flicker of relief blossomed in Xia Wula's heart. Had it not been for the woman's warning during their entrance, he might have succumbed to emotion at the mention of vengeance, and perhaps he would have met his demise in that Chong household. Recalling the woman, Xia Wula sat upright, retrieving a satin cloth from his bosom and unfolding it. I was originally from the Pu family in Jiangnan. At 16, I wed my husband, who treated me exceptionally well, and we lived happily after our marriage during the reign of the Yun dynasty. Shortly thereafter, turmoil erupted at the borders, and my husband, a general, received orders to quell the unrest. Before he could return to the imperial city, the world had changed. Upon his return, my husband, not wishing to implicate our household, reluctantly surrendered. Emperor Yanqing, recognizing talent, reinstated him as a general. My husband fulfilled his duties admirably, until a letter arrived from a place called Yunbian City. The name Yunbian City was striking, and Xia Wula gasped. This letter must have been sent by Uncle Lu. He continued to read. Upon finishing the letter, my husband was so agitated that he paced the room, mumbling to himself. From that day forth, his correspondence became increasingly frequent, and his smiles multiplied, which brought me joy. Yet, after one excursion, my husband returned as if he were a different person. I welcomed him home with his favorite dishes, but he merely picked at his food, refusing any physical contact. Though his appearance and manner of speech remained unchanged, after 30 years of close companionship, I sensed something amiss. My husband must have encountered misfortune during that journey. Today, upon your arrival and seeing that token, despite being merely a woman, I have accompanied my husband for so long that I understand certain truths, and the last shred of hope has vanished. I care not for the changes of dynasties, nor for your ambitions of power and wealth. All I desire is to grow old with my husband. I harbor a deep-seated resentment towards you. Had it not been for that letter, perhaps my husband would still be well. Yet, I despise even more those who took my husband's life, which is why I implore you to avenge him. Each word was filled with sincere emotion, leaving Xia Wula uncertain of how to feel as he tucked the satin cloth away. General, a servant rushed in without knocking, startling Chongbai from his reverie, who responded with irritation. What is it? Is there no decorum in your haste? The servant bowed his head. General, grave news. The lady. She has hanged herself with a white silk ribbon in her chamber. Chongbai remained with his eyes shut, nodding slightly. Understood. Bury her at Sherpu Mountain. He had awaited Xie Wula's arrival, confirmed his identity, and understood his intentions. Thus there was no need to continue feigning Changbai's persona. The servant hesitated. He recalled the strong bond between the general and his wife, and was taken aback by the general's apparent indifference to her death, particularly as he ordered her burial in a desolate place. Why do you linger? Have you not comprehended my words? Changbai's eyes opened slightly, fixing an intense gaze on the servant. Understood. I shall relay your instructions at once. The servant hurriedly exited. Changbai closed his eyes once more. The true Changbai would be laid to rest at Sherpu Mountain. As for the woman, her burial would allow them to reunite in death. General. The same servant timidly re-entered. Changbai opened his eyes, glaring at the servant. What now? While we were clearing the ladies' room, we discovered a letter left for you. Oh, hand it over. You may leave now. Changbai unfolded the folded paper, which contained only a few terse words. I hate you. Yet I must thank you for not desecrating my husband's likeness. After reading, Changbai smirked, feeling a sense of self-mockery. He had thought his disguise was flawless. Yet it had evidently been exposed. Women truly are formidable. Folding the paper neatly, Changbai rose from his chair, walking outside with his hands behind his back, observing the busy servants. How could I possibly be something even less than a beast? Xie Wula concluded another day of cultivation, contemplating the diminishing significance of his journey to the imperial city. What was he to do next? Should he return directly to Meng Wanqiu? Rally with others against the court? How many would join him? What could he truly accomplish? In the beginning, he felt lost. Yet, as he approached this moment, confusion had not diminished in the slightest. All these matters lay beyond his understanding. He did not wish to engage in unfamiliar territory, especially when he was not even fully versed in the healing arts. Still grappling with numerous ailments he did not comprehend. People often fear what they do not understand. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. Top-tier cultivators had perfected their lower dantians, while he had only reached a complete middle dantian. The divine method bestowed upon him was undoubtedly valuable. Yet with only 1 hour of practice each day, how long would it take him to catch up? What if he practiced outside of noon? Xie Wula pondered, then sprang into action. As he channeled his energy, the celestial yang qi converged upon him. After a brief moment, he furrowed his brow and ceased his practice, dispersing the minimal qi he had just absorbed through his acupoints. Indeed, it is not yet 10 o'clock, and Xie Wula can distinctly perceive that the absorbed qi is exceedingly impure. Although he is unaware of the nature of the other impurities, he surmises they may adversely affect his future cultivation. There are no shortcuts in the pursuit of mastery. Vivi, what brings you here? A woman, resembling Song Weiwei in both brow and eyes, warmly embraced her. With her head nestled against the woman's shoulder, Song Weiwei cheerfully replied, I simply missed you, mother. Get up. You're grown now, and still indulging in such childishness. Be careful, or you might find it hard to marry. The woman playfully chided, then glanced around for any other companions. Where is Mingxing? Did he not accompany you? Pulling away from the woman's embrace, Song Weiwei replied, No, he was busy when I left. You came alone? Did anything happen? The woman circled around Song Weiwei, scrutinizing her for any injuries before letting out a sigh of relief. I am quite capable. How could anything happen to me? Song Weiwei declared proudly. How can Mingxing, as your brother, be so indifferent to his sister? If I see him, I shall have a proper word with him. Although Song Weiwei was unharmed, the woman still felt a tinge of anger. Mother, please don't be upset with brother. He cares for me deeply. He was the one who took care of me when I was ill. Song Weiwei defended her brother. What? You were ill? What were both of them doing? Upon noticing her mother's rising ire, Song Weiwei quickly changed the subject. Mother, I've been standing outside for quite a while. Won't you let me come in and sit? The woman slapped her forehead. Oh my, I was so delighted to see you that I completely forgot. Come in, Vivi. She took Song Weiwei's hand and led her inside. What of grandfather and grandmother? I haven't seen them in ages, and I wish to visit. Song Weiwei blinked. They're inside. You shall see them shortly. The woman responded with a smile as they entered the house. Father, mother, look who has arrived. An elderly man emerged from within, furrowing his brow. Child, you are already a mother yourself. How many times must I tell you not to shout so? Grandfather. Ah, Vivi, what brings you here? My, how you've blossomed into a young lady. Soon you shall be betrothed. The old man's face lit up with joy upon seeing Song Weiwei, and he hurried towards her. Grandfather, it's wonderful to see you in such good health, she exclaimed, rushing to support him. Indeed, I am eager to see you wed. He chuckled. Just moments ago, he was smiling, but now he frowned at Song Weiwei's mother. Look how sensible Vivi is. She is nothing like you. Noticing her mother being scolded again, Song Weiwei playfully stuck out her tongue. Vivi, where is Mingxing? Did he not come? The old man inquired upon realizing Song Weiwei was alone. When I left, brother was busy with matters in the state, so he could not join me. However, he asked me to take good care of you both, she explained. The old man nodded, his expression turning proud. That boy Mingxing has always been promising. Well done. Where are grandmother and grandfather? Why didn't Tishi come out with you? Your grandmother is in the backyard feeding the fish. Vivi, why don't you amuse yourself in the house for a while? I shall have the cook prepare something delicious for you tonight. With that, the old man turned to leave, casting a stern glance at Song Weiwei's mother before departing. That night, the four of them gathered around the table. The three adults posed numerous questions to Song Weiwei, who answered them all, laughter and joy filling the air. The old man returned to his familiar inquiry. Vivi, when shall you marry? Do you have someone in mind? Would you like me to introduce you to a few? Grandfather, I already have someone I admire, Song Weiwei admitted, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. The elderly woman beamed, unable to contain her happiness. When will you bring him home for us to meet? The old man chimed in. Let us help you evaluate him. Do not be like some who insist on marrying far away, only to return home in distress. What a disgrace. Song Weiwei's mother's smile faltered, and she set down her chopsticks before stepping outside. Grandfather, please refrain from criticizing mother, Song Weiwei said before rushing after her. You see, you were just so happy. And then you had to bring that up. The elderly woman scolded the old man, visibly displeased. He shook his head with a sigh. I am only concerned for Yu's welfare. Initially, he had vehemently opposed Yu's marriage, primarily because the Song family resided in Qingzhou, a considerable distance away. Should Yu suffer any grievances at the hands of that Song scion, he would be unable to assist her. Furthermore, the Song family was of a martial lineage, holding significant stature in the martial world, yet the complexities of the Jianghu are often unpredictable, leaving him apprehensive about Yu's safety. In a separate room, Song Weiwei comforted Yu, who had been shedding tears. Mother, grandfather has already apologized. Please do not cry. Yu turned to stroke Song Weiwei's hair, her eyes glistening with tears, and managed a smile. Mother is not crying. What a father! Is he so heartless as to not think of me? Has he not considered bringing me back? Song Weiwei lowered her gaze. Father has yet to return. Humph. I told him not to go. Yet he insisted on competing for the leadership. Now he has perished at the hands of others. Yu began to weep once more. Mother, please do not speak so. Perhaps father is simply occupied and will return soon, Song Weiwei said, her own voice thick with emotion. Song Jingjing had disappeared 5 years ago after attending the martial arts conference, where fatalities were not uncommon. Chapter 51. The unusual veins. The imperial city is indeed magnificent. Its splendor astonishing to behold. Wait. A number of pedestrians turned to look, puzzled by the unfamiliar voice, yet the shouts continued, provoking annoyance among the crowd. Hey, I am calling you. Can you not hear me? Xiaowula was taken aback when someone seized him. Having heard the earlier cries, he assumed they were not directed at him, given his lack of acquaintances in the imperial city, and thus had ignored them. What brings you to the imperial city? And where are the others? Turning around, Xiaowula discovered it was the bandit leader he had encountered a few days prior. Before the bandit could speak, Xiaowula, observing the stares of the onlookers, suggested, let us find a more suitable place to converse. They entered a nearby tavern and ordered several dishes. What is your purpose here? Not robbing me, I hope. Xiaowula jested. Do you think I wish to engage in such activities? The bandit's face flushed. I came to discuss a matter with you. Was the money at the entrance yours? Feigning ignorance, Xiaowula replied, what money? I have no knowledge of it. The bandit's expression soured. I am aware it was you. My subordinate informed me that the purse belonged to you. Do not feign ignorance. You act like a woman. Recalling that Weiwei had indeed taken out a purse when giving money to those 2 girls, Xiaowula shrugged. That purse is not mine. It belongs to my wife. The one accompanying you? Where is your wife? Bring her out. She is currently not with me. She went to visit her mother. Xiaowula grew increasingly perplexed, wondering if they had indeed received money and were now angered. What exactly are you here for? Well, she is your wife, and you are family. We do require funds. Yet we cannot simply take from you without offering something in return. Let us proceed thus. I observe that you wield a sword, suggesting you are a practitioner of martial arts. I shall present this item to you, though I confess my ignorance regarding its significance, nevertheless. It may prove of some utility to you, and thus we shall be even. With that, he produced a thin booklet and cast it before Xiaowula, turning to depart. Hey, where are you going? Xiaowula called. The dishes have been served. Are you leaving without a meal? He grasped the man's arm. No, my younger brother awaits me. The man replied. Xiaowula, offering a handful of silver coins, smiled. Very well then. I shall not detain you further. Hurry back. Thank you. The man departed. and Xiao Wula shook his head in bewilderment. What curious circumstances had he encountered? It was not every day that 3 women resorted to banditry. Yet, was it truly banditry? They refused payment and instead sought him out from afar to bestow upon him an item. Xiao Wula picked up the booklet from the table, noting its blank cover. Just as he was about to open it, the waiter called out, "Your meal, esteemed guest." Observing the spread before him, Xiao Wula sighed in resignation. How could one person consume all of this? Upon returning to his inn, he collapsed onto his bed, utterly stuffed. After being reminded by Song Weiwei, he had adopted a more frugal approach, reluctant to waste. No longer did he indulge in the extravagance that often accompanied a sudden influx of wealth. He retrieved the booklet, thin and seemingly new, yet devoid of any title on its cover. As he flipped it open, elegant script met his gaze. Since the advent of the printing press, hand-copied manuscripts had become increasingly rare, piquing his interest as he continued to read. The content was sparse, and before long, he had finished it, placing it beside his pillow and closing his eyes. The material was chaotic, with numerous annotations that appeared to supplement the preceding text, lending it an air of disorder. It felt as though it were the spontaneous thoughts of an individual hastily transcribed. Suddenly, Xiao Wula sprang upright in shock. Could this possibly be the handiwork of the woman? After a brief examination, he concluded it likely was not. The content seemed to describe martial techniques, yet the woman had professed her ignorance of such matters. If the manuscript's claims were true, then the martial arts described within were undoubtedly intricate and potent. Even if they did not achieve widespread renown, they should at least be known within the martial world. However, he had never heard of anyone possessing a technique that could drain another's energy. At this moment, Xiao Wula found himself in turmoil. He yearned for rapid advancement in his abilities, and this technique appeared to offer just what he needed. Yet, uncertainty loomed. If it were a fabrication, practicing such techniques could lead him to madness, or worse, endanger his life. Such a risk was hardly worth the potential reward. Very well, he would practice as instructed in the manuscript, but he would cease immediately should anything appear amiss. His relative ignorance in this area emboldened him with such reckless thoughts. For any seasoned martial artist would know that straying into madness is a loss of control that cannot easily be halted. With resolve, he meticulously reviewed the content of the booklet once more, settled cross-legged upon his bed, and closed his eyes, directing his vital energy in accordance with the instructions. Initially, Xiao Wula struggled to familiarize himself with the flow of energy through his meridians, compounded by his doubts, resulting in a painfully slow process. After completing a cycle, he noted no immediate issues and thus quickened his pace. After some time, sensing no change, he began to suspect deception, only to feel a surge of heat in his dantian. Realizing it was now midday, he attempted to stop this unknown technique, but found himself unable to do so. Panic washing over him. In his dismay, he lamented his own carelessness, fearing he might meet his end here, surrendering to despair and abandoning his struggle. Suddenly, a recollection of the celestial being's teachings on refining energy emerged in his mind, as a spectral figure began to impart wisdom. When refining energy, one must be wholly devoted, lest the mind waver. It is critical to avoid simultaneous practices, otherwise, the energies will clash, resulting only in futility. To his astonishment, he sensed a small reservoir of energy still present in his dantian, and aside from being unable to cease the technique, he seemed to be unharmed. With determination, he resolved to apply the method of energy refinement, hoping to stabilize his energy flow and regain control. The remaining energy began to circulate through his meridians. Yet it followed a path entirely distinct from that of the nameless technique, allowing both to coexist without conflict. Xiao Wula found himself in a conundrum. Since the nameless technique had yet to inflict any tangible harm upon him, he chose to disregard it for the time being. With no alternative, he devoted himself to the practice of energy refinement. The energy coursed through the 12 primary meridians of his body. Xiao Wula had thought that nothing could astonish him further. Yet when he became aware of his circumstances, he was taken aback once more. The method of refining energy traversed his 12 meridians without clashing with the nameless technique. How could this be? He observed his previously diminished energy increasing at a visible rate, soon returning to its former level and even continuing to grow. Though the pace had slowed, it remained significantly faster than during his prior practice. As midday passed, Xiao Wula ceased his energy refinement, astonished to discover that the quantity he had cultivated in this single session surpassed the total of the previous 10 days. However, his elation was tempered by the unresolved mystery surrounding the nameless technique, which still operated unceasingly. Xiao Wula calmed his mind, focusing his awareness on the pathway of the technique, determined to unravel its nature. The path appeared both ethereal and substantial, mirroring the color of his energy. After a prolonged moment, he opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. At last, he comprehended the situation. The meridians within his body were invisible to him. He only felt them when energy coursed through, achieving what one might call internal sight. By leveraging his understanding of the meridians, he could distinguish between the 12. The nameless technique, however, did not operate within these 12 meridians. Instead, it consumed the energy stored in his dantian, prompting the formation of new meridians. As these new pathways were composed of energy, they created the illusion that the nameless technique was continually in operation. In actuality, once the new meridians were established, the nameless technique had effectively ceased. With the addition of these pathways, the rate at which he exchanged yang energy with the external world during his refinement naturally accelerated. Remarkably, even with only 2 new meridians, the difference in his cultivation speed was monumental. Xiaowula marveled at the extraordinary nature of the nameless technique and resumed his examination of the booklet, no longer skimming but scrutinizing each word with utmost care, determined not to overlook a single detail. Who could have conceived such an astonishing martial art? After completing his reading, he was left in awe. Mastery of this technique could culminate in the creation of 12 new meridians, effectively doubling their number. The ability to absorb another's energy would be founded upon these newly constructed pathways, and utilizing this power for oneself would represent the pinnacle of this art. Having absorbed the knowledge, Xiaowula remained immersed in a profound sense of wonder and joy, carefully storing the booklet away. After all, it had been intended for Wei Wei, and he must ensure its safekeeping until it could be returned to her. His curiosity in pilfering knowledge had indeed been a serious transgression. Nevertheless, having verified the technique's miraculous yet harmless nature, his feelings of guilt diminished somewhat, though he would still owe Wei Wei a heartfelt apology. Drawing from his recent experience with the nameless technique, Xiaowula began to recall the energy refinement method, aware that he must have overlooked many crucial aspects of the celestial teachings he had received. As he pondered, the spectral figure reappeared. In Sujiang City, he had previously visited Fengjiang Tower, where he encountered the maid whom he had scolded. She distinctly remembered the guest with a scar who had raised his voice at her, confirming that Xiaowula and another individual checked into a place together, while one departed, leaving the maid of the other unaffected, as she reportedly spent most of her time indoors. "Brother, what brother?" the man questioned, visibly displeased at being intercepted by Song Mingxing. "Do you not see clearly? I am the eldest son of the Yang family. How dare you block my path?" "My apologies, young Master Yang. I merely wish to inquire if you have seen a young man with burn scars on his face, approximately this tall, around 18 or 17 years old." Song Mingxing, unperturbed, adjusted his form of address. The man, upon hearing Song Mingxing refer to him as young master, felt somewhat appeased and listened intently to the description. "What? I haven't seen anyone like that. I have no knowledge." "Thank you, young Master Yang. My apologies for the disturbance." With that, Song Mingxing turned to leave, but was called back after only a few steps. "Young Master Yang, is there anything else?" The man beamed brightly. "I see you possess good sense. Would you care to become my little brother? I assure you, no one in this city would dare to provoke you." Before Song Mingxing could respond, a middle-aged man seized the young man's ear, dragging him away. "You little rascal, did I not tell you not to come out? How dare you wander off again? You shall see what happens when we return." Father, be gentle, it hurts. Please grant me some face. I am still recruiting little brothers." The young master protested. "Little brother." Song Mingxing turned to see an elderly man. "Sir, are you calling for me? Is there anyone else here?" The elder replied with a smile. Surveying the area, Song Mingxing confirmed that indeed, there were few people on the street despite it being daytime. "I recognize that person. He seems to be a physician from the neighboring Yunbian city. During my previous visit to Yunbian city, he even helped me carry some items. Though I cannot be certain if they are the same individual," the elder continued. "Thank you, sir. I will look into it." Song Mingxing replied with a respectful bow. "No trouble at all," the elder said, slowly departing while muttering to himself. "That young man is truly kind, willing to assist this unfamiliar old fellow." Chapter 52. Life and Death Battle. Song Mingxing suddenly halted. "No need to hide. Come out." He had sensed someone trailing him since his time in Sujiang City, initially thinking it was merely a fellow traveler, but now it appeared they had followed him all the way to the outskirts. "Brother Song, it is I, De Huang." Emerging from the forest, De Huang saw that Song Mingxing had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and quickly voiced his identity. He had been able to reveal himself earlier, but had opted to observe Song Mingxing's actions from behind, relishing in the thrill of stealth. "De Huang?" Upon recognizing the figure, Song Mingxing's expression softened. "You followed me all the way here." De Huang hung his head, slightly embarrassed. "I was merely worried you might lose your way." so I intended to follow and alert you should you stray. Ha ha ha. Well, thank you for your concern, but I am not lost. I truly appreciate it. Seeing De Huang resemble a child caught in wrongdoing, Song Mingxing offered words of comfort. De Huang, I am heading to Yunbian City not far from here. Would you care to join me? De Huang, with his innocent and naive nature, elicited no annoyance from Song Mingxing, who instead found him to be more insightful than himself. Knowing what he desired and taking action for it. Upon hearing that Song Mingxing did not scold him but rather invited him along, De Huang immediately puffed out his chest, exclaiming, "Of course I will go, Brother Song. To be honest, I am quite familiar with most routes in this country. I will lead you swiftly and accurately." Noting De Huang's exuberance, Song Mingxing allowed him to take the lead, even though they were already close to Yunbian City. As the trees around them grew denser, Song Mingxing felt a tinge of doubt, but seeing De Huang walk confidently ahead, he chose not to question it and followed. "De Huang, are you certain this is the path to Yunbian City?" Song Mingxing asked as De Huang came to a halt. Noticing the beacon tower of the Great Wall in the distance, beginning to worry, De Huang turned to Song Mingxing, thumping his chest confidently. "Brother Song, do not worry. Yunbian City is just ahead." With that, he continued leading the way. Two soldiers armed with halberds intercepted them, exuding a formidable aura, warning them to leave at once. "How audacious! Who are you to trespass on the border military grounds?" De Huang was taken aback, struggling to articulate a response. Song Mingxing stepped forward, shielding De Huang behind him, and bowed to the soldiers. "We are merely travelers on our way to Yunbian City, having unfortunately lost our way. We kindly ask you to guide us back to the path leading to Yunbian City." He presented his official seal, having served as the governor of Qingzhou, thus well-versed in expeditiously handling such matters. Examining the seal, the soldiers relaxed their demeanor and smiled. "You have already passed through. This is Shifengba. Yunbian City lies a bit deeper, so you must return along this path." Pointing in the direction, they offered their assistance. "Thank you." Song Mingxing led De Huang away. Following behind, De Huang occasionally glanced up at him. "Brother Song, I am sorry for leading you astray. It is all right. We have not strayed far. Your guidance was quite accurate." Song Mingxing smiled back at him. Yunbian City soon came into view, and along the road, Song Mingxing encountered many merchants transporting goods through the border. He was taken aback by the number of merchants possessing travel passes, pondering what policy changes had occurred. In the imperial city, Xia Wula called for a waiter. "Are there any martial arts training grounds nearby?" The waiter scrutinized Xia Wula for a moment. "Guest, you must be from out of town. What is there not in the imperial city?" The nearest training ground is less than 5 miles away. Having learned the location of the training ground, Xia Wula hurriedly set off, eager to test the unnamed technique he had acquired. The training ground was immense, nearly rivaling half of Yunbian City. Upon entering, Xia Wula was met with a bustling crowd, the air thick with noise. In the center, a throng had gathered, and upon investigation, Xia Wula discovered a ring where 2 individuals were engaged in combat. Moments later, the shorter, leaner of the 2 struck the opposing swordsman down, prompting an eruption of cheers from the onlookers. The swordsman, without hesitation, graciously conceded defeat, earning admiration from the crowd for his sportsmanship. It is known that some individuals, despite lacking skill, refuse to surrender, which can be quite distasteful. The 2 combatants exchanged bows and exited the ring. Just as Xia Wula assumed the event had concluded, 2 new contenders ascended the platform, eliciting even greater excitement from the crowd. One of the fighters appeared elderly, with graying hair, while the other was a youthful, spirited young man. Noticing Xia Wula's confusion, a bystander approached. "It seems you are unfamiliar with the significance of this match. If you do not mind, I can explain the context." Upon receiving a nod of agreement from Xia Wula, the man continued, visibly pleased. "Brother, this is the highlight of the day. Most attendees have come specifically to witness this bout, hence the heightened enthusiasm." Xia Wula nodded, understanding the audience's fervor. "What distinguishes this match from the previous ones?" "Indeed, there is a substantial difference. This is a life-and-death battle. It has been years since we have seen such a contest." "A life-and-death battle?" "Indeed, a life-and-death battle. Both participants have signed a death contract, permitting lethal strikes during the match, and neither party can hold the other accountable for the outcome." Xia Wula furrowed his brow. "Is there a profound grudge between them? Why have they signed such a contract?" "Ah, that is a tale that could fill many pages." The individual was attempting to set the stage like a storyteller, hinting at a mystery. There were rumors that these 2 were master and disciple, the younger one aspiring to inherit the elder's martial arts school. However, the elder rejected him, citing the youth's unsatisfactory temperament, which would jeopardize the future of the school. Enraged, the young man proposed a life-and-death duel. Upon hearing this, Xia Wula's lips twitched. If this were true, the youth's character was indeed questionable. Another rumor suggested that the elder had slain the young man's parents, and now the youth had returned to seek vengeance. Regardless of the version, both narratives were compelling, explaining the crowd's enthusiasm. The two combatants on stage were already engaged in battle, prompting Xiaowula to fall silent, fully engrossed in their duel. His gaze was solely fixed on the young man. Having absorbed the second rumor, Xiaowula unwittingly placed himself in the young man's shoes, envisioning himself on the stage. Facing the might of the imperial army, the elder executed a sweeping kick aimed at the youth's lower body. The young man, unable to evade, was struck in the left knee, causing him to kneel involuntarily. The elder swiftly repositioned, launching another kick that connected with the young man's chin, lifting his head with considerable force, spittle flying forth. The audience gasped. The maneuver was perilous, and even if the young man did not fall, he would surely be dazed for some time. The outcome appeared to be decided swiftly. As the young man staggered, still trying to regain his footing, the elder advanced with a powerful punch aimed at his throat, demonstrating a ruthless intent to end the match rather than prolong it. The crowd averted their eyes, unwilling to witness the young man's potential demise. Just as the elder's fist hovered a mere inch from the youth's throat, it abruptly halted, and the audience was poised to commend the elder for his mercy when they noticed his face contorted in pain. It became evident that the young man's fist had landed unexpectedly in the elder's abdomen. Withstanding the blows had nearly rendered the elder unconscious, and the young man retaliated with a punch to the elder's cheek, twisting his neck as he did so, his lips twitching in exertion. The two fighters momentarily distanced themselves, each recalibrating their stance. In their initial exchange, neither had gained an advantage, so they now fixed their gazes upon one another with heightened intensity. Ultimately, it was the impetuous youth who initiated the next assault. His strikes were forceful, yet the elder's agile footwork allowed him to evade the blows, countering effectively with strikes to the youth's arms and chest. Although it appeared the young man was pressuring the elder, the latter bore the pain in silence, his struggles known only to him. After a series of exchanges, it became clear that the young man had sustained more hits than the elder. The audience recognized the elder's technique as more refined, yet the toll of age was evident. The young man absorbed several punches, gritting his teeth, while the elder, having received only a few, had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The elder retreated to the edge of the stage, seizing a wrapped object, and with a swift motion, unfurled it to reveal a gleaming spear. The young man, prepared for this moment, brandished a pair of iron whips. While the spear held a significant advantage in reach, it was less effective in close combat. The elder wielded the spear with remarkable skill, executing powerful thrusts and slashes that left the young man in disarray. As the elder delivered a heavy strike, the young man narrowly sidestepped, seizing the moment to advance. With the spear's sharpest point limited to the tip, the elder struggled in close quarters, and the young man pressed his advantage. Seeing the young man approach rapidly, the elder attempted to halt his advance with a strike to the waist. However, the young man was relentless, resolutely pushing forward. The elder, with no other option, retreated quickly. Observing this, the young man transformed his whip into a weapon, aiming a strike at the elder while simultaneously grasping the spear. The elder, realizing he had to evade this strike, relinquished the spear. Seizing the opportunity, the young man leapt, but to his astonishment, the elder had merely retreated a few steps before charging back in. The young man swung his whip, while the elder deftly leaned back to evade. As the young man landed, he swiftly turned, only to find the elder had retrieved the spear and was executing a counterattack. Blood soaked the elder's robe as he thrust the spear, causing the young man to bleed profusely from his chest. While the audience understood that such a duel might result in one fighter's collapse, witnessing this scene tightened their brows. The more timid among them turned pale, contemplating an early exit. Finally, one person broke the silence, remarking that youth is formidable in battle, while age wields the spear. This counterattack might be a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Aside from the two combatants, none could discern the reasons behind their fateful duel. Now, only one remained, and the truth would forever remain shrouded in mystery. Chapter 53. Knowing people and faces. Xiaowula clutched his chest, staggering back a few steps. "Brother, what are you doing?" A man who had previously explained the bout observed his reaction with displeasure, furrowing his brow. "One has already lost the match and forfeited their life. Why must you further humiliate him?" Regaining his composure, Xiaowula offered an apologetic smile. "I merely find this scene overwhelming, as it is my first encounter with such a spectacle." The man, seeing Xiaowula's discomfort, nodded in understanding. Stepping away from the crowd, Xiaowula felt as though he had glimpsed his own fate, a sense of pressure weighing heavily upon him. He sought to enhance his own strength with greater urgency. "Oh, young hero, do you have a moment?" A figure suddenly appeared before Xiao Wula, blocking his path and placing a hand on his shoulder. Xiao Wula looked up, noticing a person of similar stature, their expression filled with curiosity. Is there something you need? Seeing Xiao Wula's lack of aversion, the newcomer smiled. I apologize for my abruptness. My surname is Shan, and my given name is Du. May I ask for your name? Young hero? Xiao Wula. Ah, Xia, young hero, you appear to be alone. Xiao Wula, already burdened by his thoughts, felt irritation rise at Shan's incessant inquiries. Yes, do you require something? Indeed. I too have come alone, and, noticing you are solitary, I thought to invite you for a friendly sparring match to hone our skills. Shan continued to smile. Oh, I initially came here to test an unnamed martial art. Your invitation is somewhat enticing. Xiao Wula considered. However, must we duel on the stage? He glanced at the arena, where workers were busy cleaning the bloodstains. If we could use that platform, it would be preferable. Alas, young hero, as you can see, we cannot access it at present. We must go to the smaller arena over there, Shan replied, pointing westward. Following his gaze, Xiao Wula noticed a smaller platform standing nearby. Brother Shan, this is my first visit, and I am unsure of the differences between the two arenas. Isn't it obvious? One is constructed, while the other is excavated. Xiao Wula paused, realizing Shan's statement held merit, and nodded in agreement. Seeing Xiao Wula's earnestness, Shan laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, young hero, I was merely jesting. In truth, the larger arena is more formal and can host life and death duels like the one we just witnessed. It garners more attention, while the smaller one is of a lower tier. Xiao Wula comprehended the distinction, feeling that the difference was not particularly significant. Then let us hasten our approach. Oh, might I inquire about your level of cultivation, Brother Shan? Xiao Wula, wishing to avoid the past practice of sparring without knowing his opponent's abilities, sought to assess his own strength based on his adversary's skill. My talent is modest. I have only achieved a minor mastery in the lower dantian. Shan chuckled as he spoke. Xiao Wula pondered. So the lower dantian has achieved minor success? That places him on par with Wei Wei. Previously, he had been defeated by her, but now, having improved his cultivation speed and trained for several days, it was the perfect opportunity to test his current combat prowess. The two ascended the arena. A middle-aged man approached them. In this contest, you are to spar without causing harm to one another. Do you understand? Naturally, replied Dan Page. Excellent. Prepare yourselves. You may begin, the man said before retreating. Dan Page smiled with satisfaction as he observed the audience gradually gathering around the arena. Although the attention here was typically sparse, today, following a life-and-death battle at the Grand Arena, many had departed and were drawn to this contest for entertainment. Turning to Xiao Wula, he asked, Xia, shall we engage in a contest of bare-handed skills, or shall it be with blades? Let us go with bare-handed skills. I have not brought any weapons today. Xiao Wula replied nonchalantly. Dan Page smiled as he moved to the edge of the arena. That is no problem. I have one for you. With that, he picked up a long sword from the weapon rack and wiped it with his sleeve. Then let us duel with swords, Xiao Wula conceded. Seeing that Dan Page had already taken up the weapon, Dan Page, with his agreement, stepped into the center of the arena, sword in hand, standing elegantly with his garments billowing. As he watched Xiao Wula still selecting from the array of swords, Dan Page's heart harbored disdain for this unsophisticated newcomer, thinking that today he would serve as a stepping stone for his fame in front of the crowd. The reason he had invited Xiao Wula was twofold. First, he saw him alone and had previously used underhanded tactics to injure him, knowing there would be no companions to speak for him. He could simply feign an accident and apologize. Second, when he had patted Xiao Wula's shoulder earlier, he had discreetly tested him with a hint of internal force and sensed no significant energy fluctuation, indicating that Xiao Wula's abilities were inferior to his own. Moreover, his earlier words, seemingly granting Xiao Wula the choice, were merely a guise to lead him by suggesting swords. He aimed to avoid any unfamiliar weapons that could catch him off guard. Now that the duel had been set to swords, Xiao Wula could not choose otherwise. In simpler terms, he felt he had an overwhelming advantage in this contest, having previously triumphed over many in a similar manner. Xiao Wula selected a long sword that felt suitable and returned to the center of the arena. Xia, may we commence? Dan Page inquired, still smiling, exuding charm. Yes. Let us begin, Xiao Wula replied, swinging his sword. Is that really Dan Page? One voice from the crowd exclaimed. Indeed. I never expected to witness him sparring firsthand. What luck? Another echoed. I've heard that although he rarely competes, he has never been defeated. Hearing the audience recognize him, Dan Page felt a surge of joy. After a while, one impatient spectator called out, What is going on? Are you going to fight or not? I have things to do. If you don't start soon, I'm leaving. This provoked a chorus of agreement from the crowd. If you're going to fight, then fight. If not, step down and don't waste our time. Xia Wula, wishing to test the Tai Chi sword technique taught by Wei Wei, remained on guard waiting for Dan Page to strike first. Dan Page, feeling the pressure of the audience, had intended to let Xia Wula attack first to showcase his chivalrous demeanor, but he wondered why Xia Wula remained stationary. With the crowd's urging, Dan Page did not wish for them to leave. If no one was watching, even if he won, it would hold no significance. After observing Xia Wula, who still showed no intent to attack, he decided to abandon his earlier plan and quietly said, "Xia Xiaoxia, be careful, I shall advance now." With that, Dan Page stepped forward, leaving over a yard between them, prompting Xia Wula to finally respond. Dan Page rejoiced. It appeared that his assumption about Xia Wula's lack of swordsmanship was correct. Since he had little opportunity to display his own technique, a swift defeat would suffice. Dan Page's arm flicked, and his sword darted forward, executing the golden needle crossing the tribulation, his most practiced move, under precise control. He had intended to halt the blade just a fraction from Xia Wula's brow, envisioning the audience's praise. Seeing Xia Wula's sluggish movements, he thought it absurd that he would attempt to block such a rapid strike. With a sharp clang, Xia Wula managed to parry Dan Page's golden needle crossing the tribulation. Dan Page was taken aback, never expecting his swift attack to be countered by Xia Wula's languid response. Scanning the audience, he felt they were laughing at him. Observing Xia Wula's nonchalant demeanor ignited his anger, yet he feared Xia Wula might be feigning ignorance, so he hesitated to press the attack and withdrew his sword. Xia Wula lowered his sword, assessing the situation. Noticing that Xia Wula had yet to make a move, Dan Page grew suspicious. Surely, that had to be luck. Otherwise, Xia Wula would have seized the opportunity to strike while he retreated. With a sigh of relief, Dan Page lunged forward again. Xia Wula, having already discerned the thread of energy in Dan Page's movements, remained calm, recalling his previous encounter with Wei Wei. How could this be? Dan Page's strikes, diagonal and vertical, failed to breach the space before Xia Wula. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the audience whispering and pointing at him, reigniting his suppressed anger, causing him to lash out recklessly without strategy. Xia Wula, clearing his mind, dismissed Wei Wei's image and searched for the essence in each clash, gradually envisioning a form of his own Tai Chi swordplay, distinct from Wei Wei's. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them slowly, his body and mind synchronized. The sword in his hand danced with grace, transforming into a silver serpent, entwining around Dan Page's blade. Dan Page found himself unable to withdraw his sword or launch an attack. With a gentle flick, Xia Wula lifted Dan Page's sword from his grip, and in the next instant, the tip of his sword pointed directly at Dan Page's brow. Victory was evident. Dan Page could not accept this outcome. Succumbing to despair as he knelt on the arena floor, Xia Wula paid him no mind, returning the sword to its place as he turned to leave the stage. Xia Wula was no fool. When he first ascended the arena and the crowd recognized Dan Page, he had already deduced the type of person he was. Watching Xia Wula depart, Dan Page lowered his head. In the next moment, he raised it again, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He had worked tirelessly to attain his current status and popularity, and today, due to Xia Wula's pretenses, everything had been ruined. As Dan Page swiftly brandished his long sword towards Xia Wula, the latter, unarmed and unable to evade at such proximity, was caught off guard. Suddenly, a small iron hammer struck Dan Page's sword, sending it flying once more. The middle-aged man who had appeared before Xia Wula with a commanding presence declared coldly, "You two have not signed a death warrant, and the contest has concluded. To ambush another when you lack the skill is the act of a despicable coward. From this day forth, you shall not set foot in this training arena again." The spectators murmured amongst themselves. I once held a favorable opinion of Dan Page, but how misguided I was to think him noble. Like the swordsman before, he should have simply accepted defeat instead of resorting to such underhanded tactics. A gracious acknowledgement of one's limitations is no disgrace. The earlier swordsman, feeling somewhat disheartened by his loss, found solace in the praises of the crowd. His spirits lifted even as he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Rising amidst the crowd's scorn, Dan Page gritted his teeth and staggered away, glancing back at the disdainful faces before departing. Chapter 54. The Return Journey. Thank you, sir, for your timely intervention. Xia Wula, emerging from his panic, bowed in gratitude to the middle-aged man. Had he not intervened, Xia Wula might have found himself lying in a pool of blood, if not worse. It was my duty. You need not be so formal. The middle-aged man casually retrieved the long sword and small hammer from the stage, placing them back on the weapon rack. Was that swordplay the Tai Chi sword of the Song family? Xia Wula shuddered at the mention. He had heard of the Tai Chi sword from Song Wei Wei. who had claimed it was a closely guarded secret. Yet, he had never anticipated its renown in the martial world, and in that moment, he had not considered being recognized. He was not a member of the Song family, and now he found himself at a loss for words. If you prefer not to disclose, there is no obligation, the middle-aged man remarked as he descended the platform and took a seat nearby. It was then that Xia Wula noticed the man wore a black and white mask, with only his eyes exposed, likely a precaution against incurring enmity in his line of work. Though the man insisted there was no need to dwell on it. Xia Wula felt a profound sense of gratitude for his life being spared and bowed once more before exiting the training arena. Upon leaving, Xia Wula looked up at the sky, a smile creeping upon his face as a thought crossed his mind. Instead of returning to the inn, he chose to walk in the opposite direction. Soon, he arrived at the Shu residence, the very place Song Weiwei had mentioned. Although modest in size, the estate's stature in the precious land of the imperial city indicated that Song Weiwei's family was indeed quite affluent, reminiscent of the golden couple they once were. Standing before the gate, Xia Wula found himself lost in thought for some time before deciding to return in a few days. Having only been in the imperial city for 3 or 4 days, he felt it inappropriate to intrude upon Weiwei's reunion with her family. Hubby. Song Weiwei serendipitously encountered Xia Wula at the street corner, her joy evident. What brings you here? The two, like newlyweds, had only been apart for a few days. Yet their hearts were entwined in longing for one another. Weiwei, who is this young man? Shu Yue furrowed her brows, scrutinizing Xia Wula. She had overheard her daughter affectionately calling him hubby, and as a mother, it was natural for her to feel astonished at such familiarity with someone unknown to her. Realizing her oversight in addressing the situation, Song Weiwei felt a rush of crimson color spreading from her cheeks to her neck, nervously fidgeting with her garment as she struggled to find the right words. Madam, since I am already here, let us converse inside, Xia Wula began, but was interrupted by Shu Yue's gentle yet firm voice. Shu residence, main hall. Weiwei, you step outside for a moment. Your grandfather wishes to speak with this young man, Shu Yuanhua said sternly, fixing a serious gaze upon Xia Wula. Grandfather, is there anything I cannot hear? Please allow me to stay with him, Song Weiwei protested. Anxious that Xia Wula would be put in a difficult position, she recalled how much her grandfather had cherished her. Obey, Weiwei. Shu Yuanhua's tone grew more resolute. Feeling a sense of urgency, Song Weiwei turned to her mother for support, hoping she might intervene. However, Shu Yuanhua, perceptive as ever, directed his attention to Shu Yue. You too, step outside. Shu Yue complied, ushering her daughter out and closing the door behind them, leaving Xia Wula alone with Shu Yuanhua. The atmosphere thick with tension, Xia Wula sat uncomfortably, unsure of how to proceed. Shu Yuanhua scrutinized Xia Wula with narrowed eyes, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. You claimed your surname is Xia, correct? Indeed, Xia Wula affirmed. Shu Yuanhua's eyes widened, a spark of interest igniting within them. Do you realize that the former emperor also bore the surname Xia? I am aware, sir, Xia Wula replied, feeling as though he were under intense scrutiny, his gaze faltering as he struggled to maintain composure. The Xia surname is rare, and since yours is Xia, do you not share some connection to the former emperor? My daughter, Shu Yue, suffered after her marriage. I cannot allow my granddaughter to endure the same fate. Uncle, your assertion is flawed. While the Xia surname is indeed uncommon, it is not exclusive to those related to the former emperor, Xia Wula countered, his voice steady. That is true. Shu Yuanhua exhaled, reassured by Xia Wula's response, sensing that the young man likely had no ties to the former dynasty. However, I do have a connection. The former emperor is my father, Xia Wula declared boldly, comprehending the necessity of honesty, especially as he intended to wed Song Weiwei. Upon hearing this, Shu Yuanhua trembled slightly, as if the weight of the revelation had nearly caused him to falter. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes. Is that so? Have you considered seeking vengeance and restoring the Dun dynasty? Certainly. I cannot let the murder of my parents go unavenged. Moreover, they have no intention of sparing us. Many have placed their hopes in me. How could I betray them? Xia Wula's resolve was unwavering. In that case, Weiwei cannot marry you. Shu Yuanhua's voice was stern. Recognizing that Xia Wula would inevitably become a target, and his association would only bring hardship to Weiwei, Xia Wula fell silent, aware of the precariousness of his situation. He knew that having Song Weiwei by his side would entail significant risks, and he lacked the means to protect her, fearing a fate akin to Yu Cheng. As sorrow washed over him, tears welled in his eyes, and he bowed his head in despair. Shu Yuanhua, keenly observing the scene, sighed. Seeing that you and Weiwei are truly in love, I have no wish to thwart your union. Here is what I propose. Let Weiwei stay with us for now. Should you change your mind and return, I shall consent to your marriage. He recalled having allowed Eu's marriage previously, hoping not to err again. Xiaowula wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and raised his head. Please take good care of Wei Wei, and once I have achieved my goals, I shall return to marry her. She is my granddaughter. I will ensure her well-being. But how can you be so sure of your success? Many have placed their hopes in me. I cannot let them down, Xiaowula replied after a moment of contemplation. If I have not returned within 3 years, then you may wed Wei Wei to a worthy man. Should I fail, I would surely perish, and I cannot bear to delay her happiness. Many have placed their hopes in you? Huh. Xu Yuanhua scoffed with disdain. At over 70, I am well aware of the events that transpired during both dynasties. The era of Dun during your father's reign failed to meet the expectations of the people. Those who hope for your revival of Dun may harbor genuine intentions, yet the majority merely long for the comforts they enjoyed during that time. If you doubt my words, observe closely the nature of those individuals, and consider whether the common folk truly yearn for a return to Dun. Before Xiaowula could respond, Xu Yuanhua continued, You may leave now, regardless of your choice. Out of respect for Wei Wei's feelings for you, I shall grant you 3 years. With that, he reclined back in his chair, closing his eyes. Thank you, elder. Although Xiaowula felt a surge of anger at those words, he was still grateful for the elder's agreement to his request. As he exited, Song Wei Wei and her mother awaited him in a pavilion within the courtyard. Without hesitation, he strode over, declaring, Wei Wei, wait for me to marry you. Upon hearing this, Song Wei Wei was naturally elated. Yet noticing Xiaowula's troubled expression, she inquired with concern, What did my grandfather say? Did he trouble you? He did not trouble me. The elder has agreed to our union, though we must wait a little longer. Xiaowula's spirits lifted considerably upon seeing Song Wei Wei, and he smiled. I must take my leave now. My husband, won't you stay with me a while longer? Since grandfather has granted his approval, Song Wei Wei boldly called out, even with Xu Yue beside her. Having missed Xiaowula for several days, she had longed for this moment. Yet most of their time had been spent conversing with her grandfather. Now that he was about to leave after only a brief chat, she felt reluctant to part. I must prepare for our marriage, Xiaowula replied, offering comfort, though he too wished for more time. After pondering for a moment, Song Wei Wei's face lit up with joy. Then I shall see you off. She took hold of Xiaowula's arm and led him toward the gate. At the entrance, Song Wei Wei tightly embraced Xiaowula, saying, You must prepare quickly to marry me. I will wait for you. Xiaowula held her close, the fragrance enveloping him further solidifying his resolve, as he whispered, Rest assured. I will hasten to marry you. Yes, I believe in you. They shared a tender kiss. On his way back to the inn, Xiaowula resolved to return to Ningping City immediately, where he would rendezvous with Meng Wenchu and others to devise strategies. While awaiting Suxiong, he would strive to enhance his own capabilities. Go, Xiaowula urged, squeezing his legs together as the white horse galloped forth. At the city gate of Yunbian, a group of merchants pulled a cart from within the city. The gate was not large, allowing only the cart to exit first before admitting pedestrians. Song Mingxing and Da Huang stood by, waiting. Such a number of merchants in this border town? Aren't they usually concentrated in the bustling towns near the imperial city? Song Mingxing pondered aloud. Suddenly, he stepped forward to intercept the cart, exclaiming, Wait. The merchant mistook Song Mingxing for a customer and replied, Brother, we are not selling our goods. No, I am not interested in your wares. I merely wish to inquire about the child bound within the cargo, Song Mingxing said. His gaze icy as he scrutinized the merchant. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed a child with a leg bound in cloth as the cart passed by, triggering memories of past reports during his service, causing him to grow alert. Oh, you mean little Zheng? The merchant responded after a brief pause, calling back to the cart. Little Zheng, come out. This gentleman wishes to meet you. Before long, a small child emerged, swaying unsteadily atop the cargo, waving at Song Mingxing with a babbling voice. Song Mingxing frowned. What is this? The merchant, observing little Zheng's stillness, smiled back. To be honest, little Zheng is the son of a family in this city. Unfortunately, he was born mute and recently suffered a broken right leg. There is no one in the city capable of treating him. I was on my way to Heishui County with a load when his parents entrusted him to me with a bit of silver, asking me to take him to the big city in hopes of finding someone who can heal his leg. Heishui County, like Qiyang, Xingyun, and Balan, is situated close to the imperial city and collectively known as the Four Great Counties. Each city within these counties boasts great prosperity, and the quality of life for the citizens is exceptionally high. Moreover, Heishui County is renowned for its abundance of skilled physicians. Ailments deemed uncurable elsewhere often find remedy there. I see. I misunderstood you earlier, Song Mingxing said, offering a smile to little Zheng, who was still waving from atop the cart and bowing apologetically to the merchant. No worries. We are often misunderstood, and you are acting out of kindness, so there is no need for self-reproach. As he watched the merchant's caravan depart, Song Mingxing and Da Huang finally entered the city gate. Brother, do you know a young man with a scar on his face, around 18 or 19 years old? Are you referring to someone named Xiaolu? Xiaolu? Xiaola? Song Mingxing contemplated. Yes, indeed, he is the one I am searching for. Oh, he is not in this city at present, and I have no knowledge of his whereabouts. If you seek him, you might try returning after some time. The man said as he prepared to leave. Song Mingxing called out to the middle-aged man once more. Brother, I would like to learn more about him. Could you share what you know? I can share a bit, but my knowledge is limited. When my wife was pregnant, I visited his pharmacy for some medicine. And through repeated encounters, I became acquainted with him. He is a good person, the middle-aged man reminisced, a smile gracing his lips, by the way. My chubby son is nearly walking now. Ha. Oh, I must go check on those new recruits to see if they're slacking off. Excuse me. With that, the man departed. Thank you, brother. At the pharmacy, though not much information was gleaned, every fragment of insight contributed to the greater puzzle. Song Mingxing turned to Da Huang, saying, Da Huang, let us visit the pharmacy here. All right. Da Huang readily agreed, though he looked at Song Mingxing with some confusion. Song, why are you so concerned about Xiaola? Is he a relative of yours? Not at all. I once spoke harshly to him, and now I wish to learn more about him. Song Mingxing was uncertain why he felt this way, but it seemed he simply desired to do so. Was this what it felt like to have something one wished to pursue? Song Mingxing wondered. Da Huang appeared to understand, yet was still perplexed. Oh. He followed closely behind Song Mingxing. Inside the pharmacy, only an elderly woman was tending to the medicinal herbs. Good day, madam. Yes, are you here for treatment? What ails you? The elderly woman turned, her face warm and kind. Oh, no. I wish to inquire if you know Xiaolu. I have heard he is a physician here. The elderly woman settled behind the counter. That lad, Xiaolu, is the owner of this pharmacy. However, he has stepped out, and I do not know when he will return. I am merely helping to manage the shop, ensuring the medicines remain usable until he comes back. What do you need him for? Nothing much. I simply wish to ask about him. Oh, I see. Please come in. Let us sit and talk. The elderly woman opened a section of the counter, inviting Song Mingxing inside. Song Mingxing took a seat beside her on a long bench, while Da Huang sat separately. I knew Xiaolu when he was just 5 or 6 years old, and even then, he was remarkably intelligent and sensible, the elderly woman recalled, her eyes narrowing in thought. Unlike most children his age, he was quiet. When I taught him about herbal medicine, he would watch intently, as if he was genuinely eager to learn. Indeed, by the age of 7, he had become exceedingly familiar with these matters, perhaps even surpassing his uncle in expertise. Alas, this child is truly unfortunate. Orphaned at a young age, he lost his only remaining relative, his uncle, just a couple of years later, leaving him utterly alone in this world. Fortunately, he possesses remarkable resilience. Despite his solitude, he often wears a cheerful smile, radiating a sense of brightness that belies his plight. How can such a child endure such misfortune? The old woman suddenly grew somber. This child and Lu Yuqing, the girl, left the city, and shortly after, Lu Changqing passed away. It seems that fate is unkind to those who are good. Madam, who are Lu Yuqing and Lu Changqing? Song Mingxing inquired, having never heard Xie Wula mention them, and thus was ignorant of their identities. Lu Yuqing is a delightful young girl, charming and spirited, who has been friends with Xie Lu since childhood. It is evident to any discerning eye that they share mutual affection, although they took quite some time to acknowledge it openly. Lu Changqing, on the other hand, is Lu Yuqing's father. He was amiable and possessed great foresight. In the early days, our small town had very few decent houses. It was he who established medical and commercial enterprises and generously shared his achievements with us, transforming the very fabric of our community. The town of Yunbian owes much of its current state to his efforts. He had a close relationship with both Xie Lu and his uncle, caring for them greatly. How could such a good man be murdered? What kind of heart could commit such an act? Alas, just then, a woman entered the apothecary, prompting the old woman to rise. Sister Zhao? Xiaolu has not returned yet, but I will inform you as soon as he does. Song Mingxing looked up and noticed that the newcomer was also an elderly woman. Upon hearing this, she stepped into the apothecary to inspect her surroundings and closely observed Song Mingxing. Sister Zhao, do not look around. I am not Xiaolu. I have come to inquire about him. Oh, you are looking for Xiaolu? Do you have any news of him? Upon hearing this, Sister Zhao straightened her back slightly. Indeed, I have met Xian, and he stayed with me for some time. I have come to learn more about his past, Song Mingxing replied, standing respectfully. Xiaolu stayed with you? Come with me to my place. I have something for you. Song Mingxing glanced at the elderly woman beside him, who nodded. Go ahead. She took care of Lu when he was young and knows more about him than I do. Following Sister Zhao to a small room, she opened the door. Come in, let's sit and talk. Song Mingxing took a seat across from her, and after a moment of scrutiny, Sister Zhao asked, how has Lu been lately? Quite well. Song Mingxing shared some details about Wu, who was met with constant laughter from Sister Zhao. Li's scar has healed. He used to be quite self-conscious about it. Sister Zhao had not felt this joyful in a long time and recounted Wula's experiences to Song Mingxing. Having learned much, Song Mingxing prepared to leave. Sister Zhao handed him a protective talisman. This belongs to Lu. I do not know if I will see him again. If you encounter him, please deliver it to him. Of course. Song Mingxing accepted the talisman, assuring her, you will surely see him again. As he stepped outside, De Huang eagerly approached him. Earlier, he had been left waiting outside when Song Mingxing entered the room. Do not worry, De Huang. She meant no harm. She merely thought you were not with me. De Huang shrugged nonchalantly. Where shall we go now? Song Mingxing regarded the talisman in his hand and smiled. Let us seek out Lu. Do you know where he is? I do not. Song Mingxing's smile broadened. Knock, knock, knock. Wula rapped on the door of a wooden cabin but received no response. Gently pushing the door open, he found the interior completely bare. Letting out a sigh, he soon broke into a smile. Initially, he had passed by this place, reminiscing about the mysterious technique he had encountered, wishing to express his gratitude, but it appeared that the inhabitants had vacated. Reflecting on the matter, it seemed inappropriate for 3 young girls to reside here alone. It was indeed a good thing they moved elsewhere. Wula mounted his horse once more. Entering the territory of Qiyang County, he arrived in a town. He ordered a dish at a restaurant, observing the passers-by on the street, all appearing carefree and joyous. Recalling the words of Song Weiwei's grandfather and pondering why Junzi Dao, who Xianghua, chose to retreat from the martial world, Wula began to feel a sense of confusion. What was my father like during his reign? Was it not as it is now? Having never experienced it, I have taken peace and stability for granted. Your meal is here, sir. Wula slightly shook his head and picked up his chopsticks. A figure seated nearby looked down at the hall. Su Changsheng, son of Su Hongkai, what brings you here? I have come to invite you to gather in Ning'an City. A gathering? Surely. Such an invitation requires your father to come personally. The man sounded somewhat disgruntled. Su Changsheng's gaze fell. My father has been gone for several years. Su Hongkai has passed. The man was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha, Su Hongkai is dead. Then I shall soon follow. At this moment, he felt a lump in his throat. Though his relationship with Su Hongkai had not been particularly close, they had served together in the same court, and the mention of him now felt oddly familiar. Though he had not anticipated their separation by death. If it was not Su Hongkai who invited me, then what is the purpose of this gathering? The man, seeing Su Changsheng's arrival, could not assume it was a call to assemble, realizing the news might have driven him to despair. His Highness is not dead, Dun still exists. Su Changsheng spoke this with utmost seriousness, not resembling a liar, yet the man still found it hard to believe. Is that true? Indeed. I do not dare jest regarding His Highness. The man's voice trembled slightly. Whom have you informed? I have notified Generals Wu Zhongxing, former Lord of Baishui County Yuan Yehue, and more than 20 others. They too have sent word to others, and I fear there will be even more. Excellent. The man slapped the arm of his chair, standing excitedly. Zhu Deputy General, 5th G. I shall head to Ning'an at once. Su Changsheng bowed deeply. I must inform others. I shall take my leave. 5th G laughed heartily. You are just like your father, lacking in manners. Do not pretend to be a scholar. It feels awkward. Su Changsheng could only shake his head helplessly, smoothing his robes, and with a serious demeanor, he declared, I, on behalf of His Highness, congratulate you on your return, General. Watching Su Changsheng's departing figure, 5th G nodded, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 56, Strange Forces and Spirits. Wula tightened the reins, and the white horse came to a halt as he gazed westward. To Qiyang City? Perhaps Guo Li is there. Revenge? While I can easily defeat Dan Page now, do I stand a chance against him? Very well. Recalling the scene when Guo Li's sword energy shattered the water's surface, he sighed. At present, I am likely not his match. After the uprising, there will be ample opportunities for vengeance. Song Weiwei, who is also at the minor success of the lower Dantian, appears to be much stronger than Dan Page. How is this realm measured? How can such disparities exist? There are too many things I do not understand. Best not to dwell on them now. It is imperative to hurry to Ning'an City to join Meng Wenchu and the others to discuss future matters. Why does it always feel as though they are deliberately avoiding us? Song Mingxing observed the bustling crowd in the marketplace, noting that a distinct space around him remained devoid of anyone. De Huang quipped, who knows? but it does make things much more convenient for us. Song Mingxing chuckled. That is true. It is getting late. Let us find an inn to rest for the night. Sounds good. De Huang, who had been accompanying Song Mingxing on the journey, felt delighted at the prospect of rest after days of travel. 2 rooms, please. 2 individuals entered an inn, and Song Mingxing summoned the innkeeper. The young attendant approached, scrutinizing Song Mingxing for a moment. Sir, do you truly require 2 rooms? Song Mingxing felt a twinge of displeasure. Is this how business is conducted nowadays? Just because I am clad in coarse linen, does it mean I cannot afford 2 rooms? His expression darkened as he replied. Of course we need 2 rooms. If you do not have them, we shall seek accommodation elsewhere. We have them, indeed. Please, this way. The attendant ceased further commentary and gestured for them to ascend to the 2nd floor. Sir, these are the 2 rooms you requested. Song Mingxing nodded. What signature dishes do you offer? Let us have 2 dishes in 1 room. The attendant glanced up at Song Mingxing and replied, Very well. I shall fetch them at once. He departed. Brother Song, we could simply order a few dishes to share. There is no need for such formality, De Huang remarked. Observing Song Mingxing, there is no trouble at all. After days of travel, you must be weary. It is better to dine in your own room and rest early. Song Mingxing replied with a smile. Upon entering the room, Song Mingxing sat on the edge of the bed. The innkeeper seemed indifferent to profit, and the service was rather mediocre. The expressions of the staff when he requested 2 rooms and later when he ordered 2 dishes still lingered in his mind. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, Song Mingxing found himself perplexed. He had been traveling southwest, a path without diverging routes. So how could he have returned to the same location? Reflecting upon it, perhaps he was not lost. It might simply be that this road resembled others he had traversed. Continuing onward, he recognized a large pine tree he had seen several times before. Standing beside it, he gazed upward. After a moment of contemplation, he drew his sword and etched a cross into the tree's bark before resuming his journey. It seemed he truly was lost, tracing the cross on the tree. Song Mingxing sighed in resignation. Leaning against the pine, he realized he would have to wait until dawn to continue his travels. He decided to rest here for the night. Observing the dense forest around him, aware that wild beasts might roam, he cautiously ascended to a sturdy branch, nestled against the trunk, cradling his sword, and closed his eyes. In a half-dream state, Song Mingxing heard a voice calling his name. Opening his eyes and following the sound, he saw an individual leaping from the tree. Brother Song, it is indeed you. Upon recognizing him, Xiao Wula exclaimed joyfully, I passed through this area and saw someone familiar in the tree, so I called out, not expecting it to be you. As Song Mingxing approached, he clearly identified Xiao Wula and felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. Dear brother, I apologize for my previous behavior. I hope you can forgive me. What matter? I cannot recall, Xiao Wula replied, a look of puzzlement crossing his face, quickly followed by a smile. Indeed, it is more my fault. You should not take it to heart, brother. By the way, what brings you here? I actually came specifically to find you. Knowing your hometown, I thought to try my luck. However, I became lost in this unfamiliar terrain as night fell. So I decided to rest in the tree until dawn. Ah, I see. Indeed, those unfamiliar with this area often lose their way. I am fortunate to have encountered you. Xiao Wula smiled gently. Yes, how fortunate that you passed through here. Otherwise, I would not know how long it might take to find you. Song Mingxing replied happily. Ha ha. Brother, follow me. It is not far to my home. Song Mingxing nodded and followed closely behind Xiao Wula. After a winding journey, they soon spotted the silhouettes of houses in the distance. Xiao Wula led Song Mingxing into a courtyard and said with a smile, Brother, you have treated me generously. Please stay here for a few days, allowing me to extend my hospitality. As Song Mingxing surveyed the courtyard, an unexplainable sense of familiarity washed over him. Realizing this was his first visit to Xiao Wula's home, he dismissed the feeling with a smile, saying, very well. Upon entering the house, Xiao Wula lit the candelabra and invited Song Mingxing to sit. Brother, wait here a moment. You must be hungry after your journey. Allow me to prepare some food, and we can enjoy a drink together before resting. Thank you, dear brother, Song Mingxing replied. Having rested in the tree for some time, he was not particularly tired, but he did feel a pang of hunger as they walked. Before long, the table was laden with an array of tempting dishes. Dear brother, do you live here alone? Song Mingxing inquired, observing the absence of signs of others sharing the space. Xiao Wula shook his head, a hint of sadness in his expression. To be honest, brother, I am indeed alone in this house. Come, let us not dwell on that. Let us drink together. Xiao Wula poured a drink for Song Mingxing, raising his glass and toast. Cheers. Noticing the sadness in Xiao Wula's eyes, Song Mingxing refrained from further questioning, standing to accept the cup, which he drank in one gulp. Xiao Wula did the same. As they exchanged drinks and laughter, Xiaowula remarked. Brother Song, the food is getting cold. Let us eat and converse. Song Mingxing felt a slight dizziness, smiling as he picked up his chopsticks to begin eating. Brother Song, do not eat. Just as he was about to bring food to his lips, a voice suddenly rang from outside the door, causing him to lower his chopsticks in confusion and glance toward the entrance. A woman burst through the door. Xiaowula immediately stood, hostility evident on his face. Who are you? How did you enter? Ignoring Xiaowula, the woman rushed forward and pulled Song Mingxing behind her. Her gaze fixed intently on Xiaowula as she slowly retreated toward the door. You are the maid from De Huang's household? Why have you come here? How dare you intrude upon another's residence? Song Mingxing recognized her as familiar, pondering who she might be. Releasing the woman's hand, he stepped forward. Dear sister, do not misunderstand. I know her. She is not a thief. What are you doing? Come back. De Huang seized Song Mingxing's wrist, pulling him back behind her. Annoyed, Song Mingxing felt exasperated. He had defended her, and yet she showed no gratitude, only weakness. Just as he was about to speak, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he realized he had succumbed to the effects of the wine, fainting. De Huang quickly caught Song Mingxing as he collapsed, glaring at Xiaowula. What have you done to Brother Song? Ha ha ha, what could I have done? I merely offered him a drink. Who knew he could not hold his liquor? Xiaowula shrugged with an innocent smile. De Huang wrapped her left arm around Song Mingxing and extended her right hand toward the table with the wine jug, which flew into her grasp. Shaking the jug, its lid fell off, revealing a dark, murky liquid within. Furious, De Huang hurled the jug at Xiaowula. If you do not tell me how to antidote this, I shall raise your abode to the ground. I wondered who you might be, capable of breaching the illusions I set. So, it is that girl from Lingxuan Mountain. Xiaowula scoffed, surrounded by a swirling mist, as the courtyard transformed into a cavern, with tombstones scattered outside. The food on the stone table morphed into withered bones. In other circumstances, I might have feared you, but now that you have entered my domain, you have only yourself to blame for not staying put on your Lingxuan Mountain and foolishly seeking to seize my prey. With that, Xiaowula transformed into a cloud of smoke, surging toward De Huang. Seeing Song Mingxing drop to the ground, De Huang snapped her fingers, conjuring a golden light to envelop him, evading the smoke. You are the lonely soul, old demon. De Huang recognized him from the aggressive approach of the smoke. She had previously heard whispers of a man-eating monster lurking in a forsaken graveyard, but she paid little heed, only remembering its name. Oh, you recognize me? It seems I am quite renowned. Do you still dare to enter my domain? The ancient specter floated in midair, observing the large yellow figure beneath. I care not who you are. For now, Song Mingxing remains unaware of the spell that has ensnared him. He is merely stalling with his own energy. But as time drags on, his fate remains perilous. Naturally, the large yellow figure had no desire to engage in idle chatter. With a graceful wave of her hand, several beams of golden light surged towards the creature. The golden rays moved with astonishing speed, leaving the ancient specter no chance to evade them. Upon impact, they crackled and emitted a faint smoke, revealing the creature's intense agony. His cultivation was already inferior to that of the large yellow figure, and compounded by the fact that he was composed of deathly energy, he was naturally at a disadvantage against her life-infused energy. Seeing that her attacks were effective, the large yellow figure swiftly transformed her energy into an expansive net, enveloping the ancient specter. If you reveal to me the method to save Brother Song and vow never to harm others again, I shall show mercy, acknowledging your arduous path of cultivation. The ancient specter crackled within the tightening net, writhing in torment yet refusing to capitulate, gritting his teeth as he retorted, You insolent girl, have you forgotten my previous words? Out there, I fear you to some extent, but here, I have never laid eyes upon you. With that, deathly energy surged from all directions, converging upon the ancient specter. His form swelled with smoke, and the golden net cast by the large yellow figure began to stretch, its color fading. Finally, with a resounding crash, the golden light dissipated. The large yellow figure was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Her body hurled against the stone wall of the cave, crashing to the ground. She lifted her head to behold the immense cloud of smoke before her.